In a humble mountain village, a simple lad unexpectedly finds himself immersed in a local sect of the martial world, becoming a named disciple. With this newfound identity, he grapples with how to establish his footing within the sect and, despite his mediocre talents, strives to ascend the ranks of cultivators, ultimately aiming to revel in triumph across the three realms. Chapter 1. The village by the mountain. The boy, known as Er Leng Zi, stared wide-eyed at the thatched roof and the mud-stained ceiling above him. The worn cotton quilt draped over him had turned a deep yellow, its original color lost to time, and it faintly emitted a musty odor. Beside him lay his elder brother, Hanju, sleeping soundly, occasionally interrupting the tranquility with a chorus of varying snores. About half a meter from the bed stood a wall made of yellow clay, aged and cracked with fine, inconspicuous fissures. Through these crevices, the muffled sounds of their mother's incessant complaints could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of their father puffing on his pipe. Er Leng Zi slowly closed his somewhat tired eyes, urging himself to succumb to a deep slumber. He was acutely aware that if he did not fall asleep soon, he would not rise early enough the next day to join his companions in the mountains to gather firewood. His name, Hanli, was not crafted by his parents, but rather bestowed by Uncle Zhang of the village, who had once been a tutor to wealthy families in the city. He was the only literate person in the village, and many children bore names given by him. Although the villagers called Hanli Er Leng Zi, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was one of the brightest children in the village. Yet, like many of his peers, he seldom heard anyone refer to him by his given name, Hanli, and instead, the nickname Er Leng Zi had stuck. The moniker was merely a result of another child in the village already being named Leng Zi. This was of little consequence, as other children bore names like Go Hua and Er Dan that were scarcely more pleasing. Thus, despite his aversion to the nickname, Hanli found solace in this acceptance. Physically, Hanli was unremarkable, with sun-kissed skin typical of a rural boy. However, deep within, he possessed a maturity beyond his years, yearning for the richness and splendor of the world beyond his small village. He dreamt of one day stepping outside this palm-sized enclave to explore the vast world Uncle Zhang often spoke of. This aspiration remained unspoken, for to voice it would surely astonish the villagers, a mere child, naive and unseasoned, harboring such adult-like ambitions. Most children his age were preoccupied with chasing chickens and frolicking about, oblivious to the thought of leaving their homeland, a notion utterly foreign and peculiar. Hanli hailed from a family of 7, with 2 elder brothers, an elder sister, and a younger sister. He occupied the 4th position among his siblings and had just turned 10. Their household endured a life of hardship, rarely indulging in meals with meat, and the entire family perpetually hovered at the brink of subsistence. At that moment, Hanli found himself in a state of drowsiness, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. Yet a persistent thought lingered in his mind. When he ascended the mountain, he must gather a bountiful harvest of the beloved red berries for his cherished younger sister. The following afternoon, as Hanli trudged home under the scorching sun, burdened by a stack of firewood nearly as tall as himself and a bag brimming with berries, he remained unaware that a visitor had arrived at his home, one who would alter the course of his destiny. This esteemed guest was none other than a close relative, his uncle, who was related by blood. It was said that he served as the chief steward at a tavern in a nearby town and was regarded by Hanli's parents as a person of considerable significance. In nearly a century, the Han family had produced only this one relative of some standing. Hanli had only encountered his uncle a few times in his early childhood. His elder brother's apprenticeship with an elderly blacksmith had been arranged by this uncle, who frequently sent provisions and necessities to assist the family, thus earning Hanli's admiration and gratitude, even if unspoken by his parents. His elder brother was a source of pride for the family. The apprenticeship not only provided food and shelter, but also a monthly stipend of 30 copper coins. Once he completed his training and secured employment, his earnings would undoubtedly increase. Whenever their parents spoke of him, their faces would light up with joy, as if transformed. Though young, Hanli felt a pang of envy and had already envisioned his ideal career, to be chosen as an apprentice by a skilled artisan in the nearby town, thereby becoming a respectable individual who earned a living through craftsmanship. Thus, when Hanli beheld his uncle, clad in a brand new satin outfit, with a plump round face and a small tuft of mustache, his heart brimmed with excitement. After placing the firewood in the back of the house, he approached the front room, shyly greeted his uncle, and respectfully exclaimed, "Hello, uncle, before standing obediently to the side, listening intently as his parents conversed with him. His uncle, with a smile that radiated warmth, regarded Han Li thoughtfully, complimenting him on his good behavior and maturity, before turning to discuss his purpose for visiting with Han Li's parents. Although Han Li was still too young to fully comprehend the nuances of his uncle's words, he grasped the general meaning. It turned out that his uncle's tavern was owned by a sect known as the Seven Mysteries, which had both outer and inner disciples. Recently, his uncle had formally become an outer disciple of this sect and was now able to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the forthcoming examination for inner disciples. The test, held every 5 years, was set to commence next month. With a keen sense of opportunity and no children of his own, Han Li's uncle naturally thought of the eligible Han Li. Han Li's father, typically straightforward and unassuming, felt a sense of hesitation and uncertainty upon hearing about this unfamiliar martial sect. He picked up the pipe and took several deep puffs, sitting there in silence. In the eyes of Uncle San, the Seven Mysteries sect was undoubtedly one of the most distinguished sects within hundreds of miles, if not the most prominent. Becoming an inner disciple not only meant free training and provisions for life, but also a monthly stipend of silver coins as pocket money. Furthermore, even those who did not qualify for selection had the opportunity to become outer disciples, like Uncle San, managing the sect's affairs outside. Upon hearing the prospect of earning a monthly silver coin or two and the chance to attain the status of someone like Uncle San, Han's father finally made up his mind and agreed. Uncle San, delighted by Han's father's acquiescence, left behind a few silver coins, stating he would return in a month to take Han Li away. In the meantime, he advised Han's father to prepare nourishing meals for Han Li to bolster his strength for the upcoming trials. After bidding farewell, he affectionately ruffled Han Li's hair before departing for the city. Though Han Li did not fully comprehend Uncle San's words, he understood that going to the city meant the possibility of making great wealth. The long-held dream was now within reach, leaving him restless with excitement for several nights. A little over a month later, Uncle San arrived punctually in the village to take Han Li away. Before leaving, Han's father repeatedly reminded him to be honest, to practice forbearance in difficult situations, and to avoid quarrels with others, while Han's mother urged him to take care of his health, to eat well and sleep well. As he watched his parents fade into the distance from the carriage, Han Li bit his lip, fighting back tears. Despite being more mature than other children, he was still just a 10-year-old boy, and the prospect of his first journey away from home filled him with a sense of sadness and uncertainty. In his youthful heart, he secretly resolved that once he earned a fortune, he would return immediately and never be separated from his parents again. Han Li never anticipated that, after this departure, the amount of wealth would lose its significance for him, as he embarked on a path of cultivation unlike that of ordinary mortals, forging his own journey in the realm of immortality. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a small town, though it is more accurately described as a slightly larger village. Known as Qingyou Town, only the unsophisticated locals residing in the nearby mountain valleys incessantly refer to it as Qingyou Town. This was the heartfelt opinion of Zhang Er, a gatekeeper who had served for over a decade. Indeed, Qingyou Town is not large. It consists of a single main street running east to west, called Qingyou Street. And there is only one inn, the Qingyou Inn, situated at the western end of this elongated town. Thus, travelers wishing to avoid sleeping outdoors have no choice but to stay here. At present, a horse-drawn carriage, evidently having traveled a considerable distance, entered Qingyou Town from the west, speeding past the entrance of the Qingyou Inn without pausing, and continued until it reached the entrance of the Chuanxiang restaurant at the other end of the town. Chuanxiang restaurant is not particularly large and even appears somewhat antiquated, yet it possesses an air of old-world charm. As it was the lunch hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. A round-faced man with a small mustache and a dark-skinned boy, around 10 years old, disembarked from the carriage. The man strode confidently into the restaurant, accompanied by the child. The familiar patrons of the tavern recognized the rotund figure, knowing him to be the establishment's proprietor. Han the Fat. However, the identity of the child accompanying him remained a mystery to all. Old Han, this lad resembles you quite a bit. Could he possibly be your son born out of wedlock? A patron jested, inciting a hearty laughter from those nearby. Bah, he is my own nephew. Of course he bears some resemblance to me, the rotund man retorted, not at all offended, but rather displaying a hint of pride. The two in question were none other than Han Li, who had journeyed for 3 consecutive days, and his uncle, the jovially referred Han the Fat. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar faces, Han the Fat led Han Li to a secluded courtyard behind the tavern. Little Li, rest well in this room and gather your strength. Once the innkeeper arrives, I shall call for you. I must step out for a moment to attend to some patrons. He kindly instructed, gesturing towards the guest room in the courtyard. With that, he hurriedly exited, but paused at the door, seemingly still a bit anxious. Do not wander about. The town is bustling with people. It would be best if you remained within the courtyard. Satisfied with Han Li's obedient nod, he finally departed. Once his uncle had left, Han Li, feeling fatigued, collapsed onto the bed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber, showing no signs of the usual apprehension a child might have in unfamiliar surroundings. By evening, a servant delivered a meal that, while not extravagant, was nonetheless delectable. After finishing his dinner, another servant came in to clear the dishes. And it was then that his uncle leisurely entered. How was the meal? Did it suit your palate? Missing home a bit? Han the Fat inquired. Yes, somewhat, Han Li replied, appearing quite well behaved. His uncle seemed pleased with the response and proceeded to engage him in light conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from his own experiences. Gradually, Han Li felt more at ease, and laughter filled the air between them. Thus, 2 days passed in such a manner. On the third day, after finishing dinner and awaiting his uncle to recount tales of the martial world, a carriage pulled up before the tavern. The vehicle, entirely coated in a glossy black lacquer, was drawn by an exceptionally rare yellow steed. Most striking of all was a small triangular black flag, rusted and inscribed with the character Xian, adorned with silver lettering and red trim, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. Upon sighting this flag, seasoned practitioners of the martial arts, who roamed the surrounding hundreds of miles, were instantly aware that a significant figure from one of the two dominant factions, the Seven Xian sect, had arrived in the area, known also as the Seven Absolute sect. It was founded 2 centuries ago by the illustrious master of the Seven Absolutes, once ruling over the Jingzhou region for decades and extending its influence into neighboring provinces, establishing a formidable reputation throughout the kingdom of Yu. However, since the passing of the master, the sect's power waned dramatically, ultimately being driven out of the capital, Jingzhou City, by rival factions. A century ago, the sect was forced to relocate to the remote Xinxia mountain, where it took root and settled as a minor local force. There is a saying that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The Seven Mysteries sect, after all, was once a grand sect with remarkable potential. Upon arriving at the radiant Sanxia mountain, it swiftly established dominance over more than a dozen small towns, including Qingyou town, boasting a disciple count of 3,000 to 4,000, making it one of the 2 major powers in the region. The only other force capable of challenging the Seven Mysteries sect is the Wild Wolf Gang. The Wild Wolf Gang originated as a band of marauding horse thieves within the Jingzhou territory, and after enduring multiple crackdowns from the authorities, some surrendered while others formed the Wild Wolf Gang. However, the ferocity and bloodlust of the horse thieves persisted, leading to the Seven Mysteries sect often finding itself at a disadvantage in conflicts with them. Although the Wild Wolf Gang controls more towns, their management is lacking, and their prosperity pales in comparison to that of the towns under the Seven Mysteries sect. The Wild Wolf Gang covets several of the more affluent territories belonging to the Seven Mysteries sect, frequently instigating conflicts, much to the chagrin of the current sect leader, which has become a primary reason for the recent recruitment of disciples into the sect. From the carriage emerged a lean man in his 40s, whose agile movements indicated considerable skill. He appeared quite familiar with the surroundings and strode directly toward the room where Han Li was located. Upon seeing this man, Han Li's uncle promptly approached with utmost respect. Guardian Wang, what brings you here in person? Humph. Guardian Wang scoffed, his expression one of arrogance. The roads have not been safe lately. We must strengthen our defenses. The elders have commanded me to personally oversee this matter. Enough talk. This child is the one you wish to recommend? Indeed, indeed. He is my own nephew. I hope Guardian Wang will look after him on the journey. Han's uncle replied. Noticing the man's impatience, Han's uncle swiftly produced a heavy bag and discreetly passed it to him. Guardian Wang weighed the bag in his hand, his demeanor softening slightly. Han, you certainly know how to handle matters. Your nephew will manage fine on the road. Time is of the essence. We should depart promptly. Chapter 3. The Seven Mysteries sect. The air inside the carriage was undeniably unpleasant, which was to be expected as it was intended to accommodate only a dozen passengers, yet was crammed with nearly 30 children. Although the children were significantly smaller than adults, The space was still exceedingly tight. Han Li cleverly nestled his frail form into a corner of the carriage, covertly observing the other children inside. The children participating in the entrance examination were clearly divided into 3 distinct groups based on their attire and backgrounds. The first group consisted of a well-dressed youth seated in the center of the carriage, surrounded by the majority of the other children. This young man, named Wu Yan, was 13 years old, making him the eldest among them, although he exceeded the age limit. His connection through a cousin married to a prominent figure within the Seven Mysteries sect rendered the age issue moot. Wu Yan's family owned a martial arts school, and they were quite affluent. He had practiced some martial arts since childhood, which, although not exceptionally skilled, was more than sufficient to deal with children like Han Li, who possessed only brute strength and had never trained in martial arts. It is evident that individuals like Wu Yan, who are both affluent and influential, and possess a certain skill set, naturally become the older brothers to the majority of children within the carriage. Another category consists of the children who surround Wu Yan. They hail from diverse backgrounds, including those whose families own shops, those who work laboriously, and those who earn their keep through craftsmanship. However, they all share a common characteristic. They have grown up in towns and have, to varying degrees, learned the art of reading facial expressions and pursuing profit from the adults in their lives. Consequently, these children cluster around Wu Yan, addressing him as young Master Wu on one side and Brother Wu on the other, a practice that Wu Yan appears to accept with familiarity and even relish. The final group comprises individuals like Han Li, who come from remote and impoverished regions, where families typically subsist by relying on the mountains or rivers. This group is the smallest in the carriage, consisting of only 5 or 6 individuals, whose demeanor is predominantly timid, afraid to speak loudly. They observe the boisterous laughter and exuberance of the other children, creating a stark contrast. The carriage set off from Qingyo town, racing westward, and along the way, it stopped at several locations to collect more children. Eventually, on the evening of the 5th day, they arrived at Saixia Mountain, the site of the Seven Xian sect's main gate. As soon as the children disembarked, they were captivated by the resplendent sunset over Saixia Mountain, its vibrant hues mesmerizing them until the urging voice of Protector Wang jolted them back to reality, prompting them to continue their journey. Originally named Luofeng Mountain, it is said that in ancient times, a 5-colored phoenix descended upon this land, transforming into the mountain itself. As visitors discovered the mountain's breathtaking beauty during sunset, likening it to a veil of colorful clouds, it was subsequently renamed Saixia Mountain. However, since the Seven Xian sect has claimed this territory, outsiders can no longer freely enjoy its splendid views. Saixia Mountain is the second largest mountain within Jingzhou, surpassed only by the other great peak, Baimao Mountain. With Saixia occupying a vast expanse of land, its range extending for several miles. The mountain boasts numerous peaks, each precarious in its own right, all of which are controlled by various branches of the Seven Xian sect. The principal peak, Sunset Peak, is particularly treacherous, being both exceedingly high and steep, with only a single path leading from the base to the summit. The Seven Xian sect has established its main hall here and has set up 13 checkpoints, both overt and covert, along this perilous path, ensuring their security and peace of mind. As Han Li surveyed his surroundings while following the group ahead, the procession suddenly came to a halt, followed by a hearty voice. "Wang, my good brother, why have we only just arrived? We are 2 days behind schedule. Master Yu, we encountered some delays on the road. I apologize for the inconvenience," Protector Wang replied, standing at the front of the crowd, respectfully bowing to a red-faced elder, a stark contrast to his previously domineering demeanor. "How many batches of disciples have been sent to the mountain now?" "The 17th batch," came the response. "Very well. Master Yu scrutinized Han Li and the others. "Take them to the guest quarters, allow them to rest well for the night, and commence the selection of qualified disciples early tomorrow. Those who do not pass should be sent down the mountain promptly to avoid breaching the mountain's regulations." "Understood, Master Yu." As they ascended the stone steps, all the children were filled with excitement, yet none dared to speak aloud. Although their years were few, they were acutely aware that this place held the power to shape their destinies. Leading the way was the guardian Wang, who, with a warm smile, greeted those they encountered along their path. It was evident that he was well acquainted with many within the gates, possessing a commendable rapport with the locals. Most of the individuals they met along the way were clad in garments of azure satin, some wielding blades at their sides or swords upon their backs. Occasionally, A few bare-handed fighters would pass, their belts bulging with unknown items. Their agile movements revealed that these individuals were skilled martial artists, proficient in their craft. Han Li and the others were eventually guided to a modest peak, where a cluster of earthen dwellings awaited them. They spent the night in these humble abodes. In the realm of dreams that night, Han Li envisioned himself adorned in splendid robes, wielding a golden sword, and possessing unparalleled martial prowess. In this dream, he vanquished the blacksmith's son, who had always bested him, relishing the moment of triumph until the dawn broke, leaving him with lingering satisfaction. Upon awakening, Wang did not offer breakfast, but instead led the group to a sprawling slope filled with bamboo. Awaiting them there were the previously encountered Master Yu and several unfamiliar youths. Chapter 4. The bone-refining cliff. Master Yu addressed the group with a commanding voice. Listen carefully. Proceed along the small path through the bamboo grove to reach the bone-refining cliff of the Seven Mysteries sect. The initial stretch is through the bamboo, followed by rocky terrain, culminating in a cliff. Only those who reach the summit may enter the Seven Mysteries sect. If you do not arrive by noon, although you may not become formal disciples, those who demonstrate commendable potential may be accepted as named disciples. Han Li was unclear about the significance of being a named disciple, but understood that the task ahead required climbing. He gazed ahead and saw a slope that was not overly steep, adorned with numerous bamboo stalks of varying thickness, seemingly easy to navigate. Observing the others, he felt a surge of determination. He did not wish to fall behind his peers, and the atmosphere among the children grew tense. Master Yu glanced at the rising sun and declared, "It is nearly time. Prepare to set forth. Do not fear. Your senior brothers will protect you from danger." Han Li turned to look at the young men behind him, realizing they were referred to as senior brothers, likely former disciples. He pondered whether, should he join their ranks, he too might don such impressive attire. Lost in thought, Han Li noticed that the other children had already plunged into the bamboo forest. Prompted by this scene, he hurriedly followed suit. The bamboo grove appeared vast. Upon entering, the group of over 30 children dispersed immediately. A tall, slender senior brother trailed closely behind Han Li, maintaining a stern silence. Feeling intimidated, Han Li refrained from speaking, instead lowering his posture and cautiously advancing along the slope. Though the bamboo grove seemed unremarkable at first, the prolonged walk soon became taxing. His legs grew heavier with each step, compelling Han Li to grasp a bamboo stalk with one hand to ease his exertion as he pressed forward. After enduring for an extended period, Han Li found himself utterly exhausted and could only seek refuge upon a random mound of earth, collapsing onto it and panting heavily. He stole a glance back at his slender senior, who stood remarkably still upon the steep terrain, unblemished by a speck of dust, resembling a tall bamboo stalk. Quietly observing him from a short distance below, the cold gaze of his senior instilled a sense of trepidation within Han Li, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. He could hear the rhythmic breaths of others ahead, indicating that those who were climbing faster than he were also taking a respite. After lingering for a brief moment, Han Li hastily resumed his ascent. The slope grew ever steeper, and Han Li felt his strength waning. To avoid collapsing under fatigue, he stooped low, using both hands and feet to crawl forward, thankful for the durability of his clothing. Otherwise, the joints in his limbs would have suffered grievous abrasions. As he neared the end of the dense bamboo grove, Han Li found the final stretch increasingly arduous. The rocky ground became more prevalent, while the bamboo dwindled in number. Eventually, he could no longer rely on the bamboo for support, inching forward with painstaking effort. Upon exiting the bamboo forest, a vast expanse unfolded before him, dominated by a colossal rock face. Several slender figures were methodically ascending its surface, followed closely by similarly attired seniors. Without hesitation, Han Li dashed towards the imposing stone wall. The rock face comprised layered sedimentary formations, severely weathered in places, crumbling upon contact. Yet, sharp fragments remained steadfast, inflicting numerous wounds upon Han Li's hands within a mere span of a meal. His elbows and knees bore torn fabric, exposing flesh that was nicked in various spots. Though the wounds were minor, the intrusion of fine gravel exacerbated the pain. The leading climbers continued to distance themselves, and recalling the admonitions of his family and third uncle, Han Li gritted his teeth and persevered upward. Prior to his departure, his father and third uncle had forewarned him of the arduous entrance examination, emphasizing that without unwavering persistence, joining the Seven Mysteries sect would be impossible. At that moment, Han Li's concern for admission had dissipated, a fierce determination surged within him, compelling him to catch up with the others. He strained to look up, noting that the foremost climber was Wu Yin, who, being older than Han Li and having trained in martial arts, was considerably stronger than his peers. This made his position at the front unsurprising. Han Li glanced back, observing several figures still in motion behind him. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace. Despite exerting every ounce of energy, he found himself no closer to the leading climbers. His body felt increasingly heavy, and as the sun ascended to its zenith, Wu Yin had already reached the summit of the massive rock wall. There stood a steep and vertical cliff, towering over 30 zhang in height. From the summit hung several coarse ropes, each adorned with knots the size of a fist. At that moment, Wu Yin was steadily ascending one of these ropes. Inching closer to the pinnacle, Han Li gazed at Wu Yin ahead of him, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. He realized that catching up to the leading few was beyond his reach, and time was slipping away. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden, searing pain shot through his injured elbow and knee, rendering his limbs weak. One hand, grasping the rock, trembled, and he felt himself plummeting downward. His heart raced with fear, prompting him to press his entire body against the stone wall, paralyzed with trepidation. After a moment, as his heartbeat steadied, he cautiously reached for a protruding stone ledge, tugging at it a few times until he felt it was secure enough to relax. Instinctively, Han Li glanced back and saw his senior brother crouched behind him, arms outstretched in a protective stance. Seeing that he was safe, the senior brother gradually straightened up. A surge of gratitude filled Han Li. Had he fallen, all his efforts would have been in vain. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent, making his way toward the thick ropes dangling from the cliff. At last, he reached an unoccupied rope. The sun hung nearly at its zenith, and less than half an hour remained until noon. At that moment, Wu Yin had already reached the top and was looking back down. As Han Li arrived at the base of the rope, he caught sight of Wu Yin raising his arm and playfully gesturing with his pinky finger towards those below, followed by a fit of hearty laughter before departing. A wave of irritation surged through Han Li, prompting him to grasp the rope and climb upward. However, he found himself utterly drained, lacking even the strength to secure a firm grip on the knots. After exerting considerable effort to reach the last knot, he slumped onto it, feeling his entire body weaken to the point where he could barely move a finger. Turning his head with great difficulty, he noticed several children seated against the rock wall, gasping for breath, evidently having exhausted their last reserves of energy, much like himself. Han Li could only manage a bitter smile, realizing he had underestimated this trial. Fortunately, he had not fallen to the very end. He turned again to see his cold senior brother. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to muster the strength to climb a bit higher. Although reaching the top before noon was impossible, remaining stagnant would be quite undignified. Han Li stretched his stiffened hands, summoning a flicker of regained strength, and began to inch upward along the knots. Yet, at that moment, his hands had completely lost their responsiveness, rendering him incapable of grasping the rope. After a brief struggle, he still made no progress. Chapter 5, Dr. Mo. After a while, Han Li felt a tightening around his waist, and his body suddenly lifted as if by an unseen force. Turning his head, he discovered that his senior brother, who had been closely following him, had one arm wrapped around him while the other, along with his legs, deftly scaled the height. Han Li simultaneously noted the sun was high in the sky, directly overhead. As Han Li stood at the peak of the cliff, a tinge of sorrow enveloped him. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to match the accomplishments of others. Before him sat 6 young disciples resting, while Wu Yin engaged in conversation with a portly gentleman clad in a deep blue robe, who appeared to be in his 50s. Both the esteemed Master Yu and the guardian Wang stood beside him, accompanied by several others, all awaiting the arrival of the slower disciples. After a brief while, all the children were gathered, and Master Yu stepped forward, addressing the assembled young ones with a solemn demeanor. This time, 7 have qualified. 6 will enter our esteemed Beijuantang and officially become inner disciples of our sect, he declared, his voice resonating with authority. The 7th, Wu Yin, who reached the cliff first and displayed exceptional prowess, will be directly admitted to the Qijua Hall to learn our sect's ultimate techniques. He cast a glance back at the elderly gentleman in the blue robe, who, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. Turning his attention to the remaining children, Master Yu scrutinized them thoughtfully, stroking his chin before continuing. Zhang Tai and Han Li, although you did not reach the peak on time, your performance was commendable. It appears you can endure the rigors of martial training. You shall first lay your foundations under the guidance of several instructors in our sect. After 6 months, you will be assessed. Those who qualify will officially become inner disciples, while those who do not will be relegated to the outer sect. Han Li glanced at Zhang Tai, who had been closely following him and nearly reached the summit. Wang, distribute some silver to the remaining disciples and send them home. Master, you instructed. His gaze fixed coldly on the last few children. Understood. Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and led the unqualified disciples down the cliff. Zhang Jun, Wu Mingrui, you two will escort the qualified individuals to our hall and present them to Deputy Master Gu and Instructor Li, he commanded. 2 other young men stepped forward, dividing Han Li and his companions into 2 groups as they descended the cliff, one of whom was the aloof senior disciple. As Han Li descended, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Wu Yan, who remained engrossed in conversation with the blue-robed elder, showing no signs of departure. He is different from you. He is a core disciple destined for the Qijua Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least hold the status of a guardian. A slender-faced senior seemed to sense Han Li's curiosity and offered an explanation, though his tone carried an unmistakable hint of envy and jealousy. He's merely relying on the influence of his cousin, the deputy sect leader. If it weren't for his cousin marrying the deputy sect leader as his second wife, do you really think he could enter the Qijua Hall? He is already beyond the age limit for entry, the IC senior remarked, his words sending a chill through the air. Zhangjun, do you have a death wish? Is the deputy sect leader someone we can carelessly discuss? If any of our peers overhear, we shall both face the punishment of reflection. The slender-faced senior gasped in shock at the cold senior's words, quickly scanning their surroundings. Once he confirmed that only these few young disciples were present, he breathed a sigh of relief. The frigid senior brother let out a cold snort, seemingly harboring some reservations in his heart, and thus fell silent. At that moment, Han Li learned that this aloof senior was named Zhang Jun. Although Han Li grasped only fragments of their conversation, he vaguely discerned that Wu Yan had not gained entry into the esteemed Qijua Hall through genuine talent and skill, but rather by virtue of a familial connection to a deputy sect leader, which had afforded him an effortless passage. As they traversed the mountain path, both senior brothers were lost in thoughts of disheartening matters within the sect, rendering them devoid of the spirit to converse. They silently led the way forward, and Han Li and the others dared not whisper amongst themselves, perhaps already subconsciously aware of the differences between the Qishuan sect and their homes. While passing through a dense grove, an elderly man emerged slowly from the trees. He appeared to be in his 60s, tall and slender, with a weathered complexion and long white hair cascading down to his shoulders. As he walked, he continuously bowed and coughed, and his labored breath suggested he might collapse at any moment, evoking deep concern. However, upon sighting this elder, Zhang Jun and his companion showed no signs of worry. Instead, they hurried forward and respectfully bowed deeply to him. Dr. Mo, greetings to you. Is there anything you wish to instruct your disciples to do? Zhang Jun's demeanor shifted from its usual coldness to one filled with reverence. To him, this elder commanded more respect than even the hall master or the deputy sect leader. Ah, are these the new disciples who have just arrived? The elder finally ceased his coughing and inquired in a raspy voice. Indeed, among them are 6 formal disciples and 2 registered disciples. Zhang Jun replied meticulously. I am currently short-handed and require 1 alchemical apprentice and 1 herbal gathering disciple. These 2 shall accompany me, the elder, Dr. Mo, remarked, pointing directly at Han Li and the other registered disciple, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. At your command. To be chosen by you, esteemed Dr. Mo, is a stroke of fortune for these 2. Come now, pay your respects to Dr. Mo. If you can learn even a fraction of his medical skills, it will be a blessing throughout your lives. The 2 senior brothers showed no hint of dissent, with the slender-faced Wu Mingrui even lavishing praise upon the elder. Seeing that the senior brothers had no objections, Han Li and Zhang Tai naturally felt they had no right to oppose, and thus followed the elder into the grove. The elder led them leisurely along a narrow path through the woods, turning this way and that, until suddenly the scenery brightened, revealing a vibrant, lush green valley before them. To the left of the valley lay a vast garden exuding a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, filled with numerous plants whose names Han Li could not recall. On the right stood a cluster of houses, varied in size. Scanning the surroundings, aside from the entrance they had come through, it appeared there were no other exits to the outside world. This is the Valley of Divine Hands. except for the disciples residing within. Outsiders seldom come here unless they are ill or injured. You two will reside here from now on. Please take some time to rest. And come to the main hall tonight. I have matters to discuss with you, the elder stated, gesturing towards one of the smaller adjoining houses. You may call me Elder Emo from now on. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. You may call me Dr. Emo. After speaking, Dr. Emo disregarded the two and stepped away, coughing softly as he made his way into a more grandiose chamber. Han Li, utterly exhausted, paid no mind to the other youth named Zhang Tai, and collapsed onto a wooden bed, succumbing to sleep. To him, it mattered little. He could already consider himself half a disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. Chapter 6. The nameless mantra Awaken, Awaken. A faint voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, jolted Han Li from his deep slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a large face almost pressed against his own. Han Li recoiled in surprise and, after a moment, recognized the terrifying visage belonged to another youth, Zhang Tai. Quickly, have something to eat. After dinner, we are to meet Dr. Mo, Zhang Tai urged, extending 2 steaming buns toward Han Li. Where did you find this food? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback before accepting the offering. There's a large kitchen nearby in the valley. I saw everyone gathering food there, so I also went to fetch a portion. After eating, I realized you hadn't had anything yet, so I brought you 2 buns, Zhang Tai explained, flashing a simple smile at Han Li. Thank you, brother Zhang, Han Li said, feeling a surge of gratitude. Noticing that Zhang Tai appeared significantly older and more mature than himself, he instinctively addressed him as brother. It's nothing, really. I'm used to helping out at home. If there's anything you need assistance with, just let me know. I may not have much, but I still possess a fair amount of strength, Zhang Tai replied, appearing somewhat bashful, his words slightly stammered. Having skipped both breakfast and lunch, Han Li was quite hungry. He devoured the buns in just a few bites, swiftly finishing them off. It's getting late. We should go meet Dr. Mo, Han Li said with a few satisfied burps, glancing out the window at the setting sun and calculating that it was indeed time to see the doctor. Zhang Tai had no objections and followed Han Li to Dr. Mo's quarters. Inside, the room was lined with shelves, each filled with an array of densely packed books. Dr. Mo, they called out, but the doctor remained oblivious, engrossed in a book, seemingly unaware of their presence or calls. As the 2 young boys stood awkwardly, uncertain of what to do, Han Li felt his feet growing numb from standing still. It was only after a considerable time that Dr. Mo leisurely placed his book aside, coolly scrutinizing the pair. He took a few sips of tea before, with a measured tone, announcing, from this day forth, you 2 shall be my registered disciples. I will impart to you knowledge of herbal medicine and alchemy, and perhaps even some healing arts, but I shall not teach you martial skills. His expression remained impassive as he set the tea down. I possess a set of cultivation mantras to share with you both. While they may not grant you the power to vanquish foes, they will indeed strengthen your bodies. If you truly wish to acquire some martial skills, you may seek instruction from a few masters. I shall not oppose it. However, after 6 months, my assessment will solely focus on the progress of your cultivation of this particular mantra. Should you fail to meet the standards, you will be relegated to the outer sect as external disciples. Have you both understood this clearly? The tone of Dr. Mo suddenly grew serious, indicating the significance he placed on this mantra. We understand, Han Li and his companion replied in unison. You may leave now. Return early tomorrow morning. Dr. Mo gestured for them to exit, then resumed reading the book in his hands. Before stepping out, Han Li could not resist casting a glance at the tome. Regrettably unable to read, he only noted that the title was inscribed with 3 large black characters. Alas, they recognized him, yet he could not comprehend them. Once outside Dr. Mo's chambers, Han Li exhaled softly, relieved. Inside, he had felt an inexplicable tension, scarcely daring to breathe, his mind taut with anxiety. Now, having stepped outside, he felt an immediate sense of ease, returning to his normal self. In the days that followed, Han Li was in a state of exhilaration, for he had finally become a disciple of the Seven Shin sect. Though only an honorary disciple, it was far superior to being sent home like other boys. Even if he were to fail the examination in 6 months, he could still become an external disciple like his 3rd uncle. In Han Li's mind, his 3rd uncle held a position of considerable status, which allowed him to dismiss any worries regarding the impending evaluation. In fact, he secretly hoped he might fail, so he could leave the mountains sooner to reunite with his parents and beloved younger sister. In the subsequent days, Dr. Mo imparted knowledge of medicine in the mornings, while the afternoons were dedicated to studying literacy and the fundamental principles of martial arts, such as the 12 meridians, the 8 extraordinary vessels, and the locations of various acupoints, alongside practicing stances and basic techniques with other boys. A month later, Han Li and his companion found themselves separated from the other boys, as they no longer had time for anything else. Dr. Mo began teaching them a set of unnamed mantras, which consumed most of their time. He strictly forbade them from disclosing the mantras to others, warning that any breach would result in severe punishment and expulsion from the sect. During this time, Han Li gleaned a more detailed understanding of the Seven Shin sect and Dr. Mo through the accounts of others. The sect was led by the rightful Master Wang Lu, a direct descendant of the 7 absolute masters, alongside 3 other deputy masters. The sect was divided into outer and inner sections. The outer sect comprised 4 branches: the Bird Flight Hall, the Treasure Gathering Hall, the Four Seas Hall, and the Outer Blade Hall. The inner sect consisted of the 100 Forging Hall, the 7 Absolute Hall, the Offering Hall, and the Bloodblade Hall, in addition to an elder council that held equal status with the deputy masters under the main master. Moreover, Dr. Mo was originally not a disciple of the Seven Shin sect. Several years prior, Master Wang Lu had inadvertently fallen into an enemy trap during an outing, sustaining grave injuries and nearing death, while those around him were powerless to help. It was then that he encountered Dr. Mo, whose healing prowess restored him to health, saving Master Wang Lu's life. The leader of the Wang sect felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Dr. Mo. Upon discovering that Dr. Mo possessed not only exceptional medical skills, but also formidable martial prowess, he invited him to reside within the sect. In the mountains, a quaint valley was meticulously selected, where a residence was constructed for Dr. Mo, allowing him to settle comfortably within the Qishuan sect, thus becoming a revered member of the Hall of Offering. During his time at the Qishuan sect, although the disciples had not witnessed his martial skills and were unaware of their prowess, Dr. Mo's remarkable medical expertise saved numerous lives among the disciples. Consequently, despite his often expressionless demeanor and sparse speech, he garnered the respect of the sect's disciples. Chapter 7. The Trials of Cultivation. Han Li gradually drew the energy flowing through his meridians back into his dantian. This marked the 7th cycle of the Great Zhou Tian he had performed that day. He was acutely aware that his body had reached its limit. Should he attempt another cycle, it was highly likely that his meridians would rupture once more, subjecting him to the unbearable agony of near death. The mere thought of his meridians fracturing sent a chill of sweat trickling down his back, a feeling foreign to his typically bold disposition. It had been over half a year since Han Li joined the sect, and the formal assessment for registered disciples had concluded more than 2 months ago. Only a select few were admitted to the inner sect, while the majority of assessed disciples failed to meet the requirements and had to descend the mountain, becoming outer disciples. Those who did not pass were often categorized into the Treasure Hall and the Flying Bird Hall. Among them, those of notable talent might receive further training, with the potential to be recruited into the more esteemed Outer Blade Hall. It was worth noting that the most privileged outer disciples belonged to the Sea Hall, which only accepted renowned figures from the martial arts world. Without significant skills, aspirations for entry were futile, especially for these inexperienced youths. Reflecting on the assessments faced by his fellow disciples 2 months prior, Han Li could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. The tests involved running a circuit around the colorful Xiaohua mountain range, followed by fierce sparring in sparsely populated woods, and ultimately enduring the relentless onslaught of skilled seniors. The thought of these trials evoked a sense of schadenfreude within Han Li. Both he and Zhang Tai had been exempt from these daunting tests, as Dr. Mo merely assessed their progress with the cultivation technique they had learned. However, this stage proved to be more challenging than Han Li had anticipated. He vividly recalled the circumstances of their training. According to Dr. Mo, the unnamed technique comprised several layers, and the 2 of them had only grasped the first layer. This meant that if they could achieve progress within 6 months, Dr. Mo would consider them successful, allowing them to become his official disciples and enjoy the same privileges as other inner sect members. Since learning about the disparities in treatment between inner and outer disciples, Han Li had completely abandoned the thought of merely coasting through the past 6 months as an outer disciple, yearning to return home. For him at that time, the prospect of obtaining additional silver from the 7 mysterious gate and having it sent home overshadowed all else. As he had endured a life of poverty at home and understood that every extra coin would significantly improve the living conditions of his parents and siblings, After receiving the incantation from Dr. Mo, Han Li confined himself indoors, tirelessly dedicating day and night to his cultivation, investing all his available time into this endeavor. Lacking any guidance from Dr. Mo regarding their training, Han Li had no choice but to explore on his own, referring to the methods employed by other disciples practicing the fundamental inner strength technique of the seven mysterious gate, striving to comprehend the cultivation process independently. After 3 arduous months of training, Han Li was astounded to discover that his progress with the incantation was alarmingly slow. Despite his immense effort, he could only generate a faint, cool stream of energy within his body, a sensation so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed without careful introspection. Was this what the instructors referred to as true inner energy? Han Li naturally assumed so. However, upon hearing from other disciples practicing the Zhenyang force of the seven mysterious gate, he learned that they were producing a distinctly warm and palpable energy flow, while his own was merely a cool breeze, with their results clearly far superior. While others could effortlessly break small trees with a punch and leap over a yard high, Han Li's own peculiar energy yielded little notable improvement. The only discernible difference was that his spirit felt considerably more vigorous than before, and his appetite had notably increased since ascending the mountain. Yet he pondered the utility of such changes. Observing his peers display remarkable prowess only deepened Han Li's despondency. This unexpected realization nearly led him to abandon the efforts he had exerted over the past months, convinced that his aptitude was insufficient to meet Dr. Mo's expectations, and he even began contemplating a return down the mountain. One day, by chance, Han Li learned from his fellow cultivator, Zhang Tai, that Zhang had experienced no discernible changes since beginning the incantation. He had not produced any energy, unlike Han Li. This revelation rekindled a flicker of the confidence Han Li had nearly lost, prompting him to resume his rigorous training with renewed vigor. No, he resolved to exert even greater effort than before, pushing himself to the limits. Han Li began to dedicate every quarter hour to meditation and cultivation. At night, he even attempted to maintain his cultivation posture while sleeping, hoping to achieve even the slightest improvement. However, this frenzied approach lasted only a few days before it faltered due to sleep deprivation, which hindered his daytime training efficiency. What puzzled Han Li was that since imparting the incantation to the two of them, Dr. Mo had shown no interest in their progress or any concerns regarding their training challenges, as if he had completely forgotten their existence. Every day, Dr. Mo immersed himself in a tome adorned with 3 black characters on its cover, diligently studying as if the book truly contained the beauty of jade and the wealth of golden houses. Initially, Han Li and Zhang Tai even speculated that Dr. Mo had abandoned his noble calling to save lives and heal the wounded, opting instead to pursue the scholarly path of a candidate for the imperial examinations. It was only after the two learned to read that they recognized the 3 characters as longevity scripture, a treatise on self-cultivation, nurturing one's nature, and prolonging life. At that moment, they realized that Dr. Mo was not aspiring to be a scholar. Rather, he sought to attain eternal life, akin to the ageless turtles dwelling in the river, wishing to exist for thousands of years. Chapter 8. The Initiation of Disciples After nearly half a year of fervent training. Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo, prepared to undergo his assessment. Zhang Tai, anxious and fidgety, was closely beside him. This was understandable, for Han Li had gleaned from Zhang Tai's own words that, despite months of effort, he had made no progress with the cultivation technique they had been practicing. Han Li knew that Zhang Tai's dedication to this practice was comparable to his own, although he lacked Han Li's reckless fervor. He had certainly invested considerable effort and was undeniably diligent in his studies. Yet, it was perplexing that the technique bore no fruit for Zhang Tai, regardless of the intensity of his efforts. It appeared that this particular practice was not destined to align with him. Han Li felt a tumult of uncertainty within himself. He understood that there was a high likelihood Zhang Tai would fail this evaluation, and while he had experienced a modicum of success, he was not significantly ahead. His relentless training had merely intensified the peculiar energy flow within him, which had grown from the width of a hair to that of a cotton thread. However, whether this would suffice to pass Dr. Mo's scrutiny was a source of anxiety for Han Li, leaving him in a state of unease and trepidation. "Are you both prepared? Show me the fruits of your training," Dr. Mo said, narrowing his eyes as he coldly regarded the two from his chair. "Ready," Han Li and Zhang Tai replied. Steeling themselves, Dr. Mo slowly rose from his chair, placing the ever-present book onto the table. Extend your hands. Demonstrate your abilities to me, he instructed. He grasped Zhang Tai's right wrist with one hand while placing the other over Zhang Tai's dantian. After a moment's meditation, he withdrew his hands and scrutinized Zhang Tai with an impassive expression. Zhang Tai's face flushed crimson as he hastily concealed his hands behind his back, lowering his head to avoid Dr. Mo's gaze. Acutely aware that his lack of progress would not go unnoticed, and he braced himself for the inevitable disappointment. Now it is your turn, Dr. Mo announced. Surprisingly, he exhibited no inclination to chastise Zhang Tai, merely revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes before turning his attention to Han Li. In the same manner, Dr. Mo seized Han Li's right wrist. So cold. So icy. It feels nothing like the hand of a living person, Han Li thought, a flurry of unease swirling within him. Dr. Mo's hands exhibited a certain dryness, adorned with calluses, which pricked slightly against Han Li's skin, the very first sensation he experienced upon being grasped by Dr. Mo, perhaps spurred by an external stimulus. The energy within Han Li began to circulate autonomously, traversing the extraordinary meridians and various acupoints throughout his body. It swiftly coursed from the dantian to the head, and then to the limbs, completing a rapid circuit before returning to the dantian. As this energy flowed, the slight discomfort on Han Li's skin instantaneously vanished. "Ah, Doctor," Mo involuntarily exclaimed, seemingly having detected the surge of energy within Han Li. "Quick, run the incantation once more." Although he endeavored to suppress his excitement, the fervor gleaming in his eyes astonished Han Li. "Take your time, let me observe closely," Dr. Mo added, his typically frosty tone now laced with urgency as he placed his other hand on Han Li's dantian. Han Li felt a slight tremor in Dr. Mo's hands, indicative of his profound exhilaration, prompting him to comply and allow his internal energy to flow once again. "Excellent. Indeed, this is the sensation I have been seeking. There is no mistaking it." Haha. After a meticulous examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his exuberance and erupted into hearty laughter. His hands gripping Han Li's shoulders tightly, his previously squinted eyes now wide open, gazing at Han Li as one might regard a rare and precious treasure, a hint of madness flickering in his gaze. The sound of Dr. Mo's raucous laughter rang in Han Li's ears, and the pressure on his shoulders became somewhat painful, the frenzied expression on Dr. Mo's face instilling a sense of dread within him. "Very well, very good." Noticing the flicker of fear in Han Li's expression, Dr. Mo abruptly ceased his laughter. "You must strive with the same fervor moving forward. As of today, you shall be my direct disciple." He released his grip, offering a reassuring pat on Han Li's shoulder. Dr. Mo's countenance returned to its customary calm, as if the earlier fervor had never transpired. Yet the occasional fervent glances he cast at Han Li betrayed his lingering excitement. "As for you," Dr. Mo finally turned his attention to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai had been utterly astonished by the events that had just unfolded, and only upon noticing Dr. Mo's gaze directed at him did he come to his senses. The harsh reality of failing the assessment and being expelled from the mountain loomed over him, prompting a look of desperate pleading to surface in his eyes as he regarded Dr. Mo. "Your aptitude is lacking after such a lengthy period. You have yet to cultivate anything substantial. It would be quite a stretch for you to be my disciple," Dr. Mo said, shaking his head vigorously. Zhang Tai's heart sank with each shake of Dr. Mo's head. Both he and Han Li discerned the unambiguous reluctance in his words regarding Zhang Tai's acceptance. However, suddenly, Dr. Mo seemed to recall something intriguing, and his gaze towards Zhang Tai transformed, revealing an expression of curiosity. "However, I just examined your foundation and discovered that another method of cultivation is more suitable for you. I wonder if you would be willing to learn from me." Dr. Mo's tone shifted abruptly, revealing an intention to allow Zhang Tai to pass the assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai was more than willing and readily agreed. "Excellent. Very good. You two may depart. Tomorrow I shall impart a new cultivation method to you." It was evident that Dr. Mo was in a particularly good mood. As he effortlessly expressed his approval, Han Li and Zhang Tai exchanged glances, both feeling that today's assessment had been filled with twists and turns, and against the odds. They both passed, leaving them with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 9. The Elephant Armor Technique. Reflecting on this, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. Over the past 6 months, due to their compatible personalities and similar backgrounds, he and Zhang Tai had naturally become inseparable friends. Han Li gradually uncrossed his legs and rubbed his calves, as prolonged meditation had left his legs somewhat numb, with blood flow hindered. After a few more rubs, feeling the sensation return fully to his legs, he stood up from the mat, instinctively brushed off the dust from his clothes, and pushed open the stone chamber door to exit. Casting a backward glance at the stone room where he practiced, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. The room was entirely carved from solid granite, with the door fashioned from a single large slab of bluestone. For an ordinary person to attempt to intrude without wielding a massive axe for an extended period would be futile. Such a secluded meditation chamber was reserved for those of certain status within the Seven Mysteries sect. Not even the core disciples of the Seven Extremes Hall could casually possess one. This stone chamber was specifically constructed for the study of profound internal arts, designed to shield practitioners from external distractions and prevent them from deviating into madness. It was uncertain what methods Dr. Mo employed to persuade several elders to consent to the creation of such a chamber, which was inaccessible to ordinary disciples within the Divine Hand Valley. Once completed, the chamber was designated for Han Li's exclusive use by Dr. Mo, a decision that both surprised and honored him. Dr. Mo had shown remarkable kindness towards his disciple since the day he officially became his apprentice. Dr. Mo had administered various medicines daily and prepared unknown herbal concoctions for Han Li to soak in. Though he did not recognize the names or functions of these herbs, he could discern their value by observing the reluctant expression that occasionally graced Dr. Mo's typically impassive face whenever he utilized them. Evidently, these external aids had a significant impact, as Han Li's cultivation speed noticeably accelerated, culminating in his recent success in breaking through to the first layer of the unnamed technique. However, during this breakthrough, several of his meridians nearly ruptured, resulting in some internal injuries of moderate severity. Thankfully, due to Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills, the damage to the meridians was not severe, and with the application of quality remedies, he suffered no lasting repercussions. After Han Li sustained his injuries, Dr. Mo exhibited an anxiety that surpassed even Han Li's own concern. Throughout the entire healing process, he was restless, and only after witnessing the improvement in Han Li's condition did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dr. Mo's display of concern was far beyond the typical bond between a master and disciple, leaving Han Li with a peculiar sense of unease. Were it not for the fact that aside from his third uncle, no one from the Han family had ever ventured beyond their impoverished mountain valley, Han Li might have almost believed that Dr. Mo was a distant relative of his. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Han Li stretched languidly before making his way back to his quarters. After becoming a formal disciple, he and Zhang Tai had relocated from their previous lodgings, each acquiring their own private rooms. As he passed by Zhang Tai's quarters, Han Li cast a casual glance inside. As expected, Zhang Tai was absent, presumably practicing at the waterfall beneath Qishui Peak. Despite becoming Dr. Mo's official disciple, Han Li was still instructed to solely practice the enigmatic technique, with no indication that he would be taught any other skills. Perhaps in an effort to comfort him, Dr. Mo was entirely forthcoming with his medical knowledge, guiding Han Li with meticulous care. Whenever Han Li posed questions regarding medicine, Dr. Mo was always ready with satisfactory answers and permitted him unrestricted access to all medical texts in his possession. In contrast, Dr. Mo adhered to his prior statements regarding Zhang Tai, imparting to him a distinctly practical martial art. The technique Zhang Tai practiced was quite unique, as Dr. Mo explained. It was a rare form known as the armor technique. According to him, few had encountered this martial art within the martial world, and many had not even heard of it, let alone practiced it. Unlike the conventional martial arts commonly circulated today, which typically progress from easy to difficult, with increasing effort required at higher levels, this particular technique is divided into 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers are relatively easy to master, bearing no significant difference in difficulty compared to ordinary martial arts. However, beginning at the 4th tier, the challenges become formidable, accompanied by unimaginable pain and torment. Many practitioners find the inhumane suffering intolerable and cease their progress, halting their cultivation indefinitely. The trials of the 5th and 6th tiers amplify the agony to several times that of the previous levels. Yet, should one manage to break through from the 6th to the 7th tier, the path ahead becomes remarkably smooth, albeit with a few days each month where they must endure excruciating pain. Such daunting obstacles deter many from attempting to cultivate this technique, contributing significantly to its near extinction. This martial art is indeed extraordinary, Those who achieve the 9th tier are said to possess an impenetrable armor-like strength, impervious to blades and fire. Not only are their strikes formidable, but even the sharpest weapons struggle to inflict serious harm upon them. Furthermore, practitioners of this technique gradually develop immense strength, enabling them to capture ferocious wolves and tear apart tigers and leopards with astonishing prowess. Those who are acquainted with this technique often express a mixture of fear and admiration. Apart from the exceptional master who originated this art, no one has managed to elevate it to the 9th level. Legend has it that this master was born without the sensation of pain, which enabled the creation of such an extraordinary martial art, perfected to its utmost potential. Although Dr. Mo candidly conveyed both the advantages and disadvantages of this technique to Zhang Tai, lacking personal experience of its detrimental effects, remained indifferent to its perils. Enchanted by the formidable prowess of the elephant armor technique, he unhesitatingly agreed to practice it, seemingly well suited to him. Within a mere 2 months, Zhang Tai reached the pinnacle of the 1st level. Recently, in pursuit of breaking through the 1st level of the elephant armor technique, Zhang Tai, following Dr. Mo's advice, practiced daily beneath the cascading waters of a waterfall on Qishui Peak, enduring the immense impact from above. According to Zhang Tai himself, this method proved remarkably effective. With only a thin veil separating him from the 2nd level, just a little more effort would breach the bottleneck. Chapter 10. The mysterious bottle Han Li slowly emerged from the Valley of Divine Hands, meandering along a narrow mountain path, instinctively heading toward the vaguely visible Qishui Peak. Presently, he had no pressing matters at hand. The reason he had been consistently visiting Zhang Tai these past few days was merely to witness the peculiar expressions Zhang Tai made while training under the waterfall. The elephant armor technique was not something an ordinary individual could endure. Even the 1st level inflicted considerable torment, and the subsequent levels would likely strip away several layers of skin. It seemed that Zhang Tai might be feeling a tinge of regret by now. The domineering nature of the elephant armor technique far exceeded the imaginations of these young novices. As Han Li walked, his thoughts wandered, and he absent-mindedly kicked at the fallen leaves and twigs scattered along the ground. In a few days, the two of them would plead with Dr. Mo, requesting Zhang Tai to switch to a different technique to spare him from this torment. Han Li felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of finding a way for his friend to escape this suffering. He glanced up at the trees lining the path. Autumn was drawing to a close, leaving the branches bare, while the path was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves and dead twigs, yielding a soft and pleasant sensation underfoot. At that moment, faint clashing sounds of weapons echoed from a nearby peak, intermittently accompanied by loud cheers. Upon hearing these sounds, Han Li looked toward the mountain, and his previously uplifted spirits plummeted once more. It was the senior disciples of the 100 Forging Hall, conducting weapon combat training for the newly initiated junior disciples. Whenever Han Li witnessed his fellow students engaging in real blade and weapon training, a pang of longing stirred within him. He too yearned to wield a genuine sword and unleash its might. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, since formally apprenticing under Dr. Mo, he had been strictly forbidden from engaging with such implements, and was not permitted to learn other martial arts from different instructors, as it would hinder his progress with the cultivation mantra. Thus, Han Li could only gaze enviously at the weapons, occasionally borrowing a few from friendly peers in private to wield them for a brief moment, indulging in his fleeting desires. What merit did his cultivation method possess? To this day, he had yet to discern any tangible benefits, while his fellow disciples, who had embarked on their journey alongside him, grew increasingly formidable. Exhibiting rapid advancements in their martial prowess, he felt as though he remained stagnant, unable to perceive any progress. Even Zhang Tai, who had only practiced the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had developed a tougher exterior and greater strength. Had it not been for being taken under the wing of Dr. Mo, he might not have even passed the preliminary disciple examination 2 months prior, let alone remain on the mountain to send home such financial support. If he could not learn anything else, perhaps it was best to forego additional studies. Han Li grumbled inwardly while attempting to console himself. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, his mind still murmuring, but his spirit grew more listless. His vacant stare wandering along the sides of the narrow path, unaware of what he was even observing. Suddenly, Han Li inhaled sharply, his expression contorting in surprise, and almost instinctively, he squatted down, pressing his hands firmly against his right big toe. The sudden surge of pain caused him to recline amidst the grass. the excruciating sensation overwhelming him. His complexion paled slightly as a piercing pain radiated from his toe. It seemed he had unwittingly kicked a particularly hard stone hidden amongst the pile of leaves. Bending forward, he cradled his ankle with both hands, instinctively blowing on his injured toe through the fabric of his shoe, all the while anxiously contemplating whether the injury was severe, fearing that his big toe might swell and bruise, jeopardizing his ability to walk. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually recovered from the sharp pain. Raising his head, he scanned the leaf pile beneath him, determined to identify the culprit responsible for his misfortune. However, the ground was littered with leaves of a monotonous, withered yellow hue, making it impossible for him to pinpoint the source of his injury amidst the chaotic foliage. Furrowing his brow, Han Li randomly sifted through the ground, grasping a relatively thick branch for support. With careful deliberation, he stood on his toes, rising cautiously. Unwilling to relent, he began to prod through the thick layer of leaves with the branch. To his surprise, he unearthed an object the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the item responsible for his injury was a round, bottle-shaped object with a slender neck, its surface caked with dirt, rendering it a dull gray, devoid of its original color. Initially, Han Li had presumed it to be a small porcelain bottle, but upon lifting it, he realized it was weighty and substantial. Surely, it was crafted from metal. No wonder it had inflicted such pain despite its modest size. Metal bottles were indeed a rarity. Han Li now found himself intrigued by the small vial, momentarily forgetting the pain in his foot. He rubbed the soil from the neck of the bottle, revealing its original hue, a splendid shade of green. Delicate, dark green leaf-like patterns adorned its surface, while a petite cap sealed the opening tightly. What could possibly be inside? He brought the bottle to his ear and gently shook it, but felt nothing stirring within. Placing his hand on the cap, he twisted it with effort. Yet it remained stubbornly shut. His curiosity intensified, and just as he was about to take further action, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Alas, how could he have forgotten the adverse effects caused by his earlier encounter with this object? With this injury, it seemed he would be unable to visit Zhang Tai. He decided to return to his residence first, apply some medicinal ointment, and then contemplate this unexpectedly acquired vial in greater depth. With this thought in mind, Han Li, in an effort to avoid being seen, tucked the vial into his bosom, turned around, and limped back home. Chapter 11. The bottle's resistance on his way back. Han Li encountered few people. Only a couple of passing senior brothers noticed his limping and expressed mild surprise, yet they refrained from commenting, indicating that no one paid much attention to this junior disciple. Upon returning to his quarters, the pain in his foot intensified. Han Li hurriedly sat on the edge of his bed, carefully removing his shoe and sock to inspect the injury. It was severely swollen. The big toe on his right foot was noticeably raised, the skin around the injury taut and bright red, resembling a fiery chili pepper. Han Li quickly reached for a small medicine bottle hidden beneath his wooden pillow, an external ointment meticulously concocted by Dr. Mo, renowned for its efficacy against bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had painstakingly procured it from Dr. Mo, intending it for Zhang Tai when he practiced the elephant armor technique, but unexpectedly, he found himself in need of it first. As he opened the cap, a rich medicinal aroma filled the room. He gently sprinkled the powder onto his swollen toe, a refreshing sensation washing over him almost instantly. Truly, the secret remedy crafted by Dr. Mo was remarkable. Its effects were immediate. Han Li then found a clean cloth and wrapped his injured toe with care before donning his shoe and sock once more. Fortunately, the pain had subsided significantly. He took a few cautious steps, satisfied with his swift treatment of the injury. Now it was time to address the mysterious vial, the very source of his misfortune. Han Li retrieved the bottle from his bosom and, using a cloth, polished it until it gleamed. At last, the vial's true form was revealed to his eyes. It was not particularly large, easily fitting into the palm of one hand, even slightly smaller than his medicinal bottle. The vial was a soft, pale green, adorned with several dark green patterns that resembled leaves, vividly lifelike to the touch, as if real leaves had been embedded into its surface. He lifted the object with his hand, noting its considerable weight. Yet, it was evident that this item was not crafted from any metal known to Han Li, nor did it resemble any porcelain he was familiar with. The sensation against his skin was devoid of the typical chill associated with common metals, nor did it exhibit the smooth texture characteristic of ordinary porcelain. After scrutinizing it for some time, he concluded that this bottle was composed of a material entirely unfamiliar to him, The pale green hue appeared to be a natural color inherent to the substance itself, rather than a result of artificial dyeing. Upon observing the securely sealed cap, Han Li felt compelled by curiosity and decided to open the bottle to ascertain if it contained anything within. He placed his hand upon the lid, exerting force to twist it. Once, twice, thrice. Yet the cap remained steadfastly attached to the body of the bottle, showing no sign of yielding. Surprised, Han Li recalled that he had been unable to twist it when he first found it, but at that time, he had been preoccupied with his injuries and had not exerted much effort. He had assumed that now, with all his strength, it would be a trivial task to open it. To his dismay, it proved to be just as unyielding. After several more attempts, his arms began to ache. Yet he still met with failure and decided to pause. He shook his arms and moved his wrists, feeling a slight strain from his earlier exertions. Bringing the bottle closer to his eyes, he inspected it meticulously, but alas, he found no hidden mechanisms upon its surface. This left Han Li in a quandary. Without opening the cap, how could he determine whether anything lay inside? If there was indeed something within, such a peculiar and tightly sealed bottle must contain something of great value. He grasped the bottle tightly, gazing at it in contemplation. Finally, he resolved to enlist the help of Zhang Tai, whose strength far surpassed his own, to see if he could manage to open it. It was worth noting that Zhang Tai could lift several buckets of water with each hand and move swiftly up and down the mountain, routinely filling the large water tank in the valley without fail. With this decision made, Han Li made his way to Zhang Tai's dwelling, eagerly anticipating his return. The wait was unbearable, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the creaking of the door as Zhang Tai entered. Looking up, Han Li saw Zhang Tai, clad in a thin blue shirt, his body glistening with perspiration, having just completed his training. Han Li recognized this as a normal occurrence and thought nothing of it. Upon seeing Han Li in his room, Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Han Li, growing impatient, immediately presented the bottle to him. "Brother Zhang, could you do me a favor and help me open this bottle? Where did you find this? It looks quite exquisite." Zhang Tai paused briefly before accepting the bottle. This thing is remarkably sturdy. It's quite difficult to twist open. What on earth is it made of?" Without further ado, Zhang Tai began to exert his strength with both hands, yet he still could not manage to loosen the cap. "It's no use, I cannot open it. Perhaps you should seek help from another senior brother?" Zhang Taichung shook his head with a hint of regret, returning the bottle to Han Li while offering another suggestion. "Can't you do it?" Han Li, feeling a surge of urgency, began to pace around the room. "Oh, what happened to your foot?" Zhang Taichung finally noticed that Han Li was walking with an unusual gait. "It's nothing, I just kicked a stone while walking." Han Li, for reasons unknown, chose not to disclose the truth about the bottle. Perhaps it was instinctual, as he regarded the matter concerning the bottle as his little secret. Disappointment weighed heavily on Han Li's heart, and he lacked the spirit to engage in idle chatter with Zhang Taichung. After inquiring briefly about his progress in cultivation, he departed from his room, determined to devise a solution to the bottle's conundrum on his own. Upon returning to his modest abode, Han Li positioned the bottle upright on the table and leaned over it, fixated with intensity as his mind raced, striving to conceive a viable plan to resolve the issue. Chapter 12. Shattering the Bottle Bang. Clenching his fists, Han Li slammed one of his knuckles forcefully against the table. The decision to use a tool to shatter the bottle had been reached after much contemplation. Resorting to brute force to unseal it had been a notion he had long harbored. It was a method both straightforward and effective. Yet, the mere thought of such a beautifully unique bottle being rendered broken sent pangs of regret through his heart, filling him with reluctance. Were there any alternative means to open it, he would resolutely eschew such a crude approach. Perhaps seeking assistance from other senior brothers could yield a solution. However, deep down, Han Li had unwittingly come to regard this object as his treasure, unwilling to share it with anyone else. Furthermore, every individual on the mountain could potentially be its rightful owner. Should they discover that the bottle was in his possession, how could he navigate the repercussions of returning it? This exquisite little bottle was far too captivating and intriguing for him to part with. Han Li was now completely consumed by curiosity regarding the mysterious contents within the bottle. Although he was aware that it might merely be an empty vessel, he was still inclined to take a gamble, convinced that whatever lay inside would prove more fascinating than the bottle itself. The more he pondered this, the more restless his heart became. If he did not unravel the enigma contained within the bottle, he would find it impossible to sleep soundly that night. Resolute in his decision, Han Li stealthily crept into the storage shed nestled in the valley, selecting a relatively heavy small hammer from amongst an array of tools before returning to his room. Once inside, he unearthed a half-broken piece of hard blue brick from a corner of the room, locating a flat area within the space to lay the brick down. He then carefully positioned the bottle horizontally on the brick, raising the hammer with his right hand. He hesitated momentarily before decisively bringing it down upon the most protruding part of the bottle's belly. With a soft thud, he struck it gently at first, testing the bottle's resilience, wary of applying too much force lest he damage whatever might be contained within. Seeing no sign of cracks, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared he could strike the bottle with greater force. Bang! With 5-part strength. Bang! With 7-part strength. Bang! With full force. Bang! With a force exceeding that. Han Li's strength escalated with each blow, his arm's swing becoming increasingly exaggerated, and the hammer's descent accelerated. In the final strike, he managed to embed half of the bottle's body into the blue brick, yet the bottle remained entirely intact, showing no signs of shattering. Han Li was astonished, still unable to believe it. He reached out to touch the spot where the hammer had struck. Finding no trace of damage, its surface remained smooth and lustrous. This was utterly beyond Han Li's expectations. At this moment, he was convinced that this small bottle was indeed an extraordinary treasure, far too valuable to have been intentionally discarded. It was highly likely that its owner had inadvertently lost it. Perhaps the owner was now searching the mountains for this item. If Han Li wished to keep it safe, he must ensure it was well hidden from prying eyes. In his mind, as long as he did not actively steal or rob, anything found on the ground rightfully belonged to him. Had it been an ordinary item, he might have returned it to the rightful owner. But this bottle was so enigmatic that it was likely lost by someone of wealth or status, and Han Li harbored no favorable impressions of either group. Growing up in a poor family, Han Li often witnessed the lavish spending of the affluent disciples at the Seven Mysteries sect. Indulging in extravagant feasts, those unwilling to partake in the standard meals could pay extra for superior fare, treating money as a mere trifle. Each time he observed this, a sense of discomfort would well up within him. Moreover, these wealthy scions frequently looked down upon those from impoverished backgrounds, often hurling insults and deriding them. On several occasions, minor skirmishes arose between the two factions, resulting in brawls among the children. Han Li had participated in one such altercation, regrettably suffering a beating from the martial-trained rich disciples, leaving him bruised and unable to face the world. He required several days of rest to recover. As for the individuals of some standing on the mountain, they too did not leave a favorable impression on Han Li. From the way the enforcer, Wang, accepted bribes from his uncle, to the means by which the dancer, Yan, leveraged the deputy master's influence to gain entry into the Hall of Seven Absolutes, the grand image of authority once held in his childhood mind had all but shattered. Regarding the belongings discarded by these two types of individuals, not only did Han Li feel no inclination to return them, but he also harbored a mischievous desire to conceal them. With this thought, he promptly removed a small leather pouch that hung around his neck. This pouch had been specially crafted by his mother from animal hide before he left home, designed to be water and moisture-proof. Intended to hold a charm made from wild boar tusk to ensure his safety and ward off calamities. Han Li released the opening of the leather pouch and placed the bottle alongside the talisman before tightening the pouch once more, rehanging it around his neck. After completing these actions, he glanced around, ensuring no one was present. With a sense of relief, he straightened his posture and patted the slightly bulging pouch against his chest, feeling assured that it would no longer draw attention. At that moment, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart, no longer fearing unexpected events that might lead to the bottle being reclaimed by its owner. Han Li quietly returned the hammer to its original place and feigned nonchalance, leisurely wandering through the valley of divine hands until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point he limped back to his room. Chapter 13. The ominous sign. Aware of Han Li's foot injury, Zhang Tai personally brought food to his room, intending to share the meal with him. Observing Zhang Tai's clumsy efforts in arranging the chairs and adjusting the table within his room, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle, though he felt a deeper sense of gratitude. Once they settled at the table, they engaged in casual conversation while consuming their meal, occasionally exchanging insights on their respective training experiences. When the topic of Zhang Tai's armor technique arose, he could only roll his eyes in frustration. The mere mention of it caused him palpable distress. Although he had only mastered the first level, The torment inflicted by Dr. Mo had left him in constant agony. He was obliged to regularly soak in unpleasant medicinal brews and endure periodic beatings with a wooden stick, purportedly to temper his muscles and bones. These brutal training methods had once rendered him unable to sleep peacefully at night, his entire body swollen and in pain at the slightest touch of the wooden bed. For him, it was indeed a nightmare. Conversely, Zhang Tai harbored an envious admiration for Han Li's enigmatic training method, perceiving it as a simpler path akin to a monk's meditative recitation. Han Li could only respond with silence to such sentiments. He understood Zhang Tai's trepidation regarding the subsequent levels of the armor technique. Anyone aware that they were to endure trials magnitudes more severe than previously would find it difficult to remain calm. Zhang Tai's perseverance and refusal to abandon his training had earned Han Li's profound respect. Were he in Zhang Tai's position, he would resolutely refuse to engage in such self-torturous martial arts, regardless of the promise of becoming a master overnight. As their conversation continued, they nearly finished their dinner. Zhang Tai hastily tidied the dishes before standing to take his leave, reminding Han Li to rest well to facilitate the healing of his foot. Han Li stood at the doorway, watching his companion depart before hastily returning to his room, securing the doors and windows, leaving only a ventilation skylight ajar. He then retrieved the bottle from the pouch and resumed his examination. However, being merely a boy of around 10 years, he soon grew weary after a while, finding no clarity in his endeavor. Coupled with the pain in his foot and his fatigue, he inadvertently leaned against the bed with the bottle in hand and drifted into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Han Li, lost in a sweet slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by an icy sensation emanating from one of his hands. He shivered involuntarily, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, and groggily glanced at the offending hand. In an instant, he sat up, mouth agape, not even noticing the drool trickling from the corner of his lips. The remnants of sleep vanished entirely, replaced by a profound astonishment at the scene before him. A delicate, visible white light cascaded through the sole open skylight of the room, coalescing around a bottle in his grasp, forming myriad tiny white points resembling grains of rice, enveloping the entire vessel in a soft, ethereal glow. This white luminescence was gentle and non-blinding, the source of the chilling sensation he felt. Han Li gulped down a mouthful of now-cool saliva, suddenly alert, and instinctively tossed the bottle aside, scrambling away to safety. After a cautious observation, he discerned no immediate threat and approached once more, drawn to the bottle, now appearing exquisitely alluring and imbued with an air of mystery. Hesitating briefly, he prodded the bottle with a fingertip, noting the lack of response before gingerly retrieving it again. He placed it back on the table, then leaned in closely, excitedly scrutinizing this unprecedented phenomenon. With unwavering focus, Han Li stared at the bottle enveloped in white light for over a minute, finally uncovering some of its secrets. The vessel was not merely reflecting the light. Rather, it appeared to be voraciously drawing in the wandering white points. No, it was more accurate to say the points were desperately converging into the bottle, as if they possessed life. Intrigued, Han Li delicately touched one of the luminous specks. It felt cool to the touch, but otherwise, it bore no remarkable qualities. He glanced upwards, observing the silken strands of white light continuously cascading from the skylight, showing no signs of abating. Inspecting the sealed doors and windows around him, he then turned his gaze back to the open skylight and had a sudden inspiration. Gently, he pushed the door open, peering cautiously outside. Fortunately, it was deep into the night, and aside from the occasional chirping of autumn insects, the surroundings were silent and devoid of people. Retreating quickly, Han Li seized the small bottle and stowed it securely in his leather pouch before dashing outside. He ran until he reached a secluded, empty expanse, where he finally paused. Scanning the area to confirm his solitude, he carefully extracted the bottle once more and placed it gently on the ground. The luminous points that had surrounded the bottle earlier had vanished without a trace upon its confinement in the pouch. Yet, Han Li felt no apprehension. Indeed, after a brief interval, an abundance of luminous strands, far more than before, began to converge from all directions toward him. Countless points of white light densely materialized around the small bottle, coalescing into a luminous orb the size of a basin. Chapter 14, The Mysterious Liquid. Ah, Han Li exclaimed, raising one hand and clenching his fist in exhilaration. At that moment, his youthful exuberance was unmistakable. It seemed his hypothesis was indeed correct. The closed doors and windows obstructed the bottle's attraction of the white threads. Only in an open and expansive space could the bottle's ability to attract light threads be maximized, resulting in a larger luminous sphere. Although the origins of these light threads remained a mystery and the purpose of the bottle's absorption of these tiny points was unclear, he felt he had taken a significant step toward unraveling the enigma. Han Li believed he was on the verge of uncovering the bottle's secret, which filled him with profound excitement. As dawn approached, the radiance surrounding the bottle gradually faded, restoring its tranquility. During this time, Han Li observed the bottle's transformations while remaining vigilant to avoid detection by others. He bent down to retrieve the bottle and examined it closely. It appeared no different than before. The cap remained firmly sealed, unyielding. Disappointed, Han Li reluctantly decided to stow the bottle away, knowing he needed to return to the stone chamber for meditation and cultivation. In the ensuing days, at a specific hour each night, the bottle exhibited the same extraordinary phenomenon. Countless light threads, akin to moths drawn to a flame, were attracted to the bottle, transforming into numerous glimmering points that the bottle greedily consumed. Just as Han Li anticipated that this phenomenon would persist nightly, a new development occurred on the 8th day. When he returned to his usual spot and set the bottle down, the absorption of the light points lasted a mere quarter of an hour before abruptly ceasing. Suddenly, the dark green patterns on the bottle emitted a dazzling green light, and several golden characters emerged on its surface. These peculiar symbols, with their graceful structure and unique strokes, exuded an indescribable ancient charm, flickering and dancing across the bottle's surface. This bizarre occurrence was fleeting, vanishing and leaving behind a few protruding golden characters, as if everything had reverted to its original state. Having observed the bottle's strange phenomena over the past few days, Han Li was no longer as astonished as he had been initially. He would not be easily flabbergasted by even more extraordinary events occurring upon it. Nonchalantly, he picked up the bottle and instinctively attempted to open the cap. To his astonishment, the cap came off effortlessly, without any struggle. In disbelief, Han Li gazed at the cap in his hand. Could it truly be that this conundrum, which had perplexed him for days, was resolved so effortlessly, without the slightest hint of skill? As Han Li confirmed the reality before him, the secret of the bottle lay directly beneath his gaze. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaned closer to the mouth of the bottle, peering inside. Within, a droplet of emerald green liquid, no larger than a soybean, swirled slowly, casting a luminous green hue upon the entire interior. What is this? Disappointment washed over Han Li. After all his efforts, he had discovered such a mundane object. With a heavy heart, he sealed the bottle and tucked it away in his leather pouch, turning back toward his dwelling, the earlier thrill dissipating into oblivion. Although he had opened the bottle, the outcome left him unsatisfied. Han Li resolved to revisit the mystery of the green liquid during moments of boredom. Perhaps it would yield a small surprise. For now, he needed to return and indulge in a restorative sleep. As he had struggled to find restful slumber over the past few nights, significantly diminishing his training efficiency during the day. His fatigue had even prompted inquiries from Dr. Mo. Since becoming Dr. Mo's personal disciple and breaking through the first layer of the technique, he felt bereft of motivation to practice it. Moreover, the effects of the technique were far from satisfactory, leaving him devoid of the spirit to continue his training. Consequently, Dr. Mo had given him a stern reprimand. Yet, when it came time to practice, he remained drowsy and listless, lacking any vigor, which drove Dr. Mo to the brink of frustration. Questioning if he had chosen the wrong pupil, feeling somewhat aggrieved, Han Li did not wish to be in such a state. He simply found himself out of sorts. Unexpectedly, the day after he returned from a deep slumber, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in fervent training once more. The catalyst for this transformation was a seemingly casual remark from Dr. Mo. For every layer you advance in this technique, I shall double the silver you receive each month. Dr. Mo had finally recognized Han Li's yearning for wealth, uncovering a fundamental solution, binding him to the relentless chariot of training with a mere phrase. In the days that followed, Han Li dedicated himself to mastering the next layer of the technique with fervor. Each day, from dawn until noon, and from noon until night, he entered the stone chamber twice, practicing meditation, leading a monotonous and tedious existence, casting aside all else. To ensure his focus remained undisturbed by external affairs, Dr. Mo temporarily sealed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, conducting all medical practices outside the valley, relieving Han Li of any concerns regarding daily needs. Thus, the matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind, as autumn gave way to winter and spring flowed into summer. For years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Han Li had grown into a 14-year-old youth, his skin darkened, embodying the silent resilience of a country boy. On the surface, he appeared no different from the other ordinary farming youths, unremarkable in every way, neither strikingly handsome nor charmingly dashing. Each day, he traversed between his stone dwelling and the abode of Dr. Mo, where he occasionally learned a modicum of medical knowledge and perused various books. Thus, the entire valley became his universe, and he effortlessly cultivated his secret mantra to the third level. Chapter 15. For years later, Dr. Mo expressed great satisfaction with Han Li's dedication to his cultivation. Yet, he remained discontented with the pace at which Han Li progressed in mastering the unnamed mantra. In recent years, Dr. Mo's ailments seemed to have intensified. His coughing spells grew more frequent and prolonged. As his physical condition deteriorated, the doctor displayed an increasing concern for Han Li's cultivation progress, and his repeated admonitions betrayed a sense of urgency. It was clear that Dr. Mo held Han Li in high regard. Not only did he provide him with a stipend significantly greater than that of ordinary disciples, but his gaze towards Han Li was also peculiar, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure, filled with protective affection. However, Han Li, having reached the third level of his mantra, had become exceedingly perceptive. He inadvertently noticed that behind the warmth of those caring glances occasionally lurked a hint of unsettling greed and yearning, which sent shivers down his spine. He felt as though Dr. Mo viewed him not as a living being, but as an object of desire. This left him perplexed. What could he possibly possess that Dr. Mo might covet? Certainly nothing, he reassured himself. At times, Han Li even suspected that he had become overly sensitive in his practice, privately grumbling about Dr. Mo's perceived ingratitude. Yet, deep within the recesses of his heart, a sense of wariness towards the doctor lingered, intensifying with the passage of time. Now, a significant dilemma confronted Han Li. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. To make matters worse, after years of rigorous training and consuming medicines, Dr. Mo's precious supplies had been entirely depleted. It was evident that Han Li was not an extraordinary genius. Without the aid of medicinal support, his progress had come to a complete standstill. This filled him with a sense of shame when faced with Dr. Mo, who had devoted his entire energy and resources to providing Han Li with optimal conditions for cultivation. Yet Han Li found himself unable to meet the doctor's expectations. This left Han Li feeling uneasy in the presence of Dr. Mo, especially when faced with his ever-enthusiastic inquiries. Strangely, despite being highly skilled, Dr. Mo seemed oblivious to the intricate details of Han Li's training, only able to gauge his progress through the pulse he took, remaining unaware of the difficulties Han Li faced. Recently, in a moment of inner turmoil, Han Li finally confided in Dr. Mo about his cultivation situation. Upon hearing that Han Li had made no progress in his incantation for a year, Dr. Mo's once sunken complexion turned pale, and his previously expressionless face grew even more unsightly. He did not reproach Han Li. Instead, he informed him that he would descend the mountain for a period to gather medicinal herbs, urging Han Li to diligently practice his skills and not to neglect his incantation training. 2 days later, Dr. Mo departed from Qishuan's sect, burdened with his belongings and herbal gathering tools, leaving Han Li alone in the valley. His fellow senior brother and friend, Zhang Tai, had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior after mastering the third tier of the elephant armor technique, leaving behind a letter of farewell stating his intention to venture into the martial world. This incident stirred considerable commotion within the Qishuan sect. It was later revealed that Dr. Mo had intervened on Zhang Tai's behalf to prevent his mentor and family from facing repercussions. This sudden turn of events left Han Li feeling despondent for several days, and upon reflection, he perceived an undercurrent of disquiet. Yet, as a mere youth, he remained unasked about his thoughts, and the matter faded into obscurity. Han Li speculated that Zhang Tai might have been frightened by the challenges of the fourth tier of the elephant armor technique, prompting his discreet departure. After several days of unfruitful practice within the valley, and driven by youthful impetuosity, he ventured out of the Xinxiu Valley to wander within the vibrant landscapes of Caixia Mountain. As he traversed the familiar yet somewhat alien paths, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Over the years, in pursuit of his training, Han Li had confined himself to the valley, never once stepping beyond its bounds. He surmised that his fellow disciples had likely forgotten him entirely. During his stroll, he encountered several patrolling disciples who, upon noticing his garb, indicative of an inner sect disciple, yet unfamiliar visage, approached him with suspicion, requiring extensive explanation before allowing him to continue on his way. To avoid unnecessary complications, Han Li chose to tread along less traveled paths, steering clear of crowded areas. Indeed, he encountered no further disturbances, relishing the freedom that allowed him to venture further into the wilderness. As he absorbed the breathtaking scenery, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of various birds, all his worries seemed to dissipate. Suddenly, the clamor of clashing weapons and the shouts of a multitude echoed from a secluded cliff nearby. What a remote location! Such a gathering of people, such a raucous uproar. Han Li's curiosity ignited, and disregarding any fear of inquiries, he followed the sounds of conflict to the vicinity of the cliff. What a grand spectacle! He paused in astonishment, taken aback by the scene before him. Beneath the canopy of trees, more than 100 individuals had congregated, filling the limited space to its brim. Even among the nearby larger trees, several figures perched upon the branches, observing the commotion below. Within the circle of spectators, two factions stood in a hostile standoff. On the left, a group of 11 or 12, while the right boasted a smaller contingent of 6 or 7. Han Li discovered that all the individuals present, whether spectators or participants, appeared to be of a similar age, resembling mere teenagers. A slight smile graced Han Li's face. What a coincidence! Amidst the throng, he effortlessly recognized several familiar faces: Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Lisong. Wang Depang was even heftier than before. No wonder, considering his family's culinary profession. He certainly thrived on good food. And there was Lu Taitu, who, astonishingly, had transformed from a coal-black visage into a fair-skinned youth. Han Li climbed a nearby tree to call out to the familiar faces below. Chapter 16. The little scheme between two groups of people. Two bare-handed youths were engaged in a contest of martial prowess. One, corpulent yet stable, delivered powerful strikes. Indeed, it was none other than his old friend Wang Depang. Despite his bulk, Wang Depang was no weakling. With every punch he threw, a fierce wind followed, exuding an impressive aura. The other was a diminutive figure, quick and agile, darting about like a nimble mouse. He refrained from defending against Wang Depang's blows, opting instead to evade and tire out his opponent, presumably planning to launch a counterattack when the time was right. Seeing his friend engaged in combat, Han Li naturally felt inclined to support him. After observing for a while and noting Wang Depang's sustained vigor, Han Li, though lacking martial skills, sensed that his friend was unlikely to be defeated soon. Thus he relaxed. He glanced around, hoping to find someone to inquire about the situation at hand. Not far from his tree, by a rock, a youth was watching intently, gesturing animatedly while muttering, "Strike at his head, kick his waist. Oh, so close. Yes, yes, kick his backside, with all your might." Intrigued by the boy's spirited commentary, Han Li slowly descended from the tree and approached him. "My fellow, do you know the combatants in the arena? What is the reason for their duel?" Han Li inquired with an earnest expression. "Why ask? Do I not know everyone here? They are fighting because, wait, who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you a new recruit?" The boy, initially confused, suddenly realized he had never encountered Han Li and became alert. "I am Han Li, a friend of the valiant Wang Depang," Han Li replied solemnly. "A friend of Wang Depang? I know all his acquaintances, and you are not among them." The boy remained cautious. "Oh, I have been in seclusion for several years and have not ventured out in quite some time. It is understandable that you do not recognize me," Han Li responded, half-truthfully. "Really? You entered the sect 4 years ago as well? I never anticipated there would be someone unknown to me, the all-knowing one, within the mountain." The boy cast a glance at Han Li's attire, seemingly convinced by his words. The individual engaged in casual conversation with Han Li, who, unable to restrain himself, divulged the origins of this contest. "My dear junior brother, you are unaware of the turmoil caused by a woman's allure. It all stems from a certain individual, known as Wang Yang, a rather corpulent fellow, and the son of a moneylender named Zhang Chongwei. Both are disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, albeit one belonging to the outer sect and the other to the inner sect. Although they reside in the same town, their paths were never meant to intertwine. However, a young woman, betrothed to Wang Yang since childhood, inadvertently sparked this conflict. Recently, while out, she caught the eye of the affluent young Zhang Chongwei. Under the weight of his monetary persuasion, She, along with her parents, succumbed, and she was subsequently promised to Zhang Changge, leading to the return of Wang Yang's betrothal gifts. The woman's preference for wealth over loyalty devastated Wang Yang, who had long been enamored with her. Upon learning the news, he fell into despair, ultimately taking his own life by jumping into a river. This tragedy might have concluded the tale, but Wang's cousin, Wang Depang, who had been close to him since childhood, was unwilling to let the matter rest. He sought out Zhang Changge for a duel, stipulating that the loser must serve tea to the victor, bow, and apologize. Zhang, though proud, recognized his slightly inferior martial skills and proposed that friends could join, allowing for multiple contests to determine the overall victor. Wang Depang readily agreed. Taking advantage of his wealth, Zhang Changge began to lavishly spend silver to enlist the aid of skilled disciples from affluent families, while Wang Depang, lacking funds, leaned on his extensive network of lower-tier friends, many of whom were willing to assist him. Consequently, news of their contest attracted numerous spectators from their sect, creating a fervent atmosphere characterized by stark division and hostility. From the tone of the youth, Han Li discerned that the rift between wealthy disciples and their less fortunate counterparts had widened considerably. The impending contest had drawn such a crowd. You are also supporting Wang Depang, aren't you? If they do not adhere to the rules, let us unite and teach these young lords a lesson they won't soon forget, the boy exclaimed fervently, his words flowing without pause. Han Li managed a wry smile, pondering how the conflict between these two factions had little bearing on him. It was difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong. After years of cultivating his energy through meditation, the youthful fervor within him had long since waned. Moreover, having never practiced martial arts, he would undoubtedly be no match for any ordinary disciple. After observing the contest, he resolved to return to the valley quietly. Suddenly, the boy's expression brightened, and he let out a loud cheer. Upon hearing this, Han Li swiftly turned to gaze at the arena. The opponent of the formidable Wang Depang ultimately could not endure until the end. In a moment of miscalculation, he was unable to evade Wang Depang's hefty fist, which struck him squarely on the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Instantly, a portion of the crowd erupted in cheers, while another segment wore expressions of dismay. Wang Depang, with a triumphant grin, raised his fists to the spectators and then, with a swaggering gait, returned to his side, completely shedding the fierce demeanor he had displayed during the contest. From Zhang Changge's side, two individuals emerged to retrieve the fallen disciple. Subsequently, each faction sent forth another representative, one wielding a knife, the other a sword. It was evident that both bore fiery tempers. As they exchanged no words and immediately commenced their clash, the sounds of metal ringing out as their weapons met with fervor. Chapter 17, Senior Brother Li, 1. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the clash of blades illuminated the scene, weaving a tapestry of shimmering light and shadow. The two combatants danced and maneuvered, their weapons creating a dazzling display of cold brilliance, frequently colliding in a contest that seemed evenly matched. Han Li observed for a time, but could not discern any clear superiority. He merely found the spectacle captivating, unable to distinguish between high-level techniques and those that were less effective. As for who possessed greater skill, that was beyond his comprehension as an outsider. Junior Brother Han, I wonder under which esteemed master you have trained. Having emerged from seclusion, your prowess must surely have advanced significantly, remarked Xiao Xuan, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, as he respectfully inquired about Han Li's lineage. It is worth noting that every inner disciple of the Seven Mysterious Sect typically undergoes 2 years of foundational training at the 100 Forgings Hall before being sent to the venerable disciples to kneel and pay their respects, learning more profound martial arts. Only after this can they assume specific roles within the sect. Of course, this represents the common path for disciples. Those who excel during the entrance examination may bypass the 2-year foundational training and directly enter the 7 Absolute Hall, where they can be accepted as disciples by several esteemed leaders, learning the sect's ultimate techniques, a true leap to greatness. During the 2 years of foundational training, those who demonstrate exceptional talent may also attract the attention of elders or hall masters, potentially being taken on as direct disciples. While these disciples may not reach the heights of the master's own students, they nevertheless enjoy greater favor than the ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Han Li had just emerged from a period of seclusion, coupled with the fact that he had never encountered this individual before, Xiao Xuan naturally surmised he was a disciple of someone of considerable standing within the sect and thus sought to cultivate a relationship with him. Several years ago, I caught the eye of a revered elder and was accepted as a disciple. However, I prefer not to disclose the name of my esteemed master, Han Li replied. Fully aware of Xiao Xuan's intentions, he feigned a modest demeanor, allowing a hint of pride to seep into his words. Is that so? Brother Han, you are indeed fortunate. Your standing within the sect will surely be elevated, and your future appears bright. I hope that, should the opportunity arise, you might extend your support to your junior. Xiao Xuan responded, undeterred by Han Li's reluctance to reveal his master's name, for he knew that any elder would undoubtedly be superior to his own. His tone shifted. Brother Han, it is evident that you are no ordinary talent. Your future successes are assured. He continued to lavish praise upon him. The individual in question possesses a rather dark complexion and bears an expression of foolishness, yet he has somehow managed to garner the favor of a patron who has taken him as a disciple. It is perplexing how someone so astute has not attracted the attention of more influential figures. The young man, referred to as Little Abacus, silently pondered this while his face adopted an even more respectful demeanor. Upon hearing the shift in tone, Han Li found himself amusingly transformed from junior brother Han to senior brother Han. Nevertheless, he harbored no contempt for the young man. After all, seeking favor is merely a human instinct. Who does not aspire to a better life and to ascend higher? Moreover, one could discern from his name that he was a shrewd and calculating individual. However, he was likely to be greatly disappointed. Although Han Li's previous statements held some truth, the identity of the disciple under the patronage was merely superficial. Any random disciple within the Seven Mystic sect could easily overpower him. If he believed himself to be a towering tree upon which to lean, he was surely mistaken. While Han Li silently chuckled to himself, he continued to listen to Little Abacus's flattery, reluctantly engaging in conversation with him from time to time. Senior brother Han is exceptionally skilled. Should he choose to participate, he would undoubtedly leave that swordsman in disarray. Little Abacus's compliments flowed incessantly, even as he distractedly scrutinized Han Li's every movement. How curious. A disciple under a patron should possess profound inner strength and considerable skill, yet I cannot discern the depths of this person. His temples do not appear swollen, nor do his eyes exhibit any glimmer of vigor. He seems, at first glance, to lack martial prowess altogether. The more he observed, the more puzzled he became. Just then, Han Li's light remark interrupted his thoughts. The outcome has been determined. Startled, Little Abacus promptly redirected his gaze to the arena. Indeed, the swordsman had discarded his weapon, blood gushing from one arm, while he pressed firmly on the wound, his face ashen. It was evident that he was not defeated with grace, which was understandable. Both combatants were of similar skill, and a mere misstep had led to his downfall. Little Abacus's face reflected regret as he voiced his disappointment repeatedly. What is the cause of this lamentation? Han Li mused, unable to decipher the intricacies himself. However, with an interpreter at hand, it would be remiss not to inquire further. If Wang Depang's side wins this match, they will have triumphed in 3 contests, rendering the final match unnecessary. Alas, they have not succeeded. Oh, but it matters not. There remains one last contest. The individual representing Wang Depang is the most skilled among our group of disciples, wielding the Thunderblade technique with unparalleled ferocity, capable of shattering stone and severing metal. To witness senior brother Li's mastery of the blade is worth the trip, regardless of who Zhang Changgui sends forth. Victory is assured. Initially disheartened, Little Abacus soon regained his enthusiasm, brimming with confidence in senior brother Li. Is it already time for the final match? Han Li casually responded, pondering the identity of this senior brother Han, as he did not recognize him among their ranks. At that moment, a cold-faced young man emerged from the direction of Wang Depang, wielding a gleaming long blade. He strode step by step into the center of the arena, remaining silent with his eyes closed. Li Shixiang, Li Shixiang, Li Shixiang. Upon witnessing the arrival of this youth, the crowd erupted with excitement, chanting his name in unison, each call louder than the last, reverberating throughout the venue. In that instant, the distinctions between wealthy and impoverished disciples vanished, leaving only a united chorus of support for the young man. Chapter 18. Li Shixiang. 2. Is this Li Shixiang quite renowned? What is his background? Han Li pondered, somewhat astonished. You don't even know Li Shixiang? I've been in seclusion for several years, he replied. Ah, I see. I had forgotten. My memory truly is poor. I always thought that no disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect would be unfamiliar with Li Shixiang. I completely overlooked your seclusion, Xiao Xuan realized, hastily apologizing. Could you tell me more about Li Shixiao? Of course, Han Shixiao. We young disciples are well acquainted with Li Shixiao's exploits, Xiao Xuan began. Noticing that Zhang Changwei had yet to send forth a challenger for Li Shixiao, he eagerly recounted the various legends surrounding this illustrious figure. Han Shixiao, I assure you, it is not mere boasting on my part. Not only do we younger disciples know of Li Shixiao's deeds, but many of the older senior brothers are also well aware of his story. With spirited enthusiasm, he commenced narrating Li Shixiao's tale, as if he were the protagonist himself. The accounts indeed possessed an air of legendary allure. This Li Shixiao had ascended the mountain 4 years ago, though not as part of Han Li's examination cohort. Initially, he struggled to pass his trials, becoming a named disciple. However, during the subsequent assessment 6 months later, he not only secured first place in all categories, but also endured 30 exchanges during the final confrontation with his senior brothers, the only one to achieve such a feat, shattering the previous records of named disciples and catching the attention of several prominent figures. Upon examination, it was surprisingly revealed that Li Shixiao's innate talent was merely average, with limited potential for growth. This diagnosis was deemed unfortunate, resulting in no high-ranking individual taking him on as a disciple. After 2 years of foundational training, he eventually became the disciple of an ordinary protector, learning only a few basic martial arts techniques, among which was the commonplace Fonlei blade technique, a mid-tier martial art of the Seven Mysteries sect. Had his story ended there, Li Shixiao would not have been considered legendary, merely a tale of beginnings and endings. However, shortly thereafter, he astounded everyone by excelling in the following year's competition for junior disciples, breaking into the top 16 and standing out as the only new entrant to achieve such a remarkable position. This event once again thrust him into the spotlight within the sect. In subsequent competitions, Li Shixiao consistently displayed unmatched valor and prowess, earning high rankings and bringing great honor to his fellow new disciples. In last year's grand competition, he astonishingly secured the 3rd place, considering that the 2 competitors ahead of him were disciples with over a decade of experience. Although they belonged to a slightly older generation, being in their late 20s, their mastery of internal skills far surpassed his own. Many disciples believe that had senior brother Li possessed comparable internal strength, the 1st place would have been effortlessly within his grasp. Thus, senior brother Li once again garnered attention from the higher-ups and was specifically dispatched beyond the mountain to partake in numerous significant external missions. While other new disciples were still diligently honing their martial skills within the sect, he had already begun to establish considerable merit for the 7 Mystic Gate, earning a formidable reputation as Li Hu in the Jianghu. It was rumored that he was soon to be granted a special exception to enter the Hall of 7 Absolutes to cultivate even more profound martial arts. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. If all of this were indeed true, this senior brother, Li, was truly remarkable. To achieve such accomplishments as a mere named disciple was quite admirable. After a lengthy period of evasion from Zhang Changwei's side, a disciple finally stepped forward, albeit with a brave face. This disciple appeared to possess formidable skills as well, drawing forth a gleaming soft sword from his waist. The sword was no thicker than a thumb, flexible, yet seemingly lacking in power, clearly not meant for an ordinary individual. As senior brother Li sensed someone's approach, he slowly opened his eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. He suddenly let out a thunderous shout, akin to a clap of thunder in a clear sky, reverberating throughout the venue and causing everyone's ears to ring. Even his opponent trembled, an expression of fear etched upon his face. With the shout, his long knife swung into action, a flurry of blade light flashing as a series of intricate techniques unfolded, instantly transforming into over a dozen knife shadows, ensnaring his opponent within a deadly web of blades. The opponent, although somewhat flustered, displayed agility, wielding the soft sword with unpredictable finesse, defending with a meticulous precision that left no openings. Who is this person? Han Li couldn't help but inquire. That is Zhao Xiling, a disciple of the 5th Elder, renowned for his elusive willow sword technique, which is quite formidable. How does he compare to senior brother Li? He is certainly no match, the little abacus boasted proudly. Why doesn't Zhang Changwei send out a more capable contestant? Haha, Zhao Xiling is the strongest among them. Besides, who among the new disciples could possibly rival senior brother Li? It would be futile to replace him. He chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, although Zhao Xiling's swordplay was not yet disordered, His aura was entirely subdued, firmly suppressed by senior brother Li's long knife. A discerning observer could easily tell that his defeat was merely a matter of time. After watching for a while, Han Li's mind began to harbor a perplexing question. I find it quite strange. Why are there no older senior brothers present? Even if they are not allowed to compete, surely some would come to watch the spectacle. Yet within and outside this arena, there isn't a single senior brother of considerable age. It is only us young disciples and our teens observing the contest. What could be the reason for this? Han Li boldly voiced his doubts. Upon hearing his question, the little abacus's expression shifted, gazing at him with a peculiar look that left Han Li feeling bewildered. Had he inadvertently touched upon a taboo? Chapter 19. The Struggles of the Jianghu Brother Han. You truly remain oblivious to the world outside, do you not? How could you be unaware of such significant events? The tone of the little abacus hinted at growing suspicion. Without uttering a word, Han Li deftly produced a waist token from his person and handed it to the little abacus. What are you doing, Brother Han? Do you doubt my trustworthiness? The little abacus retorted, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he gazed at Han Li. I feel as though I have known you for ages, ha. He cast a quick glance at the token, confirming its authenticity, and quickly donned a smile. Now, can you enlighten me? Of course, Han Li responded, still preoccupied with his earlier inquiry. Little abacus internally chided himself for possibly offending this individual. Yet he found himself recounting everything honestly. Over the past few years, the conflict between the Seven Mysteries sect and the Wild Wolf gang had intensified. Both factions had engaged in numerous skirmishes over several prosperous towns of ambiguous ownership, resulting in significant losses on both sides. The Wild Wolf gang's members, trained as marauders, fought recklessly, becoming increasingly frenzied upon tasting blood. In contrast, while the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect possessed superior martial skills, they lacked the same ferocity, often hesitating in battle. Consequently, it was the latter who suffered greater casualties. After several engagements, the senior figures of the Seven Mysteries sect could no longer remain passive. They dispatched the majority of their inner disciples to participate in the upcoming confrontations, determined to protect their territories while also exposing their disciples to the brutal realities of the Jianghu, thus honing their practical combat experience. As a result, the Seven Mysteries sect gained the upper hand in subsequent battles, yet the losses among their inner disciples were alarmingly high. Many elder brothers who ventured out did not return. With a heavy heart, the little abacus recounted this grim reality. Eventually, the leaders of the sect revised their strategy, assigning inner disciples to undertake lesser missions elsewhere for training before re-engaging with the Wild Wolf gang. This adjustment led to a notable reduction in casualties. Consequently, this approach was formalized into the sect's regulations over the past 2 years, mandating that all disciples must first descend the mountain for training before being granted substantive roles within the sect upon their return. Thus, nearly all of the elder disciples had been dispatched down the mountain, either entangled with the Wild Wolf gang or engaged in training, leaving only the younger, uninitiated disciples, alongside a few necessary guardians, on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally understood the reasons behind the changes within the sect. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a soft sword soared into the air. Zhao Xiling, clutching his injured hand, staggered backward, his face pale, gasping for breath. He had been caught off guard by the rapid succession of strikes from Brother Li, and in a desperate attempt to parry with his soft sword, he was overwhelmed by the tremendous force, sending his weapon flying. Indeed, Brother Li is formidable. I humbly acknowledge my defeat. Zhao Xiling managed a strained smile as he bowed. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd, filling the air with excitement. Senior Brother Li, such remarkable skill. Senior Brother Li, what a masterful technique. Senior Brother Li, please offer some guidance to your junior. The air was filled with cries of admiration and envy directed toward their idol, resonating throughout the venue. Senior Brother Li sheathed his long blade, a faint blush gracing his cheeks, as he opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Furrowing his brow as if recalling something significant, he tightened his fists and coolly declared, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With a swift turn, he gracefully glided out of the arena, demonstrating his exquisite lightness of foot, vanishing into the pine forest beside the cliff. Alas, not only is Senior Brother Li skilled with the blade, but his agility is also quite remarkable. Indeed, the chorus of praise erupted once more. Han Li furrowed his brow. While this Senior Brother Li possessed commendable skills, he seemed to revel in showing off, perhaps a touch too youthful and brash. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He was hardly older than these admirers. Yet, he felt as though he were an old soul, burdened with a mindset that had aged him prematurely. "This junior, I am yet unaware of your name," Han Li remarked, glancing at the young lad named Xiao Swan who stood nearby. "My name is Jin Dongbao, but you may call me Xiao Swan, senior brother Han." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Xiao Swan's excitement was palpable, as if he believed he had found refuge in the formidable presence of Han Li. "Should you find yourself ill or injured, seek me out, and I shall tend to you free of charge," Han Li said, patting the boy's shoulder. He then turned his gaze back to the commotion in the arena, walking unhesitatingly into the adjacent pine forest. Left behind, Jin Dongbao stood in a state of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the implications of Han Li's words. Chapter 20. The extraction pill. Having traveled a considerable distance from the cliff, Han Li could still faintly hear the ruckus behind him. He had no further interest in how the altercation between Wang Depang and Zhang Chongwei would be resolved. The image of Jin Dongbao, standing there in a daze, brought a smile to Han Li's face, lifting his spirits and dispelling the earlier gloom that had settled in the valley. He ventured deeper into the wilderness, and after some time, a slender stream came into view. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, he then looked down at the crystal-clear water flowing gently in the stream, contemplating the refreshing idea of cleansing himself in its cool embrace. As he leaned down and dipped his hands into the brisk water, a series of agonized groans echoed from upstream. Surprised to encounter someone in such a secluded area, Han Li followed the sound of distress. There, he discovered a disciple clad in the garb of an inner sect member, sprawled on the ground beside the stream, writhing in pain, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Han Li quickly discerned that the disciple was suffering from an acute ailment. Without immediate assistance, his life could be in grave danger. He dashed forward, swiftly retrieving a sandalwood box from his bosom. Upon opening it, he extracted a series of glimmering silver needles, deftly inserting them into the acupuncture points along the individual S back. In a matter of moments, he had completed the needling of the back and turned the person over, preparing to address the acupoints on the chest. As he turned, the face of the individual came into view, and Han Li gasped in shock. This life-threatening person was none other than Senior Brother Li, who had recently displayed his prowess on the cliff. Han Li paused briefly, scrutinizing the familiar visage. At that moment, the once formidable and valiant Senior Brother Li was unrecognizable, his typically stoic countenance twisted in agony, with froth spilling from the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating that he was in a state of delirium due to pain. Han Li regained his composure and, after a moment of contemplation, began to insert the silver needles into him with a fluid grace, continuing until he had administered dozens of them. Upon completing the final insertion, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. This emergency treatment with silver needles was no small burden for him. As Senior Brother Li's body became adorned with the shimmering silver needles, he finally regained consciousness and returned to lucidity. He struggled to articulate something, but his strength was insufficient to utter the remaining words. "I am from the Divine Hand Valley. Do not speak any further. Focus on recovering your strength. I can only awaken you temporarily. Your ailment is peculiar, and likely only Dr. Mo can remedy it. Unfortunately, he is no longer on the mountain," Han Li remarked, taking Li's pulse, his brow furrowing with concern. Li's complexion grew anxious, his lips quivering as he attempted to raise his arm to communicate, but to no avail. "Do you possess medicine to treat your ailment?" Han Li swiftly grasped his intent and posed a probing question. Seeing that Han Li understood, Senior Brother Li relaxed slightly and nodded with great effort. Without hesitation, Han Li began to search him, uncovering various trinkets, among which he found a small white jade vial, its exquisite nature and impeccable sealing suggesting it was precisely what he sought. He turned to observe Senior Brother Li's expression, which was now one of elation, as he fervently blinked his eyes. Upon opening the vial, Han Li was taken aback. Rather than a fragrant aroma, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. His countenance soured as he cautiously extracted a pink pill from within. Despite its visually appealing appearance, the pill emitted an overwhelmingly foul odor, rendering it almost unbelievable. "Is this the medicine?" Han Li's expression returned to calmness. At this moment, Senior Brother Li was too anxious to speak, resorting only to blinking his eyes. The essence extraction pill, composed of rare ingredients such as elan, scorpion flower, and the eggs of the century-old blue ant, among 23 other rare items. Once refined, it appears pink and possesses a uniquely foul odor. Upon ingestion, it significantly drains the body's potential, allowing the user to enhance their current abilities at the cost of their future lifespan. Am I correct in my assertions? Han Li coldly regarded senior brother Li, articulating each word with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Han Li's words, senior brother Li's complexion immediately turned pale, devoid of any color, revealing a look of panic. The moment this pill is ingested, it necessitates further doses at intervals, accompanied by the inhuman agony of spasms and marrow extraction. Should one choose to forego it, the consequences could range from paralysis to the loss of life. Moreover, even if one adheres to the medication schedule, life will inevitably be forfeited within 10 years due to the depletion of vitality. Han Li did not pause, continuing, "Do not tell me that this pill in my hand is not the marrow-extracting pill." At this juncture, senior brother Li's face exhibited a desperate expression as though his secrets had been laid bare, though his eyes betrayed an astonishment that was hard to fathom. "Are you surprised? This pill is exceedingly rare. How could I possibly recognize it?" Han Li discerned the unspoken question in his mind and shifted the conversation to himself. "It is quite simple. I have also ingested one of these pills." His revelation left senior brother Li utterly astonished, though disbelief soon clouded his features. "My method of consumption differed from yours. I took only one pill, dividing it into 10 portions to be consumed over 10 occasions, each time as a catalyst with other medicines, thus avoiding any harmful side effects. The distinct appearance and fragrance of this pill left a profound impression on me, and I had always believed that aside from my own experience, no one else would truly consume such a secret medicine. Yet here it is, within our sect." With these words, Han Li regarded senior brother Li with a gaze that mingled admiration and pity. Senior brother Li, reluctant to meet Han Li's eyes, gently closed them, his chest heaving, betraying the turmoil within. "You have been taking this medicine for several years, have you not? If you cease to take it now, I can request Dr. Mo to prepare another secret remedy for you. While it may not restore your full lifespan, it could extend your life by 2 or 3 decades. However, your martial arts would be compromised. Should you continue with this medication, given the symptoms you displayed today, you might only have 5 or 6 years left. Yet, during these years, your martial prowess will advance at a pace far surpassing your current rate. Since you dare to ingest such a secret medicine, you must be a resolute individual. The decision regarding this pill rests solely with you. Will you consume it or discard it?" Chapter 21. Analgesic. Senior brother Li's eyelids trembled slightly, revealing the intense inner conflict raging within him. After a brief moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, fixating intently on the pill in Han Li's hand, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Han Li said nothing further, placing the pill into his mouth, watching him swallow it with saliva before gently removing the silver needles that had been inserted into his body, one by one. As the last of the silver needles were removed, the potency of the elixir began to take effect. Senior brother Li's pallid complexion blossomed with an unusual crimson hue, gradually transforming his entire cheek into a vivid scarlet. At that moment, his body convulsed once more, his limbs quaked, and low, guttural groans escaped his lips. It was evident that he was striving to maintain his dignity before Han Li, attempting to suppress his voice, yet the inhuman agony compelled him to cry out. The intensity of senior brother Li's cries escalated, and his body trembled with increasing ferocity. After a considerable duration, his howls gradually subsided until they vanished entirely. His complexion began to regain its normal luster, and the convulsions ceased, indicating that he had endured the most excruciating phase. Slowly, senior brother Li straightened his posture, crossed his legs in a meditative position, and closed his eyes once more, resuming his stillness to cultivate his inner energy. Han Li, meanwhile, found a clean stone and casually took a seat nearby, observing him as he harnessed his vitality. After the passage of a meal's worth of time, senior brother Li abruptly opened his eyes, seized the long knife resting beside him, and sprang to his feet. With a powerful sweep of his arm, a gleam of blade flashed, and the razor edge was poised against Han Li's throat. "Give me a reason not to slay you." Senior brother Li's eyes glinted with cold malice, brimming with lethal intent. "Does the fact that I just saved your life count as a reason?" Han Li maintained his composure, though his brows twitched slightly, a subtle indication that would be imperceptible to an untrained eye. Senior brother Li's expression softened momentarily, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Han Li. I knew before rescuing you that you might resort to silencing me to safeguard your secrets. I simply did not anticipate your promptness in taking action. Han Li finally managed a wry smile, a hint of self-mockery gracing his features. Cough. Even knowing that saving you could invite trouble upon myself, I could not stand idly by as a healer, Han Li sighed. Upon hearing this, a flicker of embarrassment crossed senior brother Li's face. The blade withdrew slightly from Han Li's neck, though it remained poised there. Han Li internally exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone growing steadier. You need not fear that I will divulge your private matters to others. It is clear that I am not one to gossip. If you remain unconvinced, I can swear a deadly oath. You should see that I possess no martial prowess. Should I break my vow, you could easily dispatch me. Han Li calmly proposed. Swear your deadly oath, senior brother Li replied decisively. With that, Han Li felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he had scrutinized senior brother Li's features prior to his treatment, concluding that he did not seem like an ungrateful or cruel individual, such judgments could not be entirely relied upon. Should he prove to be a treacherous ingrate, Han Li would have no choice but to resort to his sole means of self-defense. Contemplating this, he discreetly shifted his fingers away from a concealed iron tube nestled within his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore his deadly oath, senior brother Li finally sheathed his long knife, retracting it back into its scabbard. Han Li gently touched his neck, where a shallow cut from a sharp blade left a sticky trace of blood. He felt a chill creeping down his back, evidently having broken out in a cold sweat. This was indeed perilous. He realized he had not considered the situation thoroughly enough and vowed to learn from this lesson, resolving never to engage in such thankless endeavors again. The life and death of others were their own affairs, not his. Han Li reflected with a tinge of fear. Without sufficient benefit and absolute certainty, he would never again intervene to save another. He made a firm resolution within himself. The adverse consequences of Han Li's first attempt to save someone led him to develop a habit of rising early only when there was a clear advantage to be gained. His once innocent nature was utterly cast aside. Although he had not turned into a villain, he was far from the loyal and kind-hearted person he used to be. You have saved my life and promised to keep my secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a significant favor. As long as I live, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall certainly help you in whatever capacity I can, Li Feiyu said sincerely. Having regained his composure after retrieving the items Han Li had collected and placed on the ground, I fear I may not trouble you much. Rather, you seem to have quite a few troubles of your own, Han Li replied with a slight smile, turning the conversation back to him. How do you know? Li Feiyu responded, taken aback and somewhat surprised. Anyone could surmise that you, an ordinary protector disciple, are overshadowed by numerous esteemed hall masters, elders, and even the sect leader's favored disciples. How could you expect an easy life? Han Li pointed out incisively. Li Feiyu's expression darkened, and he fell silent for a moment. I do not wish to meddle in your affairs, nor can I. However, I may be able to alleviate the suffering caused by the marrow-extracting pill you have taken. Really? Li Feiyu's spirits lifted, and his previous gloom vanished, replaced by a radiant expression. It seemed the torment from the marrow-extracting pill had been quite severe for him. Why would I deceive you? Han Li shot him a glance. He indeed possessed a remedy capable of significantly diminishing the perception of pain, a formulation he had developed during his spare time for Zhang Tai, which proved to be exceptionally effective. This is incredible, truly wonderful, Li Feiyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly, his eyes fixed on Han Li. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have the remedy on hand. I need to return to the Divine Hand Valley to prepare it, Han Li replied. Li Feiyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having threatened Han Li with a knife just moments ago, now found himself requesting a favor. Meet me at the entrance of the Divine Hand Valley tomorrow at noon. I will deliver the medicine once it is prepared. Dr. Mo is not home, and I cannot allow outsiders to enter the valley indiscriminately, Han Li stated calmly. Very well, I shall be there punctually. Thank you so much, brother. Li Feiyu quickly agreed, afraid Han Li might change his mind. My name is Han Li, a direct disciple of Dr. Mo. Given your level of martial prowess, you may simply call me Brother Han, Han Li said, eager to prevent any further overly affectionate terms from slipping from Li Feiyu's lips. Chapter 22. The inner demons. Han Li stood silently in place, gazing at the receding figure of Li Feiyu. Earlier, they had agreed that Li would return the next day at noon to collect the medicine, after which he had taken the initiative to bid farewell, stating he needed to recuperate. Throughout this extended period, Han Li had refrained from inquiring about the motives behind Li Feiyu's use of this secret elixir. He understood that even if he were to ask, it would not alter the course of events that had already transpired. The fact that Li Feiyu was willing to forsake his own future in exchange for fleeting glory indicated that he must have compelling reasons for such a choice. No one willingly embraces self-destruction. Even a gradual, costly demise would not be sought after with eagerness. If pressed to reveal his burdens, it would only serve to reopen wounds that were nearly healed. Clearly, Han Li's approach was justified. Before departing, Li Feiyu expressed gratitude for Han Li's understanding, appreciative that he had not pressed for details regarding the use of the marrow-extracting pill. Although left unspoken, Han Li knew that Li now owed him a significant favor. Han Li resolved to honor their agreement, ensuring that not only would he keep Li's secret, but he would also concoct a potion to alleviate Li's suffering upon returning to the valley. The rationale behind this decision was simple. Since Li Feiyu was not a malevolent person and had not genuinely sought to harm him, Han Li wished to create a scenario where Li would owe him an even greater debt, making it difficult for him to refuse future requests. Li Feiyu's martial prowess would only continue to grow in the ensuing years, and the higher his skills soared, the greater the potential benefit to Han Li. Even if he did not require Li's assistance in the coming years, it mattered little. A gentle act of kindness towards someone who was not entirely wicked could bring Han Li a sense of inner peace. While Li Feiyu was not guaranteed to be a virtuous individual, at the very least, after today's encounter, he posed no threat to Han Li. Having reflected upon everything thoroughly, Han Li felt assured that he had overlooked nothing before leisurely making his way back to the Valley of Divine Hands. Shortly after his relaxed return, he began preparing the secret medicine required by Li Feiyu. This potion, designed to dull pain, was not difficult to formulate, as all necessary herbs could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. However, the preparation process was somewhat intricate and demanded careful attention. After a busy afternoon, Han Li successfully concocted enough medicine to last Li Feiyu for a year. He could have prepared more, but he preferred that Li return annually to collect the remedy, ensuring that he would not gradually forget this favor. As evening descended, Han Li unexpectedly found himself seated on a chair in front of his door. Gazing up at the inky night sky and the luminous moon, lost in thought, he began to reminisce about his family back home. It had been over 4 years since he had left his parents, and since ascending the mountain, he had devoted himself to relentless practice of his techniques, leaving no time to ponder matters of home, nor had he ever descended to return. The situation merely compelled one to return the majority of their monthly earnings home, while each year he would only receive a single letter, penned by Uncle Zhang, assuring him of his parents' well-being. The content of these letters was scant, primarily informing him that all was well at home, with little else mentioned. He was aware that life for his family had improved considerably. His elder brother had established a family, and his second brother was set to marry a new bride, with the celebration anticipated for the following year. All these transformations were a direct result of the silver he sent home. Yet, Han Li perceptibly sensed through the few letters that his family's tone towards him had grown increasingly courteous, even to the point of feeling akin to that of strangers. This sentiment initially instilled a sense of dread within Han Li, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. However, as time passed, for reasons unknown, this fear gradually dulled, and the image of his family began to blur in his mind. It was only during moments like tonight, when nostalgia struck, that he would reminisce about his loved ones. Recalling the warmth of home, a sensation now difficult to savor, yet immensely comforting and precious to him. He savored this feeling slowly, relishing each moment. Han Li placed his hand upon his chest, his fingers gently caressing the small pouch containing a talisman for peace. In the past, a few strokes would suffice to bring him a subtle sense of fulfillment, yet tonight, for reasons unclear, this act only stirred greater restlessness within him, leaving his heart in turmoil. A profound sense of frustration enveloped him, emotions spiraling beyond his control as the energy cultivated within him began to churn. The terrifying notion of losing control suddenly flashed through his mind. Han Li rose to his feet, inhaling deeply, striving to regain his composure. With Dr. Mo absent, he was left to confront this crisis alone. He pondered how it was possible for him to be on the brink of losing control without apparent cause, a perplexity gnawing at him. Although it was not the time for deep introspection, tracing the root cause of this disturbance seemed the most viable means to resolve this predicament entirely. Han Li lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings for anything that might stand out. His right hand brushed against his chin, accidentally colliding with something bulky. Instinctively, his attention was drawn to this object. The name of the small pouch containing the talisman flashed in his mind. Could it be the source of this turmoil? Han Li could not be certain. Yet hesitation was no longer an option. His internal state had worsened, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Resolutely, he yanked the pouch from around his neck and hurled it away with force. Yet, something felt amiss. The turmoil within him intensified, his energy surging even more violently. Struggling to suppress the unsettling sensations within, he fixed his bloodshot eyes upon the small pouch, hoping to discern the cause of this escalating crisis. Chapter 23. The Test Subject. Perhaps it was the blessing of fortune. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered through Han Li's mind. He swiftly dashed towards the bag that had been discarded in the distance, covering the ground in just a few strides. With a bend, he picked it up and deftly opened the mouth of the leather pouch, retrieving the talisman of safety that his parents had bestowed upon him. The moment his palm made contact with the talisman, a wave of serene clarity surged through him, penetrating both body and soul. Instantly, Han Li's agitated heart found tranquility. The previous feelings of gloom and discomfort vanished without a trace, and the peculiar sensations within him receded into silence, as if everything had returned to normalcy. At that moment, Han Li chose to disregard the myriad changes occurring within him. He cradled the talisman gently in one hand, bringing it closer to his eyes, while his other hand caressed it softly, his full attention devoted to its presence. After a considerable time had passed, he sighed, ceasing his gentle touch and diverting his gaze from the talisman. Unbeknownst to him, the peril he had narrowly escaped was not merely a case of losing himself to obsession, but rather an invasion of the heart's demons that afflict practitioners of the path. Had he not acted swiftly to expel the heart's turmoil with external aid, he might soon have found himself ensnared by these demons, controlled and trapped in a phantasm, leading to a frenzied demise. Of course, he would only come to understand this later on his journey of cultivation. Han Li focused his internal energy to examine himself thoroughly, concluding that all seemed well. To his astonishment, he discovered that his power had indeed increased significantly. Although he had yet to break through to the fourth tier, he had reached the pinnacle of the third, with the fourth tier now tantalizingly close. A faint smile graced Han Li's face at this unexpected delight. Yet he quickly reined in his excitement, fearful that emotional instability might lead to another perilous episode of losing himself. He had no confidence that he could navigate such a situation a second time without dire consequences. Grasping the leather pouch containing the talisman, he prepared to return the now heroic talisman to its resting place, ensuring it was stored safely. To his surprise, Han Li discovered an item he had long forgotten within the bag, a mysterious little bottle, a cherished collection he had set aside for several years. The bottle had slipped entirely from Han Li's memory, and had he not stumbled upon it now, he would have likely never recalled its existence. Compared to 4 years prior, Han Li had undergone significant growth in knowledge and perception, having greatly expanded his understanding through the extensive readings within the scholar's collection. Coupled with the wisdom gained from his cultivation practices, he could now easily deduce the extraordinary nature of the bottle and its exceptional potential. His current task was to thoroughly unearth the value of this bottle, determining whether it could be of use to him. For it would be a waste to leave its mysterious capabilities to languish in obscurity within the pouch. Han Li extracted the little bottle, not hastily opening it, but rather reassessing it with a perspective honed over 4 years, searching for any details he might have previously overlooked. Regrettably, after meticulously inspecting it from various angles, he found no new revelations. Han Li ceased to squander his time aimlessly. He carefully unscrewed the cap of the bottle, revealing a droplet of emerald green liquid nestled at the bottom, unchanged since 4 years prior. Han Li understood that all the enigmas contained within the bottle might reside in that small drop of green liquid, which surely possessed certain unique properties yet undiscovered by him. To unravel the secrets of this liquid, it seemed imperative to procure some small creatures for cruel live experiments. The night was dark, making it inconvenient to venture outside in search of living beings, and after the day's earlier exertions, he felt quite fatigued. Moreover, even if he were to find them, the dim light of night would render it difficult to observe the specific changes during the experiment, leading to fruitless efforts. After careful consideration, Han Li resolved to take a restful slumber, believing that after a night's rejuvenation, he could conduct the experiments the following day. He anticipated that perhaps a significant surprise awaited him upon waking, a thought that lingered in his mind before sleep. The next morning, After completing his morning routine, Han Li first visited the large kitchen outside the valley for a simple breakfast. In the past, when Dr. Mo resided on the mountain, it was he who personally instructed the kitchen staff to deliver meals to the Divine Hand Valley. Han Li had benefited from Dr. Mo's influence, avoiding the need to dine outside the valley, as the kitchen staff would bring his meals directly. With Dr. Mo no longer at the Seven Mysteries sect, the kitchen staff naturally ceased delivering food, prompting Han Li to reflect on the sycophantic nature of those in charge, lamenting the ease with which power could be wielded. After finishing his meal, Han Li did not immediately depart the kitchen. Instead, he approached the kitchen steward, exchanging a few coins for 2 lively gray-haired wild rabbits, which he brought back to Divine Hand Valley. Upon returning, he secured the rabbits in a spacious area of the medicinal garden, allowing them to bask under the sun. When the rabbits appeared lethargic and parched from the heat, he fetched a large white porcelain bowl, carefully pouring the green liquid from the bottle into the bowl, then diluting it with some ordinary clean water. The pea-sized droplet of green effortlessly dissolved into the water, transforming the entire bowl into a vibrant emerald hue. This verdant color evoked an involuntary chill that surged from the depths of his heart. Han Li lifted the bowl of diluted water and approached the thirsty rabbits, setting the bowl down beside them. The rabbits, already parched from the sun's relentless rays, hurriedly gathered around the porcelain bowl, drinking eagerly from the water within. To prevent them from consuming too much at once, he withdrew the bowl after they had ingested about half. He then stood to the side, patiently awaiting their reactions, curious to observe any intriguing transformations. Before long, merely a short incense stick's duration passed, and the rabbits began to leap about restlessly, their movements growing increasingly frantic and vigorous. As the astonishing transformation continued, remarkable changes began to manifest upon its body. Underneath the fur, egg-sized lumps began to protrude, increasing in number until they gradually covered its entire form. These lumps eventually merged into a singular mass, rendering the rabbit's physique seemingly enlarged for no discernible reason. A comical sight when juxtaposed with its diminutive head. The rabbit's corpulent body maintained this state for a brief moment before it began to slowly swell, and as time progressed, the rate of expansion accelerated. It was as if some ethereal gas was being incessantly injected within, causing it to grow larger and more inflated. Ultimately, the creature's form resembled 2 large watermelons, transformed into 2 round, bulging spheres. Observing the bizarre metamorphosis of the rabbits, Han Li was taken aback. The scene unfolding before him exceeded all expectations. While he could conceive of the unknown liquid as a lethal poison or a potent elixir to enhance one's strength, he never imagined witnessing such a spine-chilling spectacle. The rabbits' bodies appeared as though they were being inflated, an utterly terrifying sight. Chapter 24. A startling encounter. As he watched the rabbits continue to expand, Han Li sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he hastily discarded the porcelain bowl he had regarded with disdain into the medicinal field, turning on his heels to flee. He did not stop until he had distanced himself a considerable distance from the rabbits. Just as he contemplated looking back, 2 simultaneous explosions reverberated through the air. Han Li shivered involuntarily. Upon glancing back, he was met with the horrifying sight of 2 rabbits whose bodies had burst apart, shattered into several pieces. Their bloody remains scattered across the ground. The area where the rabbits had been tethered now bore 2 craters, surrounded by the disarray of their mangled remnants, with blood and flesh strewn about in a gruesome display. Sighing in relief, Han Li sank to the ground, realizing that had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been caught in the explosive aftermath. While he might not have sustained severe injuries, being drenched in rabbit blood and flesh would certainly not have been a pleasant experience. Once his heart had calmed, Han Li rose to his feet and approached the vicinity of the craters. He surveyed the grotesque scene, glancing at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field, left speechless. He had anticipated discovering some miraculous elixir within the green liquid, only to encounter such a horrific substance. Poison is poison, but to witness such a tragic demise of the rabbits was beyond comprehension. He vowed never to touch that accursed thing again. It was far too terrifying. Han Li was no stranger to deadly poisons. Under the tutelage of Dr. Mo over the past few years, he had encountered numerous lethal toxins, yet none had been so horrifyingly lethal. Fortunately, Han Li possessed a strong fortitude and was able to remain composed amidst such chaos for a while longer before deciding to leave. As noon approached, he needed to deliver the prepared secret potion to Senior Brotherly. The aftermath of this unsettling event could wait until after he had completed his task. Embracing this thought, Han Li refrained from casting another glance at the explosion site, leaving all troubles for another day. He returned to his dwelling, took a brief respite, and then set off with the medicinal herbs towards the entrance of the Divine Hand Valley. Han Li was punctual, arriving at the valley's mouth precisely at noon. Yet Li Feiyu appeared to have been anxiously waiting there for some time. He stood alone at the valley's exit, donned in a white brocade robe, yet still bore the long knife that had left a profound impression on Han Li. Upon noticing Han Li's arrival, he quelled his anxious demeanor, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth as a smile graced his face. "Junior brother Han, you are indeed punctual. You said noon, and you arrived exactly at the hour. I have been waiting for nearly half an hour," Li Feiyu remarked, half in jest and half in reproach. "My apologies. I spent too long preparing the medicine yesterday and didn't rest until quite late, which caused me to rise later than usual. By the time I finished my tasks, it was right at noon," Han Li replied, with a tone that was half serious and half joking. "Junior brother Han, have you prepared the medicine?" Li Feiyu, in his eagerness, stammered slightly. Without responding to Li Feiyu's inquiry, Han Li smiled calmly and slowly retrieved a palm-sized medicine pouch from his robe, tossing it to Li Feiyu with a flick of his wrist. Before taking the marrow-extracting pill, dissolve a spoonful of the powder from this pouch in some cool boiled water. It will alleviate your suffering. "Thank you, Junior brother Han. Thank you," Li Feiyu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. The mere prospect of alleviating even a modicum of his pain was a tremendous blessing for him. The agony he endured while consuming the marrow-extracting pill was enough to make him tremble. He had previously tried numerous painkillers, all to no avail. Yet since this junior brother Han was knowledgeable about the pill's properties and had experienced it himself, perhaps this remedy would indeed prove effective. "Do not rush to thank me. Wait until the medicine has truly demonstrated its efficacy before expressing your gratitude. Furthermore, this is merely a year's supply. I have exhausted my current stock of medicinal materials. Once I gather enough, I shall prepare additional doses for you," Han Li stated candidly. "Not to worry, this is a year's worth, which will suffice for the time being. Regardless of its effectiveness, I genuinely appreciate your thoughtfulness, Junior brother Han," Li Feiyu responded, his demeanor returning to normal, and he candidly acknowledged the favor he owed Han Li. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to linger on the matter, and took his leave from Li Feiyu, holding the precious medicine in his hands. Li Feiyu was eager to return and test the remedy's efficacy, thus he did not attempt to detain Han Li further. The two bid each other farewell. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li first attended to the medicinal garden. He swept away the remains of the rabbit, the bloodied soil, and shattered bowls, clearing everything into a pit. He then leveled 2 mounds of earth that had appeared inexplicably, ensuring that the area looked as it had before the experiment. Satisfied, Han Li brushed the dust from his hands and surveyed his surroundings for any overlooked details. As his gaze fell upon the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. He vividly recalled the moment he discarded the bowl. As the diluted clear water splashed onto the small patch of medicinal herbs, moistening several of them, this prompted a flicker of hesitation within him. Would the herbs become toxic after absorbing the water? And if a person were to consume these potentially poisonous herbs, would they meet a fate akin to that of a rabbit? Should he eradicate these toxic plants immediately? A flurry of questions surged unexpectedly in Han Li's mind. After contemplating for a considerable time, he ultimately resolved to wait and observe them for a while longer, treating it as a minor experiment. If the herbs indeed turned toxic within the next few days, he could always remove them later. With his decision made, he glanced around for any tasks to engage in, and then retreated to the stone chamber to practice his skills, hoping for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Han Li had long ceased to concern himself with the specific utility of the technique. It had become an instinctive response for him. Without the act of cultivation, he found himself at a loss for what to do on the mountain. Pursuing a higher level of mastery over this technique had become his sole objective in life. After an afternoon of dedicated practice, Han Li was disheartened to realize that he was not a prodigy. Although he sensed he was merely a fingertip away from breaking through to the 4th level, he made no progress after a day of arduous training. It appeared that without the aid of external medicinal forces, he would remain trapped in the 3rd level indefinitely. Han Li began to yearn for the swift return of Dr. Mo, hoping he would be fortunate enough to procure sufficient medicinal materials to help him transcend his current predicament. Chapter 25. The willow sprouts. The following morning, Han Li awoke early and made his way toward the medicinal garden, eager to observe any changes in the herbs. As he approached the medicinal field, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich aroma of various herbs. Han Li paused momentarily, then felt a surge of excitement. Could it be? He quickened his pace and soon found himself in front of the herbs exuding the strong fragrance. Were these the same plants from yesterday? Han Li could hardly believe his eyes and slapped his slightly drowsy face a few times, stopping only when the pain urged him to cease his self-torture. The leaves of the huanglong grass had taken on a purplish hue, the bitter lotus flower had blossomed with 9 petals, and the skin of the worry-free fruit had turned black. Han Li could no longer contain himself. Even with his usual calm demeanor, he burst into boisterous laughter. Fortune had smiled upon him. Overnight, these herbs, which had only possessed a year or two of medicinal properties, had transformed into those with a potency of over a decade. The coloration of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals all indicated that these were indeed rare herbs matured for several years. After meticulously examining the herbs once more, he confirmed their alignment with the descriptions in the medicinal texts. These were genuinely precious materials with substantial age. If he could accelerate the maturation of herbs in this manner, would he not be able to amass as many valuable medicinal plants as he desired? Moreover, the herbs that he could not utilize himself could be sold to others. Thus he would be able to recoup his losses. Han Li could no longer suppress the excitement bubbling within him and began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that he had stumbled upon a treasure. In an impulsive burst of joy, he somersaulted several times on the ground, shedding his usual calm demeanor, akin to a youthful lad of 14 or 15 expressing his exuberance. After a considerable time, Han Li regained his composure, his mind sharpening back to its usual astuteness, and began to contemplate the challenges he would face in seizing this unexpected opportunity. Firstly, while the herbs appeared to be in pristine condition, their true efficacy remained to be tested. After all, they had absorbed that peculiar liquid to transform into their current state. Who could ascertain whether they contained any mutated components? He had personally witnessed the grim fate of those rabbits the previous day. It was prudent to exercise caution. Secondly, the mysterious green liquid in the small vial had been consumed. He was uncertain if any further anomalies would manifest to produce more droplets. It could very well be a one-time occurrence, and he needed to verify its properties that evening. If both these concerns proved inconsequential, he would still need to meticulously master the details and procedures of cultivating such extraordinary herbs, fully controlling this remarkable method. After deep contemplation, Han Li identified several pressing issues that required resolution. Without addressing them, this windfall would merely be a fleeting illusion. Once he had considered everything, Han Li sprang into action. He first ventured to the large kitchen outside the valley and, after inquiring with the steward, purchased 2 gray-furred rabbits. This action puzzled the kitchen steward, who was both amused and bemused, wondering why the youth consistently bought live rabbits. Did he intend to slaughter them himself to practice his culinary skills? Han Li paid no heed to the thoughts of others. This time, he tethered the rabbits not in the herb garden, but right outside his own door, allowing him to observe their changes at all times. He then proceeded to the medicinal fields, carefully harvesting the newly sprouted herbs, which he transformed into several excellent remedies for strengthening tendons and bones. He mixed the prepared medicines with the rabbits' favorite foods and fed them 3 times a day to test for any toxicity in these herbs. After completing these tasks, Han Li anxiously awaited the arrival of night, feeling as though time stretched interminably. At last, the night he had longed for finally descended. As dusk settled, Han Li rushed outside, retrieving the small vial from his bag and placing it on the ground, his full attention fixated on anticipating changes within it. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the vial remained still. Another quarter ticked by, and still no sign of life. As time wore on, Han Li's heart sank further. He waited almost until dawn, only to find the vial still inert. He was utterly disheartened. Could it truly be a disposable item? Or was there something he had done incorrectly? Mustering his spirits, Han Li surveyed his surroundings, finding no suspicious elements, save for the encroaching darkness. He murmured to himself. He suddenly paused, abruptly lifting his gaze to the heavens, where the sky was dark and oppressive, obscuring any sight of celestial bodies. The remark about the dimness of the day jolted Han Li into awareness. Could it be that the overcast weather, devoid of stars and moonlight, was the cause? He recalled that previous anomalies with the bottle had occurred on clear days, when the sky was unobstructed and the stars and moon were visible. Today, however, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds. A flicker of determination ignited within Han Li, and upon noticing the sky beginning to lighten, he realized that no incidents would occur tonight. He decided to stow the bottle away, planning to retry once the weather cleared. Yet, contrary to Han Li's expectations, the ensuing fortnight brought not clearer skies, but rather a persistent drizzle that continued unabated even now. Gazing out at the soft, incessant rain, Han Li felt a growing sense of frustration. The more he yearned for sunny weather, the more the rain fell, showing no signs of abating. He turned to glance at the two rabbits sheltered within, their lively antics only deepening his gloom. Ever since these rabbits had consumed the food laced with medicinal herbs, they not only showed no ill effects, but appeared more vigorous than before. For the past several days, Han Li had meticulously observed them, confirming their robust health, seemingly bolstered by the nourishing concoction. This favorable outcome, however, did little to alleviate his unease. Instead, it intensified his worries. The uncertainty surrounding whether the bottle could yield green liquid again became the crux of all his concerns. The relentless dreary weather further obscured the resolution of this mystery, leaving Han Li in a profound state of discontent. Chapter 26. The urgency of medicine. Just as Han Li believed this dreary, rainy weather would persist indefinitely, the sun finally ascended once more into the sky, heralding a clear day. It had been nearly half a month since he uncovered the secret of the green liquid, and his patience was wearing thin. That very evening, under the clear sky, he once again witnessed the marvel he had encountered for years prior. Countless luminous points densely encircled the bottle, forming a brilliant orb of light. Upon beholding this wondrous sight, the weight that had hung heavily in his heart finally lifted, for it was evident that this small bottle was not a mere consumable, but rather a remarkable object capable of repeated use. After a week of anticipation, a drop of green liquid finally materialized within the bottle. Although Han Li had grown increasingly confident in this outcome, the sight of the green liquid still filled him with immense joy, signifying the promise of a continuous supply of rare medicinal materials, alleviating his previous worries. It is well known that the value of medicinal herbs is predominantly assessed by their age. The longer the duration, the more potent the herb becomes. Likewise, older herbs are increasingly elusive, typically found in the depths of remote mountains or perilous cliffs. Without embracing risk, one cannot hope to obtain them. Although some pharmacies and physicians are now cultivating various herbs, these are primarily common medicinal plants that can be utilized after just a few years of growth. Most individuals would not be imprudent enough to cultivate herbs that require decades or even longer to mature. However, certain affluent families, in a bid to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, may commission the cultivation of a few exceedingly rare herbs for life-saving purposes during crises. These medicinal plants typically do not exhibit any efficacy unless they are aged significantly, as those of a more ordinary nature can be easily acquired by these wealthy individuals, rendering the effort of cultivation unnecessary. Moreover, these families, with their generational wealth, are indifferent to the time required for growing such herbs. None can predict whether a day may arise when they will be needed. Thus, these herbs are often regarded as rare treasures that require centuries to cultivate or are unique specimens that are nearly impossible to find. The average person lacks the financial resources and means to undertake such endeavors. Occasionally, rare wild herbs may make fleeting appearances in the market, but they are predominantly acquired by these affluent families, leading to a continuous surge in the prices of such rare herbs, often resulting in a market where demand outstrips supply. Han Li harbored little optimism regarding Dr. Mo's forthcoming expedition, predicting that it would yield minimal results. However, he no longer needed to fret over this matter. With the possession of the vial, he could now cultivate numerous valuable herbs in a remarkably short span of time. With a peculiar sense of anticipation, Han Li conducted several experiments to accelerate the growth of herbs over the following days. One experiment involved spraying a diluted green liquid onto various herbs, but the outcome yielded only an abundance of ordinary herbs with a mere 1 or 2 years of growth, far inferior to the initial batch. From this experiment, Han Li subtly grasped certain principles. In a subsequent trial, he opted to bypass the dilution step altogether, directly applying the green liquid onto a ginseng plant. To his astonishment, upon waking the next day, he discovered a ginseng that had matured for a century, indistinguishable from a wild centenarian ginseng. This successful experiment filled Han Li with elation, not merely for acquiring a rare herb, but for having nearly mastered the application method of the green liquid. Following this, Han Li conducted several preservation experiments with the green liquid, placing it into various containers, porcelain jars, jade vases, gourds, silver flasks, and more. He discovered that irrespective of the container, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than a quarter of an hour. Once extracted from the mysterious vial, it had to be utilized within that brief time frame, or else it would gradually vanish without a trace. The diluted liquid exhibited a similar characteristic. Although it could last slightly longer, it too would eventually yield only the residual liquid, with the green liquid's properties dissipating. After conducting several such experiments, Han Li completely lost confidence in the preservation of the green liquid in alternate containers. Concluding that it could not be stored in large quantities and thus resolved to undertake another test involving the enhancement of medicinal properties. Han Li dropped a single drop of green liquid onto a verdant sanwu grass, transforming it into a yellow variant with century-old medicinal properties. Days later, he repeated the process, and astonishingly, its age was augmented by yet another century. Witnessing the efficacy of his method, Han Li diligently replicated this action over the course of the next 2 months. Each time a new vial of green liquid was produced, he applied it to this remarkable sanwu grass, which responded splendidly. Its leaves transitioned gradually from yellow to a dark yellowish hue, and ultimately to a glossy black. Upon achieving this lustrous blackness, it became a rare millennium-old sanwu grass. This experiment proved to be a resounding success. It appeared that, with patience, Han Li could further enhance the age of the sanwu grass. However, he deemed such endeavors unnecessary, as he was already content with the knowledge that the method was indeed viable. At present, he required only herbs with several hundred years of essence for his own use. Following the completion of this extensive series of trials, Han Li finally found a moment to rest and reflect, as considerable time had elapsed since Dr. Mo descended the mountain. Now, reclining on his wooden bed within his chamber, he held the millennium-old sanwu grass in his hands, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on the dark herb, seemingly studying it. Yet, anyone else present would discern from his unfocused eyes that his mind was wandering elsewhere, absorbed in distant contemplations. The initial joy he felt upon acquiring the sanwu grass had faded, replaced by a meticulous consideration of the benefits and dangers that this small vial presented. As he contemplated his future, from the various texts in Dr. Mo's abode, Han Li had encountered numerous instances of those who bore treasures only to meet tragic ends. The vial he possessed was indeed a priceless treasure. Should word of its existence reach outsiders, he would undoubtedly not survive until dawn. Like many unfortunate souls before him, he would be overwhelmed by the greedy throngs drawn to it. To illustrate his point, if the leaders within his sect were to discover the secret of this vial, they would not hesitate to eliminate him, seeking to seize the treasure for themselves, leaving him to suffer a grim fate of loss and annihilation. He resolved never to divulge the existence of the vial to anyone, and to exercise utmost caution in its use on the mountain, for the commotion caused by the vial's absorption of light could easily reveal its secrets. Nevertheless, Han Li found himself in urgent need of medicinal materials for his cultivation. It would be a pity not to utilize the vial. Thus, he contemplated a solution that would allow him to strike a balance. Reflecting on his stagnant progress in cultivation, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Regardless, he understood that he could not afford to delay his advancement in the cultivation mantra. His motivation stemmed not from Dr. Mo's oversight, but from a subtle awareness of the exceptional changes he had experienced in recent years, which were undeniably intertwined with the practice of this enigmatic mantra. Chapter 27. Crafting the elixir. Before Dr. Mo returned to the mountain, Han Li was acutely aware that utilizing this vial in the Valley of Divine Hands was momentarily safe, for he was the sole inhabitant of the valley, and outsiders rarely dared to intrude upon its sanctum. This assurance allowed him to use the small vial with confidence and boldness during this interim period. Estimating Dr. Mo's return, Han Li surmised that the esteemed physician would likely find it challenging to procure high-quality medicinal herbs nearby. He would probably need to venture far afield, possibly into the uncharted depths of remote mountains and ancient forests, where rare herbs might be discovered. However, such a journey, round trip, coupled with the time required for foraging, would take no less than a year to complete. Now, nearly half a year had passed since Dr. Mo descended from the mountain, and it was reasonable to anticipate his return to the seven mysterious sect within the next 6 or 7 months. In the days leading up to his return, Han Li's sole objective was to diligently cultivate as many beneficial herbs as possible, systematically adhering to the precious formulas he had learned, ensuring no waste of the verdant liquid. The concoctions he intended to create, potent elixirs that could enhance his power and allow him to break through his current limitations, were the exquisite holy medicines that Dr. Mo had once aspired to formulate, but could never complete due to a lack of necessary ingredients. Each of these elixirs, if brought to market, could deplete an ordinary family's fortune and would be fiercely coveted by those in the martial world. Even with Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills, he had never encountered any of these finished medicines, let alone crafted them himself. It was worth noting that although Dr. Mo possessed the knowledge to prepare these sacred elixirs, he could only lament the absence of the requisite herbs. During his apprenticeship with Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in these rare formulas. Though he had never harbored the expectation of crafting such invaluable medicines, he had nonetheless committed many of these recipes to memory. Dr. Mo, indifferent to Han Li's enthusiasm for learning these formulas, would provide detailed explanations whenever Han Li inquired, displaying no inclination to conceal any information. Perhaps Dr. Mo regarded these formulas as akin to a delicacy that was tasteless yet too precious to discard. Now, these formulas had become dear to Han Li, who meticulously sought out the various herbs specified in their recipes, fully aware that time was of the essence. He understood the urgency of preparing these medicines before Dr. Mo's return, after which he would stow the vial away, vowing never to employ it again upon the mountain. Han Li possessed no confidence that he could use the vial in Dr. Mo's presence without revealing his secret. He was acutely aware of the physician's astute and cautious nature and harbored no intention of disclosing the vial's mystery to him. The relationship between Han Li and Dr. Mo was decidedly peculiar, transcending the simplicity of an ordinary master-student bond. Dr. Mo often regarded him with a peculiar gaze, leading Han Li to suspect that there were secrets harbored that could be detrimental to him, a feeling that had intensified in recent years. This sense of unease prevented Han Li and Dr. Mo from achieving the closeness typical of a conventional master-student relationship, leaving them unable to communicate freely. Dr. Mo has been quite kind to him in daily life, neither resorting to physical punishment nor hurling abusive language. He has spared no effort in creating optimal conditions for Han Li's cultivation of the technique. However, an invisible barrier seems to linger between master and disciple, casting a persistent air of awkwardness in their interactions. Dr. Mo is evidently aware of this rift, yet he shows no inclination to mend the emotional bond that exists between them. He continues to focus solely on urging Han Li to advance in his training. Notably, the peculiar gaze that once characterized Dr. Mo's scrutiny of Han Li has diminished over time, and it has been a considerable while since such expressions have surfaced. Nevertheless, Han Li's keen intuition whispers to him that the other party has not truly abandoned any ulterior motives, but rather has cleverly concealed his intentions. This realization deepens Han Li's wariness, and under such circumstances, how could he dare to reveal the secret of the vial? From numerous historical texts, Han Li has learned a hard lesson. One should harbor no ill will toward others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. Whether Dr. Mo genuinely harbors ill intentions or Han Li is merely misinterpreting the situation, it is prudent for him to remain cautious. Should Dr. Mo indeed be malevolent, Han Li's vigilance could shield him from harm. If it is merely a misjudgment of his intuition, then fostering a sense of alertness is still justified. He would never intentionally betray his master. Han Li remains a devoted disciple, committed to honoring the duties of a pupil. Reflecting on this peculiar relationship with Dr. Mo, Han Li feels a twinge of discomfort, recognizing that their unusual dynamic is likely unparalleled within the Seven Mysterious sect. With a sigh, he resolves that the vial must never be used again once Dr. Mo returns. After all, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Even if he miraculously evades discovery by Dr. Mo, others within the sect might stumble upon the secret. The safest course of action is to conceal it and treat the incident as if it never occurred. Having made all necessary preparations and resolved to keep the vial secret and refrain from using it lightly, Han Li finally feels a sense of relief and drifts off to sleep. In the following months, he discreetly utilizes the green liquid from the vial to cultivate a substantial quantity of rare medicinal materials. Using these ingredients, he concocts various precious medicines according to specific formulas. However, the process is fraught with failures, each setback causing Han Li considerable distress, for the materials employed are among the rarest in existence, and each failure represents a significant monetary loss. Yet, he cannot entirely blame himself. These formulas are new to everyone, and encountering failures is inevitable. Even if Dr. Mo were to personally undertake the concoction, he too would likely experience a mishap or two. Thus, Han Li finds solace in this self-reassurance. The rare and extraordinary elixirs, such as Huanglong Dan, Qingling San, Jinsui Wan, and Yangjing Dan, were meticulously arranged before Han Li in a series of small vials. As he gazed upon these precious potions, a joyous expression illuminated his face. With these miraculous substances in his possession, he felt confident that he could not only master the 4th level of his technique, but could also effortlessly ascend to the 5th and 6th levels. Among these elixirs, Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan proved to be the most beneficial for his cultivation, offering enhancements to his power and facilitating a profound transformation. Whereas Qingling San was a rare antidote, capable of counteracting countless deadly toxins. Lastly, Yangjing Dan was a remarkable remedy for both internal and external injuries, promising significant healing effects. Even in the most dire circumstances, this elixir could alleviate wounds to the extent of preserving one's life. Initially, Han Li had no intention of concocting the latter 2 potions, which were unrelated to his cultivation. However, after careful consideration, he recognized that, as a practitioner of the martial world, he could potentially face unforeseen calamities or become embroiled in conflicts. Thus, it seemed prudent to prepare some antidotes and healing remedies in advance. The thought of succumbing to poison or injury due to a lack of effective medicine was too tragic to contemplate. Consequently, he decided to brew a small quantity of these 2 potions to carry with him, understanding that life is singular and precious, and he did not wish to meet an untimely demise. Although this decision would diminish the quantity of the other 2 elixirs and slightly slow his progress in cultivating the technique, he accepted this compromise, recognizing that perfection is a rare occurrence in life, and one must occasionally make sacrifices. On the very day he completed the preparation of the elixirs, Han Li commenced taking them as prescribed, consuming 1 Huanglong Dan and 1 Jinsui Wan. These legendary potions truly lived up to their esteemed reputation under their formidable potency. He effortlessly broke through his bottleneck that very night, achieving the 4th level of his technique. Upon reaching this new level, Han Li was immediately struck by an unprecedented sensation. His 5 senses surged to an astonishing degree as the world around him transformed into a realm of vivid clarity. Details previously imperceptible became magnified before his eyes. Even the delicate strands of cobwebs in the corners of the room were now distinctly visible. His hearing sharpened to an extraordinary level. An array of sounds, both familiar and unfamiliar, flooded his ears, including the faint rustling of an earthworm burrowing from several yards away and the buzzing of an unknown insect passing by the entrance. These sounds resonated with an uncanny clarity, as if they were occurring right beside him. Furthermore, a host of strange and sudden scents revealed that his sense of smell had also undergone a significant transformation. Han Li was both astonished and delighted. For the first time, he felt that the time he had devoted to practicing this particular mantra was not in vain. This extraordinary sensation indicated that the mantra possessed its own unique merits. Although the previous levels of cultivation had enhanced his senses to some extent, none had brought about such a palpable transformation as the 4th level, marking a significant qualitative leap, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Furthermore, he sensed that his body felt considerably lighter than before, and his mental acuity had made remarkable strides. Now, Han Li believed he could go several days without sleep without facing significant issues. He savored the entirely different sensations coursing through him. Standing still, he could perceive events unfolding within dozens of zhang, a feeling of omnipotence that left him utterly captivated and reluctant to part with it. He now understood that reaching the 4th level of this mantra truly represented a modest, yet genuine achievement. He could not help but ponder the unforgettable sensations that the 4th level had bestowed upon him. What exquisite experiences might the 5th and 6th levels offer? Just as Han Li was beginning to grasp the profound intricacies of his cultivation method, his nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only did he come back himself, but he also brought with him a mysterious figure. As soon as Dr. Mo entered the Valley of Divine Hands, Han Li recognized the familiar sound of his cough from a distance. He had been meditating within the stone chamber, striving to elevate his practice to the next tier. Upon detecting Dr. Mo's presence, he quickly gathered his energy and exited the stone chamber, making his way towards the valley entrance to greet his master, whom he had not seen in nearly a year. To his surprise, he encountered Dr. Imo not far from the valley's mouth. Upon seeing Dr. Imo, Han Li was taken aback. The man remained the same, yet his visage bore a pallor of fatigue and lifelessness. Previously, although Dr. Imo had appeared somewhat unwell, he had never looked so utterly decrepit, as if he were on the brink of death. What astonished Han Li even more was the imposing figure that accompanied him, a tall, robust individual cloaked in a black hood, entirely enveloped in a voluminous green robe that concealed every inch of skin. This person towered over Han Li by at least 2 heads, possessing a physique reminiscent of a giant. However, the cloak obscured his features, leaving Han Li with the unsettling impression that the stranger's countenance must be fearsome and grotesque. Suppressing the questions swirling in his mind, Han Li quickly approached Dr. Imo and offered a respectful salute, then stood attentively beside him, awaiting his master's inquiries. He understood all too well that the stranger was indifferent to his display of respect. However, as a disciple, he recognized the necessity of adhering to the proper etiquette of the master-disciple relationship, ensuring he did not project an impression of arrogance that could place him in a more disadvantageous position. Based on Han Li's understanding of Dr. Imo, and considering his usual concern for his own cultivation technique, it is reasonable to assume that after such a lengthy separation, Dr. Imo would first inquire about the progress of Han Li's practice upon seeing him, eager to ascertain his advancement. Indeed, as soon as Dr. Imo spotted Han Li, he emerged from the valley, momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat and weakly asked, "How is your technique progressing? Have you made any slight improvements?" His face soon reflected a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Han Li had already mentally prepared himself for this encounter and delivered the premeditated response. It remains much the same, without significant changes. He had no intention of revealing the truth of his cultivation, as he could not explain the miraculous leap from the 3rd level to the 4th without external assistance. "Extend your hand." Dr. Mo's demeanor darkened, and his tone became abruptly stern. Upon noticing this shift in expression, Han Li felt a jolt of unease. However, he was not apprehensive about Dr. Imo examining his pulse to assess the condition of his internal qi. Since entering the 4th level, Han Li had unexpectedly discovered that he could freely manipulate the intensity of the peculiar qi within him. He could easily regulate it to the strength he had in the 3rd level, thus concealing the truth from Dr. Mo's scrutiny. Chapter 29. The conflict. Dr. Mo's expression was impassive, his eyes half closed, one hand firmly resting on Han Li's wrist. He focused entirely on the strength of Han Li's internal qi, remaining silent for a considerable time. After a while, he exhaled deeply, seemingly releasing all his pent-up frustration. His eyes abruptly opened, a glimmer of sharp clarity piercing through their murky depths, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. His countenance was grim, clearly displeased with Han Li, yet he refrained from uttering any reproachful words. With a cold gesture, he motioned for Han Li to follow him. Han Li obediently trailed behind. His curiosity about the enigmatic figure beside Dr. Imo piqued, yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. Once inside the room, Dr. Imo wearily sank into a grand armchair, leaning back against the support, half sitting and half reclining. The spark in his eyes had faded, revealing the weariness of prolonged ailment. The mysterious figure remained closely at his heels, standing rigidly behind the chair, motionless. Understanding that Dr. Imo was in a foul mood, Han Li refrained from initiating conversation, opting instead to mimic the mysterious figure by standing in the center of the room, bowing his head toward Dr. Imo, remaining still, and waiting for him to speak. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Han Li grew curious and, unable to contain himself, subtly attempted to lift his head for a glance at Dr. Imo. "Why the stealth? Just look if you wish." Dr. Mo's sharp voice cut through the stillness as Han Li had barely inclined his neck. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but he obediently lifted his head, his gaze flitting across the face of Dr. Imo before quickly retreating. Although his expression remained unchanged, a tempest of emotions churned within him. How could Dr. Mo's countenance suddenly appear so sinister? A faint layer of dark energy seemed to envelop his somewhat pallid face, with tendrils that danced menacingly as if animated by life itself. Even more alarming to Han Li was the transformation of Dr. Mo's usual stoic demeanor. Now, a fierce determination shone in his eyes, accompanied by a mocking smirk that suggested ill intentions. Feeling an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, Han Li was gripped by anxiety, a palpable sense of danger pervading the room. Cautiously, he took a half step back, concealing his hand within his sleeve to grasp a metal tube, allowing his taut nerves to ease slightly. At that moment, a low taunt from Dr. Mo pierced the air. "Do you dare flaunt your little wits?" Dr. Mo's form shifted, unsettlingly transitioning from a reclined position to standing, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he effortlessly glided to Han Li's side, regarding him with a chilling laughter. Han Li's face paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly attempted to raise his arm, yet his body felt paralyzed. It was then that he noticed Dr. Mo's fingers had released their grip from a vital point on his chest. The speed was astonishing. He had been utterly oblivious to the assault. "Dr. Mo, what are your intentions? If I have erred in any way, please articulate your grievances." "There is no need to restrain me," Han Li stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Dr. Mo remained silent, instead tapping his back a few times before coughing lightly, adopting an appearance of frailness. However, Han Li, having witnessed the formidable prowess that had subdued him moments earlier, dared not regard him as an ordinary ailing elder. This feigned frailty only heightened Han Li's wariness. "Dr. Mo, given your esteemed status, why engage with me on such a petty level? Release my restraint, and I shall accept any consequences without hesitation," Han Li continued, layering his words with flattery. Yet, Dr. Mo disregarded his entreaties. Retrieving the metal tube from his sleeve and regarding Han Li with a gaze of mockery and disdain. In that moment, Han Li's heart sank to the depths of despair. Any hope of swaying Dr. Mo with words had vanished. It was evident that no opportunity would be afforded to him. Gradually, he fell silent, his expression calming into an inscrutable serenity as he met Dr. Mo's gaze with an emotionless stare. Instantly, the entire room seemed to freeze, enveloped in a profound silence reminiscent of the stillness before an impending storm. "Good, good, good," Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. "Indeed, it is no surprise that I, Mo Jiren, have chosen you. Even now, you remain unfazed and composed in the face of adversity, which justifies the considerable investment I have made in you." He began to extol Han Li's virtues. "What exactly do you intend to do with me?" Han Li did not respond to Dr. Mo's praise, but instead posed a question of his own. What to do with you?" Dr. Mo repeated Han Li's inquiry ambiguously. "The course of action regarding you will depend on your own performance." "What do you mean?" Han Li furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing some of the other party's intentions. "If I don't speak, you should be able to grasp some of it with your intelligence, right?" Han Li admitted candidly that he could only surmise a fraction of the whole situation, but still failed to comprehend the complete narrative and its implications. "Very well. That is indeed the right approach. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Do not keep them bottled up inside." Dr. Mo smirked slyly, a shadowy aura seeming to thicken around him, rendering his visage even more menacing. "I know you have always been wary of me and have never truly regarded me as your master. However, that is inconsequential. I have never genuinely considered you my disciple," Dr. Mo remarked with a dismissive snort. Chapter 30. The Fallen Hero. "How old do you think I am?" The muscles on his face twitched as he posed an incongruous question. "Judging by appearance, perhaps in your 60s. However, since you have asked, your age must diverge significantly from your exterior. Perhaps you are even older or much younger." Han Li was taken aback internally but maintained a neutral tone. "TSK, TSK. It is indeed impressive for someone trained in the eternal spring technique. A mere country boy transformed into such a sharp and astute individual," Dr. Mo exclaimed, gazing at him with fervent interest. "You are correct. I am but 37 years old," a figure that astonished Han Li emerged from Dr. Mo's lips. "Impossible?" For the first time, Han Li felt a stir of surprise. "Impossible. It is indeed hard to believe. Those who encounter me might think I am in my 60s. Even if I were to claim I am 70, few would doubt it." Dr. Mo's voice suddenly escalated to a high pitch, piercing Han Li's ears with an unbearable sharpness, as if striking at the deepest wounds of his heart. "I, Mo Jiren, once held considerable renown in the martial world of Yuan country's Lanzhou during my youth, carving out a significant reputation for myself, establishing my own domain with bare hands. At that time in Lanzhou, who did not know the might of my ghost hand? Those who followed me thrived, those who opposed me." Dr. Mo's tone returned to a somber depth as he recounted his past, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness akin to blades, as if he were reliving the glory of his heyday, when power was firmly within his grasp. Hearing Dr. Mo's words, Han Li was secretly astonished, realizing that his nominal master possessed such a formidable legacy. Alas, such glory was not destined to last. As I approached the threshold of middle age, eager to further showcase my abilities, I fell victim to the treachery of a malevolent individual, a trusted confidant who employed insidious methods against me. Although my exceptional medical skills allowed me to control the onset of my injuries, I found myself unable to achieve complete recovery, and my martial prowess diminished significantly, rendering me incapable of establishing my presence in the Northern Territories. Fearing retribution from my enemies, I was compelled to abandon my ancestral estate and family, retreating into obscurity in search of a remedy, hoping to restore my former abilities. While recounting the tribulations that followed, I became wholly absorbed in the reminiscence, my hands tightly clenched into fists, my fingers digging deeply into my palms, blood streaming forth. Yet, I appeared utterly oblivious to the pain, my visage contorted with a fierce and savage expression, instilling a chill of terror in those who beheld it. It was clear that my resentment towards the treacherous soul who had wronged me ran deep. Sensing the lingering animosity in my words, Han Li could not help but shudder, a cold dread settling within him. Fortune smiled upon me, for in a mysterious moment, I fortuitously acquired an enigmatic tome. This book was perplexing and profound, and I exerted considerable effort to grasp its contents, ultimately discovering a shortcut to restore my powers. Upon following the prescribed methods, Dr. Mo hesitated, his expression betraying a blend of irritation and regret. "Thus, you have become the wretched being you are now," Han Li coldly interjected, completing the thought that hung unspoken in the air. Indeed, I had not anticipated that adhering to the Tome's instructions would restore my powers while simultaneously accelerating my aging, transforming me into this frail, half-human, half-spectral figure. Dr. Mo nodded somberly, unfazed by Han Li's scorn. "You must have discerned the cause by now," I continued. "My improper practices allowed malevolent energies to invade me, resulting in a vitality consumption rate where a single day of my life equates to 10 days of an ordinary person's. I am in a constant state of life depletion. Fortunately, my expertise in restorative techniques, coupled with a secret elixir I concocted as per the book's guidance, has only recently managed to slow the aging process, allowing me to persevere until now. What relevance does the incantation you mastered hold in resolving your predicament?" Han Li boldly probed, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Shortly after my transformation, I discerned a method of liberation from my plight through the study of the tome, the long spring technique you practice. If I could find someone who has attained the 4th level of mastery to assist me with their energy and manipulation using the long spring chi to stimulate my vital points, I could extricate myself from my current predicament and reclaim my lost essence. Why must it be me? Could you not find anyone else who has practiced this technique?" Han Li pondered, echoing a question that had lingered in his mind for some time. "Do you believe that the long spring technique is something anyone can master?" Dr. Mo retorted, frustration evident on his face. "This method requires not only youth to begin the practice anew, but also the practitioner must possess a spiritual root constitution. Although I am unfamiliar with the concept of a spiritual root, I have sought out hundreds of youths before you, none of whom were able to cultivate the long spring technique. Is that truly the case?" Han Li was taken aback, astonished by the stringent requirements associated with this practice. "In the remaining years of my life, I believed it was impossible to find anyone capable of imparting the cultivation techniques. Thus, I succumbed to despair, masquerading as a wandering healer, drifting aimlessly. To my astonishment, I unexpectedly encountered the leader of the Qishuan sect, who had also fallen victim to treachery. In our shared plight, I extended my hand to save his life. Subsequently, at his invitation, I became a revered guest of the sect, intending to conceal my identity and spend my final days in seclusion upon the mountain. Miraculously, the unexpected occurred. Initially, I feared that my medical skills and martial prowess might be lost forever, which led me to invite you both into the valley, genuinely wishing to take you as my disciples. However, inexplicably, I found myself urging you to practice the Changchun technique, perhaps out of a lingering hope. In truth, even if you could not master this particular technique, I would still have taken you in and imparted a portion of my knowledge. Little did I anticipate that you would respond so favorably to this technique. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those in need." Dr. Mo revealed all these enigmas in one breath, his face flushed with a sickly hue, clearly pleased with his fortuitous turn of events. "I have yet to master the 4th layer of the Changchun technique. Why must you restrain me at this moment and unveil everything? Han Li finally posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. This is your own doing, Dr. Mo replied, his satisfaction waning. I have expended so much effort and care on you, yet you fail to meet my expectations, continually toying with me. We are now at the final hurdle, yet you remain stagnant. I could have waited another 2 years, but during my descent from the mountain, an enemy recognized me. After a fierce battle, although I vanquished my foe, I exhausted my already limited energy, significantly shortening my lifespan. Even with all my strength, I can only extend my life by 1 more year. How can you expect me to wait any longer? Dr. Mo's triumphant expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare as he roared at Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li maintained his composure, showing no outward signs of being rattled. Yet within, a tempest brewed, far from the calm demeanor he projected. He had anticipated Dr. Mo's profound intentions towards him, but he had never imagined the depths of the hidden truths regarding the man's background, experiences, and the cultivation techniques he practiced, all of which exceeded his expectations. Chapter 31. Corpse Bug Pill. Han Li's mind was a tumultuous storm, filled with fear, regret, and confusion. Despite having delayed until now, he could not conceive of a means of escape, leaving him in a state of panic. After all, he was still quite young, unable to rival the seasoned cunning of someone like Dr. Mo. His attempts to maintain a facade of calm were ultimately transparent, as the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Dr. Mo did not miss a single change in Han Li's expression. Relishing the immense pressure he had imposed, he firmly believed that only under such psychological strain could he coax the truth from his adversary. Do you think I am deliberately slacking, delaying my progress in cultivation? Han Li was taken aback by this unexpected blow. Of course, if you have not mastered the 4th layer in 2 years, do you truly think I would be oblivious to your little tricks? The first 3 levels were completed in merely 3 years. Even if the 4th level proves excessively difficult to practice without the aid of medication, it should not take 2 years without any progress whatsoever. Dr. Mo's expression turned severe, his eyebrows raised ominously, as if his discontent with Han Li had long been brewing, only now erupting. It appears that no matter how I attempt to clarify, the old doctor will remain unconvinced. Han Li could not help but smirk inwardly. He had not anticipated that the very progress he had just concealed would be the root cause of the current predicament. Indeed, he had unwittingly lifted a stone only to crush his own foot, uncertain whether provoking Dr. Mo's outburst and unraveling this mystery was a blessing or a curse. There is no need for further discourse. I am disinclined to discern whether your past actions bear truth or falsehood. Listen closely. I wish to pose a singular question to you. If granted another year, would you be capable of mastering the 4th level of the Changchun technique? Dr. Mo sneered coldly, deliberately articulating the most critical inquiry of the day, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Han Li, awaiting his response with utmost gravity. Han Li was acutely aware that the answer to this question not only pertained to the other's life a year hence, but was also pivotal to his own survival at this moment. You should be well aware that I cannot provide you with any alternative response. Now, please release my acupoints. Han Li relaxed his entire being, his tone becoming light and airy. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Mo's demeanor softened slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. However, he did not approach to release Han Li's acupoints. Instead, he cautiously retrieved a meticulously carved square sandalwood box from within his robe. I cannot rely solely on your words. Should you be insincere, treating this as mere pretense while neglecting your training, it would be no different from before. For the sake of our lives, it is prudent to add an extra layer of assurance, he spoke ominously. Carefully opening the box, a white pill lay quietly at its center. Dr. Mo prodded Han Li's body to release his acupoints. Before Han Li could move, he presented the box before him. You are an astute individual. There is no need for me to elaborate further. You comprehend what must be done. Dr. Mo narrowed his eyes, harboring ulterior motives. Han Li, slightly moving his somewhat numb limbs, accepted the sandalwood box without hesitation, gently pinching the pill from within with 2 fingers. In the presence of the other, without a glance, he directly placed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Clap, clap. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Should you assist me in returning to normalcy, I shall express my profound gratitude. I will not indulge in empty promises, given the chasm that has formed between us. It is impossible for me to accept you as a disciple, yet I can assure you a life of wealth and prosperity. Dr. Mo applauded a few times, sincerely pledging a significant promise to Han Li. Now, it is time to reveal the properties of the pill, lest I unwittingly transgress a taboo and forfeit my life. Han Li maintained an impassive expression, showing no sign of being swayed. He chuckled. This pill is known as the corpse insect pill. It is not a true medicinal substance, but rather a type of egg concocted through a secret method. Once ingested, it will lie dormant within you for a year. Rest assured, during this year, it will pose no danger to you nor hinder your other endeavors. A year hence, one need only consume the specially concocted antidote, which will dissolve automatically, leaving no lingering dangers. However, should the antidote go unadministered after a year, the egg shall absorb sufficient nutrients, hatch, and voraciously consume the internal organs, leaving the individual to languish in excruciating agony for 3 days and nights before succumbing to death. Dr. Mo, with an air of nonchalance, expounded upon the potency of this pill, subtly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the insidious nature of the pill, Han Li trembled slightly, his complexion darkening to an alarming degree as he struggled to contain his burgeoning rage. At that moment, Dr. Mo was poised to unveil his most formidable weapon. By the way, I have heard that you have quite a number of family members at home. I wonder if the silver you send back each month suffices. If not, do not hesitate to ask me. I hold your family in great regard, Dr. Mo remarked, his tone imbued with an earnest gravity. It was then that he truly revealed his fangs, striking at Han Li's most vulnerable point. Han Li's visage turned a ghastly shade of ashen, rendering him incapable of achieving the tranquil state of mind advocated in his readings. With the last vestiges of his strength, he clenched his lips tightly, fearful of unleashing a torrent of curses or desperate pleas. He understood all too well that no amount of entreaty or threat would dissuade the other party from maintaining their grip on this critical leverage. Rest assured, within a year, I shall undoubtedly reach the 4th level, Han Li declared through gritted teeth, each word punctuated with defiance, unmasking his profound disdain for Dr. Mo. Under the stark threat, he found himself compelled to acquiesce, unable to relinquish his familial ties or disregard their well-being. Captured at his most vulnerable, Han Li had to abandon any thoughts of mutual destruction. In this initial confrontation with Dr. Mo, he faced utter defeat. Upon hearing Han Li's submission, Dr. Mo exhaled a long-held breath of relief, his tension rivaling that of Han Li, albeit concealed beneath a mask of inscrutable expressions. This eternal spring technique is truly formidable. The young rascal is far from easy to deal with, Dr. Mo internally cursed, his emotions a tumultuous blend of envy and admiration. In truth, while the eternal spring technique possesses certain merits in refining one's essence and awakening intelligence, its efficacy is contingent upon the individual. Han Li, inherently more precocious and astute than his peers, had further excelled in cunning and intellect through its practice. Chapter 32. A spirit of magnanimity. Han Li turned and walked toward the door, only to pause and glance back, posing a question, brother standing behind Dr. Mo, who is yet to utter a word. What brings you here? Hearing Han Li's unexpected inquiry, Dr. Mo offered a slight smile, cunningly evading the question. With your keen wit, why not take a guess? I am certain you shall arrive at the answer. Han Li shook his head and exited Dr. Mo's abode with decisive resolve. Whether he could not guess or simply chose not to ponder remained uncertain. Once outside, Han Li's expression darkened considerably. In the recent confrontation with Dr. Mo, he found himself utterly defenseless, completely subdued by his opponent. This revelation underscored his naivety. He had presumed that his cleverness could allow him to maneuver against Dr. Mo ultimately. The elaborate concoction of 5 poisons water he labored to create failed to serve its purpose and was promptly confiscated. It was evident that he needed to return and contemplate how to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, he strode purposefully back to his residence, unwilling to accept being controlled by Dr. Mo. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Dr. Mo stood in stunned silence, gazing at the wooden floor, where a dark, gaping hole the size of a bowl had appeared. Just moments earlier, he had casually tested the contents of a metal tube, and the toxic fluid that erupted from it had effortlessly corroded the ground beneath. Witnessing the bizarre potency of this venom, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress his trepidation. He leaped in outrage, exclaiming, "How dare that rascal learn to concoct such a poison? I have never taught him anything of the sort. I assumed it was merely a common elixir for inducing slumber." The audacity of that young man, so ruthless and ungrateful, left him fuming. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li, who had inadvertently instilled such fear in Dr. Mo, returned to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Having undergone such significant upheaval that day, his body and mind were utterly exhausted, and he desperately needed rest to recuperate. Upon awakening, Han Li gradually stirred from his dreams, lifting himself from the bed to observe the dawn breaking in the east. It was clear that he had slept soundly through the night. Sitting upright, he did not immediately rise, but instead rested his chin on his hands, arms draped over his thighs, as he pondered methods of escaping Dr. Mo's grasp. Clearly, he would be safe for the next year. Dr. Mo, concerned for his own safety, would not dare to harm him, but the future beyond that remained uncertain. He was not overly worried about the issue of the Changchun Gong, as he had recently mastered the 4th level, and he was confident that the 5th level would be within his reach in a year's time. The matter of the corpse insect pill was also resolvable. When the time came, he could merely display his progress in cultivation to Dr. Mo and threaten to withhold the antidote until he received treatment. It was unlikely that Dr. Mo would risk offending him over such a matter. Suddenly, Han Li recalled something. He reached into his possession and retrieved a small vial, from which he extracted a verdant pill. He swallowed it with a tilt of his head, and after a brief moment, once the effects began to take hold, he entered a state of quiet introspection. Alas, that old trickster Mo has indeed not deceived me regarding this corpse insect pill. The cleansing spirit powder, which can neutralize a myriad of toxins, proves ineffective against this pill. It seems I must wait a year to acquire the antidote, he muttered softly, a hint of frustration lacing his words. After placing the vial back within his robes, he rose from the bed and approached the solitary table in the room. He began to pace around it, hands clasped behind his back, while continuing to deliberate over the myriad concerns swirling in his mind. It was worth noting that Han Li did not fully trust Dr. Mo's words, aware that much of what was conveyed was likely riddled with falsehoods. Regrettably, despite the awareness of his circumstances, Han Li found himself powerless to resist, as he was threatened by the adversary using the well-being of his loved ones as leverage. He harbored profound doubts regarding whether Dr. Mo would indeed uphold his promise a year hence. If matters were truly as straightforward as claimed, he would have no need for resistance. However, he feared the possibility that the opponent might conceal detrimental elements, leading to a sudden betrayal and malicious actions. Should he remain unprepared, he would find himself devoid of any opportunity to fight back. Han Li contemplated the situation repeatedly, but found no satisfactory solution. Currently, both he and Dr. Mo were ensnared in mutual fear. The latter was apprehensive that Han Li's lack of dedication to cultivation might jeopardize his own life, while Han Li worried that once the adversary's concerns were alleviated, he might unleash his wrath upon him. Although Han Li could have leveraged this to exert some pressure on the opponent, the adversary's grip on his family rendered him helpless and compelled to acquiesce. Was he truly destined to entrust his life to another, hoping for their mercy in the end? Han Li felt a twinge of despair. No, he must not succumb to such a notion. His fate must never lie in the hands of another. And yielding complete control over his existence to others was the height of folly. He swiftly dismissed this foolish thought. After exhausting his mind, Han Li devised a plan, albeit a somewhat impractical one. He resolved to bolster his strength from multiple fronts, seeking ways to enhance his bargaining position and instill fear in his adversary, ensuring that, even if the opponent were to strike, he would have avenues for self-preservation. It was indeed a rather naive strategy, relegating him to a position of passive defense, allowing the opponent to take the initiative. Yet, at present, this was the only viable approach, offering a semblance of thoroughness. With his resolve firm, Han Li decided to step outside. He pushed open the door and ambled into the open space, stretching lazily and yawning. Facing the brisk morning breeze and gazing at the half-risen crimson sun, he proclaimed with fervor, "My destiny shall rest solely in my own hands. I will never allow others to dictate it." Chapter 33. A private transaction. Han Li grasped the rope of a wooden bucket and hurled it into the water pool, then pulled it back with a swift motion. He effortlessly hoisted the bucket, raising it above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, cascaded the refreshing water over himself. What a delightful chill! How invigorating! Both he and another youth exclaimed in unison, reveling in the refreshing sensation. It was no wonder, for it was the height of summer, the heat oppressive, and with their bare torsos drenched in the icy mountain spring, they felt an unparalleled relief. "Hey, Han Shitty, you truly have a knack for finding pristine spots. This secluded pool is a gem," remarked the seemingly aloof youth. That's nothing. I've discovered even more elusive locations, though none possess the clarity of this water, Han Li replied, graciously accepting the compliment. The youth speaking was none other than Han Li, while the other was Li Feiyu, who had come to fetch medicine. Since Li Feiyu first obtained pain relief medicine from Han Li, he returned home to test its efficacy, and it proved to be remarkably effective, alleviating much of the agony associated with the marrow extraction pill. From that moment on, Li Feiyu found himself unable to resist the torment of the marrow extraction pill without Han Li's medicinal powder, resulting in the depletion of what was originally meant to last for a year in just a few months. Driven to the brink by excruciating pain, Li Feiyu reluctantly sought out Han Li to procure more medicine. At that time, Han Li was intent on enhancing his own strength, and upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the 7 Absolute Hall for further training, he proposed in exchange the imparting of the hall's profound techniques in return for medicine. With his life expectancy dwindling, Li Feiyu readily acquiesced to this arrangement. To maintain the secrecy of their transactions, Han Li scouted several discreet locations within the sprawling Caisha mountain range, where they could conduct their exchanges. Periodically, they would clandestinely meet. Han Li would provide the medicinal concoction, and in return, Li Feiyu would teach him some martial arts learned from the 7 Absolute Hall. This mutually beneficial arrangement continued for over half a year, during which both Li Feiyu and Han Li grew fond of one another, ultimately becoming inseparable friends. Li Feiyu was particularly pleased with the secluded spots Han Li had discovered, especially one that featured a small pond, surrounded by steep cliffs. Within a modest basin, the only access was through a narrow cave, which required crawling to navigate. Astonishingly, the cave's exit was located within a hollow of an ancient locust tree, tightly nestled against the cliffside. Most importantly, on these sweltering days, the cool pond provided a refreshing respite. After stretching their limbs, pouring a few buckets of cold water over themselves was an immensely pleasurable experience. Once refreshed, Han Li glanced at the sun and remarked, "The Python Fury technique you taught me last time was too vigorous. I feel it doesn't suit me. Do you have any techniques that are more delicate and subtle?" "Junior brother Han, do you truly believe that the 7 Absolute Hall is solely under my command? One cannot simply choose any technique to learn. I can only select a small portion for my studies. My techniques lean towards the masculine, so of course, I must learn the more forceful methods," Li Feiyu retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Han Li. What kind of person is Senior Brother Li? The foremost among all disciples. How could he possibly be compared to an ordinary disciple of the 7 Absolute Hall? Han Li said sheepishly, sensing Li Feiyu's irritation and hastily offering a few flattering remarks. "It is indeed a rare occurrence for our genius Han to receive some compliments," Li Feiyu teased, a smirk playing on his lips. "What genius? Am I not easily defeated by a few of your moves?" Han Li replied, "Humph. That was merely me using true energy to counter your skill. It is not a true measure of prowess. Without true energy, I could effortlessly evade you for over 100 moves," Li Feiyu countered. "Who among martial artists would fight without true energy?" "Senior Brother Li, you are far too modest," Han Li remarked. "Modesty? I am not being modest in the slightest. You have never practiced martial arts or engaged in combat. The only thing you have ever learned is that utterly useless and futile heart technique. Yet, in such a short span of time, you have managed to comprehend the moves so profoundly. If you are not a genius, then what are you? By the way, that incantation holds no power whatsoever. I wonder why you still study it daily." Han Li secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "Do you think I actually wish to learn? I am currently in a predicament where I cannot avoid it. Junior brother Han, I am not being verbose. But with your talent in martial arts over the past 6 months, you should discard that worthless incantation and earnestly learn some genuine skills from me. I assure you, within 2 years, you will stand out and make your mark, and together, we shall dominate the 7 Mysteries sect. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Li Feiyu earnestly advised him once more. Han Li felt a flicker of gratitude. Although he found the repetition of these words somewhat tiresome, he could still perceive the sincerity behind them. He gently shook his head in refusal and diverted the conversation. "Is there no martial art in the Hall of 7 Absolutes that can conquer enemies without the use of true energy?" Seeing Han Li steer away from the topic and unwilling to dwell on this old issue, Li Feiyu ceased to press him, understanding that both of them likely harbored unspoken difficulties. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Indeed, there exists a peculiar sword technique that can be utilized without true energy. However, what is it?" Han Li exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the prospect of discovering a suitable martial art for himself. However, this sword technique has remained unpracticed in the Hall of Seven Absolutes for over 100 years, and reportedly, even the elder who created it never succeeded in mastering it before passing away. The technique bears a strange name, the blinking sword technique. Do you not find that name peculiar? Li Feiyu remarked, his voice filled with curiosity as he spoke of the technique. Blinking sword technique? Han Li repeated the name to himself. Indeed, what connection does blinking have with swordsmanship? Is it not rather amusing? Have you practiced this technique? He inquired earnestly. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that does not even require true energy? That would be mere window dressing, would it not? Not just me. But since its inception, no one has ever trained in it. It is said that had it not been for the elder who created it, who salvaged the Seven Mysteries sect from numerous crises and left a testament before his death mandating the inclusion of this technique in the Hall of Seven Absolutes, the blinking sword technique would never have been considered among the sect's treasured skills. Li Feiyu, possessing a loquaciousness that starkly contrasted with his cold exterior, divulged all the details of the sword technique before Han Li even had the chance to ask. Naturally, his tendency to speak freely only manifested in front of Han Li. Outside, among other disciples, he transformed back into the cool and aloof senior brother Li. After listening to Li Feiyu's account, Han Li felt an inexplicable sense of intuition that this was precisely what he had been seeking. Senior brother Li, could you transcribe this sword technique for me to take out of the Hall of Seven Absolutes? He asked with a gleeful expression. No problem. When it comes to other martial arts techniques, I find it challenging to transcribe them for you, as they are regularly monitored by designated personnel. However, this fleeting sword technique, neglected in a corner, goes unnoticed. Transcribing it would be troublesome, so I shall discreetly bring you the original sword manual. Once you have memorized or copied it, I will return it stealthily, ensuring no one notices. Li Feiyu audaciously proposed a bolder suggestion. Seeing his confidence, Han Li acquiesced to his plan. He had initially harbored concerns about the other's forgetfulness. If he were to inadvertently omit certain parts during transcription, Han Li would be unjustly blamed. Securing the original manual was undoubtedly a better option. Time is of the essence. I must return to my training, lest the head of the Seven Absolute Hall discovers my clandestine outing, Li Feiyu remarked, drying himself and donning his attire in preparation to depart. Han Li refrained from further comment, merely cautioning him to exercise care while stealthily retrieving the manual, lest he falter. Li Feiyu nonchalantly turned, waving his hand in a carefree manner before slowly making his way out of the nearby cave. As Han Li watched his silhouette gradually fade at the cave's entrance, his smile waned, revealing a hint of clouded thoughts. Shortly after Li Feiyu's departure, Han Li returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon his arrival, he caught sight of a tall, enigmatic figure standing motionless outside the residence of Dr. Mo, leaning against the door, clad in a cloak. Seemingly indifferent to the scorching summer sun, Han Li paused at the threshold of his own abode, gazing at this silent man. Since being coerced by Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in this mute individual who had not uttered a word since arriving at the valley. Intriguingly, the man possessed remarkable endurance, often remaining in a stationary position for an entire day without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. Han Li had already dubbed him a monster in his mind. He had attempted to engage in conversation with this individual, but he remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, indifferent to Han Li's eloquence. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Dr. Mo's ability to train a living being into a puppet-like entity, devoid of any vulnerabilities. This figure exhibited absolute obedience, incredible stamina, and a complete lack of speech or emotion. While he remained unaware of the man's martial prowess, he concluded that it could not be weak. Han Li recognized that this person might become another ace up Dr. Mo's sleeve, yet he found himself powerless, unable to discern any flaw in him. The only aspect that puzzled Han Li was that whenever he glanced at the man's back from a distance, he felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had seen a similar silhouette before. However, when he tried to recall it, he could not pinpoint whose back it resembled. After observing for a while, Han Li sighed, closed the door, and returned indoors, knowing that without Dr. Mo's command, the man would not rest. He felt a sense of disarray, leaping directly onto his bed in a swift motion, collapsing onto it, and resting his hands behind his head with his eyes closed. He replayed the techniques he had learned from Li Feiyu earlier that day in his mind, mentally simulating each movement, segmenting the details, and meticulously scrutinizing them. This was a newfound ability he had acquired after reaching the 5th level of the Changchun Gong, granting him perfect recall. With this advantage, he could mentally capture any martial art in its entirety, replaying it countless times in his mind for refinement and elevation. This was also why Li Feiyu regarded him as a prodigy. 2 months prior, bolstered by the efficacy of 2 sacred medicines, he had forcefully broken through to the 5th level of the Changchun Gong. The effects of the Huanglong Dan and Jinsui pill were far greater than he had anticipated. He had underestimated the tremendous power of those formulas, and those concocted pills truly were priceless treasures. However, he had consumed a significant portion of the 2 cleansing elixirs, and the remaining amount should barely suffice for him to cultivate the 6th level of the Changchun Gong. He was genuinely curious about the unexpected benefits the 6th level would bring him. With merely half a year left until Dr. Mo's ultimatum, despite having learned some techniques from Li Feiyu, he lacked the corresponding internal energy to complement them, rendering his skills superficial and ineffective in combat. They might suffice against those with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but against Dr. Mo, they would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, utterly futile. As these thoughts weighed on him, he felt a mix of anxiety and annoyance. The Changchun Gong was commendable in many aspects, yet it was ineffectual in real combat. He could only place his hopes on the blink sword technique, yearning for it to yield a pleasant surprise. Chapter 35. Stealing the secret manual on a certain afternoon. Several days later, Han Li stealthily slipped out of the Xinshou Valley to rendezvous with Li Feiyu. It was not entirely accurate to say he was sneaking out. Dr. Mo was well aware of his frequent excursions from the valley, but chose to remain indifferent, allowing Han Li the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Initially, this lack of oversight made Han Li uneasy, leaving him uncertain of the ulterior motives at play. However, after several uneventful outings, he realized he was indeed unmonitored, which eased his mind and allowed him to focus on his own affairs. After considerable contemplation over time, Han Li gradually understood the rationale behind Dr. Mo's leniency. The Doctor's indulgence stemmed from his own dilemmas. Although he held Han Li captive with the threat of the corpse insect pill and the lives of his family, he recognized that employing such a crude method of control would undoubtedly breed resentment in Han Li, making him less willing to cultivate his skills. Imposing further restrictions on his freedom would only exacerbate the situation. Ultimately, Dr. Mo's intention was to encourage Han Li to actively pursue the cultivation of the Changchun Gong, rather than coercing him into it. With this understanding, Han Li's confidence grew bolder. In the past, it was necessary to avoid the watchful gaze of Dr. Mo, exercising caution when entering and exiting the valley, discreetly slipping away. Now, however, he strode boldly past without a word. On the surface, Han Li appeared carefree, exuding an air of indifference, yet internally he maintained a demeanor of vigilance. As soon as he stepped outside the valley, he employed the technique of eternal spring, heightening his senses to an astonishing degree, bringing all moving entities within several dozen yards under his perceptual control. Han Li was confident that even if Dr. Mo himself were to surveil him, he would not escape the reach of his senses. While he might falter in direct confrontation, he possessed unwavering self-assurance regarding his mastery of the 5 senses. During his journey, Han Li carefully evaded the patrolling disciples, navigating through a secret passage concealed within an old locust tree, eventually reaching the vicinity of the small pond where they had last met. Upon entering, he spotted Li Feiyu, barefoot and seated at the pond's edge. With his head lowered, his bare feet splashed energetically in the chilly water, sending droplets of vibrant colors into the air as he played with unrestrained joy. Hearing Han Li's approach, he did not look up, but instead complained, "Junior brother Han, you're getting later each time. You always make me wait for ages. Can't you arrive a bit earlier?" Apologetically, Han Li brushed the dirt from his clothes, intending to offer an explanation. However, before he could finish, Li Feiyu swiftly tossed a large bundle that had been hidden behind him directly at Han Li. "What is this? Is it something delicious?" Han Li asked, somewhat perplexed, only to realize the bundle was hard and heavy, unlike any edible item. "All you think about is food. Didn't you ask me to bring the sword manual for the blinking sword technique?" Li Feiyu shot him a glare before continuing earnestly. "This is the sword manual?" Han Li questioned incredulously. "You haven't mistaken it for a whetstone from your courtyard, have you?" He gazed at the enormous package on his arm, disbelief etched across his face. "It's so heavy." With a grunt, he strained to lift it, nearly losing his balance in the process. Li Feiyu could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into a hearty chuckle that eventually had him rolling on the ground, covered in grass and dirt. Han Li regarded his friend's peculiar antics with skepticism, glancing at the oversized package again. Tentatively, he kicked the bundle with his foot, and it indeed bore the semblance of a manual. Ignoring his gleeful friend, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, squatting beside the package. For him, speculating about something whose outcome could be readily discerned was a futile and exhausting endeavor. With his fair hands resting on the tightly tied knot, his fingers began to dance lightly, creating a blur of movement over the package as the stubborn knot miraculously loosened. A crisp sound of applause resonated. Han Li did not immediately unveil the contents of the bundle. Instead, he turned to glance at his hilariously amused companion. At some unknown point in time, Li Feiyu had long ceased her laughter and had donned her shoes. Currently, she was fervently clapping her hands, seemingly oblivious to the redness of her palms, as she cheered for him. Every time I witness you wielding the silk binding technique with such remarkable finesse, I find it utterly astonishing. It seems as though this martial art was inherently crafted for you. It has only been a mere 2 months since I taught you. Li Feiyu continued to applaud, her mouth filled with incessant praise. Surely you did not transform an entire book into such a cumbersome package just to prompt me into performing? Han Li retorted, somewhat irked. Of course not. Once you unveil the package, everything will become clear, Li Feiyu replied, her playful demeanor fading as her expression turned serious. Noticing her sudden shift in tone, curiosity stirred within Han Li, prompting him to turn his head back and fix his gaze upon the package before him. Tilting his head slightly in contemplation, he extended his index and middle fingers to gently grasp a corner of the wrapping, pulling it aside to reveal the contents concealed within. A wave of cold sweat erupted on Han Li's forehead, and his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Well, quite the surprise, isn't it? Li Feiyu strolled over leisurely, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Han Li, rendered speechless, turned to face her directly, remaining silent for a protracted moment. Why are you looking at me like that? I won't be offering myself to you, you know? Li Feiyu teased with a playful grin. Upon hearing her jest, Han Li appeared to snap back to reality. I intend to sever all ties with you. From this moment forth, let us act as if we have never met, he exclaimed in frustration. Whether I am seeing things, or whether you have lost your mind, you have somehow managed to transport a significant portion of the 7 Absolute Halls collection. If the Hall's guardians were to discover this, it would be exceedingly difficult for both of us to escape unscathed, Han Li yelled, pointing at the large assortment of manuals before him, both large and small. The upper left corner of each tome bore the distinctive brushstroke characters proclaiming the name of the 7 Absolute Hall. Chapter 36. Astonishment faced with Han Li's outburst. Li Feiyu remained unfazed, her expression still carefree. She tilted her head, inserting her pinky into her ear as she diligently cleaned it out, embodying a spirit of nonchalance, as if ready to face whatever may come. After unleashing his frustration, Han Li observed her thick skin, seemingly impervious to his words, which prompted him to regain his composure, sensing a deeper intrigue at play. You are neither a fool nor an arrogant braggart. There must be some rationale behind such reckless actions, Han Li inquired, now more lucid. Li Feiyu, noting the swift disappearance of his anger and the return of his rationality, felt a tinge of regret, yet she feigned a pitiful expression, protesting, "Oh dear, I am truly wronged. I was indeed about to offer you an explanation, but you never afforded me the opportunity to speak, and now you come to complain. I find myself in a most unfortunate position. The peculiar tone and mannerism displayed are exceedingly contrived, allowing one to easily discern the insincerity of its essence, evoking a sense of annoyance." Han Li found himself struggling to restrain the impulse to approach and deliver a swift kick, transforming him into a comical figure. "Enough of your antics. Explain yourself," he demanded. "Your shameless demeanor is unbecoming. And do you not fear the gaze of your adoring juniors? Should they witness your current slovenly state, the cold and composed assassin persona you have painstakingly cultivated would be utterly shattered." Han Li's expression bore no kindness, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. He was in no mood for playful banter. Mishandling this situation could lead to significant troubles for both. Li Feiyu seemed to grasp Han Li's unspoken thoughts and refrained from countering the mockery. Instead, he languidly approached the parcel, bent down, and casually picked up a tome, standing straight once more. A mysterious glimmer adorned his visage as he presented the book to Han Li with a half-smile, gesturing for him to unveil its contents. With a mixture of curiosity and confusion, Han Li accepted the slim volume, unsure of Li Feiyu's intentions. Open it, and all will become clear. Li Feiyu coaxed in a tone laced with playful intrigue. Why not just say it plainly instead of shrouding it in mystery? Despite his visible reluctance, Han Li proceeded to flip open the pages. Upon unveiling the cover, the first page revealed bold black characters declaring Blinking Sword Manual. Ah, Han Li exclaimed, taken aback. The very first book Li Feiyu handed him was indeed what he had been seeking, leaving him astonished. Do not be alarmed. Take a look at these additional volumes. Li Feiyu continued, tossing several more tomes in quick succession. Han Li caught each one, skimming through them, and soon found himself in a state of bewilderment. Each book bore the same title, Blinking Sword Manual, emblazoned clearly on the front. After what felt like an eternity, Han Li finally tore his gaze away from the stack of books in his hands. He raised his finger toward the substantial pile on the ground and, in disbelief, stammered, "You cannot possibly mean that all of these are Blinking Sword Manuals." "Regrettably, you have deduced correctly, Junior Han," Li Feiyu replied, shrugging nonchalantly, feigning an air of helplessness. However, the slight curl of his lips and the gleeful tone in his voice contradicted his supposed demeanor. "This cannot be. There are nearly 100 books here. How could they all be the Blinking Sword Manual?" Han Li questioned incredulously, disregarding Li Feiyu's playful antics. "Ask me. Who should I inquire?" I was equally astonished to stumble upon such a plethora of identical tomes in the corner of the library. Li Feiyu rolled his eyes, muttering as he feigned a sense of lingering shock. Upon noticing Han Li's dumbfounded expression, he could not help but erupt into laughter. To Li Feiyu, the astonished expression on Han Li's face was a rare spectacle. Typically, Han Li presented himself with an air of composure and assurance, as if the notion of surprise could never manifest in his demeanor. However, the current look of bewilderment on his face made Li Feiyu feel that the arduous efforts of the past days had not been in vain. It was entirely worthwhile. After a brief moment, Han Li finally regained his senses, gripping several books tightly in his hands. He lowered his head in contemplation for a short, while before raising it with a thoughtful expression and slowly inquiring, "Have you counted these books? How many are there in total?" "Of course I've counted them, and not just once. There are precisely 74 volumes of the same title," Li Feiyu interjected immediately, confidently providing the accurate figure. It was crucial to ascertain the exact number of these books, should he inadvertently overlook one or two upon returning. It would indeed spell significant trouble. He then offered a slight clarification. With his fingers gently pinching the slightly yellowed pages, Han Li began to turn them, meticulously examining one particular volume of the manual. The crisp sound of the pages turning was both clear and melodious. Yet, Li Feiyu found this sound quite irksome. Choosing to disregard Han Li, who was engrossed in his reading, he returned to the edge of the pond, withdrew the long knife he had embedded in the earth, and began to practice on his own. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his abundant energy, and chose to ignore his antics, refocusing his attention on the materials at hand. The phrase "reading 10 lines at a glance" likely referred to Han Li's astonishing speed in perusing texts. He swiftly completed the examination of a thick volume, keeping his head down, hardly glancing up as he carelessly picked up another book and continued his relentless flipping through the pages. His eyes narrowed as he read, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression, his gaze firmly fixed on the text, unwilling to divert for even a moment. His head bobbed in rhythm with his reading, exuding the demeanor of a scholarly individual lost in thought. Time flew by rapidly, and one after another, the sword manuals were quickly perused by Han Li. Upon finishing the 11th manual, he abruptly halted his remarkable reading spree, tossing the recently finished volume back into his satchel. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Once his mind had somewhat recovered, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to replay the information from the 10 or so books he had just read in his mind. Before long, a myriad of expressions flitted across Han Li's face. At times he appeared exhilarated, at others, he furrowed his brow in deep thought, and occasionally, he wore a look of dismay. It was unclear how long he remained in this state, but eventually, Han Li opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight before him. Li Feiyu's head had inexplicably moved to within inches of his own, their noses nearly touching. "What are you doing? Weren't you practicing your swordsmanship?" Han Li asked, taken aback. "Brother Han, what time do you think it is? You still ask such foolish questions," Li Feiyu retorted, retreating slightly and pouting. It was at this moment that Han Li noticed the surrounding light had dimmed significantly. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, which had turned a hazy gray. signaling the arrival of dusk. How swiftly time passes. I scarcely noticed that so much time had elapsed. Han Li stood up and stretched his limbs. Have you discovered anything intriguing from the books? Li Feiyu inquired eagerly, hoping to glean the final outcome from him. Yes, it's quite suitable for me, Han Li replied. What do you mean by suitable? Be more specific, Li Feiyu said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. To elaborate, these manuals are a hodgepodge, lacking any coherent system. They are merely a compilation of disparate elements, Han Li explained slowly. What does the blinking sword technique refer to? Does it truly exist, and why such a peculiar name? Li Feiyu pressed on, still unsatisfied. The blinking sword technique does indeed exist. However, it is merely a fragment of this hodgepodge, occupying only a small portion of these texts. Han Li replied patiently. As for its name, there is a rationale behind it. What rationale? Why can't you just explain it all at once instead of dribbling it out bit by bit, like one of the old sages in our town? Li Feiyu glared at Han Li, finding his leisurely pace quite irksome. Han Li, realizing he had no choice, hastened his narrative. According to the texts, this sword technique utilizes various lights and visual errors to defeat the enemy, often leading to death in the blink of an eye, hence its name. Such an odd sword technique exists? Truly, there are many extraordinary individuals in this world. Li Feiyu exclaimed, intrigued. However, his interest waned with Han Li's next statement. This technique has 3 prohibitions. Those with only a slight mastery of internal energy cannot practice it. Those lacking great determination cannot practice it. And those without talent cannot practice it. Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately abandoned his curiosity. Having already cultivated a considerable level of internal energy, he could not afford to squander his abilities on a technique of uncertain efficacy. With his interest in the manuals completely extinguished, Li Feiyu prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he urged Han Li to transcribe the manuals promptly, promising to bring back the originals at their next meeting. It is important to note that while these texts may not attract the attention of others, prolonged disappearance of such a substantial collection would inevitably raise eyebrows. Not long after Li Feiyu left, Han Li also departed from that place. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, rendering it somewhat dim. On either side of the narrow mountain path grew dense coniferous forests, and as a gust of mountain wind swept through, it stirred a rustling sound from the trees, which seemed to writhe ominously. Han Li hurried along this somewhat eerie mountain road, making his way towards the Valley of Divine Hands. Having set out rather late, darkness enveloped the landscape completely by the time he reached the halfway point. Had it not been for his mastery of the Changchun technique, which heightened his nocturnal acuity, Han Li would never have traversed such treacherous paths under the shroud of darkness. This narrow trail was fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen calamities and even the loss of life. Chapter 38. Encounter with a spy. As he navigated the pitch-black thicket, Han Li remained vigilant, extending his senses. The mountain path, obscured to ordinary eyes, appeared as luminous as day to him. His meticulousness was not merely a precaution against the wild beasts of the forest, but rather an instinct honed through experience. Since the Seven Mysteries sect had relocated to the Caishiao mountain range, the wildlife, already sparse, had been systematically eradicated, leaving little more than remnants for the disciples. Not only had the ferocious beasts been diminished, but even the venomous serpents of the wild had mostly found their way into the bellies of the disciples. This carefulness, this unwavering alertness in uncertain environments, was not an innate trait. It was a cultivated habit developed after his narrow escape from Dr. Mo. The cultivation of such prudent habits would serve to mitigate risks in future endeavors, lowering the danger quotient to its barest minimum. The mountain wind seemed to intensify, howling ominously and sending shivers down his spine. In the distance, Han Li sensed he was nearing the edge of the forest. He exhaled softly, feeling the weight of solitude in the oppressive darkness. Quickening his pace, he took longer strides, eager to emerge from the enveloping woods. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind assailed him, compelling Han Li to halt abruptly. He sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow and tilting his head to listen intently. Moments later, his expression grew grave as faint footfalls reached his ears. Though the footsteps were light and distant, it was evident that 2 individuals were approaching him, drawing ever closer. With a swift motion, Han Li slipped into the underbrush beside the path, agile and soundless, like a cat, concealed behind a large tree several dozen feet from the trail. He coiled his body into a tight ball, effectively hidden from view. From the tree's front, Not a trace of Han Li could be discerned. Once securely hidden, Han Li felt a measure of relief. His sensitivity was not excessive. Rather, in such a remote location under the cloak of night, the presence of two people was decidedly irregular. Most likely, they were engaged in some clandestine affair. He had no desire to provoke a deadly confrontation by inadvertently encroaching upon their privacy. However, if he could eavesdrop on their secrets without jeopardizing his own safety, he would gladly seize the opportunity. He was no rigid moralist. Such fortuitous encounters were not to be dismissed. The arrangement for descending the mountain was punctuated by a series of hushed, low-toned whispers that drifted from afar. The wind on the mountain was fierce, scattering most of the words into the ether, leaving only fragments to reach his ears. Han Li was taken aback, astonished to have inadvertently overheard a significant secret. In this vast expanse of several hundred miles, the only figure worthy of the title of leader was none other than the notorious Jialong Jiatianlong, the head of the wolf gang. It was indeed intriguing to hear a formidable adversary of his sect in such proximity. Jia Tianlong was regarded by disciples of the Seven Xian sect as a veritable bloodthirsty demon. Tales depicted him as a giant with a fearsome visage. Known for his brutal temperament, rumored to consume human flesh thrice daily and relish the taste of blood, resembling a creature of nightmares that instilled terror in many young disciples. However, according to Li Feiyu, the reality was quite different. Jia Tianlong was not the hulking monster of lore. Rather, he was slender, youthful, and in his early 30s, which contradicted the frightening tales. Yet, his ruthless nature, marked by a propensity for violence, was as genuine and terrifying as the legends suggested. Otherwise, how could he command respect from his fellow bandits? Han Li recalled details about Jia Tianlong, feeling a chill run down his spine, instinctively curling up tighter as he slowed his breathing. The whispers resumed, now clearer than before, suggesting that the two individuals had moved closer to his hiding spot. Han Li dared not make a sound, acutely aware that discovery would mean certain death. These two were undoubtedly spies from the wolf gang, determined to silence anyone who learned their secrets. Gradually, their conversation grew quieter, indicating they were discussing the crux of their plans. Moments later, their voices rose slightly before fading once more into incomprehensibility, with only the sound of the wind accompanying their retreat as they traversed the path before Han Li, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. For a time, Han Li remained crouched behind the tree, motionless, until he confirmed, using his long spring technique, that no one else lurked within several dozen yards. Only then did he slowly rise. He had narrowly escaped with his life, fortunate to have discerned the presence of the two spies beforehand. Otherwise, he would have encountered them face to face. Given their identities, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate, and lamentably, with his current skills, even the slightest hope of escape would have been non-existent. Han Li remained still, gently stroking his chin as he contemplated the direction in which the two had vanished. From their fragmented conversation, it appeared they were planning some detrimental action against the Seven Xian sect in the near future, one closely linked to a certain list. To Han Li's astonishment, even without seeing their physical forms or features, he recognized one of the voices. Though he had only interacted with that individual once or twice, his extraordinary memory, which set him apart from the ordinary, enabled him to connect this person to the inconspicuous steward of the large kitchen on the mountain. The man, who had once sold him rabbits and was remembered for his penchant for petty advantages, sporting a handlebar mustache and an overall mercantile demeanor, could indeed be a spy sent by the wolf gang. This revelation put Han Li's nerves to the test. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Only someone of such a background could frequently traverse the mountain without attracting undue attention while conveying messages. Chapter 39. Unusual conditions. The voice of another spy was unfamiliar to Han Li. He had likely never encountered this person before. Judging by the tone, the individual appeared to be quite young, perhaps in their 20s. Regrettably, Han Li refrained from stealing a glance for fear that the two, possessing refined abilities, might sense his scrutiny and discover his presence nearby, an outcome he could ill afford. After this incident, the journey ahead was remarkably tranquil. Han Li returned to his abode long after the evening meal had concluded. As usual, Dr. Mo showed no interest in Han Li's mysterious return, not even casting a glance his way. Typically, apart from delivering some prepared medicines, he entirely disregarded Han Li's actions and demeanor. Had Han Li not seen the medications sent by Dr. Mo, composed of rare herbs collected during his last descent, he might have presumed that the doctor had given up on his expectations and was concocting some nefarious scheme. At present, Han Li held little regard for the so-called precious medicine delivered by Dr. Mo, yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he swallowed it with a grimace. He was not concerned about the possibility of poison within the concoction. Harming him would ultimately be detrimental to the doctor as well. Reflecting on the Wolfgang spies he encountered on his way back, Han Li devised a clever approach to handle the situation. Although he did not possess a profound attachment to the Seven Mysteries sect, he felt it inappropriate to remain indifferent to threats occurring right beneath his nose. Moreover, he had already identified the ideal candidate to manage this affair, Li Feiyu, his senior brother. From Han Li's observations, it seemed that the consumption of the marrow-extracting pill had intensified Li Feiyu's ambition and desire for fame, making him markedly more ambitious than the average individual. He harbored dreams of ascending to the higher echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect, yearning to become a more prominent figure. Han Li speculated that perhaps Li Feiyu wished to make a grand impression in these final moments, to showcase his capabilities even more flamboyantly. Now, with an opportunity to deliver a significant contribution directly to him, Han Li imagined that it would undoubtedly elate Li Feiyu, thus repaying the favor of acquiring the sword manual. The mere thought of the Blink sword manual stirred waves of excitement within Han Li. He had not lied to his friend regarding the manual. Indeed, it was ill-suited for Li Feiyu's practice. However, many intricate details remained undisclosed. For Han Li, maintaining some small secrets in the presence of anyone was an inviolable rule for survival, regardless of how intimate the relationship appeared. However, the techniques recorded in these manuals are indeed vastly different from conventional martial arts. In Han Li's view, it is more appropriate to refer to it as swordcraft rather than swordplay. It is fundamentally a comprehensive assassination art that harmonizes various factors such as timing, terrain, and human elements, rendering it exceedingly rare, a pure killing technique where the sword strikes and death ensues. Within these texts, one finds descriptions of myriad techniques to ensure a swift kill, employing the practitioner's honed and enigmatic sword skills under varying circumstances and times. The teachings guide the practitioner to utilize every blade of grass and tree in their surroundings, along with the nuances of light and shadow, to create optical illusions that mislead their adversaries, enabling them to seize upon a weakness and exploit an opening to deliver a lethal blow in an instant. This is a highly skillful secret technique. Without a modicum of innate talent, one cannot hope to fully comprehend its intricacies. Thus, those who aspire to master this art must possess extraordinary sensory acuity, with vision and hearing far superior to that of an ordinary person, if they are to have any hope of success. If the aforementioned prerequisites were not enough, there are even more stringent conditions imposed. Practitioners of this secret art must not harbor pure internal energy, for doing so would lead to conflicts with the techniques of energy manipulation, rendering the cultivation exceedingly arduous. Even if one were to miraculously pass this hurdle, in practical combat, an overabundance of vital energy could inadvertently distort the sword techniques, leaving significant vulnerabilities that could result in dire consequences. Such a requirement effectively extinguishes the aspirations of the majority to pursue this path. It is well known in the martial world that neglecting foundational internal cultivation leads to nothing but empty pursuits. For many, the notion of eschewing internal practice for the sake of this obscure sword art would render them the subject of ridicule within the community. Consequently, only a scant few remain determined to continue their training. Yet, even for these individuals, regardless of their talent or proficiency in vital energy, they face one final insurmountable obstacle that extinguishes any lingering desire to persist: the overwhelming complexity and intricacy of the sword techniques, coupled with the meticulous conditions for their application. A glance at the thick tomes within the package would daunt the average person. Essentially, each volume of sword manuals represents a singular sword technique, which in turn is dissected into hundreds of sub-techniques, each demanding different approaches depending on the environment and timing. Such an immense quantity of swordcraft, let alone the practice required, would cause anyone to feel overwhelmed, not to mention the necessity of memorizing and subsequently internalizing it all. These daunting training conditions have thwarted countless aspiring disciples, leading them to inwardly curse the elder who conceived this extraordinary skill. As time passed, the members of the Seven Mysterious sect gradually lost interest in this sword art, believing it impossible for anyone to master such a martial discipline. They speculated that it might have been a whimsical fabrication by the elder in their twilight days. For how else could one explain such absurd training prerequisites? This was clearly a test for the uninformed disciples, leading these secret manuals to be relegated to obscurity, no longer sought after. Chapter 40. Origins of the Secret Techniques. The complainants were unaware that the elder who established this sword technique had, in his youth, inadvertently lost his profound abilities during a brutal skirmish in the martial world, rendering him incapable of practicing internal energy. Fearing a significant decline in his standing within the sect, he chose not to disclose this matter to others. Instead, he feigned a remarkable advancement in martial prowess, successfully deceiving both the prominent and lesser members of the sect. However, the undeniable truth remained. He was devoid of any means of self-defense. From that moment onward, he adeptly navigated his circumstances, relying on his exceptional cleverness to avoid detection. This period marked the zenith of the Seven Mystic Gates' dominance in Jingzhou. Upon realizing that his powers could not be restored, the elder, in a state of despair, secretly exploited his authority to orchestrate surprise attacks on numerous obscure, lesser sections. From these factions, he forcibly seized many clandestine martial arts manuals, desperately seeking a supreme technique that could be wielded without the use of internal energy. After years of relentless pursuit, he indeed uncovered many astonishing secret techniques, yet none were suitable for his own use, leading to his profound disappointment. This elder was a person of exceptional talent and intellect. In his moment of despondency, he conceived the idea of utilizing the myriad techniques at his disposal to create a unique martial art tailored for himself. This inspiration ignited a fervor within him. The aspiration to establish a distinctive martial discipline is the lifelong dream of every martial artist. From that point on, he became wholly engrossed in this endeavor, rigorously researching and experimenting with his diverse ideas. Ultimately, to avoid the distractions of mundane affairs, he even entered a state of seclusion, turning a blind eye to the sect's internal conflicts. Creating a martial art is an exceedingly challenging undertaking, especially one that must operate without the reliance on true energy while encompassing a multitude of secret techniques, aspiring to become an unparalleled martial art. The arduous journey toward this unprecedented creation far surpassed his expectations, but he was a person of great willpower. After nearly half a lifetime of relentless dedication and enduring a lengthy process spanning decades, the Blink Sword Manual finally came into existence. The elder was filled with elation. But as he excitedly rushed to share the news with others in the sect, he unexpectedly discovered that the Seven Mystic Gate had fallen into complete decline. The entire sect was under siege by numerous rival factions, facing imminent annihilation. The elder, now in his twilight years, was both alarmed and enraged. In this critical moment, he unleashed his newly mastered and enigmatic sword technique, swiftly dispatching numerous formidable foes and instilling fear in the remaining experts. He carved a bloody path through the encirclement, ensuring the survival of the Seven Mystic Gate and securing an immense contribution to its continuity. Tragically, just as he had secured their escape, the elder's time had come to an end. Only the sword manual, the fruit of his labor, was left in the Hall of the Seven Absolutes as his last wish before he departed. Even more lamentable is the fact that, throughout the ensuing years, no disciple, up to Han Li, ever attempted to cultivate this art, allowing this brilliant gem to remain shrouded in dust, unseen by the light of day. Han Li was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. Even if he had known, it would not have stirred his interest. To him, this sword technique was suitable for his cultivation, potentially enabling him to preserve his life at the hands of Dr. Mo, and that was sufficient. As for its origins and the identity of its creator, Han Li felt no curiosity. He was a pragmatist, unwilling to expend energy on matters devoid of tangible benefit. In his own chamber, Han Li lit an oil lamp and leaned over his wooden desk, continuing to peruse various manuals in the dim light. He had no intention of transcribing the texts. Instead, he resolved to rely on his extraordinary memory to commit them all to his mind. This approach would ensure their safety from loss and mitigate the risk of leaks. It was imperative to remain vigilant around Dr. Mo, for he would be foolish to believe he was not being observed. The presence of numerous copied manuals in his room would undoubtedly raise suspicions and alert Dr. Mo to his activities. The orange flame of the lamp flickered and burst with a soft pop, reminding Han Li that considerable time had elapsed and it was advisable to rest. Yet, he remained indifferent, wholly absorbed in the realm of the manuals, each peculiar technique captivating his complete attention. As the lamp's flames continued to crackle, The shadows cast upon the wall danced and fluctuated, their sizes uncertain. Meanwhile, Han Li sat motionless, creating an enchanting contrast between his stillness and the lively shadows, evoking an oddly harmonious sensation for any observer. 15 minutes passed, and the shadow behind Han Li gradually transitioned from clarity to obscurity, then to a blank void. As the dawn light outside brightened, unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed in his reading throughout the entire night. With a sharp crack, the final large flame erupted, extinguishing the oil lamp completely, startling Han Li from his reverie. He raised his gaze to the lamp, then glanced at the brightening window, a bitter smile forming in his heart. He had never anticipated that he would one day become so obsessed with the study of killing techniques. He was indeed a changed man. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Han Li stood, stretching his neck and limbs, causing his joints to crack. With a swift turn, he opened the door and stepped outside, drawing a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well to wash his face, invigorating himself. He then practiced the eternal spring technique, circulating it within his body, banishing all traces of fatigue from the previous night. After a night of diligent study and research, Han Li realized that fully mastering this martial art would require a decade or more of arduous practice, an unattainable feat without at least 2 or 3 years of dedicated effort, even for someone of his exceptional talent. Yet, time waits for no one. Chapter 41. Night of Messages. Han Li could not afford to linger for too long. Within 4 to 5 months at most, Dr. Mo would confront him decisively. He needed to acquire a certain level of self-defense before that moment arrived. Thus, he ultimately resolved to cultivate only a few simple and easily mastered secret techniques that could be immediately applicable, setting aside the others for a later time. This decision considerably shortened his training duration, enabling him to swiftly learn several practical techniques. In truth, Han Li was acutely aware that even if he mastered all these techniques, he might still not stand a chance against his opponent. If Dr. Mo had not been deceitful in their previous encounter, given the formidable reputation of his former faction's leader, the opponent likely possessed a myriad of insidious and lethal strategies that had not been revealed during their last conflict. What had been displayed was probably merely a fraction of his true prowess. Nevertheless, the thought of that ghostly agility sent chills down Han Li's spine, instilling in him a profound wariness towards Dr. Mo. He understood that the limited knowledge he could acquire in such a brief period would pose negligible threat to Dr. Mo, almost trivial in comparison. However, Han Li would never be foolish enough to submit passively and allow himself to be manipulated. He recognized that if another confrontation were to arise, his only advantage would stem from his adversary's underestimation of him. Only through exploiting the opponent's negligence and striking unexpectedly could he hope to seize a slender chance of survival. In the days that followed, Han Li diligently memorized all the sword techniques and selected several that were currently advantageous to him, initiating his research to devise an efficient training path. After several days of intense contemplation, he successfully compiled a comprehensive set of training methods from the texts, and he felt quite proud of his remarkable efficiency in accomplishing such a complex task in such a short time. Over the next fortnight, Han Li meticulously addressed various trivial matters, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared without leaving any concerns behind. Firstly, he returned the original copy of the secret manual to Li Feiyu unaltered, and he took the opportunity to inform him about the encounter with the Wild Wolf Gang's infiltrator, also revealing the identity of the kitchen steward he had discerned. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu was genuinely astonished and delighted, throwing an arm around Han Li's shoulder and repeatedly exclaiming what a good brother he was. He was deeply moved by Han Li's gesture of presenting such a significant achievement to him. Little did he know, Han Li was preoccupied with safeguarding his own life, lacking the inclination to pursue infiltrators. If he could fulfill a favor without expending his own efforts, why would he not seize the opportunity? Once he had concluded matters with Li Feiyu, Han Li personally visited several skilled blacksmiths within the sect. There, he commissioned several short swords of varying designs, requesting discreet modifications to be made upon them. In addition, there were some nameless components of questionable utility, along with a few delicate iron bells, which were also requested to be crafted in the shortest possible time. To this end, Han Li expended a considerable amount of silver, which left him with a twinge of pain in his heart. Days later, Han Li received the custom-made items from the blacksmith. Upon seeing the gleaming short sword and the exquisite little bells, he felt immense satisfaction and lavished praise upon the blacksmith's craftsmanship, convinced that his money was well spent. That very night, Han Li vanished without a trace from his dwelling, leaving behind a note on the bedside that read, Old Mo. There is no need for you to be anxious or agitated. I am not fleeing or hiding. I simply find the oppressive atmosphere of sharing the same valley detrimental to my cultivation of the eternal spring art. Therefore, I have decided to seek a secluded spot on the mountain for my seclusion and practice. Rest assured, I will return to meet you on the same day in 4 months. Leaning against the grand chair, Dr. Mo held the note in his left hand, scrutinizing it closely, his expression darkening. On a nearby table lay another note detailing the recent order Han Li had placed with the blacksmith. In the room, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of Dr. Mo's right finger against the table, creating a dull thud. Suddenly, he snorted coldly, causing the paper in his hand to disintegrate into fragments that scattered across the floor. Agitated, he rose from his seat and paced the room, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After several laps, he halted and muttered to himself, You little rascal, though I know not what schemes you are concocting, rest assured, you cannot escape my grasp. I have set my sights on you. With that, Dr. Mo abruptly turned and approached the window, letting out a low, lingering whistle. Soon, an unnamed little bird with yellow feathers flew in through the open window, circling the room before landing on his shoulder. As soon as it steadied itself, the bird affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, emitting cheerful chirps. All right, I know you're hungry. Here, this is your favorite, the yellow chestnut ball. Upon seeing the bird, a flicker of joy appeared on Dr. Mo's previously sullen face, revealing a look of indulgence as he produced a morsel of yellow birdseed from his pocket and fed it to the little creature. Go now, and as before, follow that person closely. The moment he leaves this mountain, return swiftly to inform me, Dr. Mo instructed, as if addressing a person. The moment the bird tasted the food, it buzzed excitedly around the room. After acknowledging his words, it spiraled out of the window and vanished into the sky. Humph! With the watchful eye of the cloud-winged bird, reputed to fly faster than an arrow shot from a powerful bow, let us see what tricks you can conjure. He muttered ominously to himself. For months, is it? I await your return. It seems my plans are nearing fruition. Anyone who dares stand in my way and obstruct the execution of this plan shall face death. Whether they are gods or Buddhas, I shall slay them all. Suddenly, Dr. Mo erupted into an unrestrained laugh, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 42. The cloud-winged bird. You are overly complacent. This young fellow is quite astute and not easily trifled with. Do not be misled into thinking your triumph is assured, only to have it thwarted by this lad. Suddenly, the voice of another young man resonated within Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression shifted, his countenance resembling that of frost, as he coldly reprimanded, You Zitong, refrain from meddling in my affairs. I do not require your admonitions. If I succeed, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. However, it seems there are flaws in the techniques you have imparted to me. Are you secretly hoping for some mishap on my part? The suspicion in Dr. Mo's words was unmistakable. The voice appeared to fear Dr. Mo, and after hearing his threat, hastily attempted to explain. How could there possibly be a mistake? Have you not tested it on animals? As for the one that perished, it merely indicates your lack of familiarity with the technique. The demise of that one should not impede your plans. Humph. It is to be hoped so, but alas, I cannot afford further practice. Otherwise, I would have greater assurance. Upon reflecting on the words spoken, Dr. Mo considered the previous experiment with the technique, and the last vestige of doubt within him dissipated. Following his declaration, the voice seemed to have learned from its earlier lesson and fell silent, leaving only Dr. Mo to engage in his neurotic soliloquy, casting an eerie atmosphere throughout the room. At that moment, Han Li found himself in an inconspicuous ravine, even more secluded and hidden than the location of his meeting with Li Feiyu. The terrain here extended in a long, narrow shape, flanked by 2 steep peaks, forming a linear formation. The ends of the ravine were completely obstructed by dense thickets, rendering passage impossible. Apart from a single rope secretively dangling from the summit of the shorter peak, no other escape routes were present. Additionally, a thick underbrush of thorns occupied a vast expanse of land, leaving only a narrow clearing for Han Li to occupy. At the top of the ravine, countless unknown vines intertwined, creating a natural green canopy, ensuring that Han Li need not fear being inadvertently observed from above. He placed his belongings beneath a massive boulder, returned to the center of the clearing, closed his eyes in contemplation, and upon reopening them, revealed a resolute expression. He softly declared, Let us begin with the most challenging of the soft-bone techniques. Thus, Han Li embarked on his solitary journey of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a small yellow bird perched upon a branch, vigilantly observing him day and night. Noticing his lack of inclination to flee, it refrained from returning to report to its master. Time sped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed. At present, the ravine appeared desolate and devoid of any presence. Han Li had vanished without a trace. Only the small yellow bird remained, unhurriedly preening its feathers, seemingly indifferent to the absence of its target, as if it had cast aside its mission into the ethereal void. Suddenly, a gray little bird flitted through the verdant vines above and alighted on a yellow wooden post at the edge of a clearing, seemingly intending to rest briefly before taking flight again. At that moment, a small yellow bird tilted its head, casting a haughty glance at its recently arrived counterpart, displaying an expression of scorn akin to that of a human, seemingly dismissing the gray little bird with disdain. The newly arrived bird stood on one leg, surveying its surroundings, and eventually spotted its kin. It spread its wings, appearing ready to soar over. In an unexpected turn of events, a withered yellow hand descended from the heavens, grasping the bewildered gray bird with an unyielding grip. The sudden change instilled terror in the little creature, which struggled fiercely, but alas, could not escape the clutches of its captor. It was then that the bird realized that the wooden post beneath its feet had transformed, unbeknownst to it, into a youth clad in yellow. This boy, possessing dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, bore thick eyebrows and large eyes, with only a hint of clarity in his gaze to distinguish him. With a smile, he observed the little bird's frantic struggles, and as it began to tire, he loosened his grip, gently admonishing, "Go on, don't be so foolish next time. Be sure to check your landing spot." The bird, suddenly liberated, disregarded its fellow feathered friend and, in a flurry of panic, flapped its wings, flying away without a backward glance. After watching the bird depart, the boy remained stationary for some time before murmuring to himself, "It seems my skills in concealment and evasion have reached a certain proficiency. It is now time to practice my assassination techniques in the secret chamber." With that, Han Li shifted his form and headed toward a nearby newly constructed cabin. As he passed by the tree where the little yellow bird resided, he couldn't help but glance upward. This peculiar little bird had captured Han Li's attention over half a month ago, having remained perched nearby, ever watchful of him, seemingly endowed with extraordinary awareness. The first time he laid eyes on it, he was utterly enchanted by its spirit, growing fond of the little yellow creature. He had attempted to capture it, but regardless of the method employed, be it coaxing, baiting, or setting traps, none proved effective. The little bird displayed no inclination to fall for his ruses, often regarding him with a gaze that suggested he was a fool, leaving Han Li both amused and exasperated. In a fit of frustration, he considered using force. But before he could approach, the bird would take flight, soaring into the sky. Yet, upon his departure, it would return instantly to its original perch, leaving Han Li to watch helplessly. Reflecting on this, Han Li turned away, no longer paying it mind. Though he had begun to suspect that the bird's origins were likely connected to the enigmatic Dr. Mo, possibly sent to surveil him. However, Han Li remained unconcerned. As long as Dr. Mo did not personally oversee him, what could a mere bird reveal? Moreover, he harbored a fondness for this spirited little creature, unwilling to resort to cruel measures against it. At this moment, Dr. Mo was in a stone chamber, meticulously drawing a peculiar formation with powdered beast bones. As he worked, he engaged in a discussion with another persona residing in his mind, entirely oblivious to the fact that Han Li had already discerned his surveillance tactics. Chapter 43. All preparations complete during this period, an extraordinary event transpired within the seven mysterious sect. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Senior Brotherly, demonstrated remarkable astuteness by promptly uncovering the conspiracy of two undercover agents from the Wolf Gang, who sought to steal the list of disciples undertaking their trials. Alongside several fellow disciples, he successfully captured the culprits, thereby achieving significant merit. A few days later, Master Wang conferred upon Li Feiyu the position of protector in front of numerous disciples, thereby elevating him to the mid-level ranks of the seven mysterious sect, which caused quite a stir and further amplified his renown. Meanwhile, Han Li remained entirely unaware of these developments, as he was engaged in intensive training within a secluded wooden cabin. Apart from occasional excursions to the kitchen for sustenance, he had not interacted with others for several days. thus remaining oblivious to the glory of his friend. As summer faded into autumn, time flowed inexorably, and the last day before their appointed meeting finally arrived. In the thicket of thorns at the bottom of a ravine, an eerie figure flickered in and out among the branches adorned with sharp spines. The perilous thorns posed no hindrance to him. He glided through the treacherous web of thorns like smoke, appearing now nearby, now from afar. The entire process executed in utter silence, as if he were not flesh and blood, but rather an incorporeal entity. Ultimately, this figure came to a halt upon a tree trunk, standing upright on a branch, gazing into the distance. It was none other than Er Leng, who had made modest progress in his cultivation. At this moment, his garments were tattered and worn, revealing the flesh beneath, his hair disheveled, and his face bore streaks of dirt, rendering his true visage unrecognizable. Most astonishingly, small iron bells dangled from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Upon seeing these bells and reflecting on Er Leng's ghostly movements through the forest, it becomes evident how extraordinary his agility had been. Motionless, he fixed his gaze toward the direction of the Divine Hand Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is perfect. I have finally mastered the smoke step on the final day. With it, I have acquired a measure of self-preservation." Though his facial expression remained obscured, the joy in his eyes shone through unreservedly. After months of diligent study and practice, Er Leng had grasped several formidable secret techniques. He felt a certain confidence in these abilities, believing that even if he could not contend with Dr. Mo's unfathomable skills, he could still rely on them for self-defense. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a chill to his body, lowering his gaze to his ragged attire. He envisioned his current appearance and couldn't help but smile wryly. Recalling the training sessions of the smoke step, he still felt a twinge of trepidation. Practicing such a technique amidst the thorny woods had indeed been a perilous endeavor. Initially, due to my unfamiliarity with the technique, I was inevitably scratched and bruised by the sharp thorns on the branches, leaving me bloodied and battered. Fortunately, I had the vitality pill on hand, which not only treated internal injuries, but also proved remarkably effective for external wounds. After consuming one, not only did it immediately staunch the bleeding and promote scabbing, but by the following day, it completely eradicated any trace of scarring. I marveled at this remedy for quite some time. It was far superior to ordinary ointments for knife wounds. However, I was curious as to why it bore the name Vitality Pill, as a title more akin to scar-healing blood-staunching elixir seemed more fitting. If the esteemed creator of the Vitality Pill were to hear my thoughts, he might very well be incensed to the point of spitting blood, realizing that his meticulously concocted healing elixir was being compared to common remedies used by wandering rogues. How could such a thing not infuriate this esteemed individual? Nonetheless, it was precisely because I practiced in such perilous circumstances that I was able to unleash my full potential, rapidly advancing my mastery of the Luo Yin step to a considerable degree, making it immediately applicable. Furthermore, my cultivation of the Eternal Spring technique had reached the 6th level just days prior, the highest tier of the method imparted by Dr. Mo. Without the assistance of more than a dozen bottles of spiritual medicine, it would have been improbable for me to achieve this within my lifetime. After years of diligent cultivation, I had gained significant insights into the Eternal Spring technique, which I found to be remarkably unique. Both its cultivation methods and its efficacy were vastly different from typical martial arts. Firstly, I believe that the success of this technique, as well as the speed of one's cultivation, largely depended on the individual's innate qualities, specifically, their compatibility with the technique. Those endowed with superior qualities would naturally progress with ease and without hindrance, likely reaching elevated levels even without external assistance. Conversely, individuals with lesser qualities would find their advancement stymied at a certain point without the aid of spiritual medicine, potentially leading to a lifetime of stagnation. This mirrored my own experience. While I had progressed smoothly through the first 3 levels, I encountered insurmountable difficulties at the 4th level, making no progress whatsoever. However, with the aid of spiritual elixirs, what once seemed impossible became feasible, enabling me to transcend my inherent limitations and advance further. This illustrates the profound dependency of this technique on the potency of medicinal herbs. Yet, my approach of consuming 1 or 2 spiritual pills daily was likely unparalleled. Thus, it was reasonable that I effortlessly mastered the more challenging 5th and 6th levels, devoid of the arduous struggles I faced at the 4th. As for the fully realized 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique, while it imbued me with heightened vitality and sharper intellect, I had yet to discover any other remarkable benefits. Strangely enough, since my commencement of this practice, the enhancements had primarily manifested in my mental acuity, intellect, and sensory perception, with minimal effect on my physical body, merely strengthening my constitution and lightening my steps. The energy flow that Han Li formed is referred to as pseudo-true qi. Although it can circulate within the meridians like ordinary true qi, its practical effects are limited to enhancing his tactile sensitivity, lacking the formidable power characteristic of true qi. Additionally, having reached this point in his training, he suspects that there must be incomplete incantations beyond the 6th layer, perhaps containing their remarkable applications in the final stages. With this thought, he shook his head in resignation and sighed. Considering his current relationship with Dr. Mo, contemplating the latter layers of the technique was a fanciful notion. Shaking off his idle thoughts, Han Li leapt gracefully to the ground, landing silently before striding purposefully towards the small wooden cabin. He was to meet Dr. Mo the following day, and before that encounter, he intended to fully utilize his innate talents. Meticulously planning the steps of their meeting in his mind, carefully pondering every subtle detail that might unfold, and devising the optimal strategies to counter potential dangers yet to arise. Chapter 44. The Antidote. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth even in the early days of autumn. Inside his room, Dr. Mo fidgeted restlessly. Although he had confidence in his method of coercing Han Li, he felt a twinge of anxiety as the moment approached. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, gradually nearing his abode. Upon recognizing that familiar cadence, Dr. Mo's heart soared with joy. He hurriedly dashed to the door, pushing it open with eagerness. A figure approached slowly, the very person he had long awaited, Han Li. As Han Li drew closer, Dr. Mo suppressed his excitement, forcing a smile onto his face. Indeed, you are quite punctual. I am pleased to see you have no intention of fleeing. This signifies your wisdom. Please, come inside. We have much to discuss. At that moment, Dr. Mo's expression was as benevolent as that of a kindly elder from the neighborhood, his face radiant like a blossoming flower. Rest assured, there are no traps within. It is not a den of peril. Noticing Han Li's cautious glance towards the room, Dr. Mo hastily offered an explanation and employed a subtle provocation. Humph. Having come this far, do you think I would fear entering your abode? Han Li replied with a slight scoff, seemingly incited. He then took the lead, stepping forward. Dr. Mo quickly stepped aside with a beaming smile, clearing the way for Han Li. As Han Li entered, he instinctively reached to close the door, but was abruptly halted by Han Li's voice, who did not turn around. If you dare to shut the door, I shall assume you are plotting a scheme to ensnare me and will refuse to continue our conversation. Taken aback, Dr. Mo hesitated for a moment, but then stepped away from the door, nonchalantly stating, I genuinely wish to discuss matters with you. I mean you no harm. If you prefer the door to remain open, so be it. With that, Dr. Mo reclined back into his armchair, and Han Li, unreserved, seized a nearby stool and took a seat opposite him. The two had not seen each other for nearly half a year, and they exchanged a scrutinizing gaze. As Han Li beheld Dr. Mo, he noticed the man had aged considerably, resembling a septuagenarian, devoid of any semblance to his former self. Han Li couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that the words of the other were indeed genuine? Did he truly wish for Han Li to restore his essence without any ulterior motives? Perhaps he had overthought the matter. Casting a glance around, Han Li's pupils suddenly constricted. The tall, enigmatic figure loomed silently in the corner, as still as a lifeless object. Had he not been intent on locating him, one would scarcely perceive his presence. At that moment, Dr. Mo, having scrutinized Han Li, appeared quite pleased with his condition, and spoke in a gentle tone. Seeing you now reminds me of when you first entered. Back then, you were merely a child of tender years, scarcely this tall. And now, look how much you've grown. Time is indeed relentless. The casual banter from the other left Han Li somewhat bewildered, uncertain of its intent. Yet, instinctively, he heightened his vigilance, reminding himself that the other was a cunning old fox, having consumed more salt than he had rice. He must tread carefully to avoid falling into his snare. Dr. Mo, I remain ever grateful for your care and shall not forget it. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Han Li's expression softened as he adopted a respectful tone, seemingly reverting to his former obedient self. Excellent. Your words assure me that my efforts in you were not in vain. Now, let me assess your progress with the long spring technique. Dr. Mo appeared to embrace the role of a benevolent mentor, rising to approach Han Li, intending to take his pulse directly. What a sly old fox. How brazenly he leverages his age. Han Li inwardly cursed, swiftly sidestepping to evade the doctor's grasp. Dr. Mo, do not rush. I can assure you that I have indeed mastered the fourth layer of the long spring technique. However, might you first bestow upon me the antidote for the corpseworm pill? Once my worries are alleviated, I can then comfortably allow you to examine my abilities. Han Li replied with a smile, employing a sincerely earnest tone. Oh dear, look at my forgetfulness. Aging has dulled my memory. I had intended to present you with the antidote as soon as you entered, Dr. Mo exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. He rummaged in his sleeve, producing a silver vial from which he poured a dark, unctuous pill, tossing it towards Han Li. Feigning clumsiness, Han Li barely managed to catch the pill, bringing it to his nose to inhale its pungent aroma. He glanced up at Dr. Mo, who regarded him with an enigmatic smile. After a moment of hesitation, he harbored doubts about the authenticity of the medicine. Yet abstaining from consumption was not an option. The onset of the effects of the corpseworm pill loomed near, and failing to ingest, it could spell his demise. He reasoned that the doctor would likely find use for him, thus the pill should not be a counterfeit. With a serious demeanor, he swallowed the pill and awaited the onset of its effects. At this juncture, Dr. Mo seemed to lose his urgency. Leisurely reclining back to his previous position, engaging Han Li in casual conversation, as if he had forgotten the ultimate purpose of his visit. Not long after, Han Li experienced a fleeting pain in his abdomen, which quickly subsided. He hurriedly examined his body and discovered that the corpse insect pill had completely dissolved, filling his heart with immense joy and leaving a trace of elation on his face. Such changes did not escape the keen observation of Dr. Mo, who had been facing him all along. Once Han Li finished assessing the effects of the medicine, Dr. Mo smiled broadly and remarked, Han Li, I must say, administering the corpse insect pill to you was a decision made out of necessity. Without its urging, it would have been quite challenging for you to achieve the fourth level. Thank you for your kind intentions, old Mo, but I would prefer not to rely on such measures in the future, Han Li replied, relieved to have eliminated a significant concern and feeling considerably more at ease. He began to trust in the doctor's sincerity, choosing not to confront his apparent insincerity directly. Now, can I take your pulse? Dr. Mo inquired, a sincere request that put Han Li in a difficult position. One could never know if the other might seize the opportunity to subdue him. Chapter 45. Schemes and Fangs. Han Li lowered his gaze in contemplation, realizing that he could not avoid allowing the other party to assess his strength any longer. Dr. Mo had unhesitatingly provided him with the antidote, indicating a measure of goodwill. If Han Li were to continue resisting, it might arouse unwarranted suspicion, leading Dr. Mo to believe that he had not truly attained the fourth level of the Changchun technique and was merely deceiving him. This could set the stage for an unfortunate turn of events, perhaps even unexpected turmoil. Furthermore, Han Li had anticipated this step and made preparations in advance. Even if he were to turn hostile immediately after the pulse taking, he had a means of escape. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised his gaze to meet Dr. Mo's eyes and slowly spoke. Old Mo, in light of your prompt provision of the antidote, this will be my final act of trust in you. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, he extended his right wrist, carefully watching the doctor's reaction, ready to withdraw at the slightest hint of danger. Unfortunately, Dr. Mo maintained his facade of a forced smile, revealing no discernible change in demeanor. Upon hearing Han Li's words of consent, however, his eyebrows twitched slightly before returning to their previous position, indicating that he had anticipated Han Li's response long before. Without uttering another word, he extended his withered left hand and gently placed it on Han Li's wrist, his smile gradually fading into a solemn expression. As if engaged in a task of profound sanctity, Han Li quietly focused on sustaining his fourth-level energy, and upon witnessing Dr. Mo's expression, his heart stirred with unease, heightening his vigilance to the utmost. His left hand subtly moved towards his waist, where a custom-made, sheathed short sword rested. Gradually, a look of surprise emerged on Dr. Mo's face as he sensed the continuous and extraordinary energy flowing through Han Li's meridians. The intensity of this energy far exceeded his minimum expectations. Even with his cunning and deep-seated scheming, seeing a long-anticipated plan finally within reach, he could not suppress the blossoming joy on his face, which, unlike the earlier forced smile, now radiated genuine elation from the depths of his heart. How splendid! Truly, it is the fourth layer of the Changchun skill. Huh. Huh, it is simply marvelous. Dr. Mo unabashedly erupted into laughter before Han Li, his mirth resonating throughout the room. Yet his grip on Han Li's wrist remained unyielding. Dr. Mo, what are you doing? Shouldn't you release me? Han Li's countenance darkened, for he sensed impending danger. Attempting to wrench his right hand free was futile, as the other held fast without a hint of relent. Release you? Very well, I shall. Dr. Mo's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a sinister expression. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Halt!" Han Li felt as though a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, his vision dimmed, and the world around him faded into darkness. His body lost its equilibrium, collapsing to the ground. His left hand, which had rested upon the sword's hilt, fell limply away. This is dire. Although Han Li's body was unresponsive, his mind remained lucid. He realized he had underestimated the situation, allowing the other to strike first, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. You are still too inexperienced, aren't you? Now, you find yourself devoid of any tricks. Dr. Mo observed with satisfaction as his predictions came to fruition. Come here. With a forceful tug of his left hand, Dr. Mo yanked Han Li from the ground, pulling him to his feet. He then leaned down, extending his right index finger directly toward a vital pressure point on Han Li's chest. With a resounding thud, Dr. Mo's finger seemed to strike an iron plate, emitting a dull sound upon impact, as the front half of his finger recoiled painfully, rendering his attempt to seal the pressure point a failure. What is happening? Dr. Mo was momentarily taken aback, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Could it be that he wore a layer of armor beneath his garments? He pondered, perplexed. His gaze instinctively scanned Han Li's attire, which appeared too flimsy to conceal any hidden armor, leaving him bewildered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Han Li regained control over his body. His recuperative abilities far exceeded Dr. Mo's expectations. The cultivation of the sixth layer of the Changchun skill had not been in vain. His resilience to abnormal conditions surpassed the imagination of an ordinary individual, a fact even Han Li himself had not anticipated. Dr. Mo, dismissing the questions swirling in his mind, resolved to employ an alternative method to subdue Han Li. Yet, he suddenly found the wrist he had firmly grasped to be astonishingly slippery and supple, eluding his grasp entirely. In shock, he exerted more force, but with a swift motion, Han Li's hand slipped through his fingers like a loach, leaving Dr. Mo genuinely astonished. Regardless of Dr. Mo's astonishment, Han Li executed a swift roll, deftly maneuvering to a corner of the room. Once a safe distance from Dr. Mo, he cautiously rose to his feet. At this moment, Han Li's expression was impassive, his gaze icy as he regarded Dr. Mo. He refrained from uttering any further words. For although he was unsure of the other's intentions, he was certain they were far from benevolent. It appears that the claims made by the opponent in the past, asserting that one could rely on self-taught techniques to stimulate hidden acupoints, are nothing but a grand deception, utterly untrustworthy. For the sake of his own safety and that of his family, Han Li slowly drew a short sword from his waist with his left hand. This blade, measuring merely a foot in length, gleamed with a vibrant azure light, exuding an air of exceptional sharpness, a truly fine weapon. Today, it would be a matter of life or death. Only one of us would leave this room alive. Han Li's words were laced with icy resolve, revealing for the first time his predatory nature before Dr. Mo. Chapter 46. The sword that pierces the chest. Dr. Mo, slightly taken aback, glanced at his left hand before turning his gaze to Han Li, speaking with a tone of disdain. Interesting. It seems you have not remained idle over the past year, practicing such peculiar skills. But do you truly believe that with these rudimentary techniques, you can stand as my equal? It appears I have not engaged in combat for quite some time. It may be quite refreshing to stretch my limbs. I shall allow you to make the first move. Han Li paid no heed to the verbal jabs aimed at him. He had resolved to take the initiative, seizing the advantage. He positioned the short sword horizontally before him, capturing his opponent's attention, while a white paper pouch stealthily slipped from his right sleeve into his palm. With a swift motion, he tossed the pouch into the air, releasing a cloud of white powder that swiftly transformed into a dense fog, enveloping Han Li entirely. His figure became indistinct, fading in and out of visibility, and the mist rapidly spread throughout the room, rendering it a white expanse where one could barely see their own hand, allowing Han Li to vanish enigmatically within the haze. Dr. Mo furrowed his brow, taken aback by Han Li's unexpected maneuver, yet he remained unconcerned. With his vast experience, he was well equipped to counter such lowly tactics. However, to ensure the fog had not been tampered with, He held his breath, confident that his profound cultivation would allow him to endure several moments without air. Humph. Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves before me. Dr. Mo scoffed, executing a swift palm strike into the mist, causing the white fog to swirl violently, revealing a clear opening. Not spotting Han Li's figure, he did not relent, unleashing a flurry of air-splitting strikes, dispersing the fog entirely from the doorway, restoring normalcy to the room. Save for the absence of Han Li, strange, this fellow possesses a modicum of skill, managing to seemingly erase his presence before me. Dr. Mo mused. Yet he remained unperturbed. He had been vigilant near the entrance. Even the slightest disturbance would not go unnoticed. He meticulously scanned the room, observing the numerous bookshelves, a desk, and a grand chair. All appeared unchanged. Yet, how could a living being like Han Li simply vanish within such a confined space? Dr. Mo maintained a composed demeanor, yet a sense of unease began to brew within him, possessing both skill and audacity. He cleared his throat several times and unsteadily approached the corner where Han Li had vanished, intent on investigating further. Upon reaching a distance of about 10 feet from the corner, he halted, squinting as he sensed a faint yet palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the area, seemingly directed at him, poised to strike. A glimmer of determination ignited in Dr. Mo's eyes as he scanned his surroundings meticulously, yet he discerned no anomalies, which exacerbated his agitation. With no one in sight, he pondered the impossibility of being utterly alone. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and just as he began to contemplate its implications, a clang echoed above him. In an epiphany, Dr. Mo realized that his adversary was concealed beneath the eaves. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hand upward, executing a powerful strike aimed at incapacitating the hidden foe. A thunderous sound erupted as his palm met the air, mingled with several sharp clangs. Perplexed, Dr. Mo looked up, only to find the space above him completely vacant, devoid of any specter. Instead, a solitary black iron bell dangled from the beam, swaying vigorously in response to his forceful strike, producing the very sounds that had startled him. There was no trace of Han Li. As Dr. Mo gazed upward, a flicker of cold light surged silently from beneath him, darting toward his abdomen with a speed so blindingly swift that it could only be likened to a flash of lightning. It wasn't until the gleam nearly grazed his garments that Dr. Mo became aware of its presence. Startled, he quickly devised a plan and executed a bridge maneuver. Bending his body backward as though devoid of a spine, narrowly evading the blade that skimmed past him, slicing through the fabric of his clothing and leaving a long, thin gash across his abdomen, nearly inflicting a grievous wound. Even after escaping the blade's grasp, Dr. Mo did not relent. With a spring-like agility, he slid backward several paces, only then daring to rise and cast an incredulous and furious glance toward the source of the glimmering blade. Before him, the ground where he had just stood began to bulge slowly, rising higher until it formed a yellow humanoid figure, none other than Han Li, who had seamlessly integrated softbone techniques, breath concealment skills, and a form of deceptive art. Clad in garments the same hue as the floor, Han Li held the very short sword that had almost succeeded in its deadly task, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret over the near miss. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo's once sallow visage now bore a hint of pallor. The thrill of narrowly escaping death sent his heart racing, a sensation he had seldom experienced even in his tumultuous life as a novice in the martial world. The fact that such a perilous encounter had come from Han Li, whom he had often underestimated, only deepened his trepidation. He took a deep breath, his expression finally regaining its composure, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, remarked, "It appears I have indeed underestimated you, my dear apprentice. Your performance is quite commendable and deserving of my earnest consideration." After uttering this provocative statement, Dr. Mo slowly raised his hands, resting them before his eyes, gazing tenderly at his palms in silence, as if entranced by a beloved, seemingly forgetting Han Li entirely. Han Li raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk escaping his lips. He tightened his grip on the short sword and took measured steps towards Dr. Mo. Chapter 47. The Silver Demon Hand against Luo Yanbu. The words Silver Demon Hand flowed slowly from Dr. Mo's lips, his deep voice resonating as if echoing from the heavens, imbued with an incredible mystique that caused Han Li to momentarily freeze, halting his advance. As the last syllable fell, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from Dr. Mo, akin to a tempest, growing ever more ferocious as it spread throughout the small room. Han Li, who had been approaching, was met head-on by this sudden, violent aura, forcing him to stagger back several steps before he could regain his balance. Han Li's complexion shifted dramatically, a wave of alarm washing over him. Realizing that his opponent was likely unleashing a genuine trump card against him, the recent strike having evidently rattled him. "Heh, young man, to witness my renowned technique. The silver demon hand is indeed a stroke of fortune." Dr. Mo's thunderous and arrogant voice buzzed in Han Li's ears. Fortunately, it lacked the infusion of internal energy. Thus, the impact was not overwhelming, suggesting that his adversary dismissed the notion of employing a previously failed method against him, which somewhat alleviated his anxiety. However, hearing Dr. Mo's prideful mention of the silver demon hand for the second time compelled Han Li to glance at the man's hands. This glance filled Han Li's eyes with astonishment, his previously sealed lips parting slightly. Before him, Dr. Mo's hands, from the elbows upward, transformed from their formerly gaunt state, swelling as if filled with air, becoming significantly thicker than before. More astonishingly, the once parched skin had now turned a gleaming silver, reflecting a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, seemingly impervious, as though forged from pure silver. Is this truly the extent of Dr. Mo's power? At this realization, Han Li's heart sank, and his grasp on the sword hilt became slick with cold sweat, rendering his palm exceedingly damp. His lack of combat experience made him acutely aware of the shift in energy and the sinister transformation of Dr. Mo's hands, leaving him feeling as though even breathing had become a laborious endeavor. Nevertheless, Han Li maintained a facade of nonchalance, his expression serene, betraying no hint of trepidation. As if he were oblivious to Dr. Mo's haughty demeanor, Dr. Mo felt a tinge of displeasure. Although he had come to regard Han Li with newfound respect, he still considered it excessive to employ his most formidable techniques against a mere youth of a mere dozen years. It struck him as a classic case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and thus he yearned to witness Han Li cower in fear, utterly flummoxed, which would truly justify his display of power. "Do you know," he spoke sharply, his disdain for Han Li unmistakable, "your demeanor is particularly irksome to me. A mere child, barely out of his infancy, pretends to be entirely composed, as though he has everything under control." "Oh, is that so?" To provoke such disdain from the esteemed Dr. Mo is indeed an honor. "I shall strive to perpetuate this trait in the future," Han Li retorted, breaking his silence with a sardonic tone, hoping to provoke a slip from his adversary through his words. However, it was evident that Han Li's attempt was futile, for Dr. Mo did not respond further. Instead, with a resounding clap of his hands, he produced a jarring metallic sound that unsettled the very air around them. In the next instant, he leaped into the air, his silver hand swinging like a tempest, bearing down upon Han Li with the force of a mountain. Clearly, he intended to dispense with any further delay and employ his formidable skills to subdue Han Li in one fell swoop. Han Li's expression turned grave, his full attention fixated on the impending assault. As Dr. Mo soared above him, Han Li raised his dagger, aiming directly for the vulnerable point of his adversary's throat. Seeing Han Li's audacity to confront his relentless assault head-on, Dr. Mo's heart surged with delight, and he sneered, "Perish." He then extended one of his silver hands, brazenly attempting to seize Han Li's dagger, while the other hand descended with a fierce chop aimed at Han Li's shoulder. Yet, despite the ferocity of his attack, this strike was executed with only half the power he was capable of, a stark contrast to the venomous words he had just uttered. As if he feared inflicting serious harm upon Han Li, an enigma indeed. Unaware of the true nature of his opponent's intentions, Han Li understood that even if he were to discern the reality, he would not subject his flesh and blood to test the hardness of Dr. Mo's palm. With a deft flick of his wrist, he maneuvered his dagger, transforming it into a shimmering wheel of silver that shielded his upper body. A mocking smile crept across Dr. Mo's lips, yet his hands remained relentless, plunging into the radiance of the sword without a hint of desire to evade. With a resounding clang, Han Li's dagger struck against the silver palm, sending sparks flying, yet it failed to pierce the skin of his opponent and instead rebounded high into the air. Seizing this moment, Dr. Mo turned his palm and extended a finger, lightly flicking the blade that was too late to retract. Han Li felt a sudden heat in his hand, and his dagger was sent flying, devoid of any lingering attachment, embedding itself deeply into the wall. Following closely, the other silver hand transformed from a palm to a claw, reaching for Han Li's collarbone, intent on incapacitating him and capturing him alive. As the situation took a drastic turn, plunging into peril, Han Li remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic. With a slight shake of his shoulder, his form blurred and astonishingly transformed into a wisp of smoke right before Dr. Mo's eyes, surging forward with unrelenting speed. Taken aback by this ghostly maneuver, Dr. Mo swiftly adapted, his hands morphing into a thick silver curtain that enveloped the smoke, exhibiting no intention of allowing Han Li to escape. Yet, this ethereal mist proved to be extraordinarily elusive. It suddenly swirled in all directions, slipping beneath the silver barrier at an unimaginable angle, before darting sharply towards the corner of the room on Dr. Mo's left side, where it came to a halt and gradually solidified, revealing Han Li's true visage. Chapter 48. Deceptive words. Dr. Mo gently descended to the spot where Han Li had just stood, his movements fluid and unhesitant, like a specter turning to face him once more. The pride that had once adorned his countenance had wholly vanished, replaced by a mask of bewilderment, with a barely perceptible hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Han Li found himself in a precarious state, panting heavily, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an abnormal flush gracing his cheeks. All of these signs indicated that his previous life-saving maneuver had drained a significant portion of his stamina, leaving him uncertain if he could summon the same technique again in the near future. Taking a deep breath, Han Li attempted to relax his body, seeking to alleviate the substantial strain that the use of the elusive smoke step had placed on his muscles. He knew he must seize every opportunity to regain strength, hoping to enhance his chances of victory in the ensuing confrontation. He cast a glance at his trembling left hand, now entirely numb and devoid of sensation, rendering it incapable of wielding a sword. It appeared that his painstaking practice with the left-handed swordsmanship had been temporarily rendered futile, leaving him to rely solely on his right hand for combat. With a wry smile at the dire situation, he recognized that he had lost a considerable amount of energy, unable to execute the intricate smoke step, and worse yet, forced to fight with one hand. It was indeed a predicament that could not worsen, compelling him to resort to his final hidden technique. Han Li glanced at the sun outside, gauging the time, and felt it was indeed the right moment to employ this skill. He also eyed the short sword embedded in the wall, realizing he would have no opportunity to reclaim it, as his opponent would not permit him to retrieve it casually. After a moment of contemplation, he drew another weapon from his robe, a half-foot-long sword sheathed, which, due to its diminutive size, was more aptly described as a dagger. Once unsheathed, it appeared considerably broader and gleamed with a sharpness that surpassed that of an ordinary dagger. Holding the sword in his right hand, he extended his arm, positioning the blade's tip at an angle towards his adversary, adopting an offensive stance. Dr. Mo observed everything with keen eyes, but refrained from rushing forward to launch an attack. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly softening as he spoke in a gentle tone. Han Li, your repeated evasions have indeed taken me by surprise. However, do you believe you can rely on luck once more to escape from my grasp as you did previously? The footwork you employed earlier is indeed remarkable, yet it appears to possess considerable limitations. From a purely physical standpoint, it cannot sustain you in executing it again with the same ease. It would be wise to surrender. You must recognize that I harbor no intention of inflicting grave harm upon you. If you heed my words, your fate may not be as dire as you envision. Dr. Mo's demeanor shifted dramatically like that of a chameleon, sending chills down Han Li's spine. One moment, he appeared as a benevolent teacher. The next, he was cold and merciless, now adopting a tone of earnest counsel, urging Han Li to submit. This left Han Li at a loss for words. He truly believed he would be dazed enough to fall for such a theatrical ruse. Nonetheless, the man's words inadvertently bolstered Han Li's confidence. If Dr. Mo resorted to such juvenile tactics, it could only indicate a degree of trepidation towards him. In an instant, Han Li unraveled these thoughts with clarity. He sighed softly, shaking his head gently, and without uttering a word, he merely brandished the short sword in his hand a few times, conveying his intentions. The veins on Dr. Mo's forehead pulsed as he saw Han Li dismiss his counsel and instead provoke him with his weapon, his suppressed anger boiling over. Such ignorance, he exclaimed, taking a sudden stride forward and fiercely declaring, a step away is a world apart. In an instant, he seemed to float effortlessly to a position just a few steps away from Han Li, akin to a master of spatial manipulation, leaving onlookers in awe. Han Li appeared startled, panic flashing across his face as he hastily retreated a couple of steps to create distance. Raising his short sword in front of him to form a dazzling barrier of cold light, blocking Dr. Mo's advance, seemingly oblivious to the lessons learned from their previous encounter. Dr. Mo smirked inwardly, certainly not inclined to provide any helpful reminders to his opponent. He spread his palms apart, dividing his attack as he advanced toward Han Li, paying no mind to the shimmering blade before him. Just as his silver hands were about to pierce through the sword's light, a light-hearted laugh resonated from across the way, exuding a sense of triumph akin to a hunter reveling in the sight of prey stepping into a trap. A chill ran through Dr. Mo as he instinctively slowed his advance, his form momentarily frozen. Then, a cold voice pierced the air. "You, at this moment, have truly fallen into a trap. Look at the short sword in my hand." At the sound of the voice, Dr. Mo found himself compelled to glance at the short sword, only to see that Han Li had, at some point, ceased his previous movements and assumed a peculiar stance. His upper body leaned slightly back, the short sword held horizontally at his waist, while his lower body was poised in a taut bow stance, resembling an archer ready to release an arrow. In the discourse regarding the short sword, aside from its glimmering azure light, there appeared to be no extraordinary features, which left Dr. Mo rather astonished. Could it be that the opponent, by adopting such a peculiar stance and employing deceptive words, sought to disturb his composure in order to gain an advantage? This thought elicited a faint amusement within Dr. Mo, who nearly found himself inclined to mock his adversary. However, he was suddenly taken aback as Han Li lunged forward, akin to an arrow released from a taut bow, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, causing Dr. Mo's countenance to shift. In a flurry, Dr. Mo hastily brought his parted hands together, intending to catch the blade between his palms. Yet, he witnessed the short sword flicker, transforming into a multitude of indistinguishable blades, each thrusting towards him from various angles, blurring the line between reality and illusion. With a scornful huff, Dr. Mo's estimation of Han Li diminished further. Employing such ostentatious yet impractical techniques in the presence of a master like himself was tantamount to courting death. He discerned the true blade's location with ease. Thus, with widened eyes, he focused intently on the genuine sword's trajectory, while simultaneously maintaining his posture, hastening his movements in an attempt to shatter the blade with a single strike, leaving his opponent vulnerable and unarmed. As the two were on the brink of collision, Han Li subtly adjusted the angle of his sword, altering it just slightly. To Dr. Mo's astonishment, this minor adjustment precipitated a cataclysmic shift. Suddenly, blinding spheres of radiant white light erupted before him, their intensity overwhelming, casting no shadow of concealment. Realizing the imminent danger, he instinctively recoiled and shut his eyes, but it was too late. The brilliance surged into his vision, leaving no opportunity for reaction. In an instant, Dr. Mo felt a searing heat in his eyes, followed by a profound ache, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ignoring the discomfort, he strained to open his eyes and peer outward, only to be met with a blinding white expanse. Not only were objects indistinct, but their very outlines became nebulous and unclear. At that moment, a mixture of alarm and anger surged within him as he lamented having unwittingly fallen prey to his opponent's ruse once more. Nevertheless, Dr. Mo, having traversed the martial world for an extended period, possessed ample experience in navigating perilous situations. He began to retreat, distancing himself from Han Li to buy some time, while simultaneously retracting his hands, vigorously waving them before him, relying on his impervious magical silver hands to shield his upper body's vital areas. Resolutely, he resolved not to initiate any attacks until his vision returned to clarity, vowing to refrain from engaging until he could discern his adversary's movements, lest he be ensnared in this cunning trickster's trap once again. At that juncture, Dr. Mo had entirely cast aside any notions of underestimating his opponent. This confrontation with Han Li bore a level of peril comparable to his past life and death encounters with formidable rivals. Although he could not perceive his opponent's actions, he strained his ears, intent on discerning the next move through sound alone. He seemed to vaguely perceive a shadow flickering before him, followed by a sharp sound accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, rushing towards him from the front. Rather than feeling alarmed by the assassination attempt, Dr. Mo felt a surge of delight. The opponent's tactics were indeed somewhat naive. Had they silently concealed themselves to launch a surprise attack, he might have genuinely worried. However, such a bold frontal assault held no terror for him. He had long mastered the art of discerning sound, and whether it was a direct thrust from a dagger or even a slender embroidery needle, he could hear it with crystal clarity. Dr. Mo listened intently but deliberately feigned a moment of hesitation, allowing a small opening to appear before him. As anticipated, the sound of the ambush swiftly altered direction, penetrating through the gap and heading straight for his throat. A sinister smile flickered across Dr. Mo's face as his right hand, which had been waiting for this moment, struck with lightning speed, seizing the blade with an iron grip, unperturbed by the sharp edge of the dagger. The assailant, realizing the peril, yanked the dagger back forcefully several times, but under the control of Mo's enchanted hand, it could scarcely budge, rendering their efforts futile. A sense of triumph welled up within Dr. Mo, yet he dared not grow complacent, fearing the opponent might awaken to the situation and escape. He disregarded the fact that his vision had yet to return to normal and suddenly exerted all his strength to pull the dagger towards himself, intending to forcibly draw Han Li closer and subdue him personally. To his astonishment, the blade felt strangely weightless in his grasp, as if it had vanished into thin air. Even if Han Li had released his hold, it shouldn't have felt so insubstantial. Before he could fathom the reason behind this anomaly, a piercing sound shattered the air mere inches from his throat, as if a slender object were hurtling towards him with extraordinary speed. Even before the object reached him, the rush of air had already caused a sharp sting at his Adam's apple. Without a moment's thought, his instincts kicked in, and he instinctively tilted his head to one side, desperately contorting his neck at an improbable angle in an attempt to evade this lethal strike. The years of rigorous training finally bore fruit at this moment. Dr. Mo felt a chill at his neck as the sharp object narrowly grazed his skin, merely inflicting a slight wound without causing any grave injury. After dodging this attack, fearing that the opponent might have more tricks up their sleeve, he hastily adopted the very escape tactics Han Li had employed earlier, collapsing to the ground and rolling away like a lazy donkey, distancing himself from Han Li before daring to rise again. Once upright, he felt a searing pain at his neck and instinctively touched the wound, finding his fingers damp with blood, evidently having lost a considerable amount. He quickly pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to staunch the flow. It was only then that he experienced a pang of fear, realizing that he should not have survived that last attack. It was sheer instinct that had miraculously saved him from disaster. Upon this realization, Dr. Mo could not help but lift his gaze towards Han Li, only to discover that the objects before him were now distinctly visible, his vision having inexplicably returned to normal. Han Li was glaring at him with an expression of bitter resentment, clearly displeased at having narrowly escaped once more. In his hand, he wielded a dagger-like weapon, roughly an inch in length, resembling a remarkably short cone, yet the hilt retained the form of a sword handle. The entire apparatus appeared rather peculiar, and it was stained with blood, evidence of having wounded Dr. Mo with this bizarre armament. Dr. Mo's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could no longer endure the close brushes with death he had experienced, and was on the verge of erupting with anger. Yet he suddenly felt something grasped in his right hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a blade devoid of a hilt, light as a feather. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this sword was hollow, and within its cavity lay the very cone that Han Li had brandished. The blade was merely a deceptive casing designed to conceal the true nature of the weapon. Instantly, his pent-up rage was extinguished by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 50. The fragrance of ensnaring threads. At that moment, Dr. Mo recalled how, upon entering the room, Han Li had insisted he keep the door open. Clearly, the young man had already set the stage for this cunning trap, utilizing the reflection of sunlight. For one so young, he exhibited a remarkable level of foresight and craftiness, ensnaring an old veteran like Mo in a web of his own making, leaving him nearly incapacitated. The depth of this young man's cunning was indeed incongruous with his tender years. Could he truly be a prodigy, a reincarnation of a genius? As he pondered this, a chill of apprehension coursed through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Following this setback, Dr. Mo's wariness towards Han Li intensified. He approached the young man with utmost caution, hesitating to make any rash moves. However, Han Li, for reasons unknown, merely fixed his gaze upon Dr. Mo, harboring no intention of aggression. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a silent standoff. After a moment, in the midst of this awkward tension, Han Li unexpectedly broke the silence with a statement that left Dr. Mo utterly dumbfounded. "Dr. Mo, let us make peace. How about I surrender?" Upon uttering these words, Han Li nonchalantly tossed his weapon to the ground, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, presenting himself as a simple, earnest country lad. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially thought he had misheard, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the iron cone discarded by Han Li, skepticism flooding his mind. What trickery is this? Do not presume that I will fall for your deceit. If you intended to surrender, you could have done so from the outset. Why wait until it comes to a life and death struggle to utter such nonsense? Han Li met Dr. Mo's gaze with a serene smile, seemingly acquiescing to the latter's accusations. And once more, they found themselves in a standoff. After a brief interval, Dr. Mo appeared to recall something exceedingly comical. Bending forward and clutching his abdomen as he erupted into hearty laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ha ha, ha ha. How intriguing it is that I could have forgotten such a significant matter, and now we find ourselves in a direct confrontation, remarked Dr. Mo amidst his intermittent laughter. Han Li furrowed his brow momentarily, but then relaxed with indifference. He glanced out the window, a smile creeping across his lips as he leisurely spoke. Old Mo, do you not feel that the time we have squandered between us has been excessively prolonged? It is indeed time to bring this to a close. Dr. Mo paused, momentarily taken aback, halting his laughter. He slowly straightened his posture, adopting a serious expression, gazing at Han Li with a blank face. After a prolonged silence, he replied coolly, I too believe it is time to conclude all of this. In an instant, both men appeared resolute, confidence radiating from them, as if they had simultaneously uncovered the means to constrain one another and compel submission. After a brief silence, it was Han Li who spoke first, his confidence in his grasp of the situation palpable, convinced it would compel Dr. Mo to relent and abandon any further thoughts. Old Mo, are you aware that your life is now firmly within my grasp? Han Li's declaration astonished all who heard it. My life rests in your hands. Dr. Mo scoffed, disbelief etched across his features. Do you not sense something amiss with your wound? Nonsense, I have inspected it thoroughly. Your dagger bears no, Dr. Mo retorted. But his expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that it was not the dagger that inflicted his injury, but rather the concealed sharp spike. It seems I need not elaborate further. Old Mo has grasped my meaning, Han Li said, grinning at his opponent. Even so, what does that matter? Do not forget, it was I who taught you the art of pharmacology. What poison could possibly elude my antidote? Dr. Mo regained his composure, responding calmly. I neglected to mention that the blade I wield is coated with fragrant silk, Han Li interjected. Fragrant silk? Dr. Mo gasped, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Indeed. Old Mo, you must surely be aware of the potency of this substance, Han Li teased, taking his time. Nonsense. How could you possibly concoct such a poison? I have never divulged even a hint of that formula, Dr. Mo insisted, attempting to maintain his facade of disbelief. Yet, the unusual sensation emanating from his wound led him to a grim conclusion. Sensing Dr. Mo's reluctance to yield verbally, Han Li sighed and felt compelled to elaborate. Do not forget, your medical texts were entirely open to me. This particular formula was nestled within a rather obscure volume. Had I not examined it meticulously, I would have surely overlooked it. Dr. Mo then recalled that upon acquiring the formula, he had meticulously documented the myriad of ingredients and intricate steps. Fearing he might forget something crucial, he had jotted down the details on a slip of paper and tucked it within a book, only to subsequently forget it amidst the chaos of events that followed, ultimately leading to this significant inconvenience for himself. Let us take a seat and engage in a proper discussion regarding the possibility of reconciliation, Han Li proposed confidently. With a dismissive grunt, Dr. Mo disregarded Han Li, his mind fervently recalling the method of crafting the fragrant silk and its medicinal effects. The name fragrant silk sounded innocuous, even enticing, conjuring images of allure. Yet, its potency was as unbearable as the unrequited affection of a lovesick woman, penetrating to the very marrow. Chapter 51. The giants might once afflicted by the poison of fragrant silk, its venom would infiltrate the bloodstream, gradually permeating the entire body. For an ordinary individual, the danger was minimal, but for a martial artist, it posed a lethal threat. During the initial stages of poisoning, any reckless use of internal energy would exacerbate the toxin's effects, causing blood to surge backward, resulting in excruciating agony. As time passed and the toxin delved deeper into the body, the situation grew increasingly dire. Although one might regain control over their internal energy, Daily doses of an antidote would become imperative to restrain the poison. Without it, the bones would begin to mutate, leading to a gradual atrophy, ultimately reducing the afflicted to a pitiful heap, immobilized upon the ground. What was even more daunting was the fact that once the poison seeped into the very marrow, it could not be completely eradicated. One could only rely on long-term consumption of specific antidotes to stave off its resurgence, rendering the poison a lifelong companion, inescapable and ever-present. The ingredients for concocting this toxin were myriad and interchangeable, producing identical outcomes, but with varying effects depending on the individual's preparation, resulting in unpredictable toxicity. Consequently, the antidotes also varied, with only the creator possessing the knowledge to counteract the venom effectively. Others, despite being aware of the crafting method for fragrant silk, would find themselves utterly helpless in concocting an antidote. Thus, the fate of the poisoned individual lay squarely in the hands of the poisoner, leaving them with no choice but to submit, too fearful to resist. Dr. Mo sifted through his memories of fragrant silk, comprehending at last the reason behind Han Li's apparent fearlessness. He chuckled coldly within, maintaining an impassive facade, and remarked nonchalantly, "Is this your final resort? Young man, if you have no further tricks up your sleeve, I suggest you surrender quietly." Han Li's heart sank at once, seeing Dr. Mo's unchanging demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by his threats, he realized he had undoubtedly overlooked something critical. It was evident that Dr. Mo did not regard the poison with any concern, remaining utterly unfazed by its presence. Thus, Han Li understood that he was in a precarious position, and his opponent appeared exceedingly confident in their ability to subdue him. Noticing Han Li's silence, Dr. Mo smirked cunningly and commanded, "Iron Slave, seize him." Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately recalled an important figure he had seemingly forgotten upon entering the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly used his foot to nudge a weapon at his side, and the iron spike leapt into his hand. In that fleeting moment, a colossal shadow, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, surged forth from a corner of the room, arriving before him with such astonishing swiftness that Han Li found himself utterly unable to evade. In desperation, he thrust the sharp cone he held towards the creature's abdomen, hoping to at least momentarily impede its advance and secure a chance to escape. However, targeting such a vulnerable area with a short, slender weapon was decidedly imprudent. Yet, Han Li had no alternative. His adversary was far too towering, and his weapon barely extended a mere inch, leaving him with no choice but to aim at this specific spot. Suddenly, Han Li felt as if he had collided with some monstrous entity. The wrist he extended seemed to have been struck by a mighty tree, dislocating with a jolt, and he staggered backwards several paces under the force of the impact. The iron cone in his hand felt as though it had encountered solid stone, flying from his grip and vanishing from sight. Anger and astonishment surged within him. Having barely steadied himself against the collision, he sensed a shadow loom before him, swiftly followed by an agonizing pain in his shoulders as two colossal hands clutched his shoulder blades, imparting a sensation of impending ruin. Han Li struggled fiercely, yet his body felt as though it were pinned beneath a mountain, utterly immobile. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded all else and lifted his knee, forcefully driving it towards the vulnerable region between the creature's legs. A sharp cry escaped his lips as pain coursed through him. The adversary's sensitive area proved as unyielding as iron, and he felt as though his kneecap had shattered upon impact, splintering into fragments. However, this act seemed to provoke the creature further. The grip on his shoulders tightened with renewed ferocity, nearly rendering Han Li unconscious, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Easy now, Iron Slave. This man still holds great value," came the admonishing voice of Dr. Mo at this critical juncture. As the words fell, Han Li felt the weight on his shoulders lift, the pain diminishing significantly. A sigh of relief escaped him, and for the first time, he found Dr. Mo's voice remarkably soothing. Yet, amidst his relief, the lingering doubts that had haunted him began to deepen. From the outset, Han Li had sensed that for reasons unknown, Dr. Mo exhibited a peculiar restraint during pivotal moments, seemingly reluctant to inflict harm upon him. He certainly did not perceive this as an act of benevolence. There must be some undisclosed, unspeakable matter compelling the doctor to tread carefully, preventing him from unleashing his full might. Otherwise, the prolonged entanglement would not have persisted. Resolutely, he resolved to exploit this nuance to negotiate with the doctor and devise a means to extricate himself from the creature's grasp. Dr. Mo approached him, seemingly discerning his thoughts. a fleeting smirk crossing his face. He first placed his hand on Han Li's chest, retrieving a heart-protecting mirror, and was momentarily taken aback, realizing it had obstructed his acupoint. Shaking his head in silence, he subsequently produced an exquisitely crafted rectangular yellow wooden box from his robe, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, a clear indication of its rare and precious nature, seldom seen in ordinary households. Dr. Mo solemnly opened the box in front of Han Li, revealing several identical silver blades within. These peculiar blades bore an odd shape, resembling neither a knife nor a sword, their edges curving like a crescent moon and their size comparable to that of a dagger, making them quite extraordinary. As Dr. Mo withdrew one of the silver blades from the box, Han Li noticed its astonishing thinness, akin to that of a sheet of paper. The cold light flickered across its surface, instilling an immediate sense of sharpness that suggested it could slice through flesh with the ease of cutting fabric. Even more bizarre was the handle, which was adorned with a grim visage of a demon, its blue face and tusks menacing, crowned with 2 horns, exuding an unsettling aura. Holding the blade, Dr. Mo cast a meaningful sidelong glance at Han Li, sending a chill down his spine. Was his ominous prediction truly coming to fruition? Was this peculiar blade intended to carve into his very being? Chapter 52. The 7 Ghosts Devouring Souls. Han Li's complexion began to pale as he watched Dr. Mo elevate the strange blade high above him. Under the sunlight, the edge gleamed menacingly, accentuating its deadly sharpness. A surge of panic gripped him, yet reason reminded him that such elaborate efforts to capture him would not culminate in an immediate execution. This was merely intimidation. Thus, as the blade slowly descended toward him, he remained silent, struggling to maintain his composure. Only when the blade's edge hovered a mere half-inch from his head, sending shivers through his hair, did he gradually close his eyes, a flicker of regret flitting through his mind. Would they indeed strike him down? Had he known this would come to pass, perhaps pleading for mercy might have preserved a sliver of hope. He was still so young and did not wish to perish in such a manner. How would his parents react upon hearing of his demise? Would they be saddened? Would they regret sending him to the 7 Mysteries sect? Confronted with the precipice of life and death, a tumult of thoughts surged within Han Li's mind. As if in that fleeting moment, he had traversed the spectrum of life's joys and sorrows, gaining profound insights into the essence of existence. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, causing Han Li to tremble slightly, only to be met with astonishment as he felt no pain. What was happening? He opened his eyes in bewilderment. To his shock, he beheld the blade embedded in Dr. Mo's own shoulder, penetrating deeply into his body, leaving only the handle exposed and quivering slightly. Perhaps due to its extraordinary sharpness, not a single drop of blood escaped, rendering the scene eerily surreal. As Han Li stood there, dumbfounded, Dr. Mo, in a surprisingly calm demeanor, began to commend him. "Ah, young man, you possess quite the courage. Allowing the blade to rest against your throat without uttering a plea for mercy. Truly impressive. During my days traversing the martial world, I encountered numerous heroes who boasted of their fearlessness, yet once ensnared by my grasp, they quickly transformed into trembling wretches, begging for their lives." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his tongue tied, unsure of how to respond. Just moments ago, he too had nearly embarrassed himself, but he had managed to maintain a facade, harboring a flicker of hope that his opponent would not truly act against him, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Moreover, his naturally thin skin made it difficult for him to shift his demeanor to one of subservience or pleading. Now, confronted with Dr. Mo's effusive praise, Han Li refrained from offering any explanation, yet a myriad of emotions surged within him, leaving him uncertain whether he should feel elated or despondent. As Han Li grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, Dr. Mo swiftly embedded several peculiar blades into his own body, leaving only the grotesque hilts protruding. When Han Li regained his composure, he was horrified to discover that a total of 7 sharp blades were embedded in Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, creating a ghastly spectacle akin to being dismembered by a frenzy of knives. Amused yet astonished, Han Li realized that such self-mutilation must be a prelude to employing a formidable technique, though he wondered if it was intended to be used against him. After completing the grotesque act, Dr. Mo fell silent, bending forward to sit cross-legged in front of Han Li, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Oblivious to the external world, a spark of inspiration ignited in Han Li's mind. He perceived a rare opportunity for escape. However, just as he attempted to move, He felt an immediate weight upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile once more. With a wry smile, Er Leng chastised himself for forgetting about the hulking figure beside him. With the giant, known as Iron Slave, watching him unwaveringly, there was no chance for him to escape. It appeared that Dr. Mo had anticipated this, having meticulously prepared beforehand. Unperturbed by any tricks Er Leng might attempt, this Iron Slave, an enigmatic behemoth, was as impervious to harm as Dr. Mo's magical silver hands, even in the most vulnerable of areas. Today, Er Leng found himself utterly ensnared by this individual. While Er Leng pondered the giant's presence, another transformation unfolded before him. Dr. Mo's face began to twitch uncontrollably, his entire body trembling as his features contorted in agony, creating a chilling visage that seemed to evoke a malevolent aura within the room. Suddenly, Dr. Mo ceased his convulsions, but a deep, primal roar emanated from the depths of his throat, imbued with raw, animalistic ferocity. In that instant, he appeared less a frail elder and more akin to a ferocious beast sprung from the depths of the wilderness. Then, a more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The ghostly mist that had previously manifested on Dr. Mo's face a year prior reemerged. This spectral fog was markedly denser and darker than before, enveloping his visage like a shadowy mask, obscuring his true identity. The tentacles that occasionally materialized from the ghostly mist underwent a profound transformation. The dark mist that flowed over the tentacles gleamed with a smooth, lustrous quality, possessing an almost tangible essence. They danced erratically upon Dr. Mo's visage. His fingers were arranged in a lotus formation as he formed a peculiar gesture, his lips moving as if reciting an incantation. Although the words were too faint for Er Leng to discern, as Dr. Mo engaged in this enigmatic ritual, the mist upon his face seemed agitated, akin to boiling oil reacting violently to the introduction of cold water. More slender tentacles emerged, brandishing themselves menacingly, as if attempting to thwart Dr. Mo's further actions. Just as the black mist thickened to its most oppressive state, Dr. Mo opened his eyes, and through the heavy veil of darkness, Er Leng could still perceive the brilliance within them. With a thunderous declaration of 7 ghosts devouring souls, Dr. Mo invoked the name of his secret technique. Er Leng felt a shiver of trepidation course through him, yet the subsequent events delivered a staggering blow to his psyche, illuminating the vast expanse of the unknown that still lay before him. Upon Dr. Mo's proclamation, the 7 strange blades embedded within him began to quiver, emitting a resonant hum that grew progressively louder and sharper, as if striving to free themselves from their host. Observing the blade's restless movements, Dr. Mo appeared exasperated. He muttered something under his breath, too soft and swift for Er Leng to catch, but it was likely not a pleasant sentiment. Rising to his feet, Dr. Mo paced around the room before finally stamping his foot in frustration and reluctantly inserting a finger into the gaping maw of one ghostly head. In an astonishing turn of events, the lifeless entity closed its mouth of its own accord, sinking its formidable fangs into the offered delicacy and began to draw upon it gently. Dr. Mo trembled, seemingly enduring immense pain. The obscuring mist concealed his expression, yet one could surmise the pallor of his face was rather ghastly. After a brief interval, the ghostly head, having quenched its thirst, released its grip, and the resonant hum faded into silence. Subsequently, Dr. Mo replicated the process, tending to each ghostly head before reluctantly withdrawing his finger. Upon completing this ritual, Dr. Mo resumed his previous hand gestures, murmuring incantations anew. This time, the 7 strange blades ceased their trembling and emitted no sound. Instead, they simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing blood-red orbs, while their mouths stretched wider, puffing out their cheeks, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the very essence of the air around them. The mist upon Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense impending doom, swelling tumultuously as the tentacles writhed with increasing ferocity, yet all efforts were in vain. 7 slender black lines were whisked up from the ghostly mist above, gracefully tracing several elegant arcs in midair before accurately plunging into the gaping maws of 7 waiting specters, where they were devoured piece by the ghastly heads. Er Leng found himself momentarily dazed. Directly across from him sat Dr. Mo, rendering all that transpired before him vividly tangible. Every single tooth on the ghostly visage was startlingly clear. For the first time, Er Leng, who had touched upon another realm, was utterly astonished by this extraordinary power. The bizarre silver blades, the eerie heads of the specters, coupled with the sinister black mist that enveloped Dr. Mo's face. All defied rational explanation and shattered his previous understanding. Previously, Han Li had always held a skeptical view towards supernatural matters, without first-hand experience. He could never bring himself to believe. Now, however, these monstrous scenes, which only existed in legendary tales, were unfolding before his very eyes, leaving him profoundly shaken. In that moment, his mind became a whirlpool of confusion, and as a mere prisoner, he found himself utterly at a loss on how to respond to such inhuman power. Gradually, the black mist upon Dr. Mo's face thinned from dense to sparse, nearly consumed by the spectre's jaws, leaving only a faint, ethereal layer that barely shrouded his features. At that moment, Dr. Mo's visage became discernible, yet upon seeing the unveiled countenance, Han Li was struck with such astonishment that his mouth fell agape, unable to close for a considerable time. Today had brought him countless surprises, yet none had so thoroughly captivated his thoughts as the sight before him. Emerging from the black mist was the face of a robust man in his 30s, radiating vitality. Unmistakably Dr. Mo himself, albeit appearing at least several decades younger. The resolute contours of his face, the commanding gaze devoid of ire, and the subtly mocking curve of his lips combined to form an exceedingly charming visage. Such a mature male appearance wielded a lethal allure over women, rendering them powerless to resist. Whether they were youthful maidens or discontented wives cloistered in high courtyards, they often succumbed to his charm with but the slightest gesture, ensnaring themselves willingly and irrevocably. Upon beholding this visage, Han Li felt an impulsive urge to shatter it, as its beauty seemed to incite jealousy among other men. At last, as the final remnants of the black mist were drawn into the spectre's maw, Han Li recalled Dr. Mo's previous remarks. He was originally in his 30s, but due to an unfortunate incident during healing, had suffered prolonged extraction of his essence by malevolent forces, resulting in his aged appearance. In this regard, it appeared that Dr. Mo had not deceived him. This current visage seemed to represent his true form, though the means of his restoration were indeed astonishing. At this moment, Han Li realized that Dr. Mo's youthfulness extended beyond mere appearance. His physique and hair had also transformed. The lustrous black hair and robust stature unmistakably indicated that he was in the prime of his life, his physical strength and vitality reaching their zenith. Yet, if Dr. Mo possessed the means to restore his original form, why would he go to such lengths to alter himself? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Han Li as he emerged from his shock, becoming acutely aware of the peril still surrounding him. His mind began to race, rapidly analyzing the situation in an attempt to devise an escape plan. Observing the youthful Dr. Mo, Han Li noted a certain dazed expression upon his face. He stood there, seemingly entranced, silent as the moments passed. After what felt like an eternity, he finally raised a hand, studying the smooth skin on the back of his palm with a gaze that resembled one admiring a long-lost treasure. Closing his eyes, he pressed his palm gently against his cheek, caressing it as if savoring the vitality of youth once more. Dr. Mo's self-absorbed demeanor left Han Li feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He could not fathom the tumult of emotions that accompanied such a resurgence. Dr. Mo, you appear to have returned to normal. Does that mean you no longer require my services? Might you consider sparing me, so that I may continue to serve you in the future? Han Li's impatience overtook him. He remained oblivious to how Dr. Mo intended to deal with him. Aware that the other party was unlikely to simply let him go, he feigned ignorance, attempting to glean insight into his fate for the sake of planning ahead. Chapter 54, The Spirit-Binding Talisman. Han Li, you truly possess the ability to adapt. Dr. Mo remarked with a slight smile, radiating a warmth that could drive women to madness. However, the tone of his voice startled Han Li anew. It bore an inexplicable magnetism, soothing to the ears and vastly different from the dry bitterness he had previously exhibited. Evidently, his voice was as remarkable as his appearance. For the first time, Dr. Mo directly addressed Han Li by name. While the news he imparted was not of a favorable nature, it still granted Han Li a sense of acknowledgement, far more gratifying than being referred to as brat repeatedly, thereby alleviating some of his inner turmoil. Merely from an exterior perspective, the current Dr. Mo exhibited no flaws. Every movement was imbued with elegance, presenting himself as an undeniable handsome man, far removed from his former decrepit self. One could only imagine how many heroic maidens of the martial world he had captivated with such a visage in his heyday. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Please, speak plainly, Han Li asserted, for he was no woman to be swayed by the other's striking beauty. Given that Dr. Mo's words offered no hint of mercy, there was little reason for Han Li to extend any courtesy in return. "Well, what do you think?" Dr. Mo chuckled, stretching his newly powerful limbs and arching his long body. Yet he remained silent, refusing to answer Han Li's inquiry. Instead, he retrieved yet another object from within his robes. The item in question is a small pouch intricately folded from silk, its satin surface gleaming with a color as radiant as fire, strikingly vivid and captivating. Every stitch and seam appears exceptionally refined, suggesting it is far from an ordinary possession. What could be concealed within this satin? Might it be yet another bizarre artifact akin to the silver blade? For a moment, Han Li was so consumed by curiosity that he forgot to inquire further. Dr. Mo did not allow Han Li to ponder for long. He swiftly unwrapped the silken fabric and carefully extracted a crumpled piece of yellowed paper. Han Li seemed somewhat disappointed, yet a sense of alertness surged within him, for he understood that the more unassuming an object appeared, the more likely it held unimaginable significance. The paper that Dr. Mo presented was certainly not meant for mundane purposes. Reflecting on the strange occurrences that had transpired earlier, he suspected there might be considerable depth to this revelation. Dr. Mo delicately pinched the yellowed paper between his fingers, cautiously smoothing it out. Only then did Han Li scrutinize it closely. The paper was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a palm, cut into a long strip with a somewhat antiquated hue, suggesting it had aged considerably. Most strikingly, it shimmered with silver paint, adorned with several peculiar symbols. The shapes of these symbols were extraordinary, unlike anything Han Li had encountered before. Yet, upon catching sight of them, he felt a mysterious force tugging at his heart, stirring his internal cultivation technique into an uncontrollable stir, as if awakened by these symbols, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. Realizing something was amiss, he focused intently on the characters, seeking to unravel their secrets. The symbols twisted and turned in intricate, serpentine forms, yet they concealed an underlying order. Their arrangement and shape hinted at profound meanings. Regrettably, time was fleeting, and Han Li could not decipher their significance in that moment. In an instant, Dr. Mo had approached Han Li, observing his peculiar fixation on the yellow paper with an expression of rapt fascination. A fleeting glimmer of pity crossed his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. Returning to his usual demeanor, lowering his head slightly, he leaned close to Han Li's ear and spoke in a hushed tone. "Han Li, do not blame me. I am left with no choice. May you reincarnate soon. This body shall be mine." "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Han Li was jolted from his reverie by Dr. Mo's words, his heart racing with the dawning realization that a dreadful fate was about to befall him. He disregarded the looming threat posed by the giant behind him and began to struggle desperately, aware that a few small items remained on him that, if retrieved, could create chaos and perhaps grant him a chance to escape. "Iron slave, restrain him. Do not let him move," commanded Dr. Mo coldly. With that chilling directive, Han Li's final resistance was thwarted. Two enormous hands, like twin mountains, bore down with increasing force upon his shoulders, rendering him immobile. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, trickled down his temples as he widened his eyes, biting his lip in desperation, helplessly watching as Dr. Mo murmured incantations before him. Dr. Mo's fingers pinched the yellow paper, which began to flutter without wind as the incantation resonated. The silver symbols inscribed upon it illuminated one after another, emanating a mysterious silver glow. Although Han Li found himself immobilized, his mind remained acutely aware. It seemed that the moment all the symbols shone forth would coincide with the instant he was to be ensnared. Dr. Mo's expression turned solemn as he fixated on the yellow paper. Upon the final symbol releasing its silver light, a flicker of joy crossed his countenance. He then executed a series of unique gestures, waving the yellow paper in the air. A decisive word escaped his lips, akin to the rumble of spring thunder. Simultaneously, the paper was forcefully pressed against Han Li's forehead, adhering firmly to it. The moment the paper made contact with his skull, Han Li felt a complete loss of control over his body. He could not even blink, rendered utterly numb, yet his eyes remained open and his ears alert. His consciousness felt detached, akin to that of a stranger, unable to command his own form, like a mere shell. This sensation was entirely different from that of being paralyzed by pressure points. In such cases, although movement was impossible, the body could still sense its surroundings. Panic surged within Han Li, He was oblivious to the means by which his captor intended to seize his body. Was this the moment of his defeat? Not to worry. Your body can still linger for a brief moment longer, Dr. Mo seemed to convey, as if engaging in a soliloquy. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to post twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. I hope my readers will applaud this initiative. And do not forget to cast your votes. Chapter 55. The third person. Your thoughts are far too lively. If you could move freely, it would indeed be a source of concern for me, Dr. Mo remarked with unhurried composure. He then extended an arm and effortlessly lifted Han Li. Striding out of the chamber. Outside, the blazing sun retained its oppressive heat. Han Li felt as though he had been within those walls for an eternity, though in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Dr. Mo carried Han Li as if he were a mere object, leisurely traversing the medicinal garden beside the house, until they reached a secluded stone wall. The imposing figure of a giant followed silently, resembling a shadow, never straying far. Through his open eyes, Han Li discerned the presence of a stone house, one he had never encountered before, constructed at some point unbeknownst to him. This stone dwelling bore a resemblance to the meditation chamber he had previously used, built entirely from stone. The sole distinction being that its exterior walls had been hastily coated with lime wash. Judging by the materials, it was apparent that the structure had been completed recently, and had he retained his sense of smell, he would likely detect the pungent odor of lime. Iron slave, remain outside. Should any intruder approach this house, do not hesitate to kill. Dr. Mo issued a bloody command, evidently wary of unforeseen complications that might jeopardize his plans. The stone door swung open with ease, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, casually shutting the door behind him. It was clear that he was no stranger to this place. It was highly probable that he had constructed it himself. The stone chamber was entirely sealed, devoid of any windows. Upon closing the stone door, Han Li initially expected the interior to be shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. However, to his astonishment, the room was illuminated by an array of oil lamps and candles of varying sizes, casting a brilliant glow across the modest space, making it as bright as daylight. The scene within left Han Li speechless. Even if he had the desire to speak, he found himself utterly unable to do so. Yet, what troubled him the most was a peculiar pattern, measuring several yards in diameter, inscribed at the center of the stone chamber. The design appeared to be crafted from some sort of powder, though Han Li could not approach closely enough to discern its exact nature. Surrounding the pattern were several fist-sized pieces of jade embedded within the floor. These gemstones gleamed under the candlelight, their clarity suggesting they were rare treasures. Were they to fall into the hands of a connoisseur, witnessing such exquisite raw jade carelessly set into the stone would likely leave them restless for nights on end. As Han Li remained transfixed by the sight, he suddenly found himself unceremoniously thrust into the very center of the pattern, lying flat on the ground. Gazing only at the ceiling above, a sense of urgency gripped Han Li. In this critical moment, he could not see the movements of Dr. Mo, which did little to soothe his anxiety. Yet, feeling like a mere pawn in the hands of fate, he sought to comfort himself, grateful that he was not facing downward, or else he would have nothing but the ceiling to observe. A series of strange sounds echoed in the chamber, piquing Han Li's curiosity, but he soon realized that the light had dimmed significantly, awakening him to the fact that Dr. Mo had extinguished many of the flames. The reasoning behind this action remained a mystery. Moments later, Dr. Mo spoke suddenly, his voice chillingly cold. Is the method you propose truly viable? Understand that I have wagered everything. Han Li was perplexed by his words, uncertain whether they were directed at him. The tone did not seem to suggest so. However, there were no others present in the chamber besides the two of them. Had Dr. Mo so quickly forgotten that he was bound by the accursed yellow paper, rendering him unable to speak? Rest assured, the 7 ghosts devouring souls method I transmitted to you possesses no falsehood. A young man's voice unexpectedly emerged in the room, sounding as though he were in his 20s. Han Li felt a numbness wash over him. The peculiarities he had encountered today far surpassed anything he had experienced in previous years. Thus, the sudden appearance of another voice, while startling, felt less significant. It was effective before, but what good is it now? Dr. Mo's expletive-laden outburst took Han Li aback. Normally, such language would not have fazed him. But considering Dr. Mo's current handsome visage juxtaposed with his coarse words, Han Li could not help but find a twisted amusement in the situation. If you leave me away out at the last moment, leading me into a trap, whom shall I turn to for help? Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued speaking to himself. Do not say, "You shall act as my guarantor." It is essential to recognize that you were destined to be a mere specter, and the one responsible for your demise is none other than myself. How can you harbor no resentment? How can you refrain from deceit? Dr. Mo's relentless inquiries left no room for rebuttal, as if he sought to expel all the unease festering within him. Subsequently, aside from Dr. Mo's labored breaths, an extended silence enveloped the space, with no response forthcoming from the young man. Hanli felt a chill creep into his heart. This unexpectedly appearing youth was, in fact, a person who had once perished. Could it be that he was a ghost? Moreover, from their dialogue, it became apparent that the peculiar technique employed by Dr. Mo had been derived from this individual. What do you wish from me? I have already sworn a toxic oath in the names of my ancestors, my parents, my entire family, and even my entire clan. Is that not sufficient for your satisfaction? The young man finally spoke, his voice tinged with indignation. Han Li's heart sank. This youth was so depraved as to gamble the lives of so many loved ones merely to gain Dr. Mo's trust, revealing himself to be a person of cold disposition. Any semblance of sympathy that had briefly blossomed due to shared suffering evaporated instantly. Indeed, I am powerless against you. Your corporeal form lies in ruins, leaving only your spirit behind, condemned to dwell in darkness. This fate is scarcely preferable to complete annihilation. Dr. Mo's tone softened, seemingly reluctant to escalate the confrontation. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Light Orbs Yu Zitong. Allow me to offer one final warning. Should misfortune befall me, your situation will not improve. Be aware that your current spiritual form cannot endure for long. Without my assistance in locating a suitable vessel, you may very well dissolve into nothingness. Therefore, if there are any omissions or deceptions in the techniques you possess, now is the time to disclose them. It is not too late, and I shall harbor no resentment towards you. I can even swear a toxic oath in your presence. Dr. Mo persisted, striving to enlighten the young man. At last, Hanli grasped the essence of the matter. Dr. Mo's fervent discourse was driven by a fear that Yu Zitong may have manipulated the imparted techniques, leading to potential errors in his practice, which could bring calamity upon himself. Thus, in this critical moment, he sought to verify the truth from his counterpart to alleviate his concerns. I assure you, the method of possession I imparted to you is devoid of any alterations. Should I deceive you, may my entire clan suffer divine retribution and meet a wretched end, leading to our total annihilation. Yu Zitong, without hesitation, resolutely invoked another toxic oath, evidently aware of Dr. Mo's apprehensions. Furthermore, while employing the seven ghosts devouring souls technique, may grant you a temporary surge of power, enabling the execution of rudimentary spells. This comes at the cost of your essence, feeding the very spirits that haunt you. Will the residual essence within you suffice for future use of this technique? After swearing his toxic oath, Yu Zitong effectively cut off Dr. Mo's avenues of retreat. Following his proclamation, silence once again enveloped the stone chamber, broken only by the sounds of Dr. Mo's restless pacing. Hanli silently prayed within his heart. For the first time, this man, who had never believed in deities, made a wish to a passing immortal, hoping that the entity would be deterred and abandon its nefarious intentions towards him. Although he was fully aware of the absurdity and self-deception inherent in such a hope, it was the only recourse available to him at that moment. Indeed, one should not harbor doubts about those who are useful, and one should not employ those who inspire suspicion. Since he sought such significant benefits, it was only reasonable to endure a modicum of risk. Dr. Mo finally solidified his resolve. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's heart sank into despair. Had he been capable of expressing emotion upon his face, it would surely have reflected a pallid countenance and a look of utter despondency. In contrast, Yu Zitong appeared quite elated, his words imbued with excitement. It was as it should be. Consider this. You were originally a mundane individual bereft of spiritual roots, entirely unqualified to tread the path of cultivation. Yet, once the spell is successfully cast, the situation transforms. With a body endowed with spiritual roots, one could seek refuge in a family or sect dedicated to cultivation, thereby potentially liberating oneself from the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. At the very least, one would live far longer than an ordinary mortal. Haha, I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Rest assured, I, Mo Jurin, keep my promises. Once the spell succeeds, I shall promptly aid you in finding a body with spiritual roots, ensuring that you, brother you, are not slighted, Dr. Mo said, his mind racing with the splendid prospects that lay ahead. His demeanor turned notably more courteous towards Yu Zitong, his words laced with an intent to forge a closer bond. I am most grateful, Brother Mo. Once we achieve success, I shall not withhold anything and will share all cultivation techniques with you, Yu Zitong cunningly responded, skillfully closing the distance and establishing rapport with his counterpart. Han Li, listening intently from the sidelines, felt a surge of anger, his rage simmering as he realized these two were shamelessly colluding, treating his body as if it were a mere possession, utterly disregarding the wishes of its rightful owner. Yet, at this juncture, he truly found himself at a loss. Dr. Mo cast aside his lingering doubts, having resolved to proceed without further delay. He retrieved several slender golden needles from an unknown source and deftly inserted them into the secret acupuncture point at the back of his head, allowing himself to emanate a radiant glow, invigorated with ample energy to perform the spell flawlessly. He then approached Han Li, assisting him into an upright position, arranging him neatly on the ground. Taking a seat opposite him, he crossed his arms tightly over his shoulders. With a hand gesture, Dr. Mo conjured a spell, sending forth a red light that struck the pattern beneath Han Li, instantly illuminating several jade stones in the vicinity. Subsequently, a low, resonant incantation flowed from Dr. Mo's lips, akin to an enchantment, inducing a drowsiness in all who heard it. As the incantation echoed in his ears, Han Li's consciousness began to blur, succumbing to an overwhelming wave of sleepiness. Realizing the peril he faced, Han Li understood all too well that this was a deliberate act on the part of his adversary, a prelude to seizing control of his corporeal form. Reluctant to surrender without a fight, he strained against the insidious voice. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Had he still possessed control over his body, he could have resorted to biting his tongue or twisting his flesh to maintain his alertness. But now he could only passively endure. Under the powerful spell of hypnosis, Han Li swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before slipping into a deep slumber, he vaguely perceived the once handsome visage of Dr. Mo, now rendered grotesque and menacing in the dim light, devoid of the charm he once possessed. You have become quite ugly, were the last words Han Li wished to utter, a curse steeped in helplessness but devoid of profanity. In the boundless darkness, Han Li embarked on a peculiar dream. Within this dream, he transformed into a green orb of light, roughly the size of a fist, inhabiting a small realm of his own where he soared freely, basking in unadulterated joy. However, this bliss was abruptly interrupted by the intrusion of a yellow orb, diminutive in stature, merely the size of a thumb, yet brimming with aggressive intent. Upon spotting Han Li, it lunged menacingly, opening its wide maw to bite. Han Li, undeterred, retaliated in kind, manifesting a mouth of his own to counterattack. In mere moments, the yellow orb was effortlessly devoured by Han Li, who relished in the victory, savoring the taste of his conquest. Yet, before long, another invader entered the fray, this time a green orb similar to his own, but significantly larger, albeit dimmer and feebler than Han Li's vibrant glow. Upon encountering Han Li's transformed self, the newcomer hesitated, seemingly taken aback. Having just experienced the exquisite delight of consuming other orbs, Han Li was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. Without regard for the disparity in their strengths, he charged forward. The larger orb, left with no choice, engaged in the fray, and they clashed in a fierce struggle. Although slightly larger, the opponent proved weak and insubstantial, crumbling under Han Li's might and soon attempting to flee. Han Li pursued relentlessly, but the cunning adversary managed to escape by shedding parts of itself when caught, ultimately fleeing the scene, albeit diminished in size by a third. After vanquishing two foes, Han Li continued to dominate this realm, his orb yearning for more unwelcome visitors. Regrettably, none appeared again. As time wore on, he grew indifferent, drifting joyfully in solitude, and it seemed as though this existence would persist indefinitely. Chapter 57. Awakening to a fallen foe. A chill, icy sensation surged from the depths of his being, spreading throughout Han Li's body, rousing him from his slumber. Upon awakening, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, accompanied by a dull ache, while his body felt weak and languid, reminiscent of a convalescent recovering from a grave illness. Struggling to open his eyes, he found his eyelids unbearably heavy, rendering him immobile. In his dazed state, Han Li recalled the events that transpired before his unconsciousness. He shivered involuntarily, a chill coursing through him, and his mind quickly regained clarity as he began to assess his condition. To his surprise, it seemed that his body had not been usurped, although his eyes remained tightly shut. The discomfort that pervaded his entire being unmistakably indicated that he had regained control over his physical form. Could it be that Dr. Mo's incantation had failed? Overwhelmed by this unexpected revelation, Han Li pondered this plausible explanation. Suppressing his excitement, he patiently summoned what little strength he had left and managed to pry his eyelids apart just enough to glimpse the world outside. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a frail, white-haired face, worn and haggard, belonging to the aged Dr. Mo. However, the visage appeared even older than before, seemingly aged by an additional decade, resembling a decrepit relic of a man. In that moment, the doctor's wide-open eyes were fixed upon Han Li, filled with terror. Taken aback, Han Li's muscles tensed instinctively, the sensation of weakness evaporating as his initial impulse was to strike first, to seize the advantage. Having learned from his previous ordeal, he resolved never to allow himself to be easily subjugated again. Yet, as he observed further, Han Li noticed something peculiar. The doctor's expression was frozen, motionless, devoid of any breath, as if he had long since departed from this world. Han Li furrowed his brow, wary of being careless. He maintained his vigilance, intently scrutinizing the doctor's face for any sign of life. After a meticulous examination lasting a quarter of an hour, he was compelled to acknowledge that the figure before him bore no resemblance to a living being. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached, extending one hand to grasp the doctor's wrist while placing the other beneath his nostrils, testing for any sign of breath. When no response came, Han Li's anxiety dissipated entirely, lifting the heavy weight that had pressed upon his heart. Even now, he found it hard to believe that his formidable adversary, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had succumbed so quietly, so inexplicably, and with such ease. He touched his forehead, realizing that the so-called talisman of concentration had vanished without a trace, leaving him puzzled as to its whereabouts. Reflecting on the matter, Han Li, having later mastered the art of talismans, came to understand that the yellow talisman must have disintegrated into ashes due to its magical essence being exhausted, explaining its absence. With his mind now at ease, Han Li shifted his gaze beyond the corpse of Dr. Mo, seeking any clues that might elucidate the circumstances surrounding the doctor's demise. The oil lamps and candles surrounding him still flickered, indicating that he had not lost consciousness for an extended period. However, the nearby jade pieces had turned dull and gray, their quality seemingly diminished several-fold, rendering them inconspicuous. As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of something lurking in the corner of the stone chamber, attempting to evade his attention, which piqued his curiosity. This object was not unfamiliar to Han Li. It was the enemy he had battled with in his dreams, the one who had slipped through his fingers, the green orb that had been devoured by a third of its mass. At this moment, it was desperately trying to burrow into a corner, seemingly frightened of Han Li, attempting to conceal itself. Initially taken aback, Han Li soon contemplated deeply, raising his chin with one hand and lowering his head in reflection for a while. After a brief pause, he stood up and walked towards the orb. Only when he was half a yard away did he come to a halt, speaking slowly. "I believe we should make each other's acquaintance. You must be Yuzito." The green orb trembled slightly, its radiance flickering erratically. Upon hearing Han Li utter its name, it dimmed for a considerable time before regaining its luminosity. "You guessed correctly. It seems you are indeed a disciple of Mo Jiren, just as troublesome and formidable." The orb, seemingly resigned to its fate, began to speak in human language, its accent unmistakably that of a young man. It did not attempt to dispute Han Li's assertion, but acknowledged it directly. "Then, might you provide me with some clarification and recount the events that transpired?" Upon realizing that the other party was one of the culprits who had conspired against him, Han Li displayed no signs of anger, remaining composed and unhurried. However, upon observing Han Li's calm demeanor, Yu Zitong felt an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart, sensing impending doom. In the recent battle of consciousness, he had just experienced the formidable power of this villain, having his spirit partially devoured and suffering significant losses in his magical energy. Now, with only a meager portion of his remaining power, he could only conjure a few minor illusions, devoid of any lethal force. Faced with the real deal and lacking the ability to protect himself, he naturally felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "What is it that you wish to know?" He understood that the other party had narrowly escaped death and was likely in an unstable emotional state, posing a considerable danger. Although the surface seemed calm, deep within, the emotions might be simmering like a volcano ready to erupt, laden with suppressed fury. Since he had already been discovered, the best course of action was to cooperate and refrain from challenging the other's patience with words. He had no desire to meet an untimely end due to the other's impulsiveness. First, tell me who you truly are. Then recount your relationship with Dr. Mo and the original plan in detail. I have ample time and can listen to your tale at length. Han Li spoke with an expressionless face, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 58. The Cultivator Ahem. To begin with, I too am a victim. Yu Zitong sought to elicit Han Li's sympathy, attempting to distance himself from his association with Dr. Mo, but upon seeing Han Li's indifference, he had no choice but to continue. I was originally a loose cultivator. Yu Zitong candidly recounted his background and the sequence of events in detail. Naturally, he portrayed himself as a pitiful figure coerced into complicity by Dr. Mo, shifting all responsibility onto the deceased doctor. Han Li naturally could not place complete faith in the words spoken, yet by integrating the revelations made by Dr. Mo, he was able to deduce a fair semblance of truth from them. By discarding the potential falsehoods embedded in the other's discourse, Han Li gained a general comprehension of the events that had transpired. The narratives recounted by Dr. Mo, particularly those detailing the time prior to his treachery and his quest for a method to restore his powers, were likely genuine and devoid of any intent to deceive him. However, the tale of discovering a mysterious tome at a certain enigmatic location, which supposedly contained the secret to regaining his abilities, was a fabrication, entirely concocted due to the influence of Yu Zitong. It was indeed Yu Zitong who facilitated Dr. Mo's revival, yet it was also this very individual who had ensnared him in a curse. It turned out that Yu Zitong was a member of a so-called sect of cultivators. Having cultivated his skills in the Eternal Spring technique to the 7th level, achieving a degree of proficiency. However, due to limitations in his innate qualities, he could progress no further, failing to meet the requirements for foundational establishment. Without such a foundation, a cultivator could not truly be deemed a member of the sect, nor could he venture formally into the realm of cultivation. Thus, in a state of despair, Yu Zitong was compelled to emerge from his secluded haven to seek experience in the mundane world, hoping to find a breakthrough in his mental state and perhaps, if fortune favored him, to uncover rare medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs. With such tantalizing aspirations, the young Yu Zitong, barely in his 20s, entered the secular realm as described by the cultivators. The dazzling spectacle of the outside world quickly mesmerized him, and his already tenuous resolve swiftly wavered. Within a few years, he succumbed to moral decline, becoming a favored guest of a powerful family, indulging in the luxuries and opulence of the world, while his aspirations of cultivation gradually faded into obscurity. Regarding a disciple like Yu Zitong, who had faltered mid-journey, his family would, after a century, erase his name from the family register. Henceforth, he would be considered a worldly individual, severed from ties to his ancestral lineage, unless a descendant emerged with exceptional aptitude in cultivation, warranting a return to their roots. If this continued, although Yu Zitong might find himself devoid of hope in the grand path of cultivation, he could still aspire to a long life of wealth and comfort. Such a scenario, though rare among those who had not established their foundations, was not without precedent and was not deemed a grave matter. Yet, whether by divine providence or a twist of fate, on a certain day, several years later, while meandering through the streets, Yu Zitong, in a habitual visit to an apothecary, stumbled upon a rare blood spirit herb. This herb bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary flower, leading the unknowing shopkeeper to display it alongside common wares. Upon his discovery, Yu Zitong was elated. With this herb, a breakthrough was within reach, rekindling his fervor for cultivation. He immediately resolved to purchase it. However, an unexpected complication arose when another cultivator entered the shop and, upon noticing the same herb, refused to let it slip away, resulting in a heated dispute between the two. Upon encountering the proprietor of the apothecary, the owner immediately discerned the potential for profit, declaring that the one who offered the greater sum of silver would claim the rare herb. Consequently, Yu Zitong, possessing slightly more wealth, secured the precious elixir. However, he was not naive. Recognizing that his adversary would not relent easily, he fled his dwelling under the cover of night, hastening towards his family's estate. Yet, halfway through his journey, he was overtaken by the pursuer, leading to an inevitable clash. The opponent's magical prowess surpassed his own significantly, resulting in Yu Zitong sustaining grievous injuries. Yet he was reluctant to part with the coveted elixir. Gritting his teeth, he activated a life-saving talisman inherited from his family, employing a desperate technique that momentarily deterred his foe, allowing him to escape. However, he was grievously wounded, and in this vulnerable state, he encountered Dr. Mo, who was likewise in search of a remedy. It seemed fate had conspired in Yu Zidong's favor. Despite having traversed the world for several years, he lacked the experience to navigate the complexities of the martial world. Upon discerning Dr. Mo's physical condition, he unwittingly divulged his possession of a valuable remedy. This revelation invited peril upon him, for Dr. Mo, in a state of frantic desperation after failing to find a cure, would stop at nothing to extract that which could heal him. Though the remedy Yu Zitong spoke of was not as rare as blood spirit grass, it consisted of several precious ingredients, painstakingly refined through the expenditure of considerable life essence, and his supply was already dwindling. With his injuries, he cherished it all the more, unwilling to bestow it upon a mere mortal whom he regarded as inconsequential. Dr. Mo, feeling humiliated after his subservient approach yielded no results, was consumed by rage and resolved to take lethal action. He stealthily followed Yu Zitong to a secluded location and ambushed him with a concocted poison. Ordinarily, typical poisons would have little effect on Yu Zitong, yet the secret formulation Dr. Mo employed was beyond even his own comprehension, and its potency caught Yu Zitong off guard. Already grievously injured, the added venom left him teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, Dr. Mo revealed himself, brazenly ransacking Yu Zitong's belongings. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Yu Zitong, in a fit of rage, invoked the blood arrow curse, transforming his vital essence into a blood curse that he unleashed upon Dr. Mo. Subsequently, he detached his spirit from his corporeal form, drifting away from his body. Once his spirit had exited, Yu Zitong recognized his oversight in failing to prepare a vessel for his essence. Reluctantly, he entered Dr. Mo's body, temporarily evading the peril of obliteration. Dr. Mo, startled by the blood that had splattered upon him, initially reacted with shock, but upon finding nothing amiss, dismissed it from his mind. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified several pills from Yu Zitong's corpse and, filled with elation, consumed them. Miraculously, he found himself restored to full vitality. In a state of exuberance, Dr. Mo gathered the spoils he had seized and an incomprehensible tome on the long spring technique, setting forth to return to Lanzhou, intent on vengeance and rejuvenation. Chapter 59, The Three Iron Laws. Dr. Mo's brief period of joy swiftly dissipated as the sinister power of the Yin Soul curse manifested with alarming swiftness. He aged at a terrifying rate, seeming to grow older by a year for each passing day. Consumed by fear, he endeavored to control the bizarre phenomena occurring within him, yet his efforts yielded little success. If this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise, succumbing to a natural decline akin to that of an ordinary elderly person. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Zitong's spirit was faring even worse. After entering Dr. Mo's body, he found himself gradually succumbing to the assimilation by the latter's spirit. Assimilation, a passive form of soul usurpation, occurs when an external spirit, having lingered within a host for an extended period, is subtly influenced by the host's own spirit, leading to a nefarious outcome where only one consciousness can ultimately endure. Faced with such a dire predicament, Yu Zitong reluctantly considered taking the initiative to usurp. His reluctance stemmed not from any noble intentions, but rather from an intense fear of the three iron laws governing soul usurpation in the realm of cultivation. First, cultivators are forbidden from usurping the souls of mortals. Failure to adhere to this rule results in the host body collapsing under the strain of usurpation. Second, only a spirit of greater power may successfully usurp a spirit of lesser power. The greater the disparity in power, the safer the endeavor. Third, a cultivator may only engage in soul usurpation once in their lifetime, regardless of their power level. Attempting a second usurpation will result in the inexplicable demise of their spirit. These three unyielding laws, tested through countless trials, have thwarted innumerable malevolent individuals seeking to exploit usurpation for their own gain, as well as those attempting to evade calamities through such means. The heavens issue a warning against such transgressive behavior, ensuring that cultivators cannot unleash chaos upon the world unchecked. Thus, had Dr. Mo been a cultivator, Yu Zitong would have felt emboldened to engage in a mutually destructive struggle for the body. However, as Dr. Mo was merely a mortal devoid of any magical power, he could not withstand the act of usurpation. Even a partial attempt would likely lead to the complete collapse of the body in contention. Moreover, even if he sought refuge in another's body, he would still be unable to avoid the fate of reassimilation, facing an even more precarious situation. With each departure and return of his spirit, his magical power would diminish rapidly, soon becoming utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of freely traversing between bodies, ultimately leading to his entrapment and assimilation within another's form. It is crucial to understand that once transformed into a spirit, he lacks a physical body for meditation and replenishment. Each use of his magical power results in a corresponding loss, and as time progresses, the depletion becomes ever more pronounced. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure this fate. Therefore, unless he could locate a cultivator of inferior power capable of withstanding the usurpation, he would never again risk separating his spirit from his body, as the body of the other party was on the verge of collapsing due to the blood curse. Leaving one's primordial spirit with no refuge and facing the imminent danger of being assimilated by the opposing spirit, the desperate Yu Zitong, contemplating the gravity of the situation, found himself compelled to momentarily set aside the enmity between them. Reluctantly, he reached out to Dr. Mo, divulging the entire sequence of events along with the underlying stakes. Initially, Dr. Mo reacted with indignation, but soon recognized the fortuitous opportunity at hand. Without hesitation, he and Yu Zitong established a pact, revealing the true nature of a cunning strategist. Firstly, Dr. Mo was to employ the methods taught by Yu Zitong to control his consciousness, striving to avoid assimilating the other's primordial spirit. In return, Yu Zitong would impart certain esoteric techniques to enable Dr. Mo to decelerate the aging process and temporarily wield magical power. Secondly, Dr. Mo was tasked with locating a young boy possessing spiritual roots capable of cultivating the eternal spring technique, training him in its practice. When the time was ripe, Dr. Mo would seize the moment to perform a soul transfer, thus rejuvenating himself. Dr. Mo had previously harbored doubts about undertaking this cultivation personally, only to find himself unsuccessful and subject to Yu Zitong's mockery, ultimately realizing that those without spiritual roots could not attain magical power, rendering him a mere pedestrian in the eyes of cultivators. Finally, after successfully executing the soul transfer, Dr. Mo was to allow ample time for recuperation before assisting the other in finding a suitable vessel and aiding in the transfer. While these terms seemed to favor Dr. Mo, it was an unavoidable circumstance given the imminent threat of Yu Zitong's assimilation. Being in a disadvantageous position, he had no choice but to concede some ground, though the reality of whether he truly suffered a loss remained known only to him. During the negotiations, Yu Zitong had suggested that Dr. Mo seek assistance from his family's secluded haven. However, the seasoned Dr. Mo was unwilling to relinquish control, firmly refusing without room for discussion, which left Yu Zitong seething with resentment in the days that followed. Subsequent events unfolded without much to elaborate upon. Dr. Mo, having failed to find an appropriate candidate in previous years, despondently entered the Seven Mysteries sect, where he fortuitously encountered Han Li and imparted the eternal spring technique to him. Among other teachings, this aligns closely with what Dr. Mo had recounted, and Han Li himself had undergone a series of experiences. Upon hearing these revelations, Han Li exhaled deeply, finding most of his queries resolved. However, noticing that Yu Zitong had paused and refrained from continuing, he darkened his expression and coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to inform me of the cause of Dr. Mo's demise." There was little to explain. It was simply that Dr. Mo had miscalculated your progress in the eternal spring technique, his magical power being far inferior to yours, resulting in his failed soul transfer and subsequent absorption by you. Yu Zitong hesitated momentarily before confessing the truth. "So, the yellow sphere of light that first entered my body was Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, and the second, the green one, belongs to you," Han Li remarked nonchalantly. "Well, at that moment, I assumed you and Dr. Mo were destined for mutual destruction. To avoid wasting this physical form, I merely intended to borrow it," he admitted, slightly embarrassed. "Humph, I fear it is not a matter of misunderstanding, but rather a deliberate design on your part. Yu Zitong, when you initially shared the soul-snatching technique with Dr. Mo, you likely did so with ill intent, intentionally omitting any mention of the success or failure being tied to the depth of one's magical prowess. According to your original scheme, Dr. Mo, employing the self-harming soul-devouring art and my own fourth level of Changchun Gong, would have had comparable magical abilities. Once the soul-snatching commenced, it would result in mutual destruction, leaving you, the opportunistic third party, to seize my body and achieve success in your endeavor. Am I correct in my deductions? My esteemed cultivator Yu? Han Li stated calmly, articulating his judgment in one breath. Yu Zitong, taken aback, remained silent for a moment, eventually exhaling a sigh, displaying a hint of frustration without contesting Han Li's assertions. Initially, I praised you casually, but now I genuinely commend your intellect. You have indeed surpassed the blue, outshining your predecessors, even outsmarting the cunning Mo Jiring. You are quite right. All of this was indeed my design. However, I did not anticipate that your talent for cultivation would be so exceptional, allowing you to advance to the 6th level of Changchun Gong in such a short span. Merely one level below my own. Not only did you effortlessly consume Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, but even my severely weakened spirit was no match for yours, resulting in a considerable depletion of my own energy. Yet, he suddenly shifted his tone, exuding arrogance. Mo Jiring is merely a common mortal, daring to place himself on equal footing with us cultivators, to claim brotherhood. How could he be worthy? What is even more intolerable is that he resorted to despicable means to destroy my Dharma body while aspiring to tread the path of immortality. It is truly a fool's dream. Yu Zitong gritted his teeth, revealing a long-held animosity towards Dr. Mo, now unabashedly expressed. However, you are different. You possess innate spiritual roots and extraordinary aptitude, which is exceedingly regrettable to waste in the mundane world. If you would assist me in finding a suitable vessel and aid in the soul-snatching process, I would gladly act as your guide, introducing you to the elders of my clan and accepting you as my disciple. What do you think? Yu Zitong spoke with unwavering confidence, believing no one could resist the allure of becoming an immortal and attaining eternal life. Once, Dr. Mo harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, yet under similar propositions, he ultimately complied without hesitation. I am convinced that with just a hint of sweetness, this individual will surely capitulate. However, Yu Zitong's hopes were dashed. Upon hearing his tempting words, Han Li did not display any excitement, but instead wore a calm demeanor, as if these words had stirred no ripples within his heart. The notion of collaboration is something I will contemplate at a later time, but for now, I have a question that I hope you can clarify. Han Li gazed intently at the luminous sphere, speaking softly. If I answer your inquiry, would you be inclined to collaborate? That depends on whether your response satisfies me. Very well, ask away. Yu Zitong readily acquiesced, evidently well-versed in the wisdom that one must bow their head beneath a shared roof. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling, pondering for a moment, as if deliberating the most appropriate way to articulate his thoughts. Yu Zitong was taken aback by the solemn demeanor of the other party, his mind racing with concerns about the troublesome questions that Han Li might pose. I wonder what adverse consequences might arise after I have involuntarily devoured some of Dr. Mo's and your spiritual essence. Why do I feel a throbbing in my head? As if I have acquired a multitude of new thoughts that I cannot access? Surely there is nothing amiss? Han Li finally voiced the anxiety that had been plaguing him since awakening. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong felt a wave of relief, realizing that the other was merely preoccupied with this minor issue, and his voice lightened considerably. So it is this matter. My dear brother, you are overthinking. There is absolutely no need for concern. You must understand that the elements lodged in your mind will gradually dissipate over the course of a year or two, requiring no effort on your part. Are you suggesting that my consumption of these essences was entirely futile and that none will remain? I find that hard to believe. Han Li replied, casting a skeptical glance towards Yu Zitong, subtly revealing his distrust. To say that none will remain would be somewhat misleading. However, what can be retained is indeed minimal, Yu Zitong hurriedly clarified, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. The memories, experiences, and emotions contained within are entirely untouchable. Should you attempt to absorb them, the consequences could range from becoming an imbecile to suffering a fractured personality, or in the worst case, an overwhelming surge of mental energy leading to catastrophic failure. It is vital to understand that the spiritual essence is exceedingly delicate and cannot simply amalgamate with other substances. While it is permissible to temporarily harbor another's essence within your mind, transforming it into your own is a delusion. If one could effortlessly seize another's experiences, memories, and techniques through mere possession, chaos would ensue, and no one would diligently practice or seek enlightenment, as all would be readily accessible through such means. Among the devoured spiritual essences, the only usable element is a fragment of the inherent primal force, which can slightly enhance one's spiritual essence, albeit only to a limited extent. As this essence dissipates rapidly, within a few days, it would vanish completely, rendering it useless once more. As Han Li absorbed Yu Zitong's explanation, the last remnants of his worries dissipated. He could discern that the other was speaking truthfully. At this moment, Yu Zitong likely harbored intentions of collaborating with him, akin to his partnership with Dr. Mo, and would naturally refrain from deceiving him over a matter that would soon be clarified. Once Yu Zitong concluded his final remarks and observed Han Li nodding in agreement, seemingly convinced by his words, he felt a surge of joy within. The luminous sphere that embodied his spiritual essence appeared to radiate even more brightly. Eagerly, he inquired, "Han, it seems you are quite satisfied with my explanation. Shall we now discuss the particulars of our collaboration?" "Certainly. It is a most coveted opportunity to partner with a cultivator," Han Li replied, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming with sincerity. "Really?" Yu Zitong exclaimed with excitement, astonished that the other had agreed without further persuasion, and quickly sought confirmation. "Of course," Han Li replied briskly and decisively. With a smile, he retrieved an object from his breast pocket and, in a cordial tone, addressed Yu Zitong, "As we are now partners, you would not refuse a modest experiment before we delve into our discussions, would you?" "An experiment?" Yu Zitong was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the cylindrical object in the other's hand, a sense of eerie familiarity creeping into his mind, accompanied by a foreboding omen. Indeed, a poison test. Before the words had fully escaped Han Li's lips, his thumb moved upon the cylinder, and a thick, dark fluid erupted from within, emitting a foul, putrid odor as it surged towards its target. "Ah!" A chilling scream pierced the air from the luminous sphere as Yu Zitong's essence was drenched in the vile liquid. The green light above dimmed significantly, indicating a grave injury had befallen him. You dare to poison me, to ambush me?" Yu Zitong shrieked, his voice hoarse, struggling to comprehend the shocking turn of events. Ignoring the fury radiating from his opponent, Han Li grasped the clasp of his belt above his abdomen and, with a swift motion, drew forth a gleaming sword from the concealed compartment. This blade, as wide as a finger and approximately 1.5 feet in length, was remarkably flexible, a rare jade short sword. This weapon was the last and most expensive sword Han Li had commissioned from a blacksmith, though he had not been adept at wielding such instruments, hence it had remained unsheathed until now. As he clutched this long-hidden, yet almost unused weapon, his expression darkened. The previous smile entirely vanished. He cast a disdainful glance at the trembling essence and, without uttering a word, advanced with a swift stride, delivering a fierce downward slash at the luminous sphere, wielding the sword as if it were an axe splitting timber. Chapter 61. The destruction of the divine Yu Zitong's essence was ensnared in a narrow corner, flailing like a wingless fly. Each attempt to escape was thwarted by the black liquid, forcing him back, followed closely by the lethal glint of the sword that relentlessly struck the luminous sphere, diminishing its green radiance with every blow. Despair enveloped him. While the relentless strikes of the sword weakened his essence considerably, that was not his primary concern. The insidious erosion of the dark liquid was far more troubling. Ever since being doused in the vile substance, he had felt a prickling numbness, a debilitating weakness, as it gradually eroded his remaining magical power. More critically, it hindered his ability to cast spells, rendering his attempts futile, as though he were ensnared. "Why are you killing me? Why?" Amidst Han Li's merciless assault, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries emanated from the luminous sphere, filled with unwillingness and despair. Yet, Han Li remained silent, replying only with the accelerated strikes of his blade. Before long, Yu Zitong's voice dwindled, becoming increasingly feeble, until it faded to a mere whisper, ultimately succumbing to silence. Han Li did not immediately cease his actions. Instead, he continued to strike down upon the feeble remnant of the primordial spirit that lay upon the ground, flickering like a mere candle flame. After delivering a series of blows, he realized that he could not extinguish the last vestiges of the green light. Only then did he sheath his soft sword and secure it back to his belt. At this moment, Han Li coldly remarked, I never collaborate with those who swear oaths upon their own parents, let alone follow in the footsteps of Dr. Mo to trust the assurances of a scoundrel like you. Casting a frigid glance at the final flicker of Yu Zitong's primordial spirit, Han Li unhesitatingly turned away and approached the stone door, forcefully pushing it open. As the stone door swung ajar, several beams of radiant sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating the remaining primordial spirit. In an instant, with a soft puff, the faint green light flickered out, dissipating into delicate wisps of azure smoke that vanished into the air. Thus, the only trace of Yu Zitong's existence in this world was thoroughly eradicated by Han Li, leaving no possibility of tracing this individual again. It is worth noting that Han Li was aware of the primordial spirit's aversion to light, a realization sparked by Dr. Mo's earlier actions of extinguishing numerous flames upon entering the room. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding this last lingering threat, which could have kept him in constant trepidation. Nevertheless, Han Li's ease in extinguishing the opponent's primordial spirit was largely attributable to another vial of 7 poisons water he had meticulously prepared. This concoction was an improvement on the 5 poisons water previously acquired by Dr. Mo, enhanced with a new ingredient derived from the soil mushroom flower. This toxic herb not only posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals, but also severely hindered the primordial spirit of cultivators. Consequently, it was this very factor that rendered Yu Zitong incapable of successfully casting spells, leading to the effortless extinguishment of his primordial spirit. The reason Han Li initially doused the opponent's spirit with the 7 poisons water was influenced by various folklore, wherein all manner of demons and spirits feared substances such as chicken blood or black dog blood. Inspired by these tales, Han Li instinctively treated Yu Zitong's primordial spirit as though it were a malevolent entity. One cannot help but ponder whether Yu Zitong, in the depths of the afterlife, would be incensed enough to spit blood once more upon realizing this fortuitous blunder. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he was oblivious to the series of coincidences at play. He simply understood that even if the poison had failed, the opponent's primordial spirit would undoubtedly face annihilation once he opened the door. With such comprehensive consideration, he had no qualms about striking Yu Zitong with ruthless determination. Now liberated, he no longer had to endure the life of someone with a blade perpetually poised at their throat, living in constant readiness for demise. Slowly returning to the center of the stone chamber, Han Li stood there in silent contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, he leaped with fervor, soaring over 3 feet into the air, and let out a series of exuberant shouts, fervently expressing the joy that surged within him. At this moment, he truly returned to his essence, to that of a 16-year-old boy. I am finally free. I am finally free. Yet, abruptly, Han Li's exuberance was severed as if by a blade, his jubilant cries coming to an abrupt halt. Not far beyond the stone door, a colossal figure drifted into his line of sight, the giant known as Iron Slave. The expression on Han Li's face shifted dramatically, and upon seeing this figure, he felt a familiar twinge of pain in his shoulder. He had indeed committed a grave error, once again neglecting the presence of this individual and forgetting to inquire about the origins and vulnerabilities of the giant from Yu Zitong's primordial spirit. However, it provided Han Li some solace that the giant seemed utterly disinterested in the happenings within the stone chamber, merely wandering outside and strictly adhering to the cautious orders issued by Dr. Mo in his lifetime. Without casting a single glance towards the open stone door, Han Li furrowed his brows, feeling that the situation was somewhat troublesome. This giant was evidently somewhat dull-witted, blindly obeying orders. Yet such individuals were the most difficult to deal with for Han Li, as he could not persuade them through words to cease hostilities and seek reconciliation. Once conflict ensued, Han Li was no match for the giant. The only item that could pose a threat to him was the empty vial of poison. Han Li paced back and forth within the room several times, racking his brain to devise a method to subdue the giant. But for the moment, his thoughts were as tangled as a mass of knotted threads, lacking clarity. By chance, his gaze fell upon Dr. Mo's corpse. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could discover some means to restrain the giant from the corpse. He glanced outside. The giant was still tirelessly wandering, showing no signs of approaching. Seeing this, Han Li felt a sense of relief and took several steps towards Dr. Mo's body. Unperturbed as he extended his hands and began to meticulously search inch by inch. Chapter 62. The transaction, a collection of peculiar, familiar, and unfamiliar items was unearthed by Han Li, sorted into 2 piles based on their suspicious nature and placed aside. He gradually found himself astonished at the sheer number of odds and ends on Dr. Mo's person, many of which seemed deadly in nature. A sleeve arrow designed to strike fatal blows, a pouch of sand steeped in snake venom, and a dozen razor-sharp boomerangs were among the discoveries. As the quantity of items increased, Han Li's breath quickened. The more meticulously he searched, the more his heart raced. At that moment, he realized how fortunate he had been during his earlier confrontation with Dr. Mo. Had the latter aimed to capture him alive from the outset, he might have met his demise long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Han Li chuckled at himself. Here he was, a living man, thoroughly intimidated by the possessions of the deceased. Finally, having completed his search, Han Li began to examine each item he deemed suspicious. The small vial contained a foul-smelling substance, seemingly an antidote, which should pose no danger. This strange weapon resembled a small wheel. Although he was unsure of its purpose, it likely had no connection to the giant. So he set it aside. As for this fragrant pouch, while handling the items, Han Li spoke to himself, appearing quite intrigued. At that moment, he held an ordinary sachet embroidered with plain white silk flowers. Logically, such an unremarkable sachet should not arouse anyone's suspicion. However, Han Li considered that while such a commonplace item would be expected on an ordinary person, its presence on a figure like Dr. Mo, a notorious character, was undeniably unusual. Han Li first cradled the object in one hand, weighing it lightly, concluding that it likely contained no heavy items. Upon further examination, he discerned a paper-like texture, suggesting the presence of pages or similar contents within. His spirits lifted. Han Li proceeded to unwrap the fragrant pouch, and as anticipated, he extracted several sheets of paper. A brief glance revealed the familiar handwriting of Dr. Mo, instilling him with a sense of assurance. However, upon closer inspection, Han Li was taken aback to discover that it was a letter of farewell penned by Dr. Mo himself. A wave of curiosity washed over him as he meticulously perused the sheets of stationery. After finishing, he exhaled a long, heavy sigh towards the heavens, his brow furrowing deeply. Burdened by his thoughts, with his hands clasped behind his back, he began to pace like an elderly man, lost in contemplation. After every couple of steps, he paused, deep in thought, only to resume his wandering moments later, caught in a cycle of uncertainty. In this manner, Han Li unwittingly circled the remains of Dr. Mo. Much like a donkey tethered to a millstone, his expression shifting unpredictably from red to pale, betraying the turmoil within him. It was a sight so out of character for Han Li that, were Li Feiyu to witness it, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. The transformation in Han Li was precipitated by the troubling news contained within the letter and the dilemma it presented. The antidote for the corpse insect pill was, alarmingly, toxic, a rare and insidious poison, as stated in the letter, only resolvable by the family heirloom known as the warm sun jade. No other remedy existed, not even the legendary elixirs reputed to counteract poisons. Thus, on those pages, Dr. Mo candidly informed Han Li that this missive, along with the previously administered poison, served as a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. Should he fail in his attempt to seize a new body, and should misfortune befall him, it was highly likely that Han Li would be the one to survive. In light of his own fate, Dr. Mo proposed a straightforward transaction in the letter, aiming for mutual benefit. This arrangement would alleviate his personal concerns while granting Han Li a considerable fortune and immeasurable advantages. As for the possibility of Yu Zitong being the last one standing, Dr. Mo dismissed it with disdain, characterizing him as cold-hearted and cowardly, possessing only a modicum of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he would not achieve anything of significance. The one who ultimately triumphs would certainly not be him. Upon reaching this juncture in the letter, Han Li could not help but smirk bitterly. It seemed Dr. Mo, with his intricate schemes, had never anticipated that he would ultimately fall into the very trap laid by someone he scorned. Had it not been for Han Li's concealment of his true progress in the eternal spring technique, he might very well have perished alongside Dr. Mo, allowing Yu Zitong to reap the benefits. This unfortunate turn of events was likely exacerbated by Dr. Mo's delusions of grandeur regarding his ascension to immortality, which had clouded his judgment. Clearly, no cultivator should be underestimated. Within the correspondence, Dr. Mo's proposed transaction was straightforward. He requested that Han Li delay for 1 to 2 years before visiting his residence. The venom he had been afflicted with would manifest 2 years hence. Furthermore, he had a wife, concubines, daughters, and a considerable estate. Although Dr. Mo had made numerous arrangements and shrouded matters in a veil of secrecy before his departure, prolonged absence would surely arouse suspicion among his unruly subordinates and enemies, potentially jeopardizing the safety of his loved ones. Therefore, Han Li felt compelled to act swiftly to protect his family, ensuring their well-being and striving to distance them from the treacheries of the world, allowing them to lead a life free from strife and want. As a means of compensating for his underhanded machinations against Han Li and to elicit Han Li's assistance without holding grudges, he offered one of his daughters in marriage, along with a dowry comprising half of his entire fortune and a precious sunstone. Prior to his departure, Dr. Mo had entrusted the gem to his first wife, explicitly designating it as a dowry for their daughter. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Han Li found himself compelled to accept a union he might otherwise have eschewed. However, he clearly stated that his enemies were formidable and his subordinates were difficult to control. Confronting them directly with Han Li's current abilities would likely prove perilous. To this end, he had meticulously prepared 2 false identities for Han Li within the hidden compartments of his residence, leaving behind tokens and handwritten letters for Han Li to choose an appropriate persona. He also provided a list of trusted aides, suspected individuals, and adversaries, along with pertinent details requiring careful attention. Finally, to substantiate the sincerity of his farewell letter, he included methods for controlling and summoning the colossal iron slave and the celestial winged bird. Han Li found himself perplexed by the insinuation that the iron slave was a soulless being, merely a shell, with its true essence having long since reincarnated. This left Han Li baffled. Did he truly appear as one prone to sentimentality? Yet, even setting aside the matter of poisoning, the prospect of such immense wealth was undeniably enticing. His keen sensitivity to financial gain made him deeply intrigued by the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo. As for marrying his daughter, it stirred unfamiliar feelings within the blossoming heart of Han Li. Surely, given Dr. Mo's own appearance, his daughter could not be lacking in beauty. However, the risks entailed were substantial. A single misstep could cost him his life. The enemies that Dr. Mo regarded as formidable were not easily vanquished. With meticulous care, Dr. Mo had intertwined the safety of Han Li and his family with the threads of life, beauty, and immense wealth, compelling Han Li to reluctantly swallow this poison cloaked in honey. Chapter 63. True Countenance. After much contemplation, Han Li finally came to a halt. Whether to proceed with this transaction or to defer the decision until the poison became insurmountable was a dilemma he could only resign himself to in the end. Then, he cast a glance at the colossal figure outside, recalling the inexplicable words inscribed at the end of the letter. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to attempt to exert control over the giant. Han Li bent down and unearthed a small bell crafted from brass amidst the heap of items. The bell was modest in size, easily cradled in the palm of one hand, yet it was exquisitely made, with proportions harmoniously balanced, a testament to the skill of a master craftsman. The singular distinction that set it apart from ordinary bells was the faint traces of blood that subtly adorned its surface, rendering it particularly striking. Han Li scrutinized the artifact known as the soul-guiding bell, yet he could discern no remarkable power within it. According to the letter, this object could subdue a terrifying creature such as the giant, which was truly astonishing. Cradling the small bell in his left hand and casually grasping a dagger in his right, he cautiously stepped out of the stone door, inching closer to the giant with utmost care. When he was more than 2 yards away from the giant, he halted, unwilling to draw nearer to avoid any unforeseen dangers. At that moment, the giant stood with its back towards Han Li. Ding! A clear, resonant chime emanated from the bell as Han Li lightly struck it with the dagger. Han Li frowned. The sound seemed no different from that of an ordinary bell. Could this truly subdue the giant? Doubt crept into his mind, causing him to lower himself slightly, prepared to retreat to the stone chamber at the first sign of danger. Upon hearing the bell's chime, the giant's shoulders twitched slightly, indicating a reaction. A surge of excitement filled Han Li, and he hastily resumed striking the bell in rapid succession. Ding! Ding! The bell rang out repeatedly, and the giant began to tremble, ultimately losing its footing and collapsing onto the ground, rendered unconscious. The giant's immense body struck the dry earth with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust that caught Han Li off guard, making him sneeze several times, appearing rather disheveled. However, disregarding these trifles, Han Li swiftly leaped onto the giant, pulling down the hood from its head, revealing a grotesque, swollen visage that sent chills down Han Li's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, he dared not linger on its appearance, hastily using the dagger to make a shallow incision on his wrist, allowing his blood to flow freely and cascade onto the giant's face until it was entirely smeared. Only when the gash was secured with a clean cloth to staunch the bleeding did he calmly observe the giant's reaction. A remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The copious blood gradually seeped into the giant's flesh, leaving not a single drop behind. Han Li, astonished, remained transfixed, even oblivious to the fact that his own fingers pressed too forcefully on the wound, causing more blood to seep through the cloth. Once his blood was fully absorbed, the giant opened its eyes and slowly rose to its feet, its expression vacant, eyes devoid of life, betraying no hint of emotion. As the massive figure turned his head, the moment his gaze met Han Li's, an overwhelming sensation surged through Han Li's mind, a peculiar blend of the strange and the familiar, as if something foreign had suddenly taken root deep within him. This feeling swirled around him like a beloved pet dog, persistently beckoning for his attention. Startled, Han Li quickly regained his composure upon witnessing the giant's previously rigid expression transform into one of subservience, instilling in Han Li an extraordinary sense of control over the being's very existence. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Han Li issued a test command with a steady voice: "Dismantle that stone door." Without uttering a word, the giant strode forward in a few powerful strides, raised his clenched fists high above his head like a colossal hammer, and with a mere handful of strikes, shattered the door into fragments. In a whirlwind, he returned to Han Li's side, awaiting further orders. Typically averse to extremes of joy and sorrow, Han Li could not help but break into a broad grin at the prospect of having such a formidable ally at his beck and call. With such a powerful aid at his disposal, the perils of ordinary life seemed trivial. Lost in thoughts of the delightful future that lay ahead, he scrutinized the giant with eager eyes. The more he observed, the more satisfaction he felt. A visage he once deemed excessively grotesque now appeared surprisingly agreeable, even increasingly familiar. Familiar? Han Li was taken aback by this realization, astonished at the notion that he could find a previously unseen, unattractive face so recognizable. Contemplating this mystery, he began to examine the giant's features closely, seeking the source of this uncanny familiarity. Gradually, he discerned that if the giant's somewhat swollen features were restored to their original form, diminished in size and reassembled, the face would not be unappealing at all. In fact, it bore an endearing quality reminiscent of someone he knew intimately. His complexion paled slightly as he fell into a thoughtful silence, finally extending his hands to gently caress the giant's face. "Zhang, is it truly you?" he murmured in a hushed tone, imbued with tranquility. The reconstructed visage bore a striking resemblance to his long-lost friend, Zhang Tai, and when combined with the cryptic words left by Dr. Mo, Han Li felt a profound certainty that the giant was deeply connected to Zhang Tai. Could it be that, as hinted in the letter, this towering figure was merely the shell of Zhang Tai, with his soul long departed? Yet, what could account for such a terrifying transformation? Chapter 64. The Twisted Soul. As Han Li traced his fingers along the giant's frigid skin, gazing into his lifeless, vacant eyes, he pondered the tribulations that Zhang Tai must have faced. It was highly probable that Dr. Mo, in collusion with Yu Zitong, had abducted the once promising Zhang Tai, fabricating a facade of his departure to deceive the many watchful eyes of the Qishuan sect. In the shadows, a certain sorcery was employed to completely sever Zhang Tai's soul from his body, subsequently transforming his form into something peculiar, reminiscent of the perfected art of armor cultivation. Han Li's conjecture proved astute. The reality was indeed not far removed from his speculation. Years ago, Dr. Mo, in a fit of inspiration, sought to amalgamate the techniques of armor cultivation with the corpse refining methods provided by Yu Zitong, intending to create a cadre of formidable zombies that would obey his every command and dominate the martial world. However, within a brief span, only this singular giant was crafted, cherished by Dr. Mo like a precious gem, hidden away in a secret location beneath the mountain, and only brought back during his last return. Yet Yu Zitong harbored no interest in such an imperfect creation, even deriding it. In his former glory, he possessed myriad methods to subdue such incomplete corpses, and these beings paled in comparison to the advanced ironclad corpses of true cultivators, merely capable of exuding a semblance of power in the mundane world. Their sole advantage lay in their simple materials and ease of creation, allowing even those with modest magical abilities to construct them. After a prolonged moment, Han Li withdrew his hand from the giant's face and shifted his gaze uneasily away from him, staring blankly at the dilapidated stone door. In that instant, a chill gripped his heart, not from the tragic fate of Zhang Tai, but from the disquieting realization of his own emotional detachment. He had expected that upon learning of his friend's woeful demise, he would raise his head in rage, vociferously calling out the names of Mo Jiren and Yu Zitong, his voice brimming with hatred. Yet, apart from a fleeting sorrow, he felt little else. It was as if the fallen Zhang Tai was not an old friend, but rather an unrelated passerby. Could it be that he recognized the figure before him as merely a shell, devoid of Zhang Tai's essence? Or had his heart hardened to such an extent? This manifestation of selfish indifference filled Han Li with a creeping dread. It dawned on him that, unbeknownst to him, he had become a stranger to himself. Finally emerging from his stupor, Han Li cast a complex glance at the giant, uncertain how to address him. Recalling Dr. Mo's words regarding the soulless state of a walking corpse, he looked skyward and softly intoned, "Brother Zhang, I trust you have been reborn. The body you left behind serves no purpose now. Allow me to wield it. I promise to exercise caution, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Having uttered this prayer-like sentiment, Han Li felt a measure of solace wash over him. Turning back to the giant, he continued, "Since you are but a shell left by Brother Zhang, lacking a soul of your own, I shall name you Chu Han. I hope you will lend me your strength in the days to come." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant stood motionless, exhibiting only the familiar submissive demeanor, devoid of any discernible reaction, confirming he indeed possessed no independent consciousness and could only passively obey commands. How foolish of me to converse with a soulless body. Han Li chuckled to himself, shaking his head in self-mockery. He then strode lightly towards the stone chamber, commanding, "Chu Han, follow me." Han Li had completely emerged from his despondent state, his demeanor unaltered, as if nothing had transpired. It seemed he had indeed transformed into a figure of remarkable resolve and rationality, no longer easily ensnared by emotional turmoil. This astonishing metamorphosis, was it a boon or a bane for Han Li, who was on the verge of embarking upon the path of a cultivator? In the ensuing days, Han Li busied himself diligently to rectify matters. He not only had to inter the body of Dr. Mo beneath a grand tree, but also obliterate all remnants within the stone abode, discarding every item. He even commanded Chu Han to utterly demolish the stone house, reducing it to a mere heap of rubble, rendering it unrecognizable. Only then did he relent. After this tumultuous endeavor, dusk had descended, and the sun began its descent. Han Li stood before what was once the stone house, now merely a pile of stones, surveying his surroundings. Satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, he nodded approvingly. "Chu Han, let us depart. Tomorrow presents a myriad of matters to attend to. It is unfortunate that you lack consciousness and the ability to converse. Otherwise, having a companion to share my thoughts would be far more comforting." Bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun, Han Li ambled along, his elongated shadow trailing behind him, muttering to the colossal figure of Chu Han, finally finding a listener to whom he could unburden his heart, one who would not voice complaints. In that moment, he appeared devoid of any coldness or ruthlessness, resembling an amiable young man from next door. Having settled Chu Han, Han Li returned to his dwelling. Inside, he meandered around the furniture as if he were a long-absent guest, touching this and inspecting that, murmuring to himself, "This day feels interminable. It seems longer than the entirety of the past decade combined." Suddenly, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Yet, how wonderful it was to have returned alive. A smile graced his lips as he drifted into dreams, reflecting on this thought. Chapter 65. Han the physician. Han Li reclined in the grand chair once favored by Dr. Mo, engrossed in a tome whose cover bore the title Longevity Sutra, though its true essence was a scroll detailing the techniques of the eternal spring art. He read with fervor, wholly absorbed. This book had been a constant companion of Dr. Mo, a source of endless fascination, which had puzzled Han Li in the past. Now, having uncovered its secret, he realized that the doctor was not merely contemplating health practices. He was delving into the intricacies of the eternal spring art. It appeared that Dr. Mo had not entirely relinquished hope regarding his inability to cultivate magical powers, remaining skeptical of Yu Zidong's assertions about spiritual roots, and had instead been silently seeking understanding on his own. This precious manuscript was discovered alongside other items in a concealed compartment, containing not only the 6 foundational techniques previously practiced, but also the 2 advanced techniques that Han Li had never encountered. This unexpected revelation filled Han Li with exhilaration. Upon realizing that he had been cultivating a power capable of summoning winds and rains, his desire for the subsequent techniques of the eternal spring art intensified immeasurably. After all, who wouldn't wish to become an immortal deity? At this moment, the sun was shining brightly, and the warm rays cascaded through the open skylight, bathing Han Li in a golden glow. As he perused his book, he squinted his eyes into mere slits, his relaxed, reclined posture lending an air of languidness to his demeanor. Han Li slightly lifted his gaze to the skylight, finding the light a tad too blinding. He casually employed the open book to shield his face from the glaring sunlight. With this newfound darkness, his vision softened, providing a sense of comfort that invigorated his spirit, prompting him to silently memorize the 7th layer of his incantation once more. Recently, he had sensed a breakthrough in his longevity technique, attributed to the continuous consumption of spiritual elixirs, suggesting that he would soon reach the 7th stage. Gaining early insight into the techniques of the lower realms would undoubtedly aid him in overcoming his current limitations. Now, it had been over half a year since the day of Dr. Mo's possession. Just a day after that fateful event, Han Li, to conceal the signs of Dr. Mo's demise, meticulously forged a letter in his handwriting, feigning an intention to return to his homeland for familial visits, which he submitted under Dr. Mo's name to the elders of the sect. In the letter, he unabashedly adopted Dr. Mo's tone, claiming to have inherited all of his medical expertise and asserting his capability to treat others in his stead. He further stated that due to the arduous journey home, Dr. Mo could not ascertain when he might return and thus requested the heads of the sect to allow him to temporarily fulfill the duties of a physician until Dr. Mo's return. Upon receiving the letter, the managing elders exhibited no suspicion, as Dr. Mo had previously spent years away from the mountain gathering medicinal herbs. Although he held a nominal position in the 7 Mysteries sect, his status was akin to that of a guest elder due to his past efforts in saving the life of the sect leader, granting him considerable freedom. However, the elders remained somewhat skeptical regarding the claim that Han Li had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills. While Dr. Mo occasionally treated minor ailments like colds or wounds among junior disciples, his remarkable expertise was primarily directed towards the mid to high-ranking members of the sect, and lower disciples generally sought the care of other physicians on the mountain. Consequently, the elders did not immediately assign Han Li the full responsibilities of Dr. Mo, opting instead to have him treat lower disciples to assess his true capabilities. Unperturbed by the doubts of the higher-ups regarding his medical prowess, Han Li maintained a nonchalant attitude towards whom he treated. His motivation for assuming Dr. Mo's role stemmed from the allure of the secluded tranquility of the Divine Hand Valley and its expansive medicinal garden. If he could remain in the valley, exerting control over the entire area, he would be free to utilize the mysterious vials to cultivate rare herbs without the fear of others uncovering his secret. In this small valley, though presently occupied solely by him, should Dr. Mo remain absent for an extended period, who can say whether the sect leaders and elders might whimsically reclaim it? Thus, in order to showcase his remarkable medical skills, Han Li exerted considerable effort while treating the disciples, even going so far as to surreptitiously utilize the abundant precious herbs he had cultivated daily. Consequently, aided by his already formidable medical expertise and the extensive array of rare medicines at his disposal, he achieved what could only be described as a miraculous healing for nearly all patients under his care. As he had anticipated, his reputation as a miraculous healer reverberated throughout the 7 mystic sect like a thunderclap on a clear day. And soon everyone on the mountain was aware that the sect had birthed yet another young prodigy in the healing arts. This healer's skills were deemed extraordinary and unfathomable. Under his treatment, whether for external or internal injuries or perplexing ailments, he would restore one to full health within a mere 3 days, his prowess eclipsing that of the esteemed Dr. Mo. In truth, while Han Li's medical skills were still inferior to those of Dr. Mo, the latter lacked the plethora of rare herbs to squander, thus rendering Han Li's recovery outcomes far superior in comparison. After Han Li once again transformed a grievously injured disciple into a lively individual in just a few days, the higher-ups could no longer remain idle. Merely a day later, they dispatched someone to summon him. To his surprise, the individual awaiting him was none other than Vice Master Ma, whom he had met previously at the bone refining cliff. This vice master, clearly having forgotten the inconspicuous named disciple he had once encountered, promptly expressed his willingness to have Han Li assume Dr. Mo's responsibilities, along with all the privileges that accompanied the position. Naturally, the title of honorary elder could not yet be bestowed upon him due to his tender age of merely 16 or 17, which would not inspire confidence among the other elders. Nonetheless, his monthly remuneration would be issued at the standard rate for an honorary elder. In conclusion, Vice Master Ma also indicated that should Han Li have any grievances, he was encouraged to voice them directly, and they would certainly consider them judiciously. Chapter 66. Peculiar regulations. The generous nature of the offer made Han Li aware that as long as his requests were not overly excessive, there was a high likelihood of acquiescence. Thus, it appeared that his original aspirations could be easily fulfilled. Such benevolent treatment, rare within the entirety of the seven mystic sect, underscored the leadership's understanding of the significance a skilled healer holds among the people of the martial world. Han Li, unreserved, immediately requested exclusive occupancy of the Divine Hand Valley, insisting that no outsiders intrude upon his medical research within. This, being a request that hardly constituted a burden, was readily acquiesced to by Vice Master Ma. Perhaps in an effort to further secure Han Li's allegiance, he even proposed to assign a young and beautiful maidservant to attend to Han Li's daily needs. Momentarily swayed by this unexpected incentive, Han Li felt a stirring in his heart and nearly acquiesced, but upon a moment's reflection regarding the multitude of secrets he bore, he ultimately declined with a twinge of regret. Han Li's actions unexpectedly garnered the admiration of the master of the Ma sect, who began to regard him with newfound respect, continually extolling his youth and achievements, remarking on his lack of indulgence in carnal pleasures, and whimsically suggesting that should he have a daughter, she would surely be wed to him. Such declarations left Han Li in a state of bemusement. It was not that he held a disdain for women, but rather that his current circumstances rendered him unable to pursue such matters. Thus, the entirety of the Divine Hand Valley transformed into Han Li's private domain, where outsiders were generally forbidden to intrude. To facilitate this exclusivity, Han Li installed a large bell at the valley's entrance. Anyone wishing to meet him need only strike the bell, and he would promptly emerge from the valley to greet them. This peculiar regulation was boldly established by Han Li beside the bell, and even mid-level personnel were not exempt from it. The rationale behind this eccentric rule was solely to guard the secret of the vial from any potential leaks. As long as no one trespassed into the valley, Han Li could ensure that the vial's astonishing capabilities remained unknown to all but himself. Initially, this decree posed little concern for the lower-ranked disciples. However, it incited considerable discontent among many high-ranking members, who perceived Han Li as overly self-important and oblivious to his station. After all, even the esteemed Dr. Mo did not possess such airs, and how could a mere apprentice, freshly graduated, dare to behave so audaciously? Yet, when Han Li miraculously rescued a severely injured guardian from the brink of death and completely healed him, all dissenting voices vanished without a trace, and no one dared to mention their grievances again. No one would risk offending a miraculous healer who could potentially save their lives multiple times over. Thus, the bell's ringing to request an audience became regarded as merely a reflection of the healer's peculiar temperament. As days turned into weeks, even the various sect leaders gradually acquiesced to this regulation, sending representatives to politely ring the bell when they sought Han Li's expertise, thereby inviting him with the utmost respect. In this manner, Han Li gradually evolved into an extraordinary figure within the Seven Xian sect's lore. If one were to categorize him as a high-ranking member, he held no official position nor wielded any authority. Conversely, if viewed as a lowly disciple, who had ever encountered such a prominent figure among the disciples? Even the sect leaders addressed him respectfully as Dr. Han. His name was no longer uttered without caution by most. Of course, this did not apply to Li Feiyu, the senior brother Li. Li Feiyu maintained his aloof demeanor in the presence of others. However, upon encountering Han Li, he instantly adopted a carefree attitude, unabashedly calling him by name without the reverence shown by other disciples like Wang Daping, who had distanced themselves due to Han Li's elevated status. This familiarity brought Han Li a sense of comfort, for the solitude of being an outcast was hardly pleasant. When Han Li recalled Li Feiyu's jovial demeanor, he could not help but think of another familiar face, one marred by distress, a certain pumpkin-like visage. Recently, he unexpectedly reunited with another acquaintance from their journey into the mountains many years prior, Wu Yan, a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall, who had been afflicted by a bizarre ailment that was neither severe nor trivial, yet had proven difficult to cure by other mediocre physicians. He was compelled to seek Han Li's healing, leveraging the favor of Master Ma. One must admit that Wu Yan possesses a remarkable memory. Upon encountering the illustrious Dr. Han, he immediately recognized his companion from that fateful journey, Han Li. The astonishment and peculiar expression that graced Wu Yan's face remained vivid in Han Li's mind, particularly given the less than favorable disposition Han Li had exhibited towards him in the past, which bordered on hostility. Witnessing Wu Yan's awkward demeanor elicited a quiet amusement in Han Li, who, nonetheless, did not hesitate to provide him with medical assistance. However, in an effort to preserve his own reputation, Han Li deliberately increased the dosage of the prescribed medicine, ensuring that Wu Yan experienced a swift recovery within a mere 2 days. Regrettably, the potency of the medicine caused Wu Yan considerable discomfort during his recuperation, serving as a subtle retribution for Han Li's earlier grievances. It appears that Han Li is not as magnanimous as he perceives himself to be. He harbors a lingering resentment. Thus, Han Li gradually supplanted Dr. Mo's position on the mountain, even ascending to a higher status. Each day, he would extract small vials and place them in an open area within the valley, allowing them to cultivate a miraculous green liquid every 7 or 8 days, which was instrumental in nurturing rare herbs of considerable age. A small fraction of these concoctions was utilized for those who sought his medical expertise. The majority, however, was reserved for Han Li himself, aiding in his cultivation of qi and the advancement of his longevity techniques. Han Li gently shifted his posture in the Grand Master's chair, seeking greater comfort. Although seated in Dr. Mo's chair, he was not in the latter's abode. Rather, he resided in his own quarters, having unceremoniously appropriated all items he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's residence. Given his current stature, even if others were to witness his apparent disrespect towards Dr. Mo, they would refrain from reproach, for in the eyes of the public, Han Li's significance had eclipsed that of Dr. Mo. People tend to be rather pragmatic. In truth, Dr. Mo's dwelling was considerably more spacious than Han Li's. Relocating there would have been more fitting. Nevertheless, Han Li felt an unsettling disquiet at the thought of residing in the home of one whose demise was so intricately linked to him. Living openly in the quarters of a deceased individual whose life had ended at his hands sent a chill through him, and thus, he found solace in his own humble abode. Yet, thoughts of Dr. Mo inevitably drew Han Li back to the frustrations of being constrained by the deceased's lingering influence. During this period, he meticulously examined both the internal and external aspects of his own body multiple times, uncovering a subtle, chilling presence lingering within his dantian that eluded his understanding. Han Li attempted to employ the Qingling powder and various other detoxification methods, but to no avail. It seemed that a journey a year hence was now unavoidable. Chapter 67. Fireball Technique. After a prolonged period of inactivity, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, extending a single finger skyward, leaving onlookers perplexed. However, not long after, a subtle fluctuation in space occurred just half an inch above Han Li's fingertip, where sparks materialized out of thin air. As soon as the sparks appeared, they transformed with a crackling sound into a red fireball the size of a walnut. Although small, this fireball radiated an intense heat that quickly permeated the entire room. Han Li lay motionless, his face obscured by a book, seemingly asleep, while the diminutive fireball at his fingertip emitted a continuous crackling sound, starkly contrasting with his stillness. As time passed, the fireball maintained its extraordinary vitality, showing no sign of extinguishing. However, Han Li began to exhibit a slight reaction. The fingertip holding the fireball trembled subtly at first, but as moments slipped away, his wrist, entire arm, and eventually his whole body began to quiver. Suddenly, Han Li sat upright from the armchair, oblivious to the book that slipped from his face and fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed intently on the fireball at his fingertip, his face flushed with exertion. Beads of sweat dotted his exposed skin from forehead to neck, as if he had just engaged in a vigorous workout, enveloped in a cloud of heat. After a brief moment, the fireball began to sway amidst Han Li's intense trembling, its flames fluctuating in size, unable to maintain tranquility. Before long, it diminished in size, ultimately transforming back into embers and vanishing into the air. As the fireball disappeared, Han Li collapsed back into the chair, as if his spine had been drawn out, appearing utterly exhausted, as though he had just completed an arduous task. This fireball technique is truly challenging to master, Han Li mused, reflecting on the nearly half a year he had spent studying it, realizing he had yet to fully grasp its essence, merely managing to extend the duration of its appearance slightly. He gazed at the ceiling, speaking to himself. It turned out that the last few pages of the long spring technique manual contained several rudimentary spells, clearly intended for novice cultivators. This discovery thrilled Han Li, keeping him awake with excitement for several consecutive nights. It was no wonder he felt such elation. Ever since witnessing the various spells performed by Dr. Imo, Han Li had developed a profound interest in these incredible and arcane phenomena. Regrettably, despite possessing the pinnacle power of the sixth layer of the long spring technique, Han Li felt like a beggar holding a golden bowl, entirely ignorant of any spellcasting techniques, unaware of even the most basic principles of magic. Yet now, he had stumbled upon several incantations suited for a novice like himself, which filled him with immense joy. The final pages recorded 5 spells: the Fireball Technique, Spirit Fixing Talisman, Wind Control Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and the Heavenly Eye Technique. Each phrase of these incantations seemed to Han Li profoundly intricate and esoteric, presenting a challenge to comprehend. It is hardly surprising that the incantations are composed of archaic grammatical terms and vocabulary. Despite having read extensively, his understanding of this realm remains rather superficial, preventing him from grasping their meanings in an instant. In desperation, Han Li summoned the same fervor he had when initially learning the spring skill. Diving headfirst into a mountain of ancient texts, he devoted countless sleepless nights to diligently deciphering the profound essence encapsulated within the incantations, meticulously scrutinizing each phrase and word dozens of times until he achieved a genuine comprehension devoid of ambiguity. Although he had never practiced any form of spellcasting before, he was acutely aware that such immense power, if mismanaged, could be far more perilous than mere exhaustion of vital energy. It could very well claim his life in an instant. For the sake of his own safety, Han Li approached this endeavor with utmost caution, unwilling to afford any negligence. After 3 months of intensive study, Han Li finally synthesized the theoretical aspects of these incantations. He then embarked on the actual practice of spellcasting. However, this hands-on learning proved to be quite a blow to his expectations. He had presumed that, given his intelligence in mastering the blink sword technique, learning spells would not pose significant difficulty. To his dismay, he found himself inexplicably clumsy in this regard. Despite comprehending the principles, he could not execute them correctly. His movements were awry, his recitations faltered, and his magical energy fell short, rendering him seemingly dull-witted. Han Li found himself at a loss. If the issue lay in insufficient magical energy, he could remedy it by consuming a few more spiritual herbs. However, this was clearly a matter beyond his control, leading him to conclude that his innate talent for spellcasting was not as exceptional as he had imagined. After prolonged and arduous practice, he finally made some progress in the Fireball Technique and the Heavenly Eye Technique, yet he had not even grazed the thresholds of the other 3 spells, achieving no discernible results whatsoever. In his frustration, he focused his attention solely on the spells he could currently master, nurturing a modicum of hope for them. Among these, the Fireball Technique did not disappoint Han Li, surpassing even his expectations. Although the fireball itself was not particularly large, the terrifying heat it contained rendered it nearly unstoppable, igniting virtually anything it touched. Even weapons forged from fine steel would be reduced to molten liquid upon contact with the fireball. Witnessing such an inhumanly formidable power, Han Li even tossed a fireball onto the surface of a body of water to test its effects. The results were astonishing. The water ignited as if it were oil, showing no signs of being quelled by the deluge. Having fully comprehended the potency of the Fireball Technique, Han Li finally grasped why Yu Zitong held such a disdainful attitude towards mortals. Consider this. A mere practitioner of rudimentary spellcasting could easily annihilate so-called masters of the martial world with a simple spell like the Fireball Technique. Thus, one can only imagine the devastation a more seasoned cultivator could unleash, sweeping through the entire realm with unparalleled might. The disparity in strength is so vast that it is no wonder that cultivators like Yu Zitong regard ordinary individuals with a condescending gaze. Chapter 68. Poisoned. As for the other spell, the Heavenly Eye Technique, Han Li, having witnessed the remarkable nature of the Fireball Technique, held high expectations for it as well. However, Upon actually casting the spell, Han Li realized that it was merely a minor skill that involved channeling spiritual energy into one's eyes, devoid of any complexity. It was remarkably easy to master. Yet, its utility corresponded to its simplicity, serving solely as an auxiliary spell to observe whether an individual possesses spiritual energy and the depth of that energy. Initially, Han Li was quite enthusiastic, repeatedly employing the heavenly eye technique on his own eyes and then using the enhanced vision to assess his body's condition. He discovered a faint layer of white light enveloping him, with the intensity of the light increasing closer to his dantian. It appeared this was what they referred to as spiritual energy. Upon seeing this, Han Li instinctively reached out to touch the white light, but he felt nothing, evidently. Spiritual energy, much like true qi, was intangible and insubstantial, only observable through the heavenly eye technique. However, after several attempts, Han Li completely lost interest in it. After all, in the entire Seven Xian sect, he was the only one who could be considered a half-cultivator. Whom could he possibly use the heavenly eye technique on? He certainly could not obsessively gaze at himself all day. Thus, apart from intensifying his practice of the fireball technique in hopes of applying it skillfully in real combat, he redirected his interest to several other spells yet to be mastered, beginning to repeat practice and exploration little by little, hoping for further breakthroughs. Considering the arduous nature of mastering the other spells, Han Li could not help but sigh. He realized that since he began practicing spells, the frequency of his sighs had increased significantly. Dong dong, a deep, resonant bell tolled from outside the valley. Han Li furrowed his brow. Recently, for some unknown reason, the number of individuals seeking medical attention had suddenly surged, most of whom bore serious injuries such as severed limbs or cuts from swords and knives. He could not afford to be negligent, for saving lives is akin to extinguishing a fire. Grabbing his prepared medical kit, he exited his dwelling and hurried toward the valley's entrance. At the exit of the forest outside the valley, Han Li spotted a senior disciple clad in ornate robes, anxiously pacing beneath the large bell, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Han Li, the disciple's face lit up with joy, and he hurried over. "Dr. Han, you have arrived. My master has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. Please, you must come quickly and see if you can alleviate the poison." As the disciple approached, Han Li recognized him. He had seen him a few times before. This was Ma Rong, the favored disciple of Elder Li, who ranked 5th in the sect. He had accompanied Elder Li to the Xinshou Valley, thus rendering them acquaintances of sorts. "Poisoned?" Han Li inquired, following the disciple down the path while internally lamenting his misfortune, considering he still had unresolved poison within himself. "Indeed, my master, while descending the mountain on an errand, engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable member of the wolf gang. Unfortunately, he was struck by a concealed projectile, initially dismissing the incident and even managing to slay his opponent. However, upon returning to the mountains, he succumbed to the poison and fell into a deep unconsciousness." "Have you sought other physicians?" "Certainly, I have. If it were merely a common poisoning, I would not trouble the esteemed Dr. Han. Those few quacks, while aware that my master had been afflicted by a rare toxin, were utterly clueless and dared not prescribe a remedy." As Ma Rong recounted this, a scornful expression overtook his features, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with the other physicians. Upon hearing this, Han Li maintained his composure, merely responding with a non-committal sound before continuing down the path alongside Ma Rong, though his mind was rife with unease. Truth be told, he was not particularly adept at detoxification. When it came to treating internal or external injuries, he had a modicum of confidence owing to a few effective medicines. However, confronting a rare and potent poison left him at a loss. Despite possessing a miraculous antidote, the Qingling powder, which could neutralize myriad toxins, the world harbors countless poisonous substances, and one could not ascertain whether the Qingling powder would be effective against this particular venom. Moreover, the other physicians on the mountain were not inept. They possessed their own unique methods for addressing common injuries and poisonings, for otherwise, they would have long been expelled by the influential figures within their ranks, who valued their lives and would not tolerate incompetence. The fact that they dared not even draft a prescription indicated the extraordinary difficulty of this toxin. It was far from ordinary. Thus, he resolved to adapt and respond as circumstances dictated. Even if he could not provide a cure, his reputation would remain intact. For no physician could claim to heal every ailment, and his standing within the sect would not suffer significantly. While Han Li pondered his strategies, Ma Rong nearly supported him as they hurriedly made their way to Elder Li's residence, pulling at his sleeve with an urgency that revealed the profound bond between them. Observing Ma Rong's fervor, Han Li felt a twinge of melancholy, reflecting on his own contentious relationship with Dr. Mo, which was marred by rivalry despite their supposed mentor-student dynamic. If only their relationship could mirror the harmonious rapport shared by Ma Rong and his master. Deep down, Han Li held a degree of respect for Dr. Mo, acknowledging that his own formidable medical skills and longevity techniques were derived from the latter's teachings. Alas, fate had conspired against them, and it seemed destined that their paths could not coexist peacefully, culminating in a fierce confrontation that tragically resulted in Dr. Mo's untimely demise by Han Li's hand. As Han Li succumbed to his poignant reflections, Ma Rong had already ushered him to Elder Li's abode. Chapter 69. Li Feiyu and the young maiden Elder Li's residence was far from luxurious. It was a modest dwelling, unpretentious in nature, surrounded by a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall that enclosed a simple courtyard. The wall featured an arched half-moon gate facing the path, and through the slightly ajar wooden door, one could observe numerous visitors gathered within the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Li soon realized that the actual number of people present was significantly greater than what he had observed from outside. Gathered in small clusters, they engaged in hushed discussions regarding Elder Li's injuries. Han Li had long heard that Elder Li was one of the few amiable figures among the higher echelons of the 7 mystic sect, rarely showing displeasure towards junior disciples or colleagues. He was never one to vie for power or profit within the sect, and thus, this kind-hearted individual garnered widespread admiration, resulting in his remarkable popularity. Now that Elder Li had encountered misfortune, those of some standing felt compelled, whether sincerely or otherwise, to personally visit or send someone to inquire about his well-being, which led to the current assembly of people. As Han Li entered, he was immediately recognized by the gathered crowd, and those of lower status, such as the guardians, quickly flocked to him, eagerly offering their greetings. Esteemed physician Han, Doctor, Han has arrived. The incessant flattery filled his ears, making it impossible for him to ignore. Observing the enthusiastic faces before him, Han Li reciprocated their greetings with a radiant smile, demonstrating utmost politeness, though inwardly he felt a twinge of aversion towards such insincere niceties. Fortunately, those of slightly higher status, including a few vice hall masters and offerings, maintained a modicum of dignity, merely nodding in Han Li's direction without approaching him closely. Their behavior earned Han Li a measure of appreciation, as he was relieved from the need to engage further with those of lofty pretensions. Ma Rong, however, being of lower standing, felt unable to interject and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines as Han Li continued to navigate through the incessant social pleasantries. His face betrayed his agitation, and he rubbed his hands together nervously. Finally, once Han Li concluded his exchanges, Ma Rong could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, grasping Han Li's arm and leading him into the room. This abrupt action drew discontented glances from some who hoped to cultivate a rapport with the esteemed physician. On the surface, Han Li appeared to wear a wry smile, but internally he was genuinely pleased, grateful to evade further entanglements with those incessant interlocutors. Thus, Han Li was pulled directly into the parlor by Ma Rong. The room held only a few individuals, aside from some family members. There were 2 elders and Vice Hall Master Ma. To Han Li's astonishment, he noticed that Li Feiyu was also present. This revelation surprised Han Li, as he believed that Li Feiyu had no particular connection to Elder Li. Thus, his presence here was perplexing. As he pondered this, Han Li observed Li Feiyu standing beside a petite young woman with traces of tears on her face, offering her comfort. The tender demeanor he exhibited was markedly different from his usual interactions with fellow disciples and even with Han Li, revealing an unmistakable visage ensnared by the tendrils of affection. Witnessing Li Feiyu so deeply ensnared in love, Han Li felt a mix of astonishment and amusement. He quickly scrutinized the young woman's features, eager to discern the enchanting beauty capable of captivating such a reckless rogue as Li Feiyu. The young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, adorned her hair with a jade hairpin and wore a delicate dress of lotus green that perfectly complemented her petite figure. Her lustrous black hair was styled into 2 small braids cascading down her back, which added a playful charm to her already sweet visage. However, her eyes appeared slightly swollen, lending her an air of poignant vulnerability that stirred an instinctual desire to cradle her tenderly in one's arms. Indeed, she was a genuine beauty. Han Li marveled inwardly, Understanding why Li Feiyu had fallen under her enchantment, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of envy and longing for a confidant of his own. Perhaps sensing Han Li's gaze upon the young maiden, Ma Rong quickly approached to introduce the individuals present in the room. Han Li had already encountered the sect leader and Elder Qian, thus there was no need for further introduction, and he promptly offered his respects. Greetings, sect leader and Elder Qian. Ah, Dr. Han has arrived. The sect leader appeared quite approachable, not imposing any sense of authority before Han Li. However, Han Li inwardly chided him for the unnecessary diminutive title, Dr. Han. Elder Qian, in stark contrast, merely nodded with a cold demeanor. Han Li did not take offense. He understood that Elder Qian's unique cultivation required him to cultivate an emotionless disposition, resulting in his indifference toward others. A robust elder with a ruddy complexion was unfamiliar to Han Li, likely someone he had not previously met. His hands were calloused, with short, sturdy fingers, indicating a mastery of some rigorous technique. This is Elder Zhao, a close acquaintance of my master. He has been overseeing the operations of the treasure hall outside the mountain and has only just returned a couple of days ago, Ma Rong introduced. Elder Zhao grunted noncommittally, his skepticism evident in his eyes, clearly doubting the medical prowess of the youthful Han Shini. Given Elder Zhao's apparent disregard, Han Li had no intention of ingratiating himself and simply offered a neutral greeting before attempting to move past him. The author intends to address the unreasonable points raised by the readers tomorrow and will only be able to update a single chapter. I hope for your understanding. I will strive to improve my writing. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 70. Provocation. Sect leader Ma seemed to sense the tension between the two, and, rather than worry, a hint of delight appeared on his face. Though Dr. Han may be young, his medical skills are truly extraordinary. I believe Elder Li will surely be revived. He suddenly began to extol Han Li's medical abilities. Is that so? At such a tender age, can one truly possess such remarkable skills? Could they even surpass those of Dr. Mo? This elder, possessing a fiery temperament, fell into the trap of provocation and, without hesitation, voiced his skepticism before Han Li. The utterance of this remark left the nearby family members at a loss for words. Clearly, they could not agree, especially as they were counting on this young divine physician to alleviate their suffering and save a life. To openly refute seems rather inappropriate, considering the other party is Elder Li's close friend and a respected elder to many. Alas, Elder Zhao remains oblivious. The young Dr. Han is none other than the prized disciple of Dr. Mo, whose medical prowess has indeed surpassed that of his master, far exceeding expectations. Master Ma, secretly amused, further stoked the flames. How much expertise can a mere child possess, having only begun learning from the womb? I find it hard to believe unless I witness it with my own eyes. Elder Zhao shook his head vigorously, oblivious to the trap laid before him. Having offended someone he ought not to have, it seems he is rather reckless. Though one wonders how such a person can hold a high position among the elders without falling from grace. Han Li, listening from the side, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Does my medical skill truly require your validation? He was well aware that Master Ma was deliberately enticing the other to speak, yet he felt a tinge of frustration. It was evident that Elder Zhao and Master Ma were not of the same faction and harbored a sense of animosity toward one another. Elder Zhao's mastery of the mixed sphere technique is indeed profound, wielding immense power. Noticing Han Li's displeasure, Master Ma's delight deepened, and he suddenly shifted his tone, making an enigmatic remark. Where is the purity of Master Ma's profound finger? Elder Zhao, seemingly unfazed by the latter's status, retorted bluntly. Elder Zhao has miscalculated. Master Ma is clearly a person who conceals daggers beneath a smiling facade, unperturbed by the veiled sarcasm in Elder Zhao's words, accepting the hollow compliment with a cheerful demeanor. This was not Elder Zhao's first encounter with such a situation. He felt powerless and unwilling to engage further with such a brazen opponent, choosing silence instead. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the suddenness of the latter's comment, for although Master Ma was not from his faction, it was the first time he had openly revealed upper-level discord in front of so many juniors. One wonders what scheme lies beneath this revelation. Han Li, observing the sharp exchange between the two, maintained an impassive expression, feigning ignorance. However, he was fully aware that Master Ma was once again sowing discord between him and the upper echelons. Ever since their initial encounter, Master Ma had persistently hinted at persuading Han Li, the skilled physician, to join his faction to amplify his influence. Yet, Han Li had no intention of involving himself in the power struggles of the Seven Mysteries sect. It was not a matter of pride or arrogance. Rather, after having encountered individuals of great stature like Dr. Mo and Yu Zitong, particularly after mastering 2 spells, his perspective had unwittingly elevated. The petty power conflicts of a small sect like the Seven Mysteries had ceased to captivate his interest. Even if he aspired to be a man of influence, he would not stoop beneath someone like Master Ma to be used as a pawn. Though Han Li's strength was not insignificant, he had no desire to offend Master Ma. Thus, he engaged in a war of attrition with the latter, neither acquiescing to his requests nor completely shutting the door on him, consistently withholding a definitive answer. This predicament left Master Ma in a state of vexation, due to Han Li's silence and the irreplaceable nature of his medical skills. The matter of his joining their faction has been delayed indefinitely, without a definitive conclusion. Nonetheless, Master Ma, in an effort to prevent Han Li from aligning with other factions, seizes every opportunity to undermine his interactions with the higher-ups, sowing discord among them. Whether these seemingly juvenile tactics are effective remains unknown to Han Li. However, it is indeed true that no other faction leaders have troubled him thus far, a fortuitous outcome that brings him secret delight. Currently, Master Ma is employing similar strategies, likely ensuring that he leaves a less than favorable impression in Elder Zhao's mind. Witnessing this cockfighting-like scenario, Ma Rong felt a twinge of anxiety and hurriedly continued the introductions. "This is my master's wife, Lady Li," he said, first pointing to a middle-aged woman who bore a resemblance to the young girl. "And this is..." The youngest, the girl named Zhang Xiu'er, turned out to be Elder Li's niece, a revelation that took Han Li by surprise. When it came to introducing Li Feiyu, the latter pretended not to recognize Han Li, adopting a cool demeanor that suggested a desire for distance, which left Ma Rong, who was prepared to make a more proactive introduction, feeling somewhat awkward. He quickly whispered to Han Li, "Li Guardian is usually like this. It's not a personal affront towards you, Dr. Han. Please don't take it to heart." Han Li smiled faintly, understanding that Li Feiyu wished to keep their relationship hidden from the crowd. "It's nothing. I want to stoop to the level of certain individuals. Let us focus on Elder Li's condition. Saving lives is paramount," he remarked, intentionally casting a subtle jab at Li Feiyu. Ma Rong, relieved to hear this, promptly guided everyone into the patient's bedroom. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's lips twitched slightly, seemingly unfazed, but as everyone turned away, she suddenly made a face at Han Li before swiftly reverting to her composed demeanor as though nothing had happened. Han Li stifled a laugh, choosing to ignore her, and followed in Lady Li's footsteps to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the face of the person lying in bed, even the typically bold Han Li couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was then he understood why the other physicians hesitated to prescribe a remedy. The once kind Elder Li now lay unconscious, his face marred by toxin spots the size of coins, from his face to his neck, and from his hands to his feet, all displaying a kaleidoscope of alarming colors that were unsettling to behold. Even more troubling was the bluish hue of his lips and the ominous black aura enveloping his visage, unmistakably indicative of severe poisoning in its advanced stages. Reviving him would be an exceedingly formidable challenge. Chapter 71. Qingling powder. Han Li furrowed his brows, remaining silent. He had just taken the pulse, examined the tongue coating and the pupils, and had preliminarily concluded that the poison was a mixed toxin akin to the entwined aromatic threads he had previously encountered. To systematically eliminate the various toxicities contained within, Han Li acknowledged that he lacked the requisite skills. Thus, he would have to resort to attempting Qingling powder along with several unorthodox methods. Upon reflecting on this matter, Han Li could not help but inwardly curse himself for his inability to neutralize the poison. Yet he deftly shifted the burden of this dilemma onto his fellow physicians, maintaining an outward demeanor of profound contemplation. After a brief interlude, Elder Zhao could no longer contain himself and inquired, "You young lad, can you indeed save Elderly? Speak up, Elder Zhao. You are rather impatient. Do you not see that Dr. Han is diligently seeking a solution? Have a little patience." Han Li had yet to respond when the master of the Ma sect interjected, feigning benevolence while deriding Elder Zhao. Zhao's eyes widened, and he was about to retort, but Han Li preempted him with a gentle cough, thereby interrupting his attempt to speak. This cough elicited a flurry of astonished gazes from those present, and Han Li suddenly realized how comical it was for someone of his tender years to mimic an elderly man's cough. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, having achieved his objective. He had no desire to hear further disputes between the two. This poison is a complex concoction, and its antidote is indeed challenging to procure. I cannot guarantee absolute success in neutralizing it, but I am willing to attempt it. The process may entail certain risks, potentially endangering Elder Li's life. I must inquire whether you all are still inclined to proceed." Han Li feigned a look of consternation as he uttered these words. For him, being disallowed to attempt the detoxification would be preferable, as his confidence was far from substantial. His statement left the assembled family members exchanging glances, none daring to consent to allow him to commence the antidote immediately. However, it appeared that aside from Han Li, the other physicians were even less capable. After a prolonged silence, Elder Li's wife, Madame Li, suddenly spoke up. "May I inquire how confident Dr. Han is in saving my husband?" 50%. Han Li replied without hesitation. "Very well, then. Dr. Han, you may proceed with your efforts. Should anything unfortunate befall my husband, I shall bear no resentment towards you. It is simply fate." Madame Li's resolute expression took Han Li by surprise as she swiftly made her decision. "Sister-in-law, have you not considered this carefully? This young doctor is quite inexperienced. I find it rather dubious." Elder Zhao, growing anxious, hastily attempted to dissuade Madame Li from her impulsive decision. "I have pondered this thoroughly. If we do not allow Dr. Han to attempt the antidote, my husband may not survive the night. It is better to take a chance." "There remains a 50% chance of salvation," Madame Li replied softly, her head bowed in sorrow. Elder Zhao was left speechless by her words. Han Li glanced at the others, noting that none opposed Madame Li's resolution. He then retrieved a celadone vial from his medical bag and poured forth a crimson pill. "Who will fetch a bowl of warm water to dissolve this medicine and administer it to Elder Li?" "I shall go." Han Li's words were barely spoken when a clear voice chimed in. Zhang Xiu'er, her eyes still red-rimmed, promptly stepped outside. Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment before following suit, which prompted Han Li to inwardly scoff at Li Feiyu's eagerness. Before long, Zhang Xiu'er returned with an expression of helplessness, her hands empty. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu cautiously entered, bearing a white porcelain bowl, closely following her. Within the room, the gathered individuals could not suppress their amusement, their faces adorned with expressions of eager anticipation, which brought a faint blush to Zhang Xiu'er's cheeks, rendering her somewhat flustered, undeniably exuding the demeanor of a young maiden. However, this lightheartedness alleviated the previously tense atmosphere, allowing some individuals to experience a notable sense of relief. Li Feiyu dutifully presented the bowl to Madame Li. "Dr. Han, is this bowl of water satisfactory?" Madame Li inquired, seeking Han Li's opinion. "It is." Han Li glanced at the white bowl, nodded, then deftly accepted it with one hand, tossing the pill into the water, which instantaneously transformed the liquid into a vibrant red hue. "Administer it to Elder Li. You women tend to be meticulous, so it is better suited for you to handle this." Han Li extended his hand, returning the bowl to her. Madame Li promptly acquiesced without hesitation. At this moment, every word from Han Li held significant weight concerning her husband's life. How could she not comply? "What kind of medicine is this?" Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds as they watched Madame Li gradually pour the large bowl of crimson potion into Elder Li's mouth. "It is a detoxifying elixir of my own concoction. I hope it proves effective," Han Li replied nonchalantly. He preferred to keep the name of the Qingling Sin obscure, uncertain whether this miraculous antidote might bring him unforeseen troubles. Discretion seemed prudent. After the potion was consumed, within the span of a meal, the dark aura on Elder Li's face began to dissipate, the toxic marks on his body gradually fading and shrinking. This conspicuous transformation was evident even to the untrained eye. It was clear that the poison within Elder Li was lessening, and things were progressing favorably. Witnessing this, the occupants of the room could not help but beam with delight. Their gazes toward Han Li markedly transformed from earlier skepticism. Only Elder Zhao maintained a semblance of disdain, letting out a huff, though his expression softened considerably. Observing that the toxin had begun to recede without further intervention, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise. The efficacy of the Qingling San was unexpectedly remarkable, leading him to ponder whether the poison was not as formidable as he had initially believed. Yet, as events unfolded positively, Han Li found himself somewhat disheartened for two reasons. Firstly, he had previously mentioned the risks involved in the detoxification process, and if the toxicity was so easily alleviated, it would appear as though he had been misleading others, thus striking a blow to his own credibility. Secondly, if the Qingling San proved so effective against another's poison, Why did it not yield similar results for himself? He remained troubled by the lingering effects of the hidden toxin within him. Chapter 72. Extracting the poison. Han Li quietly lamented this predicament, yet to maintain his image as a skilled healer, he donned an air of calm assurance. Smiling without uttering a word, his composed demeanor reassured those present, leading them to believe that the efficacy of the pill was anticipated, thereby deepening their admiration for him. Master Ma laughed joyously, a hint of pride gracing his smile, as though Han Li were already one of his own. Perhaps he believed that, at this moment, he remained the most likely candidate to gain Han Li's allegiance, hence his exuberant laughter. However, not long after, circumstances began to shift. "Oh no," Zhang Xiu'er exclaimed. The ominous aura on her uncle's face seemed to resurface. This revelation startled everyone present, prompting several impatient individuals to hastily gather and scrutinize the situation, including Elder Zhao. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a slight shock within, yet he refrained from crowding around the bedside with the others. Nevertheless, Li Shi, being perceptive and insightful, quickly instructed the two younger ones to step back from the bedside, allowing space for Han Li, the renowned healer, to conduct his examination. Once a gap appeared before the bed, Han Li approached leisurely, observing intently. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, he was finally certain that this was not a resurgence of dark energy, but merely residual toxicity that could not be entirely eradicated, lingering as a faint, almost imperceptible aura on the face. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiu'er, deeming her reaction somewhat excessive. His slightly reproachful gaze went unnoticed by others, but it was perceived by Li Feiyu, who had been fixated on Zhang Xiu'er. He shot a glare back at Han Li, evidently offended by what he perceived as a slight against his goddess. Han Li remained speechless, realizing that Li Feiyu, ensnared by infatuation, had clearly prioritized romantic interests over camaraderie. He chose not to engage further with this simple-minded fellow, redirecting his focus to Elder Li's condition. Aside from the unresolved dark energy on his face, the toxic spots on Elder Li's body had stabilized at the size of soybeans, no longer diminishing. The lingering toxicity kept him in a state of unconsciousness. Observing this, Han Li understood that he would soon need to employ the subsequent measures he had prepared, alleviating any concern about justifying his earlier statements and allowing his foresight to shine through. "Please bring me a basin filled with clear water," Han Li commanded with an air of authority. This time, it was not Zhang Xiu'er who attended to this task, but Ma Rong, who swiftly dashed out in response. Han Li then turned solemnly to Elders Qian and Ma, stating, "I require both of your assistance to channel your internal energy and drive the remaining toxins from Elder Li's body to several specific acupoints. Subsequently, I will utilize the golden needle method to draw out the toxic blood. I trust you are capable of this." Ma Min Master, his gaze flickering uncertainly, ultimately acquiesced, while Elder Qian nodded curtly in agreement, affirming his willingness without hesitation. "Why are you seeking their assistance? Am I not capable?" Elder Zhao expressed his displeasure, feeling somewhat underestimated by Han Li. With a sigh, Han Li recognized the necessity of clarifying matters to this obstinate individual. "Elder Zhao, your practice of the mixed circle palm primarily draws from external techniques. In terms of the purity of internal energy, I believe that Masters Ma and Qian are more suitable for this task," Han Li replied calmly and patiently. The opposing side found themselves at a loss for words. Caught off guard by Han Li's diplomatic rebuttal, Han Li disregarded the somewhat disgruntled old fool and addressed the others in the room with an authoritative tone. "Except for Master Ma and the two of you, everyone else should leave. The method for detoxifying Elder Li is not suitable for public viewing, and the process requires absolute tranquility, free from disturbances." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the crowd fell silent, but it was Li who comprehended the situation first. She respectfully bowed deeply and stated, "I will take my leave of you all." With that, she promptly exited the room. Following Li's lead, whether willing or not, the others reluctantly retreated to the living room one by one. Once Master Ma brought in a basin of clear water, Han Li immediately sent him away and secured the door tightly, leaving the group outside exchanging glances. Time passed slowly, each minute stretching into eternity. The door to the bedroom remained shut, with no sounds emanating from within. This peculiar stillness caused the waiting crowd to grow increasingly restless, an unspoken shadow creeping into their hearts. Even Li, who initially maintained a composed demeanor, began to show signs of unease. while the fiery elder Zhao had already paced countless circles around the living room. Just as the patience of those in the living room was wearing thin, the bedroom door creaked open. The collective gaze of the onlookers instinctively converged on the entrance, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Han Li emerged slowly, looking weary. Noticing the grave expressions on their faces, he offered a slight smile and assured them, "Everything is fine. The residual poison has been completely eradicated. Elder Li just needs to rest for one more night, and she will awaken naturally tomorrow." Han Li spoke with confidence, though he himself had not anticipated that the detoxification would proceed so smoothly, without a hitch. Upon hearing this news, the faces of Li and the others brightened with joy. Their previous gloom swept away. A few impatient individuals were eager to rush in and see for themselves, but Han Li raised his hand to stop them. Elder Li is currently in a weakened state and should not be disturbed by too many people. Moreover, Master Ma and the others have also suffered significant energy depletion during the detoxification process and need to recuperate. I suggest that only the madam should enter. Han Li spoke earnestly to Li. Upon receiving this good news, Li had no further objections. She nodded in agreement, hurriedly entering the bedroom without even pausing to express her gratitude to Han Li. Chapter 73. The thoughts of Li Feiyu. As soon as Li entered the room, she was met with a foul odor. She then saw Master Ma and Elder Qian sitting cross-legged on either side of the bed, eyes closed in meditation. In the space between them lay a basin of pitch-black blood, the source of the repugnant smell. The pallor of their faces indicated that they had indeed expended considerable energy. Just as Han Li had described, a sense of gratitude welled up in Li's heart for the two of them. Although she possessed no martial prowess, she understood from her experiences that it was taboo to disturb them at this moment. Hence, she slowed her pace and approached the bed quietly, gazing at the figure lying there. Lying sweetly asleep on the bed was Elder Li, whose earlier expression of anguish had vanished without a trace. Although his complexion still bore a hint of pallor, the ominous aura that enveloped him had dissipated entirely, and the toxic marks on his body were now reduced to faint imprints, barely discernible. It was evident that the poison had been completely eradicated. And Li could not help but weep tears of joy. After a considerable time, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes, realizing that she should return to express her profound gratitude to Han Li. She discreetly made her way back to the living room, but upon stepping outside, she was immediately surrounded, bombarded with incessant questions from all sides. Yet Han Li was nowhere to be found among the crowd. Surprised, she promptly inquired with Ma Rong and the others. From their responses, she learned that Han Li had departed shortly after providing a medicinal formula for recovery, leaving without lingering for even a moment longer. After hearing this, she fell silent for a while, but resolved in her heart that once Elder Li had fully recovered, she and her husband would certainly visit to express their heartfelt thanks for the life-saving assistance. Unbeknownst to her, besides the esteemed Dr. Han, another person was absent from the room, Li Feiyu, who had previously been inseparable from Zhang Xiao'er. Meanwhile, on a secluded small path beneath a lush tree, Han Li, having just exited Elder Li's residence, lay on the grass with his hands behind his head, dully inspecting the green leaves on a nearby branch. As he counted nearly 1,000, a shadow descended from above, swooping down upon him with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey, seemingly fueled by a deep-seated vendetta. "Hey, stop it. Why do you always want to resort to violence whenever we meet? I'm not that Zhang Xiao'er," Han Li exclaimed. At his words, the shadow deftly twisted midair and gracefully landed beside him. It was none other than the swiftly arriving Li Feiyu. "With that gloomy appearance of yours, how could you possibly compare with Miss Zhang? You're merely embarrassing yourself," Li Feiyu retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, she lightly tapped her right toe against Han Li's rear as a reprimand. Han Li rolled his eyes in response, then performed a swift motion to stand upright. "It seems our esteemed senior brother is indeed more enamored with beauty than friendship. I truly must choose my companions more wisely," he quipped. "Enough of your prattle. What on earth did you summon me for? Do you realize I had a rare opportunity to get closer to Miss Zhang, which you've now squandered? Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, don't expect to escape unscathed." Li Feiyu expressed her indignation, clearly displeased with Han Li's inexplicable summons. "Did I actually summon you? I was completely unaware. Did I ever utter such a thing?" Han Li feigned shock, his expression overly dramatic. "Your wink when you left was unmistakable. Any person, unless blind, could see that. Stop beating around the bush. If there's nothing pressing, I truly must return," Li Feiyu said, turning to leave. her demeanor making it difficult for Han Li to discern her sincerity. Han Li had no intention of continuing to tease his companion. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he addressed Li Feiyu with utmost seriousness. Do not blame me for prying, but as a friend, I must ask, does Zhang Xiu'er know that you have consumed the marrow-extracting pill, leaving you with only a few years to live? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face drained of color, turning pale as death, and he remained silent for a long while. Han Li sighed inwardly. Realizing that there was no need for further inquiry, the expression on his friend's face spoke volumes. Why did you have to awaken me to this reality? Li Feiyu's expression was one of deep sorrow as he finally spoke, his voice filled with anguish. Han Li refrained from responding to the accusation and gently patted Li Feiyu's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. You must have heard that in matters of the heart, the more one gives, the greater their suffering. Han Li finally articulated a profound truth when he sensed that Li Feiyu's emotions had calmed somewhat, leaving Li Feiyu momentarily taken aback. I sought to pull you back before you became too deeply ensnared, in hopes of sparing you some future pain, Han Li added slowly. Li Feiyu gazed at him blankly, his eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Do you have an issue with my words? Han Li felt somewhat unnerved under Li Feiyu's scrutinizing gaze and quickly assessed his own appearance. How old are you? Why do you speak as if you are a seasoned veteran of romance? Have you truly experienced the passions of love? Li Feiyu asked abruptly. Certainly not. These words are merely gleaned from books. I found them insightful and thought to share them with you, Han Li replied. Oh, so that's it. I wondered why. With my charming demeanor, I would ever lag behind you in such matters. To have you wax philosophical was merely a case of empty rhetoric. Li Feiyu exhaled deeply, repeatedly patting his chest as if he had narrowly escaped a fright. Han Li was left speechless. The boy's recovery was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, he was in despair, and now he was back to his jovial self, truly an emotional character. However, Han Li remained relentless in his pursuit of answers. Are you truly prepared to give up on Zhang Xiu? Can you remain indifferent while seeing her in another's embrace? Li Feiyu's previously playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy ferocity. Whoever dares to lay a hand on Miss Zhang, I shall sever their fingers, he declared coldly, his words chilling. What happens after my death is beyond my control, but while I still draw breath, Zhang Xiu'er shall be solely mine. His tone was so resolute that it seemed capable of freezing the air around them. Chapter 74. The Wind Command. Han Li regarded Li Feiyu's suddenly imposing visage, rendered speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Abruptly, Li Feiyu's aura diminished, returning to his previous playful self. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed with a grin. How was that? Was my earlier display sufficiently formidable? Did I not exude the essence of a true hero, inspiring your utmost admiration and loyalty? Han Li could not help but smile wryly at the abrupt shift. He had been moved by Li Feiyu's previous words. Yet the latter's playful banter swiftly reverted him to his original demeanor. Han Li glared at him fiercely for a moment, gritting his teeth as he retorted, a tyrant? I see more of a bear. Li Feiyu, unfazed, erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment as if he took great pleasure in momentarily subduing Han Li. However, Han Li gradually regained his composure, and amidst the sounds of laughter, he spoke softly. I previously warned you, and you are well aware of your circumstances. Allow me to ask you once more with utmost seriousness. If you were to disperse your energy, I could grant you several more years of life. In that case, you could spend a long time with Miss Zhang. Would you not reconsider? Han Li's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening as several glimmers of light shot from his eyes, fixating intently on Li Feiyu, who remained silent. Yet Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, his expression unperturbed, merely gazing back at him with clear eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feiyu finally retracted the light from his gaze, his expression softening somewhat. You know very well that I would never consider dispersing my energy. I understand you have my best interests at heart, but please do not bring it up again, all right? He said with a forced smile, a hint of pleading in his tone. Moreover, do you think that if I were to become a powerless fool, Miss Zhang would still hold me in regard? There was a tinge of self-mockery in his words. Han Li fell silent, turning his head aside to gaze down the path from which Li Feiyu had arrived. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he spoke solemnly. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall no longer urge you. You should return now. I sincerely hope that you and Miss Zhang can indeed find happiness together. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face instantly brightened with joy, and he patted Han Li's shoulder vigorously. Good brother. Those words are music to my ears and the happiest I've heard today. I shall take my leave now." With that, he leapt into the air, and after a few swift movements, he vanished from sight. Ouch! Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder, realizing that Li Feiyu had sneakily infused his pats with internal energy, causing his shoulder to swell painfully, resembling a small red bun that was too tender to touch. The discomfort was indeed substantial. That rascal, in retaliation for my unearthing of his vulnerabilities, resorted to this method of revenge, Han Li thought, grimacing as he fumbled to retrieve a healing elixir from his robe, unfastening his clothing to apply it to his shoulder. Cough. After finally showing a bit of kindness, I ended up in this predicament. I truly am not cut out for doing good deeds. Perhaps I should return and delve into my spells. This underhanded trick shall be repaid upon our next meeting. Han Li mused with a hint of reluctance. Time passed, and Han Li had turned 18. During this interval, the Qishuan sect, pressured by the relentless encroachment of the Wolf Gang, finally declared war. From that moment on, numerous conflicts, both great and small, erupted along the borders of the two factions, claiming the lives of many companions who had ventured into the mountains with Han Li. This left him with a deep sense of reflection. The great bell outside the valley, due to the increasing number of casualties, was rung with remarkable frequency, which inadvertently allowed Han Li to practice numerous advanced medical techniques, leading to significant progress in his healing skills. However, despite Han Li's miraculous abilities, many mid to high-ranking individuals fell. They either perished on the battlefield or succumbed to their injuries on the way, never even affording Han Li the opportunity to treat them. Consequently, many young masters from both sides emerged prominently, ascending to the lofty positions of those who had fallen. Notable among them were the 5 fiends of the Wild Wolf Gang, the 3 eagles and 2 leopards, and the 7 heroes of the 7 Xian sect, with Li Feiyu being one of the illustrious duo. Having personally slain the opponent's purple robe flag-bearer, he ascended to the esteemed position of Deputy Hall Master of the Outer Blade Hall, thus commanding considerable power and influence. Moreover, his relationship with Zhang Xiu'er was rapidly progressing towards the prospect of marriage. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only let out a soft sigh. He was uncertain whether Li Feiyu's actions were right or wrong. After all, he was not Li Feiyu, and without the experience of being in his shoes, he could not grasp the nuances of right and wrong in the situation. However, if he were in Li Feiyu's position, watching his beloved become attached to another, Han Li questioned whether he could endure it. Yet, knowing one's impending demise and still pursuing marriage seemed to require a fortitude he did not possess. Thus, Han Li chose to feign ignorance, as there exists a natural distance in human relationships. Since Li Feiyu was his friend, it was only natural for him to lean slightly in his favor, which he found quite justifiable. Additionally, another crucial matter had recently arisen, consuming much of his focus and making it even more difficult for him to attend to other concerns. After countless failures, Han Li finally mastered the use of the wind control technique. Similar to the Heavenly Eye technique, it is an auxiliary spell that can only be used on oneself and not on others. Nevertheless, its practical applications far surpass those of the Heavenly Eye technique. Upon casting wind control, Han Li felt as light as a swallow. With a gentle push of his toes, he could effortlessly leap several zhang away, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of sprinting at high speeds across the land, an experience that became addictive, prompting him to race through the valley 5 to 6 times daily before he would relent, indulging in the thrill of being a master of lightness. Of course, the acceleration effect of wind control differed greatly from that of the Luo Yin step, which emphasizes exploiting every opportunity to turn the impossible into the possible, achieving acceleration over short distances at the cost of considerable physical exertion, most effective in confined spaces. In contrast, the wind control technique, once activated, only required a slight consumption of magical energy, imposing no physical burden, allowing for unrestrained sprinting without the risk of exhaustion. Furthermore, this acceleration would persist until the magical energy was depleted or the spell was voluntarily terminated, making it a favored technique among lower-level cultivators for long-distance travel. A veritable essential spell for their expeditions. Chapter 75. The Union of Magic and Martial Arts. Since mastering the wind control technique, Han Li's interest in the other 2 spells, Spirit Fixation Talisman and Object Manipulation, has intensified. He devoted considerable time and energy to these arts, hoping to one day attain sudden enlightenment akin to his experience with the wind control technique. However, After numerous explorations, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to wield these spells might not stem from his own shortcomings, but rather from the absence of suitable external conditions for casting. According to the texts, the spirit fixation talisman is a type of charm that necessitates the use of a pre-prepared talisman. Thus, Han Li had previously relied on yellow paper purchased from a nearby town, meticulously reproducing the prescribed symbols with a brush. Although the text did not specify the type of ink required for drawing the talisman, recalling the silver symbols of Dr. Mo's talisman, he naturally opted for the luxurious silver powder. Whether this pigment was effective remained uncertain to Han Li, but at least visually, his handcrafted talismans appeared identical to the examples in the book. Alas, mere visual similarity proved insufficient. When Han Li recited the incantation to activate these talismans, the symbols failed to emit the dazzling silver light that accompanied Dr. Mo's use, nor did any other extraordinary phenomena occur. His attempts were a complete failure, plunging him into a perplexing predicament, uncertain whether the failure arose from errors in incantation or hand gestures, or from the talismans themselves being inadequately crafted. However, after this round of inquiry, Han Li's perspective shifted. Through extensive research into various pertinent materials and ancient texts on spells, he ultimately discerned that the talismans wielded by cultivators were certainly not mere ordinary paper and ink as understood by mortals. Instead, they must be composed of unique materials known exclusively among practitioners, possibly requiring specific methods of creation. Thus, even if his incantations and gestures were flawless, success in casting remained elusive. The same rationale applied to object manipulation. Han Li had previously believed that any random object could serve as a target for spellcasting, employing common items such as furniture or blades without any effect. However, prompted by his reflections on talisman paper, he realized that the subjects of object manipulation were not ordinary items, but rather specific objects utilized by cultivators. Consequently, Han Li gathered the peculiar items obtained from Dr. Mo, including the soul-guiding bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts soul-devouring technique, intending to experiment with them as targets for object manipulation. Regrettably, none yielded successful results, leading Han Li to profound disappointment. It appeared that the objects of manipulation were not these magical artifacts, but rather something entirely different. Recognizing the fundamental source of the issue and understanding that without the appropriate items, the spirit fixation talisman and object manipulation could not be effectively cast, Han Li shifted his focus. He began to contemplate a strategy that combined martial arts secrets with several spells, aiming to swiftly enhance his own prowess and elevate himself to new heights in a short span of time. With this whimsical notion in mind, Han Li embarked on a grueling journey of self-discipline and soon achieved modest progress. After several attempts, he ultimately succeeded in merging the techniques of the Luo Yin step and the Yufeng Ju. Although it was termed a fusion, it essentially involved first casting the Yufeng spell upon himself and then employing the Luo Yin step in succession. The coordination and alignment between the two techniques required meticulous control, otherwise, missteps were likely to occur, demanding considerable effort and focus from Han Li. However, this synthesis gradually rectified the Yufeng Ju's initial shortcomings in maneuverability and the Luo Yin step's excessive physical demands during movement, allowing him to move with such swiftness that he became an elusive shadow, indistinguishable to the eye. Shortly thereafter, Han Li also made his own innovative contributions to the fireball technique. Traditionally, upon conjuring a small fireball, the practitioner would propel it towards a target using their own magical energy to vanquish their foes. Han Li, however, found this method wanting. He believed that relying on magically propelled fireballs was too slow, easily evaded by skilled martial artists, rendering it somewhat impractical in the cutthroat world of martial arts. Consequently, he opted to employ only half of the incantation when using the fireball technique. Once the fireball materialized, he refrained from launching it. Instead, he harnessed its destructive potential, wielding it as a compact yet formidable weapon. With his refined agility and the searing fireball in hand, Han Li was now confident in his ability to effortlessly defeat any formidable opponent. Armed with these newfound capabilities, Han Li finally exhaled in relief. Free from the worry of his insufficient strength, he felt emboldened to venture into Lianzhu to seek an antidote. During this time, his Changchun Gong also discreetly ascended to the 8th level, as he consumed spiritual herbs as if they were mere snacks, significantly enhancing his magical prowess. In terms of the depth of his magical energy, Han Li had surpassed the former Yu Zitong, who was still in possession of his corporeal form. However, when it came to the mastery of spells and actual combat techniques, he was still far behind the previous Yu Zitong. After all, Yu Zitong had the advantage of guidance from elders during family training and had peers to spar with, making him far superior to Han Li, who was somewhat self-taught. Unbeknownst to Han Li, or perhaps indifferent to it, he was not arrogant enough to believe that a mere grasp of a couple of rudimentary spells could place him on par with true cultivators. His current adversaries were primarily mundane martial artists. Thus, he felt quite optimistic. Just as he was brimming with ambition and preparing to concoct an excuse to leave the Qishuan sect and descend the mountain, the wolf pack suddenly proposed negotiations with the Qishuan sect. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of the sect, as it was well known that the wolf pack had recently maintained the upper hand in their conflicts, consistently suppressing the Qishuan sect. Under such advantageous circumstances, why would they suddenly seek negotiations? Many were left suspicious, pondering the possibility of ulterior motives. In a moment, voices both in favor of and against negotiations arose within the Seven Mysteries sect, with the higher-ups each holding disparate opinions. Li Feiyu was among the staunch opposition. As the momentum of both factions was nearly equal, no definitive debate could ensue. Ultimately, it fell to the sect leader, Wang, to make the final decision, to engage in talks with the opposing side and, should the terms be reasonable, to shake hands in reconciliation. If the conditions proved too harsh, they would continue to battle. This compromise, though unsatisfactory to both parties, was the only viable approach available. Chapter 76. Negotiations and flames arise following several rounds of discussions between the Seven Mysteries sect and the Wolf Gang. A location known as Luosha Slope was mutually acknowledged as the site for negotiations. The Wolf Gang firmly insisted that a leader from each side must participate to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, the talks were deemed unnecessary. This stipulation did not cause any unrest within the Seven Mysteries sect, as it was a standard negotiation condition. Naturally, the true leader would not expose themselves to danger, and the Seven Mysteries sect would send only a vice leader, while the opposing side would dispatch a corresponding deputy to maintain appearances, making this condition acceptable. Thus, both parties agreed on a specific date for the negotiations, and on that day, each would send a contingent of over 100 individuals to partake in the meeting. To guard against any potential ambush during the talks, the Seven Mysteries sect meticulously arranged their participants and contingencies. The negotiation team was led by Deputy Sect Leader Wu, and the nearly 100 members were all elite experts from the sect, primarily protectors, core members, and a few elders and hall masters who would lend their authority, thus forming a formidable assembly. Such a contingent of masters, even if the Wolf Gang dispatched all their elite forces, would likely be unable to hinder their advance. The members of the Seven Mysteries sect were brimming with confidence. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, those participating in the negotiations could rely on their superior martial prowess to swiftly break through any encirclement and return to their territory, where additional elite disciples of the Bloodblade Hall would be on standby to ensure their safe retreat. Li Feiyu volunteered to join the expedition, for he found himself drawn to perilous places, especially as his own life was in jeopardy. Thus, nearly half of the sect's experts set off from the mountains as the negotiation day approached. This round trip would require at least half a month, marking a lengthy passage of time. Han Li, however, was indifferent to the situation. Whether the negotiations succeeded or faltered held little significance for him. He was preparing to venture into the outside world, and the rise or fall of the Seven Mysteries sect was of no great concern to him. As long as it did not directly involve him, he felt no inclination to engage with these matters. Therefore, in the days following the departure of the negotiation team, he leisurely focused on cultivating the medicinal herbs he required and began gathering seeds of precious plants for future use. Han Li had resolved that once the negotiation team returned to the mountain, he would formally bid farewell to the several sect leaders. Should the higher-ups prove obstinate and refuse to grant him passage, he would not hesitate to reveal his true strength before them, thereby extinguishing any lingering hopes they might harbor. While it would indeed be most convenient to depart unnoticed, Han Li harbored concerns that if they could not locate him, they might resort to troubling his family. Thus, it was prudent to take leave openly, demonstrating his prowess to instill a sense of trepidation within them. As for the pretext of his departure, Han Li had already devised a story, claiming a yearning to seek out Dr. Mo, his mentor. Whether they believed him mattered little, with absolute strength backing him. He had no fear of their ulterior motives. Each time he contemplated this, a faint, cold smile would grace his lips. At that moment, if he wished to take the lives of the sect leaders, it would be a mere trifling task. However, he merely entertained such thoughts without any intention of acting upon them. Little did Er Leng anticipate that on the fourth night following the negotiation team's departure, a ragged, dust-covered figure with disheveled hair would burst into his dwelling. With bloodshot eyes and cracked lips, the stranger rasped a chilling message. The negotiation team has perished. Master Wu is dead, as are the protector and the offerings. Nearly all the elders have met their demise. Upon hearing this, Er Leng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire further, a sharp whistle pierced the air from somewhere atop the mountain, followed by a series of muffled clangs. The cacophony of alarm bells resonated in unison, swiftly accompanied by a chorus of battle cries echoing through the mountains. The sounds of clashing weapons were also faintly discernible. As if in that instant, the entirety of Caisha Mountain had transformed into a vast battlefield. Er Leng's expression darkened. He could not afford to linger and hear more from the messenger. In a swift motion, he exited his abode, scanning the surroundings until he located the tallest building. With a slight stamp of his foot, he ascended to the rooftop and gazed outward into the valley. His countenance was grim, shadowed by a sense of foreboding. Before him lay a scene of chaos, flames leaping skyward, shadows flitting about, and the incessant glint of blades flashing amidst the din of slaughter, alarms, and furious shouts merging into a tumultuous uproar. Hearing a rustle behind him, he did not turn but inquired, "Li Feiyu, is it the wolf gang?" "Indeed," came the reply, laced with anger and frustration. "I did not foresee their meticulous planning. They nearly annihilated our negotiation team and swiftly pursued us survivors up the mountain." The bearer of this grim news was none other than Li Feiyu, who had departed 4 days prior. But how did they breach the outer sentries on the mountain? When we retreated, we had clearly ordered the guards along the route to enhance their vigilance. Li Feiyu mused, perplexed. There is nothing peculiar about this. The Wild Wolf gang must have long conspired to execute such a large-scale assault. Planting a few peripheral spies is indeed a trivial matter. With the guidance of these traitors, it is entirely ordinary for those outposts to be taken without a sound, Er Leng remarked nonchalantly. However, it is impossible for the Wild Wolf gang to easily seize all the branches. I surmise they intend to encircle each peak where the branches are located without attacking, concentrating their other skilled fighters to focus on assaulting the headquarters at Sunset Peak. If they can capture or eliminate our sect's leaders, the remaining branches will inevitably crumble without a fight. What should we do now? Should we head to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu asked, somewhat impatiently. Er Leng fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he suddenly turned to Li Feiyu and spoke in a grave tone. "You have yet to inform me how it is that such a formidable negotiating team could be entirely annihilated. Logically, the Wild Wolf gang cannot possess such overwhelming strength." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's facial muscles twitched, and he instinctively licked his cracked lips, revealing a hint of a bitter smile as he said, "They employed a large number of repeating crossbows, all of which were enhanced military-grade crossbows." "Military repeating crossbows?" Er Leng inquired. "Indeed. At that time, we had only departed from the mountain for 2 days and were traversing a grassy expanse. Since we were still within our own territory, everyone was quite lax. Suddenly, countless members of the Wild Wolf gang emerged from the ground around us, each wielding a crossbow. A deluge of crossbow bolts rained down upon us, and the sheer density of the bolts caused all but the most skilled disciples to perish on the spot. Only a few with exceptional martial prowess or sheer luck managed to evade this onslaught, yet even they were left injured and considerably weakened. I was one of the fortunate few, otherwise I would not have returned." As Li Feiyu recounted this, a flicker of fear crossed his gaze, revealing the profound impact the terrifying scene of the crossbow barrage had on him. After the bolts were spent, the enemy's skilled fighters advanced, and we found ourselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. To increase our chances of survival, the remaining members chose to scatter and act independently to break through. By sheer fortune, I was not deemed a significant target by the enemy, leading to fewer pursuers and less formidable opponents, allowing me to escape successfully. However, upon hastening back, I discovered that the various strongholds that should have been occupied by our people had inexplicably been seized by the Wild Wolf gang, who lay in wait for us, the unfortunate remaining fish caught in their net. After falling into this trap once or twice, I dared not seek assistance again. In my quest to ascertain the fate of others, I resolutely ambushed a blue-clad enforcer of the Wild Wolf gang, from whom I learned that sect leader Wu and several elders had perished in battle, overwhelmed by the enemy's numerous skilled fighters. Only a few, like me, neither regarded as significant targets yet possessing considerable martial skills, managed to escape. Upon receiving this news, I could not afford to linger any longer and hurriedly made my way back into the mountains. On the journey, he fortuitously encountered two other offerings who, like him, had escaped their fates. Thus, they fled together for a day and a night, ultimately returning to the mountains. Upon arrival, the two offerings proceeded to Sunset Peak to inform the sect leader Wang of the annihilation of the negotiation team. Meanwhile, I concocted an excuse for treating injuries and stealthily came to you to discuss our strategies. It is essential to recognize that sect leader Wu and so many others perished in the ambush, whereas only we few, whose status is neither high nor low, managed to return. In a bid to evade responsibility, who knows if the higher-ups will unleash their wrath upon us, making us scapegoats? Now, before I could explain this matter to you, the members of the Wolf Gang have already launched their attack. What do you propose we do now? Li Feiyu exhaled a barrage of words, his expression shifting to one of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brows, tilting his head in contemplation. The cacophony of battle cries from the mountain grew more intense, intermittently pierced by the harrowing screams of the mortally wounded, sending chills down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice turned somber. Yes, I still have over 20 subordinates, all stationed in several houses near Elder Li's residence. I had originally intended to wait for the negotiation's return before leading them out of the mountain for tasks. Very well, let us first head to Elder Li's abode. Gather these individuals, and then also consult with Miss Zhang Xiu, and Elder Li. As for our next steps, we shall decide once we ascertain the specific situation. Han Li spoke calmly, exuding a sense of rationality. All right, I shall follow your lead. Given the chaos outside, I am genuinely concerned for Xiu's safety. Li Feiyu expressed his anxiety. Han Li cast a glance at Li Feiyu, perplexed by his thoughts. On one hand, he was exceedingly worried about Zhang Xiu. On the other, he was well aware that his lifespan was short, yet insisted on marrying her, clearly intending for her to remain a widow. What a contradictory fellow. Han Li silently critiqued his friend. Han Li first leaped down gently from the rooftop, followed closely by Li Feiyu. I will gather my belongings, and we shall depart immediately. Hurry, I am truly anxious about Xiu's safety. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The way the other spoke of Xiu was overly sentimental, evoking both disdain and a hint of jealousy within Han Li. He chose to ignore the suddenly lovesick Li Feiyu and returned indoors, swiftly packing essential items. Chapter 78. Slaughter in the Woods, are you ready? The moment Han Li emerged from the house, Li Feiyu eagerly pressed him. Han Li shot him a glare, his expression unfriendly, then approached a smaller house and coldly called through the closed door. Chu Han, come out. We have need of you tonight. Before Han Li's words had fully settled, a resounding crash echoed as the wooden door splintered like paper and amidst the flurry of wood shavings, a colossal figure emerged slowly from within. Li Feiyu's eyes appeared somewhat vacant as he gazed upon the imposing figure before him, a giant cloaked in shadow, exuding an aura akin to a demon. He was momentarily taken aback. The giant silently approached Han Li from behind. Let us go, Han Li said with a smile, now urging the dazed Li Feiyu to move. Oh, Li Feiyu finally snapped back to reality. He cast a peculiar glance at Han Li, then at the giant, before sealing his lips and silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li observed Li Feiyu's retreating figure and smiled faintly before hastening a few paces to catch up with him. The giant, Chu Han, closely trailed behind, unwaveringly by Han Li's side. Han Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding Li Feiyu's perceptiveness. It was precisely their mutual respect for each other's privacy that had fostered such a profound friendship. The group moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived near the valley's entrance. Just as Li Feiyu lifted his leg to step into the woods, Han Li unexpectedly extended his right hand and firmly grasped his shoulder, halting him. What are you doing? Li Feiyu inquired, perplexed and slightly displeased, for he was burning with impatience. Someone is coming, and not just one, Han Li replied calmly. Li Feiyu, taken aback, quickly concentrated to listen intently, but after a considerable time had passed, he heard nothing. He cast a questioning look at Han Li, who remained unruffled and offered no explanation. As Li Feiyu began to speak, Han Li suddenly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Li Feiyu frowned, somewhat reluctant, but ultimately choosing to heed Han Li's gesture and refraining from further speech. Before long, Li Feiyu's expression grew serious. He turned to Han Li, astonished, for he had finally discerned the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from outside the valley. Indeed, there seemed to be many. Sun Gfa. There is a large bell at the edge of this forest, along with a small path. This must be the Valley of Divine Hands as mentioned by the Deputy Lord. A robust voice resonated from the other side of the woods. Yes, according to the map and the bell, this is undoubtedly the place. Remember this well. The Lord has issued a strict order to capture the divine healer alive from within the valley. No one is to harm him, otherwise they will face the consequences according to our guild's regulations. Understood? Another voice, sharp and commanding, echoed like a rooster's crow. Yes, yes. A chorus of obedient responses followed, suggesting there were at least a dozen individuals, all possessing robust voices and evidently skilled in combat. Aside from one enforcer in blue, the rest were elite members of the Wolf Gang. The blue-clad enforcer served as a protector of their faction, while the elite members were akin to the disciples of their inner hall. Li Feiyu lowered his voice and leaned closer to Han Li, gently explaining. I know my friend here tends not to concern himself with matters pertaining to our adversaries, so I want to inquire how you heard the footsteps so early. Instead, I want to clarify the identities of our foes so as to keep you well-informed and vigilant. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately grasped Li Feiyu's intentions. He let out a soft chuckle, refraining from uttering a word, yet his demeanor suggested a lack of concern. However, Li Feiyu appeared somewhat anxious. With my current stamina, I can handle that blue-clad enforcer alone, but against additional foes, I would surely be outmatched. I know you possess clever ideas. Please share your methods swiftly. Otherwise, it may be too late. Li Feiyu's words were spoken with a lightness and urgency, as the adversaries had already entered the small grove, advancing towards Han Li and the other's position. Shall we take cover to evade the enemy's assault? Li Feiyu proposed a seemingly reasonable suggestion, yet regrettably, Han Li had no intention of heeding it. Chu Hu, aside from capturing that blue-clad individual alive, eliminate the rest of the people in the forest. Han Li suddenly turned and coldly commanded the giant behind him. What? Li Feiyu was taken aback by this statement. Before he could fully process it, the giant transformed into a gust of wind, rushing into the grove, where soon after, the air was filled with the anguished cries and startled shouts of the members of the wolf pack. Oh no! Who is it? This is bad. Someone is ambushing us. What kind of monster is this? Ah, run. The cacophony of screams and lamentations echoed through the woods, but gradually, the sounds diminished, and before long, a profound silence enveloped the area. Li Feiyu stared wide-eyed at the grove, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The giant emerged from the woods, effortlessly grasping a blue-clad man, who was oblivious to the situation, as if he were a mere chicken. Blood splattered across his form, and the vivid red stains against the green robe made him appear as striking as blooming peach blossoms. Li Feiyu gasped in astonishment. The giant strode a few steps closer to the two, nonchalantly tossing the blue-clad man onto the ground. An overwhelming stench of blood rushed toward Li Feiyu, causing his complexion to change dramatically as he instinctively took a half-step back, adopting a defensive posture. The giant disregarded Li Feiyu's subtle movement and, with a single stride, returned to his position behind Han Li, standing still and silent, as if he had never left that spot. Only then did Li Feiyu exhale deeply, relaxing his guarded stance. He glanced at the blue-clad man on the ground, then at the composed Han Li, and suddenly smiled. How is it that you remain so calm? It turns out you have such a formidable expert by your side. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I've been anxious for no reason. While Li Feiyu spoke lightly, he inwardly began to speculate about the relationship between Han Li and the green-clad giant. Han Li discerned the other's thoughts, but had no intention of providing an explanation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely remarked, "This blue-clad enforcer likely possesses considerable information. Which of us shall interrogate him? I believe you, esteemed Li, would be far more adept at this than I. To those who can, more is expected. Thus, I leave it to you." Li Feiyu noticed that Han Li had deliberately shifted the topic, showing no intention of introducing him to the giant, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. However, he was intrigued by the interrogation of the law enforcer and, upon hearing Han Li's suggestion, readily agreed to proceed. Li Feiyu summoned the unconscious figure clad in blue and swiftly vanished into the woods, commencing his coercive endeavors, while Han Li settled comfortably onto the grass, taking a leisurely respite. Before long, Li Feiyu emerged from the forest, his expression dark and brooding. How could it be so quick? Did you uncover any useful information? Han Li queried without rising, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Humph. He's a coward who fears for his life. I barely laid a finger on him before he divulged everything, Li Feiyu replied, his tone tinged with frustration. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us begin with the good news. It might lift my spirits. Han Li responded nonchalantly. The good news is that you accurately predicted the Wild Wolf Gang's strategy. They have indeed confined the other peaks and are not launching any attacks, instead concentrating their main forces at Sunset Peak, where they are desperately assaulting it. I hear they have already breached several checkpoints. Li Feiyu delivered this information with a flat demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the peril facing their higher-ups. With such news, it's clear the bad tidings must be dire. Han Li mused, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. You have a knack for stating the obvious. The bad news is that the enemies assaulting the mountain include not only the Wild Wolf Gang, but also the Iron Gun Society, the Watercut sect, and several other small to medium-sized factions. It seems our sect is truly facing grave peril. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, clearly unexpected. Regardless of the number of attackers, our priority should be coordinating with your beloved and our subordinates. Given the current chaos outside, we should make haste. He quickly assessed the situation. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. What about that fellow? How did you deal with him? Han Li suddenly inquired. I silenced him. What else could I do? Li Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Han Li smiled slightly, pushing himself up from the grass with a single hand. Let us be on our way. We must avoid confrontation with the enemy. If escape proves impossible, we should eliminate anyone who discovers us without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only swell. Though Han Li's words were delivered lightly, they carried a lethal undertone, steeped in bloodshed. Meanwhile, some miles away from the Divine Hand Valley, Elder Li's courtyard was teeming with a dense throng of people. Among them were men and women of various ages, all appearing to possess no martial prowess, yet engaged in hushed discussions, their faces etched with concern. Nearby, a group of over 20 young men clad in black, brandishing knives and swords, stood vigilant, standing in stark contrast to the unarmed crowd within the courtyard. In the living room of the residence, two individuals were embroiled in a heated debate. I oppose sending anyone outside. Our defenses here are already weak. Dispatching more people would only exacerbate our vulnerability. Absolutely not. A rotund middle-aged man, with a prominent belly, was spewing saliva while shaking his head vigorously, vehemently opposing something. Yet, we remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Would it not be utterly passive to refrain from sending someone to investigate, leaving us in the dark? Engaging in this debate was Ma Rong, the cherished disciple of Elder Li. What occurs outside is of no concern to me. My priority lies in safety here, he asserted. Do you dare defy orders? The corpulent man blinked several times, suddenly producing a golden medallion from his bosom, brandishing it before Ma Rong with an expression of arrogance. Ma Rong glanced at the man and then at the medallion, sighed, and clasped his hands in deference, stating, I would not dare. I shall adhere strictly to your command. This medallion was a personal token of the sect leader Wang, granting its bearer the authority to issue commands to disciples below the rank of elder. The man was a close confidant of the sect leader, reputed to be a distant cousin. Thus, any messages or orders from the sect leader were conveyed through him. Recently, he had been hurriedly bestowed with this token to summon Elder Li for discussions on the mountain. However, after delivering the command, he felt reluctant to return immediately to the Sunset Peak, finding it too strenuous. Leveraging his privileged status, he insisted on resting at Li's residence before making his way back. Elder Li, with no option but to acquiesce, hurriedly took Zhang Zier and several other disciples to the Sunset Peak. Not long after, a significant upheaval transpired on the mountain, and the timid man was even less inclined to return alone. The individuals in the courtyard were mostly family members of the 7 Xian sect's affiliates living nearby, many of whom possessed little martial prowess. Thus, when chaos erupted, they were thrown into a state of panic, uncertain of how to react. Fortunately, Ma Rong, possessing a decisive spirit, promptly solicited the assistance of more than 20 subordinates left by Li Feiyu, gathering these individuals together to prevent them from scattering in the darkness and encountering unforeseen dangers. Given that the houses were constructed in a secluded valley, The residents heard the alarm and cries for help, but remained ignorant of the specifics of the turmoil outside. Once Ma Rong had managed this, he intended to dispatch individuals to glean information about the situation. However, the ineptly skilled man reemerged, obstructing any attempts to ascertain the enemy's movements. He seized command over Ma Rong's authority regarding the external disciples, intending to hunker down in ignorance, deaf to the reality surrounding them. Ma Rong understood the critical importance of intelligence. Despite several disputes with this cowardly man, he was consistently overridden by the authority of the sect leader's token, even being denied permission to investigate personally. It seemed that the man regarded Ma Rong as merely a tool for his own survival. Thus, in the living room, Ma Rong paced anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet, utterly at a loss with the clueless rotund figure before him. He was acutely aware that defying orders and acting independently within the Seven Mysteries sect bore severe consequences, ranging from the forfeiture of martial prowess and expulsion from the mountain gate, to the ultimate peril of losing one's life to the blade. Consequently, despite knowing that a cataclysmic event was unfolding outside, one that could jeopardize the very existence of their sect, he remained helplessly immobilized, just as Ma Rong wished he could strike down this so-called superior. Han Li and Li Feiyu were blissfully unaware of the turmoil transpiring around them and were hastening towards the location. Along their journey, they encountered enemy traces, skillfully evading and concealing their movements. It was not until they were barely a mile from Elder Li's residence that they were confronted by a group of individuals clad in green, leaving them no choice but to reveal themselves and engage in their first encounter with the adversary. The band of over a dozen men wielding steel blades surrounded them from all directions, trapping them in the center. Observing their movements, it was evident that the majority of those adorned with a single white line on their sleeves possessed the weakest martial skills. Two individuals bearing two white lines exhibited significantly greater prowess, yet the most formidable among them was the one with three white lines and a scarred visage, who clearly commanded this band. The scar-faced leader scrutinized the captives before him, feeling a sense of intrigue. It was not surprising, as among the group, Li Feiyu appeared disheveled, dirty, and tattered, resembling a mere kitchen hand from the mountains, while Han Li, with vacant eyes and darkened skin, resembled a simple farmer devoid of martial abilities. The only one who exuded any semblance of pressure was the tall figure of Chu Han, donned in a conical hat and stained with blood. The odd assortment of these three individuals left even the self-proclaimed veteran of the underworld somewhat perplexed. He exchanged wary glances with his subordinates and then called out loudly, "Regardless of who you are, the Seven Mysteries sect is finished. Surrender now, and you may yet escape with your lives." Han Li chuckled softly and turned to Li Feiyu, asking, "Who will strike first? Is it you, Chu Han?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes gleamed fiercely as he retorted, "These individuals, judging by their attire, must be low-ranking disciples of the Broken Water sect. After being pursued by the Wild Wolf gang for so long, let me vent my frustrations upon them first. Moreover, their weapons are just to my liking." With that, he dashed forward like a shooting comet, swiftly closing the distance to the nearest green-clad adversary. The man was taken aback, and just as he attempted to wield his steel blade, he felt an unexpected lightness in his grasp. The weapon had been snatched away, now in the hands of his foe. He hastily retreated, but it was too late. A flash of white light passed before his eyes, and he was severed in two. Li Feiyu's series of actions were executed with remarkable precision and swiftness, akin to lightning, leaving the remaining disciples of the Broken Water sect stunned and unable to react before he had claimed a life. The remaining individuals' expressions shifted dramatically, particularly that of the scar-faced leader, whose superior martial prowess cast a heavy weight upon his heart. He was acutely aware that he had encountered an extraordinary master, one far beyond the capabilities of his companions. Hence, with resolute determination, he commanded, "Retreat at once. Every man for himself. Signal for reinforcements." This proclamation jolted the other members clad in azure, who, with a sudden uproar, transformed their previously cohesive formation into a chaotic flight, scattering in all directions. Some, in their haste, reached into their garments, presumably to retrieve the so-called signal. One azure-clad figure sprinted ahead of the rest, his embroidered attire adorned with two white lines. Swiftly escaping several yards away, elated at the prospect of survival, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck as a dagger-like sword tip emerged from his throat, only to vanish almost instantly. Shocked, he attempted to scream, but found himself utterly drained, his body rendered weak and powerless. As he succumbed, he watched helplessly as his body slumped to the ground, immobile. It dawned on him that he had been fatally struck from behind. In his heart, he harbored resentment. Having fled so far, how could death claim him so swiftly? With great effort, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of his final moment, a shadow flickering behind another azure-clad figure who had escaped the farthest. With an ethereal grace, a sword flashed, and the shadow wavered before vanishing, only to reappear behind yet another comrade, delivering a similar lethal stroke. It was then that the fallen comrade, like himself, collapsed onto the grass, blood gushing from his throat. Having witnessed this, the azure-clad man smiled serenely as he departed from life, for he knew he would not be alone. Soon, many would join him, and that spectral shadow would not spare any of them. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong. At this moment, the ambitious Jia Tianlong, leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, bore a complexion once pale and desolate, now flushed with excitement. It was no wonder, for the long-standing nemesis of the Wild Wolf Gang, the Seven Mysteries sect, was poised to fall before him due to his meticulous scheming. Standing on the slope of Sunset Peak, near a certain outpost of the Seven Mysteries sect, he was surrounded by his loyal Crimson Iron Guards, 50 to 60 elite soldiers he had painstakingly groomed. Each was proficient in martial arts and unwaveringly loyal to him. These warriors, whom he treasured like gems, were typically reserved for critical confrontations. However, he had summoned them now to instill fear in the smaller factions. After all, how could the leaders of the Iron Lance Society and the Broken Water Gate, among others, be expected to comply without intimidation? After all, these factions were unwilling to allow the Wild Wolf Gang to dominate alone. Instead, they wished for the two major forces to remain in perpetual conflict or balance, enabling them to survive in the interstices. Had it not been for Jia Tianlong's swift and decisive action in seizing control of all the families and children of these leaders, coupled with promises of substantial benefits, these smaller gangs might have long since turned against him. Contemplating this, he glanced back at the dozen or so leaders of the minor factions standing a short distance behind him. Each of them appeared dejected, and upon meeting Jia Tianlong's gaze, they either glared back defiantly or averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. Witnessing such a scene, Jia Tianlong could not help but smirk coldly. And as he turned away, his mind began to devise feasible plans for assimilating these minor factions after conquering the Seven Mysteries sect. Before Jia Tianlong lay nearly 1,000 individuals clad in various attires, wielding an assortment of weapons, fervently assaulting a checkpoint of the Seven Mysteries sect. Their formation was chaotic, lacking any semblance of coordination, which resulted in significant casualties. However, Jia Tianlong remained unconcerned, for the assailants were not members of the Wild Wolf Gang, but rather the minions of the Iron Spear Society and the Waterflow clan. He had never anticipated that these individuals would succeed in breaching the perilous Sunset Peak. Rather, he intended for them to expend the defenders' energy, allowing his elite warriors to strike decisively with crossbows afterward. The mere thought of those military crossbows brought a flicker of joy to Jia Tianlong's refined features. It was undeniable that the Wild Wolf Gang's ability to gain the upper hand so readily was largely attributable to these lethal instruments of warfare. Without them, not only would the negotiations team have evaded complete annihilation, but the numerous checkpoints already captured at Sunset Peak would have exacted a significant toll on the Wild Wolf Gang's vitality, severely hindering his future plans to absorb the minor factions. These military crossbows had required none of Jia Tianlong's effort. They had descended upon him as if from the heavens while he was at home. Whenever he recalled this incident, a sense of elation filled his heart. It had transpired 3 months prior when he was strategizing this operation at headquarters. Suddenly, an officer claiming to be his relative requested an audience, which surprised him. Upon meeting, he discovered that the officer was indeed a cousin of his. Years ago, when the Wild Wolf Gang was still a band of marauders, a group had been coerced into submission by the government, among whom was this cousin. Remarkably, after all these years, his cousin had risen to the rank of deputy general. Coincidentally, this deputy general was escorting a shipment of supplies to a border garrison in Jingzhou, and, upon passing through, had heard of Jia Tianlong's reputation as the Wild Wolf Gang leader, prompting him to pay a visit to his younger relative. Their reunion was filled with heartfelt exchanges, and as they recounted their experiences over the years, when Jia Tianlong mentioned the recent clashes with the Seven Mysteries sect, his cousin disdainfully remarked that such conflicts were trivial. Provided with 100 of the crossbows, he could eradicate the entirety of the Seven Mysteries sect. The speaker may be unaware, yet the listener is perceptive. A flicker of interest ignited within Jia Tianlong, prompting him to cautiously inquire whether his cousin could procure some crossbows for him. Upon hearing this, the cousin smiled faintly and candidly revealed that within the shipment he was transporting lay a considerable number of repeating crossbows. While there was no inherent issue in providing them, a modest sum of silver would be required to silence the officials involved, and the quantity must be limited. Jia Tianlong's heart soared at this revelation. He promptly spent over 20,000 taels of silver to acquire more than 300 repeating crossbows from his cousin, entrusting their careful use to his most trusted subordinates. This decision bore fruit in the form of a series of victories over the past few days. Breached. The stronghold has been breached. A cacophony of exclamations jolted the leader of the Jia gang from his reverie. Slightly astonished, he lifted his gaze toward the mountaintop, where the outpost bearing the Seven Mysterious Gates banner was now teeming with members of various smaller factions, truly having fallen to the assault. Jia Tianlong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Given the formidable defenses of the preceding checkpoints, this final barrier should have been even harder to conquer. How could it have succumbed so easily to a ragtag army? Was there some hidden scheme at play? His expression darkened. Anyone familiar with Jia Tianlong understood that this was a sign of his displeasure. To provoke him at such a moment would render the offender's existence perilous. Hey, since it's breached, why not advance? A voice, grating like a broken gong, broke through the tension, devoid of any semblance of respect for the Jia leader. Ordinarily, such insolence would incite his wrath. However, Jia Tianlong turned to the speaker with unexpected deference, replying, Zhang Xianshi, I find this breach rather suspicious. There may be a trap concealed within. It would be wise to proceed with caution. What are you afraid of? With me by your side. Do you believe these mere mortals can harm you? Move quickly. I've been lingering here nearly all night and am on the verge of exhaustion. Dispatch these Seven Mysterious Gate scoundrels swiftly so that I may find rest. The voice, though not aged, carried an air of superiority that was most irksome. The speaker stood beside Jia Tianlong, a diminutive figure barely 3 feet tall. This gnome, in his 40s, was lean and clad in a red robe adorned with golden embroidery. His fingers and neck were graced with gold rings and a thick gold chain, while several golden bells jingled at his waist. As he spoke, his mouth glimmered with gold teeth, presenting an unmistakable image of a nouveau riche. At that moment, he wore an expression of impatience, evidently displeased with Jia Tianlong's hesitation. Such a grotesque figure, dressed like a provincial tycoon, displayed such blatant disrespect towards Jia Tianlong, eliciting the ire of his loyal guards, who glared at the gnome with indignation. The diminutive figure perceived the dissatisfaction of the iron guards, yet he merely chuckled with a sneer, choosing to disregard it altogether. Instead, he arrogantly addressed Jia Tianlong, saying, Chief Jia, you have expended 3,000 taels of gold to summon me, the esteemed Jingguang Shangren, from afar at the Jingguang Temple. Surely, you do not intend for me to merely stand idly by for an entire night. If there is anyone you require me to confront, you may as well declare it now. Surely, you do not expect me to handle the leader of the Seven Mysteries sect. Such a feeble opponent is one you can manage on your own, and it hardly warrants such a lavish expenditure on my behalf. The leader of the Seven Mysteries sect hardly necessitates my intervention. Rather, I have come to deal with his 3 esteemed uncles. Though they have publicly proclaimed their demise, they have, in truth, been in seclusion within the secret chambers of the setting sun peak, presumably having ascended to a level of mastery beyond ordinary prowess. They represent the greatest reliance of the Seven Mysteries sect at present, and only you, revered immortal, can contend with them. Jia Tianlong spoke with utmost humility, lacking any semblance of disdain. It is worth noting that this red-robed gnome was someone he had fortuitously encountered at a certain temple near the barbarian territories. This individual, claiming to be Jingguang Shangren, possessed boundless magical prowess and had personally demonstrated both the art of flying swords and the indestructible strength of the diamond. Having witnessed the formidable nature of these 2 techniques firsthand, Jia Tianlong was profoundly impressed, recognizing him as a figure from the legendary realm of immortals. And he felt a desire to forge a deeper connection. Upon learning of the gnome's peculiar obsession with gold, he promptly showered him with a substantial fortune and offered sycophantic praise, ultimately persuading him to pledge his assistance. Consequently, Jia Tianlong treated the gnome with the utmost deference. concealing any hint of aversion towards his arrogance, fully aware that this Jin Guangshangren was not one to be trifled with by his humble wolf pack. Upon hearing this, Jin Guangshangren erupted into a hearty laugh. Once his mirth subsided, he haughtily declared, "A few mere mortals, leave them to me. No matter how high their cultivation or how formidable their martial skills, they shall not stand against my flying sword technique. Rest assured. Then I shall burden you with this task, esteemed immortal. I assure you that the promised remuneration shall be honored, and upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I am willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of gold as a token of my gratitude." Jia Tianlong's heart soared with joy as he hastily increased the stakes. Fully aware that the gnome was not a benevolent soul, and that conversing in gold was the most prudent approach. Upon hearing this, a flicker of satisfaction appeared on the gnome's parched, orange peel-like visage, and he nodded approvingly, clearly appreciating Jia Tianlong's insight. With the assurance of such a formidable ally as Jin Guangshangren, Jia Tianlong felt no further hesitation and promptly commanded the members of the wolf pack to ascend to the summit of Setting Sun Peak, preparing to assault the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries sect, the Seven Mysteries Hall. Due to the overwhelming influx of people ascending the mountain, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards exerted considerable effort to reach the stone hall. This marked Jia Tianlong's inaugural encounter with the stronghold of his adversary, and he was taken aback by the grandeur of the Seven Mysteries Hall. He now perceived his own wolf pack's headquarters as a mere doghouse by comparison, an utterly pitiful sight. There, amidst the vast expanse atop Setting Sun Peak, rose several stone halls constructed from azure giant stones, one grand structure accompanied by 6 smaller ones. Though the night obscured their full grandeur, the dim glow of torches revealed a formidable presence that awed the Wild Wolf Gang and other smaller factions, momentarily halting their advance. Instead, they encircled the stone edifices, creating an impenetrable barrier. After all, the opposing faction boasted a lineage of over 2 centuries, their financial prowess far surpassing that of a gang that had only risen to prominence in the last decade. Truly, it was a display of opulence. Jia Tianlong mused silently. He had resolved that once he annihilated the Seven Xian sect, he would promptly relocate his headquarters to this site. For only such grand architecture could embody the stature of a sovereign. Jia Tianlong glanced at the darkened entrance of the main hall across from him, then surveyed his subordinates surrounding him before slowly raising his right hand. In an instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell into profound silence, all eyes fixated upon his hand. They understood that the moment it descended, the brutal offensive to eradicate the Seven Xian sect would commence. However, just then, a chilling voice echoed from the shadowy entrance of the main hall. Following that, a rhythmic sound of footsteps emerged, growing increasingly distinct. At last, a middle-aged man clad in white appeared at the threshold. A wooden hairpin adorned his head, and a long sword sheathed in white hung by his side. His complexion was pallid, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, piercing through the crowd like a rapier, inducing trepidation. He halted several paces from the entrance, surveying the throng before him without a hint of fear. Eventually, his gaze fell upon Jia Tianlong's raised hand and then shifted to his face. "Jia Tianlong." The middle-aged man addressed him. "Wang Juechu," Jia Tianlong retorted, unyielding. "It seems this is our first encounter face-to-face, is it not, my esteemed sect leader Wang?" Jia Tianlong remarked with a nonchalant tone, a hint of mockery gracing his lips, as he gradually lowered his hand. Wang Juechu met Jia Tianlong's gaze expressionlessly, remaining silent, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. "Are you here alone, perhaps contemplating surrender?" Jia Tianlong inquired with a teasing lilt, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, I wish to discuss the matter of surrender," replied Wang Juechu, his tone as frigid as ice. "Do you truly intend to surrender?" Jia Tianlong was taken aback. Surrender is one thing, yet determining who capitulates to whom remains uncertain. Wang Juechu narrowed his eyes slightly, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "What do you imply by that?" Jia Tianlong's expression darkened, and he gestured for a pincer maneuver. Suddenly, the iron guards behind him surged forward, forming a crescent formation that encircled Wang Juechu. Simultaneously, they drew their crossbows, aiming the glimmering arrows at him. It was evident that upon a single command from Jia Tianlong, they would unhesitatingly release a volley of bolts, striking Wang Juechu down on the spot. "Did you think that relocating our main hall to Sunset Peak meant we had never considered the threat of external enemies?" The master of the Wang clan regarded the crossbows with indifference, his voice laced with a menacing undertone. Upon hearing these words, Jia Tianlong felt a slight unease wash over him, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. He refrained from interrupting and maintained a somber expression, eager to hear what the other party intended to convey. The relocation of our sect was orchestrated by the 7th-generation Master Li, a man of exceptional talent and expertise in the arts of architecture and mechanics, truly a prodigious figure of his time. At this juncture, the master of the Wang clan paused momentarily, a hint of admiration flickering across his face. He continued, stating that Master Li chose Sunset Peak for 2 principal reasons. Firstly, the peak's treacherous terrain renders it easy to defend yet difficult to attack, making it an excellent stronghold. Secondly, within the mountain lies a vast natural stalactite cave, a wonder of nature. This cave is immense, nearly occupying 2/3 of the mountain's interior. Upon witnessing this marvel, Master Li conceived a clever plan. He utilized his knowledge of architecture, in conjunction with the cave's topography, transforming the entire mountain into a colossal natural trap. Now, should anyone activate the preset mechanisms, the entire peak would collapse, entombing all present within its grasp. After delivering these ominous words, the master of the Wang clan fell silent, his gaze cold and lifeless as he surveyed the dense crowd before him. Jia Tianlong found himself momentarily stunned. While he was skeptical of the claims made, he was at a loss as to how to counter the threat articulated. Meanwhile, those atop the peak who had overheard the exchange began to stir restlessly, whispering among themselves. Some of the more astute individuals even started to gravitate toward the sole path down the mountain, preparing to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Silence. Those who move or make a commotion shall face death, without mercy. Jia Tianlong swiftly regained his composure, irked to see his men in disarray merely from the opposing party's words. He understood that failure to quell this unrest would lead to chaos, and without hesitation, he issued a lethal command. His orders were executed efficiently by his loyal subordinates, who swiftly eliminated several fearful individuals attempting to flee, thereby instilling a sense of dread among the remaining crowd, which gradually subdued. However, Jia Tianlong was acutely aware that this calm was merely superficial and transient. If he could not promptly expose the other party's claims as falsehoods, neither his own faction nor those from rival gangs would remain at ease. And it was likely that at the slightest disturbance, all would scatter in disarray. You cannot expect us to believe your words merely based on your eloquence. Jia Tianlong suppressed the fury swelling within him, preparing to unveil the deceit behind his opponent's words. Certainly not. I possess ample evidence for you to behold. However, heed my warning. If anyone contemplates fleeing or continuing their assault upon witnessing my proof, I shall activate all mechanisms, ensuring our mutual demise. Wang Juechu's words dripped with malice, unmistakably laden with threats. Jia Tianlong scrutinized his adversary's expression, searching for any sign of weakness. Regrettably, the individual before him maintained an icy demeanor, betraying no hint of guilt or trepidation. This left him pondering. Could it be that the opponent's words were not mere fabrications? Was there truly a dire plan in motion? Activate mechanism number 2. Wang Juechu abruptly turned, issuing a loud command towards the main hall. He then averted his gaze, focusing intently on a smaller stone hall, disregarding Jia Tianlong entirely. Witnessing such blatant contempt, Jia Tianlong's rage intensified. He suppressed his anger, vowing that should the evidence fail to satisfy him, he would order the immediate transformation of Wang Juechu into a human pincushion. Nonetheless, Wang Juechu's peculiar fixation on the stone hall captured the attention of the members of the wolf pack, who could not help but direct their gazes towards the unfolding anomaly, eager to witness what might transpire. Amidst the palpable tension, no one noticed 2 figures clad in the attire of the Broken Water sect, huddled at the fringes of the crowd, whispering softly to one another. Hanli, do you believe our leader's words are genuine or false? Could it be that the great Sunset Peak is truly hollow? I have visited several times before, yet never sensed anything amiss. Could it be that the leader is deceiving us, merely stalling for time? One youthful man pressed the silent companion for an explanation, seemingly desperate to resolve his burgeoning doubts. These 2 individuals were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had initially set out for Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. The earth trembles initially. In order to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from fleeing and alerting other foes, Han Li had to take matters into his own hands. Utilizing both the flowing smoke steps and the wind control technique, he swiftly annihilated all adversaries in mere moments. leaving Li Feiyu, who had intended to continue the fight, utterly astonished. It was then that he truly grasped Han Li's formidable prowess. Once he regained his composure, Li Feiyu surmised that Han Li's remarkable abilities were solely due to his mastery of the blinking sword technique. This notion nearly drove him to madness, prompting an impulsive desire to forego his own cultivation in favor of mastering the blinking sword. Fortunately, a fragment of reason prevailed, reminding him that, in terms of both time and talent, such a pursuit was utterly unattainable. As they journeyed onward, Li Feiyu incessantly vented his bitterness towards Han Li, lamenting his friend's astonishing fortune in mastering such a formidable skill. Han Li, however, paid little heed to his increasingly envious companion and turned his focus to the adversaries they encountered along the way, ruthlessly unleashing his prowess without reservation. To the foes that confronted him, Han Li's enigmatic agility rendered them utterly defenseless. None could withstand even a single strike before meeting their demise, including several distinguished experts among them. Thus, under Han Li's overwhelming display of strength, the pair effortlessly arrived at Elder Li's residence, where they met Ma Rong, who informed them of Elder Li and Zhang Xiuer's ascent to Sunset Peak. Upon receiving this grim news, Li Feiyu's countenance turned ashen. He was acutely aware that the current Sunset Peak was no less than a den of peril. With Zhang Xiuer venturing there, it was akin to stepping into the gates of hell. In their desperation, the two conferred and departed from Elder Li's abode, setting off for Sunset Peak once more. Though they encountered a minor disturbance before their exit, a loathsome, portly confidant of the sect master brandished a token and, in a commanding tone, threatened them to remain, warning of consequences in accordance with sect regulations should they defy him. Li Feiyu, consumed by anxiety for Zhang Xiuer's safety, paid no heed to the sect's rules. With a swift motion, he struck the blathering fat man unconscious, commanding his subordinates to safeguard the others while he and Han Li made their escape. Upon nearing Sunset Peak, they were taken aback by the overwhelming number of enemies present. Recognizing that a direct assault was futile, they devised a clever plan. They incapacitated 2 disciples of the Broken Water sect, donned their attire, and, amidst the chaos of the twilight hour, stealthily blended into the throng of attackers, easily ascending to Sunset Peak and overhearing the words of the sect master. As for Chu Han, due to her conspicuous appearance, she was concealed in a secretive location at the mountain's base. Feeling the weight of uncertainty regarding the potential presence of a lethal trump card against their foes, Li Feiyu could no longer contain his curiosity and incessantly questioned Han Li, yearning for reassurance from his dear friend. Regardless of the truth of this matter, our foremost priority is to swiftly enter the main hall, reunite with your beloved, and then discreetly descend the mountain. It is imperative to understand that, regardless of the authenticity, lingering here is far too perilous. Han Li finally responded in a hushed tone. This was indeed a candid truth, yet, amidst so many eyes, how could they manage to slip inside? Li Feiyu lowered his head, furrowed brow reflecting his distress. Alas, we can only bide our time and see what opportunities may arise. Han Li lamented, equally at a loss. Just as the two concealed themselves amidst the crowd, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Initially a mere quiver, it soon escalated into a violent shake, causing many to lose their footing and tumble to the ground, while numerous rocks cascaded down the mountainside in tandem with the tremors. The situation grew dire. The mountain was on the verge of collapse, and the man named Wang seemed intent on taking us down with him. It was uncertain who among the panicked crowd had shouted such a reckless proclamation. Upon hearing those words, panic seized the majority, prompting some to disregard Wang Juechu's earlier warnings and scramble towards the exit, desperate to flee what they believed to be an imminent disaster. A tremendous rumble echoed, and the ground trembled violently. In that moment, everyone assumed it was the onset of the mountain's collapse, stirring a sense of despair as they realized that escaping was likely futile. Amidst this chaos, Jia Tianlong felt a mix of fear and anger. Though still surrounded by his loyal iron guards, confusion clouded his mind as he pondered his next move. His gaze shifted to the golden figure he relied upon, but upon seeing the panic etched on the latter's face, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It became evident that even this esteemed figure was struggling for survival. Disappointment washed over Jia Tianlong as he realized that the members of the Wild Wolf Gang were not the fearless warriors he had imagined, but rather a disorganized rabble. Suddenly, Wang Juechu's mocking voice cut through the turmoil, clear and resonant despite the surrounding chaos, showcasing the depth of his skill. Remarkably, With his utterance, the ground's tremors ceased, as if the mountain itself had quelled its fury and returned to tranquility. It was then that the onlookers noticed the stone hall, previously the center of attention, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping chasm of several acres. A few bold souls ventured closer, peering over the edge, only to recoil in awe at the unfathomable darkness below, the depths of which were obscured from view. Jia Gangmaster, do you believe this evidence substantiates my claims? Wang Juechu inquired coldly. Jia Tianlong's complexion paled slightly. He did not respond immediately, instead surveying the faces around him. His followers were visibly shaken, displaying expressions of sheer terror. Even his iron guards wore grim visages. It became clear to Jia Tianlong that his objective of completely annihilating the Seven Xian sect that night was unattainable. Retreating and devising a new strategy seemed the only viable course of action. You may present your conditions, he said reluctantly, with a hint of bitterness lacing his tone. But be aware that even so, we remain at an impasse. Do not push your luck. Chapter 85, The Blood Pact Duel. There are but two conditions, and they are quite simple, Wang Juechu replied, his expression impassive. Firstly, your people must withdraw from our territory, and this retreat must occur in stages, under the watchful eyes of our disciples. His tone was firm. Agreed, that poses no issue, Jia Tianlong replied without hesitation. Upon witnessing the other party's swift acquiescence, Wang Juechu let out a cold chuckle before articulating another condition that took Jia Tianlong completely by surprise. The second stipulation was that both parties must engage in a deadly contract duel at this very place, after which they would be permitted to leave. A deadly contract duel. Could this be real? Surely, the other party had not lost their sanity. Wang Juechu's declaration immediately stirred a tempest of reactions among the crowd opposite him, with expressions ranging widely. Some turned pale as if they had encountered a venomous scorpion, while others appeared exhilarated, seemingly eager for the challenge. Jia Tianlong's countenance shifted upon hearing this, yet he quickly regained his composure. Did I mishear? Is it true that both parties must sign a death contract, allowing only one to depart the arena after the bloodshed? He chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance as he posed the question. Absolutely correct. This duel is a necessity to repay the blood debts of Master Wu and others, and both you and I must partake, Wang Juechu stated. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on Jia Tianlong, his voice frigid. Jia Tianlong chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, instead contemplating deeply, indicating that he would not take the deadly contract duel lightly and would respond only after careful consideration. Observing the nearby crowd engaged in fervent discussion about the deadly contract duel, Han Li, bewildered by the commotion, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Li Feiyu. What is a deadly contract duel? It seems quite significant. No way. You don't even know what a deadly contract duel is. That is astonishing, Li Feiyu exclaimed, her face displaying a look of sheer disbelief. Of course, you know I am not well versed in these matters of the martial world. I fail to see what is so remarkable about it, Han Li retorted curtly. Ah, I almost forgot that point, Li Feiyu said, scratching her head in embarrassment. The so-called deadly contract duel refers to a confrontation between parties with deep-seated enmity, wherein they must sign a death warrant prior to the duel, declaring that only one may leave the arena alive. Should anyone attempt to leave during the duel, they would not only suffer disgrace and scorn, but would also be subjected to a bounty and pursuit across the martial world. This is because all practitioners of the martial arts regard the deadly contract duel as a sacred contest, and those who tarnish its sanctity deserve to be executed as a warning. Furthermore, such duels are typically employed in scenarios involving multiple combatants, rendering them particularly brutal and sanguinary. In recent years, it has become increasingly rare to hear of such dueling practices. Li Feiyu elaborated slowly and in detail. After absorbing this information, Han Li furrowed his brow, and upon grasping the nature of the deadly contract duel, he found Wang Juechu's sudden proposal for such a death match rather unconvincing. To him, this type of duel appeared to be a path to mutual destruction. Why engage in such folly? It would be far more prudent to allow the enemy to depart swiftly, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. All right, I agree to proceed with the deadly contract duel. After much deliberation, Jia Tianlong's gaze traversed the figure of the golden-clad man several times before he finally reached a resolution. It must be understood that while the adversary seeks to exploit this opportunity to eliminate me, I too harbor intentions to eradicate the remaining elite of the seven mystic sect in one fell swoop. Jia Tianlong is acutely aware of Wang Juechu's calculations. The latter is merely relying on the backing of 3 obscure masters. Alas, Jia has long been informed of the details through covert operatives and has prepared accordingly. With the presence of a cultivator skilled in flying sword techniques as his trump card, coupled with his strategic foresight, he possesses over a 90% chance of emerging victorious from the death duel. As long as he can eliminate Wang Juechu along with the remaining experts of the 7 mystic sect during the confrontation, the failure of this scheme would bear no consequence. For should he choose to attack again, the opponent would certainly lack the capacity to resist. It is essential to recognize that the cultivation of a formidable expert cannot be accomplished in merely a year or 2. Thus, the always prudent Jia Tianlong is willing to take this risk and has resolutely agreed to sign the death contract. Lord Wang, according to the rules of the death duel, since you proposed the time and place for the duel and I raised no objections, the number of combatants and the method should be determined by you, correct? Jia Tianlong remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Humph. Indeed, Wang Juechu reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I request that the number of duelists be 100, with 50 from each side. Engaging in a free-for-all battle, Jia Tianlong boldly stated his demands. 50 participants? A free-for-all? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Juechu's otherwise icy visage. Typically, in a death duel, both parties, wary of sustaining severe injuries, would limit their numbers to 20 or 30 at most. The free-for-all format is rarely employed, with one-on-one duels being the most common. However, having initiated the challenge, he could not retract his proposal, and he held unwavering confidence in his 3 masters, believing that even in a chaotic melee, victory would certainly be his. Moreover, the cost of eliminating Jia Tianlong would be deemed worthwhile. Once this cunning leader of the wolf pack is vanquished, it is expected that his rebellious subordinates would soon fracture and engage in infighting for leadership, leaving the significantly weakened 7 mystic sect with an opportunity to catch their breath. With this thought in mind, Wang Juechu nodded in agreement to the terms. Bring forth the arena for the death duel. Prepare the death contract. He commanded sharply to those behind him. With his command, over 30 well-dressed disciples rushed forth from the main hall. These individuals remained silent, swiftly setting up the arena for the duel using wooden stakes and ropes. Their agile movements indicated that they were all well-trained, not mere low-ranking disciples of the 7 mystic sect. As the duel arena was being marked out, Li Feiyu, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to Han Li and asked, "Are we to remain hidden here, doing nothing while we watch them duel? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "What is inappropriate about it? Your little lover is currently in no danger. She is quite safe. Once their duel concludes, we shall seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of the wild wolf gang's retreat to discreetly rescue Miss Zhang. Subsequently, the 2 of you shall abscond to a remote location, one where they cannot find you, thus sparing you the fate of becoming a scapegoat for the grave misdeeds you cannot bear." Han Li spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing a waning sense of allegiance to the 7 mysteries sect. "Isn't this akin to eloping?" "No, Xiu'er would never consent." Li Feiyu vehemently shook his head. "Then simply render her unconscious and forcibly take her away, ensuring that the deed is done," Han Li replied nonchalantly. Li Feiyu was left speechless, staring blankly at Han Li in frustration. At that moment, the sect leader Wang received 2 crimson documents, the fateful contracts, from a disciple. He retained one for himself while instructing another to deliver the second to the opposing Jia Tianlong. Upon receiving it, Jia Tianlong's expression grew solemn. He cautiously opened the document, meticulously reviewing its contents before nodding in satisfaction and closing it once more. He then began to select the death warriors for the impending battle. After careful consideration, he chose 13 elite fighters from the Wild Wolf gang, alongside several capable members from the smaller factions, knowing that regardless of their willingness, once they signed the death contract, they would fight fervently to preserve their lives. The remaining participants would be composed of his trusted iron guards, with the esteemed Jin Guangshangren also slated to join, as he anticipated the formidable prowess of his sword techniques. As Jia Tianlong busied himself, Wang Juechu had returned to the stone hall, the duration of his absence shrouded in mystery, presumably contemplating the selection of participants for the deadly confrontation. When the arena was finally completed, sect leader Wang emerged with 300 or 400 individuals from within the hall. Among them were men and women of various ages, each exuding a spirited aura, their steps resolute, evidently the elite of the 7 mysteries sect. Most concerning to Jia Tianlong were the three individuals who trailed closely behind Wang Juechu. One was clad in scholarly robes, exuding an air of intellect. Another was a towering figure, bare-chested, with a fierce beard that spoke of rugged strength. The last was a stoic figure dressed in gray, bearing a long sword upon his back. At first glance, they appeared to be middle-aged, yet upon closer inspection, their features bore the weight of ages, embodying a wisdom typically associated with those in their twilight years. Jia Tianlong understood that these three were undoubtedly the esteemed uncles of Wang Juechu, indicating the adversary's resolve to leave nothing unattempted in this confrontation. With this realization, he turned to the diminutive Jin Guang Shangren beside him, gesturing towards the trio. What do you make of those three? Do you believe they can be subdued? Merely a few ordinary mortals, Jin Guang Shangren replied confidently. Once my sword takes flight, their lives will be forfeit. What is there to fear? Do you doubt my capabilities? The venerable Jin Guang cast a piercing glare, his displeasure evident, the tone of his voice rather unkind. Nay, I beg your pardon. I merely inquired casually, esteemed master. Please do not take it to heart. Jia Tianlong quickly donned a smile, fearful of offending his most formidable ally at that moment. Humph. Upon hearing these words, the anger of the dwarf began to dissipate. Observing this, Jia Tianlong finally felt a measure of relief. Indeed, this Grand Master was not easily appeased. He stifled a wry smile and promptly turned, loudly proclaiming, "Are we prepared? Let us commence the signing of the life and death contract." At the sound of his command, the members of the wolf pack participating in the deadly confrontation began to solemnly inscribe their names on the contract, pledging their resolve. Meanwhile, Wang Juechu, equally unwilling to be outdone, coldly declared, signed the life and death contract. Instantly, several dozen chosen warriors emerged from the ranks of the Seven Mysteries sect, ready to affix their signatures to the death pact. As these individuals stepped forward, Hanli naturally directed his gaze towards them, searching for any familiar faces in the crowd. He spotted three uncles of the sect leader but paid them little mind, swiftly glancing past them until his attention fell upon an elderly man clad in a green robe. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Hanli could not help but exclaim, "Elderly." This individual was none other than Elderly, the master of Marong, whom Hanli had previously saved. To discover that he was among those participating in this deadly duel was beyond his expectations. Regaining his composure, Hanli quickly turned to vigorously pat Li Feiyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Did you see? Elderly is also here. He too intends to sign the life and death contract." Li Feiyu stood motionless, his expression blank as he gazed into the distance, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's words. "What is the matter?" Han Li inquired, taken aback. Even if Elderly were to sign the life and death contract, there was no need for such a reaction. He found it perplexing. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu finally turned his gaze back to Han Li, staring at him with a dazed expression as he uttered words that left Han Li momentarily stunned. "Xiu'er is also here. She too intends to partake in the death match." After speaking, Li Feiyu's face immediately darkened. "Where?" Han Li, regaining his senses, quickly asked. "There." Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally spotted the pallid face of Zhang Xiu'er in a corner of the crowd, standing alongside two other female companions who were also participating in the deadly duel. Dressed in a silken white gown, with her lips slightly pursed, she resembled a delicate white flower, radiating an air of fragility. How could someone as gentle as Miss Zhang possibly take part in such a bloody confrontation? Has the Wang family lost their senses? Han Li marveled in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Xiu'er is also a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Did I not mention this to you? Li Feiyu replied with a wry smile, revealing news that greatly astonished Han Li. Han Li fell into a contemplative silence. Evidently, the remnants of skilled masters within the Seven Mysterious sect are few, and their sect leader exhibits no inclination for compassion. In a bid to secure victory in the impending battle, they have even dispatched someone as delicate as Zhang Xiu'er, indicating their willingness to stake everything. "Brother, I shall dispense with idle chatter. I wish to be with Xiu'er, so take care of yourself," Li Feiyu said softly, embracing Han Li's shoulder before turning to merge with the crowd. Having taken but a few steps, he heard a gentle sigh behind him. The breeze stirred, and beside him appeared Han Li. "What is the big deal? It's merely a life or death duel. Such trivialities do not intimidate me. As we are friends, I shall lend you this small favor," Han Li replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu, without hesitation, playfully thumped his chest and murmured, Good brother. Thank you. Han Li remained silent, yet smiling. As he had stated himself, his reasons for following were twofold: his deep-rooted bond with Li Feiyu, which made him reluctant to watch his friend venture into danger alone, and his own audacity, as he did not perceive the so-called masters of the Wild Wolf Gang as a significant threat to someone who had mastered the fireball technique and the wind control technique. Furthermore, he was somewhat eager to test the limits of his current prowess. The two strode purposefully through the crowd, directly approaching Wang Juechu. En route, they tore the garments of the Broken Water sect from their bodies, revealing the attire of the 7 mysterious sect beneath. Their sudden appearance and transformation caused astonishment among those present, leaving both sides momentarily speechless, allowing them to reach Wang Juechu with ease. Leaderly, Dr. Han. Several disciples of the 7 mysterious sect recognized the two prominent figures and exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Xiu'er, upon seeing Li Feiyu, was overwhelmed with joy, her charming face alight with delight. Had it not been for the throng of people, she might have rushed into her beloved's embrace to pour out her heart. Wang, the sect leader, also recognized them, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise at their unexpected arrival. Deputy Leader Li Feiyu, I salute you, he greeted warmly. We wish to sign a life-or-death contract and participate in the blood duel. We hope for your approval, Li Feiyu stated directly, not waiting for questions. Han Li stood silently beside him, appearing as though he were merely following Li Feiyu's lead. Upon hearing Li Feiyu's declaration, the reprimands that had risen to Wang's throat were swallowed back, a hint of warmth breaking through his icy demeanor. Excellent. It is indeed commendable to have such loyal disciples in our 7 mysterious sect. With Deputy Leader Li joining the duel, our chances of victory have undoubtedly increased. However, Dr. Han should refrain from participating. Your medical skills are invaluable to our sect, and any unfortunate event during the duel would result in a great loss. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled gently. Before Li Feiyu could provide an explanation, he swayed slightly, and, beneath the very gaze of Wang, vanished without a trace. The leader of the Wang sect was taken aback, and just as he was about to look around, he heard the languid voice of Han Li behind him. I wonder if my skills are worthy of the leader's attention. Even in a life-or-death struggle, I believe I possess the ability to protect myself. I humbly request your support for my unwavering loyalty. The leader's heart sank in alarm. He never expected Han Li, renowned for his medical expertise within the sect, to possess such terrifying agility, having silently approached from behind without him noticing. What an astonishing skill. Who is this individual? What ulterior motives could he have for lurking within our sect? A torrent of dreadful thoughts surged through Wang Juechu's mind. He turned around to observe Han Li, who still bore an innocuous demeanor, and instinctively glanced toward his 3 senior uncles. Their expressions shifted subtly, and a look of shock flickered in their eyes, clearly indicating that they were also wary of Dr. Han's formidable abilities. A myriad of conflicting thoughts swirled within the leader's mind before he ultimately resolved to act. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter and, with a warm tone, said, Since Dr. Han is so sincerely devoted to our sect, how could I, as the leader, refuse? He then gestured for the 2 weakest disciples from the original group to step back, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to join the ranks, and instructed them to be the first to inscribe their names in black ink on the blood-red contract, thus marking them as the initial participants in the deadly duel. The farce unfolding at the Qixuan sect was clearly observed by Jia Tianlong. Although he was somewhat surprised by the addition of 2 formidable opponents, he remained unconcerned, for he believed that mere mortals could never withstand the sword techniques of the Golden Light Master. Once both sides had signed the death contracts and exchanged the documents, the blood feud, where only one side could emerge alive, was finally set to commence. In the center of the arena stood the Golden Light Master, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by members of the Wolf Gang. Prior to entering the arena, he had assured Jia Tianlong that he alone could vanquish all participants from the Qixuan sect. Naturally, in exchange for his comprehensive services, the previously promised sum of 5,000 taels of gold had now escalated to 8,000. The thought of such a substantial reward ignited a fervor within the Golden Light Master, who cast a disdainful glance at the opposing crowd, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to eliminate them all. Han Li, however, did not stand alongside Li Feiyu, but instead positioned himself at the opposite end of the crowd. Li Feiyu was engrossed in a clandestine conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, sharing intimate whispers typical of young lovers. Han Li, possessing a sense of decorum, refrained from intruding upon their private moment. It was perplexing to him how this pair of young romantics could engage in such tender exchanges in a life-and-death scenario. A hint of envy stirred within him. Returning to his senses, Han Li, like the others, regarded the diminutive figure across the way with curiosity. The members of the wolf gang had retreated behind him, leaving this seemingly unremarkable little man to lead the charge. It was truly inconceivable. Could it be that this gnome possesses some extraordinary skills? Han Li blinked, pondering this thought. The leader of the Wang sect evidently shared Han Li's sentiments. He refrained from allowing others to rush in and instead sent forth a single, blade-wielding guardian to confront the enigmatic figure. It appeared he wished to ascertain the stranger's true capabilities before devising further plans to avoid any unforeseen casualties. Although the duel was to be conducted in a chaotic manner, it was entirely reasonable for both sides to engage in a one-on-one confrontation under such circumstances. Thus, the leader acted accordingly. Upon observing that only one individual was approaching him from the opposing crowd, the Golden Light Master grasped the implications of the situation. He emitted a series of unsettling chuckles, his voice reminiscent of a broken gong, causing discomfort to all who heard it. The guardian dispatched to protect his sect was a robust man in his 30s, exuding an air of ferocity. His hand, tightly gripping the sword, was adorned with prominent veins, a clear indication of his prowess in close combat. Despite the grotesque laughter, he maintained a steady demeanor, suggesting his extensive experience in battle. As the formidable warrior closed the distance, the Golden Light Master ceased his laughter. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe, which shimmered with a golden hue, intricately inscribed with golden characters and patterns, signifying its considerable worth. Ignoring the approaching warrior, the gnome held the talisman in one hand and began to chant an incantation. Although the guardian from the Qishuan sect was perplexed by the gnome's peculiar behavior, his vast experience in combat told him that he must not allow the gnome to complete whatever he was attempting, lest it prove detrimental to him. Acting on instinct, he lunged forward with remarkable speed, closing the gap between them in mere strides. He swung his steel blade with a glint of cold light, striking down with considerable force. Just as the blade was about to descend upon the Golden Light Master, the incantation reached its conclusion. In a sudden motion, the gnome slapped the talisman against his body, unleashing a blinding, radiant golden light from the point of contact. This dazzling golden glow temporarily blinded the robust warrior, obscuring his vision. Yet, he remained composed. His blade still descended with relentless force. A resounding clash echoed throughout the arena as metal met metal. The warrior felt a surge of heat in his grip, nearly losing his weapon. Startled, he realized the precariousness of his situation, and though his sight remained impaired, he instinctively retreated several paces, halting only when he had established a defensive stance. At that moment, he heard a collective gasp from the spectators, a sound that heightened his anxiety. Eager to discern the unfolding mystery, he was relieved as his vision finally returned to normal. He quickly focused his gaze on the scene before him. In the distance, a dwarf stood motionless, enveloped in a radiant golden aura that resembled a thick armor, shielding him from the elements. It appeared that the previous strike had merely struck the golden barrier, failing to injure the dwarf. This golden light was as impervious as iron, rendering the attack futile. Although the burly guardian was well versed in various encounters, he was still taken aback by this unprecedented spectacle. Gripping his steel blade, he found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The astonishment was not limited to him. All present at Sunset Peak were equally bewildered. It is essential to understand that tales of cultivators were scarce in the martial world, particularly in such a remote locale, leaving most people mystified by this extraordinary phenomenon. Imbued with an air of profound mystery, while Jia Tianlong reveled in secret delight, and the members of the Qishuan sect exchanged bewildered glances, Han Li, standing at the back of the crowd, was considerably more astonished than the rest. He was likely the only individual on the entire mountain, aside from the dwarf, with any understanding of such spells. Clearly, the dwarf was employing a charm akin to the spirit-fixing talisman, albeit seemingly of a higher grade. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Han Li quietly recited the incantation for the Heavenly Eye technique, discreetly activating it upon himself before hastily turning his gaze toward the dwarf. Beneath the golden radiance, he discerned faint wisps of white light surrounding the dwarf, which paled significantly in comparison to the golden glow. Had he not been intent on searching, he might have overlooked it entirely. This dwarf was, surprisingly, a cultivator with far less power than Han Li. This revelation brought Han Li a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that even as a novice, his prowess surpassed that of the dwarf, indicating that the dwarf was also a half-hearted practitioner. The concern arose from uncertainty regarding the breadth and potency of the dwarf's spells, leaving Han Li to ponder whether he could adequately contend with them. Chapter 89. The Spear and the Shield. Han Li glanced at sect leader Wang, who wore a grim expression as he conferred with three seasoned individuals nearby, seemingly troubled by the golden light surrounding the dwarf. The golden figure erupted into laughter, tilting his head back and sneering, "I stand here unmovable, allowing you to attack freely. If anyone can breach my indestructible golden barrier, I might just spare your lives." With that, he resumed his boisterous mockery. The dwarf's declaration ignited the fury of the Qishuan sect disciples, who had previously harbored some trepidation towards the golden shield. Several formidable fighters surged forward, intent on confronting the dwarf, but were halted by sect leader Wang. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the guardian back, then whispered a few words to the burly man among the trio beside him. The man nodded resolutely and strode confidently toward the dwarf. The dwarf regarded the burly man before him, his face adorned with a thick beard, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Having been ridiculed since childhood for his naturally flawed stature, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who were tall and imposing, and this man was no exception. He contemplated the cruel methods he might employ to torment his adversary. This man, bearing his chest, was one of the three uncles of Wang Juechu. Despite his rugged appearance, he had long surpassed the age of 60, once a renowned warrior of the Qishuan sect who had slain countless foes. He was cautious in the face of the peculiar golden barrier. He meticulously observed the golden radiance and the figure encased within, then broke into a grin, suddenly extending two fingers to lightly flick the barrier, producing a clear, resonant sound. The man's flippant gesture incited the golden figure's wrath. With a chilling tone, he exclaimed, "You brutish fool, do you wish for this master to hasten your transition to the next life?" The man, unfazed by the words, stepped to the side of the dwarf, then lifted his leg, positioning himself behind him. Thus, he circled the golden figure, gradually increasing the size and speed of his movements, until his form became a mere blur, indistinguishable to the eye. The golden figure, disoriented by the incessant circling, felt his anger swell. Without a moment's contemplation, he reached into his robe as if to retrieve something. The bearded man, observing the other's actions, suddenly let out a powerful roar, reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl. Deep and resonant, it reverberated around the sunset peak, causing the ears of all present to ring and the leaves of nearby trees to tremble. Upon hearing the roar, the golden figure was momentarily stunned, his limbs rendered weak, and his hand, once reaching into his robe, could not retract. In an instant, a series of sharp cracking sounds erupted from the man's body, each one crisp and increasingly urgent, culminating in a barrage that drowned out the roar. When the man circled back in front of the dwarf, he halted, and both the roar and the cracking sounds ceased abruptly. As the onlookers emerged from their stupor, they realized the man had inexplicably grown in size, his chest and arms bulging with muscles that gleamed like black iron. In comparison to the dwarf, he now appeared as a giant. Seizing the moment, the golden figure finally extracted a long, dark wooden box from his robe, which bore a sealing talisman, seemingly containing something of great significance. Before the dwarf could tear away the talisman, the giant man, with a hand like a palm fan, ruthlessly struck the golden barrier with a powerful fist, causing the golden radiance to shimmer and warp, leaving the dwarf swaying, unable to steady himself to remove the talisman. The golden light master felt a surge of dread. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the golden shield enveloping him. The fact that this man could distort it demanded an immense strength. His previous contempt swiftly dissipated, and his hands moved with greater urgency as he tore at the talisman paper. With a rip, the talisman was finally wrenched away, and a flicker of joy crossed the golden light master's face. Yet, he was abruptly met with a series of resounding impacts echoing from the shield, causing his body to sway uncontrollably until he ultimately collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, he realized the man before him was employing both hands and feet, launching a relentless onslaught against the golden shield. The protective barrier, akin to dough being kneaded, buckled and contorted with each punch and kick, trembling as if it might shatter at any instant under the force of the assault. Witnessing this spectacle, the golden light master's countenance transformed drastically. He could no longer maintain the composure expected of a celestial master. In a flurry of panic, he began to chant incantations, but alas, in his tumult, he faltered repeatedly. Yielding no results, the dark box remained unyielding. Watching this unfold, Jia Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. He was rendered speechless not only by the Golden Light Master's foolishness, but also by the astonishing martial prowess of Wang Juechu, his esteemed senior. Having personally tested the might of the Golden Light Master's shield, he knew it to be impervious, resilient against blades and flames, as unyielding as adamant. Yet now, this luminous shield trembled under the onslaught, pliable to the whims of the assailant's strikes. Such a feat was inconceivable. The man's skills were indeed enigmatic. The thought of two more equally formidable experts lurking nearby filled Jia Tianlong with a sense of regret for his reckless agreement to engage in a life-and-death duel. It became clear to him why the adversaries had been so confident in their challenge. With such monstrous allies at their back, he too would have been eager for a bloodletting. Contemplating this, he glanced at the beleaguered dwarf, pondering whether he ought to send assistance to this prominent celestial master, lest he perish without even deploying his signature sword technique. Chapter 90. The Flying Sword from an External Perspective. The man in the throes of violent assault appeared to hold the upper hand. Yet unbeknownst to all, this seemingly indomitable figure was secretly lamenting his plight. Each punch he delivered caused the golden shield to cave in, making it seem like the shattering of his opponent's defense was merely a matter of time. However, what few realized was that each contact with the golden light resulted in a tenacious rebound force, and as his strikes intensified, so too did the severity of this recoil. His hands and feet throbbed with pain, and he anticipated that the moment he ceased his efforts, they would swell dramatically. Moreover, the golden light proved remarkably resilient. The areas he had dented would revert to their original form the moment he withdrew, as if they had never been struck at all. Even though the man relentlessly attacked the same spot, he merely maintained the indentation without penetrating any further. Thus, his vigorous strikes persisted for a considerable duration, causing the golden shield to tremble ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. However, at that moment, the thoughts of all present underwent a complete transformation. They comprehended that the man could not breach the protective barrier, and his immense strength could only induce slight vibrations without obliterating it entirely. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the idea of sending someone forward, but even the dwarf himself grew composed. Yet, due to the earlier embarrassment, the expression of the Golden Light Master betrayed a hint of humiliation, and his gaze towards the man turned increasingly malevolent. Nevertheless, having been subjected to continuous assaults and unable to maintain his stance, he found his spells faltering during this time. Thus, he ceased his incantations. Fixing his gaze intently upon the adversary, muttering curses in an incomprehensible dialect, the man, seemingly oblivious to these changes, continued his fervent assault on the golden shield, even as onlookers assumed he would not relent until utterly exhausted. With a resounding crash, after exerting all his strength in a flurry of 2 punches and a kick, the man abruptly turned and fled, his enormous frame surprisingly swift. This unexpected maneuver astonished the spectators, who soon erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The Golden Light Master was momentarily stunned but quickly erupted in fury. He hastily seated himself cross-legged, positioning the black box across his lap, and began to chant fervently. His fingers raised to his chest, assumed an odd posture, trembling with effort as if each digit bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. At this juncture, the man was only a few paces away from the primary formation of the Seven Xian sect, poised to rejoin the throng. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him, and he noticed the expressions of Wang Juechu and others shift dramatically, as they simultaneously cried out a warning. Alarm surged within him. He swiftly darted to the left. Glancing back, a grayish light, like a bolt of lightning, whizzed past the very spot where he had just stood. His heart raced, yet he soon felt a sense of relief. Having evaded the hidden projectile, he believed he could reunite with his 2 fellow disciples and rest easy. Before he could complete this thought, a searing pain erupted in his right arm. He instinctively glanced down, but before he could comprehend the situation, a chorus of gasps filled the air, including the anxious voices of his 2 brothers. Bewildered, he paused momentarily, and just then, a flash of light appeared before him. A gray projectile piercing through his chest, precisely resembling the hidden weapon he had narrowly evaded. Shock and rage coursed through him. He attempted to utter a word, but his body collapsed to the ground. It It was then he realized that his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. What had transpired? With a heart full of questions and indignation, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As the man lay on the brink of death, he remained utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. However, the onlookers from the wolf pack and the Seven Mysteries sect observed everything with clarity. They witnessed a gray beam of light emanating from the black box, following the gnome's incantation. The beam circled above the gnome's head before darting toward the man, guided by the gnome's pointed finger. Although the man, quick-witted, managed to tilt his body and evade the initial strike aimed at his chest, the gray light grazed his shoulder, causing his arm to silently fall away. Unbeknownst to him, the beam's sharpness had rendered him oblivious to this occurrence. Then, a more shocking event unfolded. After eluding the initial attack, the gray beam, propelled by the gnome's finger, made a sudden sharp turn and charged back toward the man, resulting in his untimely demise. As he was completely unprepared, the spectators were left in a state of shock, their gazes collectively drawn to the gray light that had returned to hover above the gnome's head. The term flying sword involuntarily surfaced in the minds of many. Though they were unaware of the existence of cultivators, they had certainly heard numerous legends about flying swords. This gray beam bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords wielded by legendary sword immortals. Could it be that this seemingly inconspicuous gnome was, in fact, a legendary sword immortal? Most of the onlookers regarded the golden-clad figure with a sense of awe, for the title of sword immortal held considerable weight among mortals. The golden figure stood tall and proud, displaying an air of superiority as he manipulated the gray light, transforming it into a long, serpentine form that elicited gasps of admiration from the wolf pack, while the Seven Mysteries sect fell into a suffocating silence. If the morale of Jia Tianlong's faction soared due to the support of a sword immortal, the Seven Mysteries sect found themselves engulfed in confusion, their fighting spirit significantly diminished. In contrast, Han Li was the sole individual in the crowd who felt a surge of elation upon witnessing the gray light. He recognized that the incantation and gestures employed by the golden figure to command the gray light were identical to the object manipulation techniques he had mastered. While he could not ascertain whether the gray beam was indeed a flying sword, he was certain it was a manifestation of the very technique he had learned. At that moment, Han Li's mind was consumed with thoughts of murder and treasure, and his fascination with cultivators had grown ever deeper. Chapter 91. The treasure heist. Just as the gnome reveled in his triumph, and Han Li plotted his schemes, two figures leapt from the ranks of the Seven Mysteries sect. Without uttering a word, they charged toward the gnome with the speed of the wind. These were the remaining two uncles of Wang Juechu. Their faces were etched with sorrow, clearly devastated by the death of the robust man. Thus, their hatred for the golden figure was palpable, and they cared not whether the gnome was truly a sword immortal. Their sole desire was to avenge their fallen comrade. Wang, the sect leader, initially intended to dissuade their reckless actions, but upon reflection, he realized that this gnome, who wielded supernatural powers, would inevitably face these two uncles, who were the only ones capable of posing a threat to him. Rather than attempting to intervene now, it would be more prudent to allow the disciples to settle their vendetta while their hearts are ablaze with a thirst for vengeance. With this thought in mind, Wang Juechu swallowed the words he had intended to call back. The Golden Light Master, having learned from a recent lesson, dared not underestimate his opponent this time. He summoned the gray light, directing it towards the two adversaries with a pointed finger, causing it to transform into a long arc that soared across the expanse. As the gray light approached, the scholar among the two opponents raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion of his hand, released a slender silver thread from his sleeve. This thread met the gray light head-on, momentarily halting its advance. However, the gray radiance continued its course, seemingly unaffected, indicating that the silver thread had little impact. While others were unable to discern the nature of the silver thread, Han Li, endowed with extraordinary vision from his Changchun technique, clearly recognized it as a series of interconnected silver needles. He marveled at the scholar's ability to launch such delicate projectiles with such force, piquing his curiosity. The scholar, noticing that the silver thread had failed, remained unfazed. He bent his body and suddenly began to spin like a top, releasing a multitude of icy glimmers in various sizes. These icy shards split into two paths. One stream transformed into a silver torrent that collided with the gray light, creating a cacophony of sounds as it held the gray radiance suspended in midair. The other stream hurtled towards the dwarf, striking the golden shield above with a resounding clatter, creating a spectacular display. The icy stream that clashed with the gray light shed fragments as it descended, yet their incomplete state obscured their original form. In contrast, the projectiles rebounding from the golden shield were intact and varied, comprising throwing knives, bodhi seeds, iron lotus seeds, gold coins, and an assortment of other concealed weaponry, including some unfamiliar items. The Golden Light Master paused momentarily, but swiftly dismissed the significance of these mundane weapons, believing they would not withstand his treasure for long. A thunderous roar echoed through the arena, startling everyone present. It was then that they noticed the gray-clad figure, who had initially rushed out alongside the scholar, had unsheathed a treasured sword from his back and was now advancing towards the gray light, the sword's tip emanating a chilling white glow that extended over 2 inches, fluctuating ominously. The name of this supreme sword technique, coveted by all sword wielders, was suddenly shouted by an unknown voice. An explosion of excitement rippled through the crowd. If the flying sword was merely a legend, then the sword's radiance was a myth of the martial world, the aspiration of every swordsman. Now, with both the flying sword and sword's radiance manifesting and on the verge of confrontation, how could the spectators not feel their blood surge with fervor, sensing a life well lived? At this moment, Jia Tianlong felt not exhilaration, but rather a chill coursing through him, drenched in cold sweat. He realized the meaning of hindsight, filled with dread. Although he had previously known that the Qishuan sect concealed 3 formidable masters, he had never anticipated that one could wield a sword's radiance to such an extent. If this time he had not summoned the celestial cultivator, Jing Guangshangran, it is likely that the mere presence of the gray-clad man, who could unleash sword radiance, would have been sufficient to annihilate everyone on his side. As Jia Tianlong's face turned pale with fear, the gray-clad man approached beneath the gray light. At that moment, it was unclear whether the scholar had intentionally ceased his spinning or if his concealed weapons had genuinely been exhausted. Suddenly, the scholar's form stopped moving, and the silver flow crowned by the gray light was interrupted. With no resistance, the gray light descended mercilessly upon the gray-clad man's head. Holding his sword with both hands, the gray-clad man leaped into the air, undaunted. He swung his sword fiercely downwards towards the gray light. With a clear sound, the gray-clad man fell from midair to the ground, staggering several steps backward. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning wan and feeble. The tip of his long sword, 3 inches long, had mysteriously vanished, leaving it blunt. The gray light, having received this blow, fell to the ground like a bird struck by a bullet. Yet even so, it retained its brilliance, still pulsating and stretching on the ground, exuding an air of vitality. Witnessing this spectacle, both Jia Tianlong's group and the people of the 7 Xian sect gasped in astonishment. However, the 7 Xian sect members were filled with elation, while Jia Tianlong's side was steeped in worry. The scholar, too, was overjoyed, glancing at the weary gray-clad man and then at the dwarf. He hesitated briefly before swiftly darting towards the dwarf, intent on eliminating the formidable enemy first, before the scholar could float away a few steps. A loud shout from the gray-clad man erupted behind him, urging him to dodge. Startled, the scholar sought to react but felt a chill at his neck. The gray light zipped past his eyes, and he then saw a headless body run a few steps forward before collapsing to the ground. That silhouette appeared eerily familiar. Just as the scholar thought this, he completely lost consciousness. At this moment, Jing Guangshangren was brimming with arrogance, commanding the gray light that had leapt from the ground once more, directing it towards the only surviving gray-clad man among the 3 great masters. Pleased with himself for having cleverly dispatched the scholar, he contemplated finishing off the remaining members of the 7 Xian sect. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the opposite crowd. "You, this flying thing, I find quite appealing. How about you come over for me to play with?" Before the words could fully register, he felt a surge of immense spiritual power attach itself to the gray light, forcibly severing his connection to it and wresting control away. The gray light, initially aimed at the gray-clad man, made a sudden turn in the air, veering awkwardly towards the crowd on the opposite side. Wherever the gray light passed, chaos ensued as people scrambled to evade it. Yet amidst the commotion, a seemingly ordinary youth, appearing merely 17 or 18 years old, stood rooted to the spot. He flashed a smile at Jing Guangshangran, revealing teeth as white as his dark skin was contrasting, then pointed at the gray light, which obediently descended into his hand. "A cultivator. The dwarf felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning pale as a ghost. Chapter 92. Sword symbol. All who witnessed this scene questioned whether they were seeing things. Initially, onlookers believed that the dwarf had changed his mind, intending to eliminate the less skilled disciples before returning to confront the gray-clad figure. However, to their astonishment, the gray light, upon entering the throng, was effortlessly seized by an apparently ordinary disciple with a mere gesture. This was utterly incredulous. In the vicinity of the Seven Mysteries sect, including the sect leader Wang and the gray-clad individual, there was a palpable mix of surprise and elation at this unexpected turn of events. In the throes of joy, Wang Juechu felt immensely grateful for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the deadly confrontation. He understood that the survival of everyone in this perilous contest, as well as the future of the Seven Mysteries sect, now hinged entirely upon the suddenly enigmatic figure of Dr. Han. At this moment, Li Feiyu, who had a slight understanding of Han Li, stood agape, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Although he was aware that his friend was somewhat exceptional, the fact that he could effortlessly seize a celestial flying sword from the likes of a sword immortal left him in a state of bewilderment, akin to a dream. As for Zhang Xiu'er, elderly, and Jia Tianlong across the way, they were equally stupefied, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Many gazes, filled with fear, doubt, and wonder, converged upon Han Li, who maintained an air of composure, smiling serenely as though he were entirely unfazed by the multitude of stares. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath Han Li's calm exterior lay a tumultuous heart brimming with frustration. Heaven knows that he had not intended to act at this moment. His original plan had been to wait until the dwarf let his guard down and remove the golden barrier before launching a surprise attack. In that scenario, he would have stealthily approached from behind and dispatched his foe with a mere fireball. However, fate had other designs. Han Li, enticed by the sight of the gray light flitting about, had unwittingly employed the material manipulation technique he had practiced countless times, resulting in the effortless acquisition of the object. The simplicity of this feat was astonishing. He merely extended his spiritual energy over the gray light, effortlessly erasing the dwarf's spiritual presence and establishing a connection between himself and the gray light. Under his command, the gray light fluttered towards him like a toddler taking its first steps, and he successfully claimed it. Now, while Han Li reveled in his unanticipated triumph, a thread of concern lingered in his mind about facing the dwarf directly. He was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding his ability to breach the dwarf's formidable defenses. The only source of confidence he possessed was the profound depth of his own spiritual energy, which far surpassed that of his adversary. Yet, outwardly, no hint of worry could be discerned on Han Li's face. He understood that psychological dominance could translate into tangible advantages in combat, enhancing his chances of victory, an insight gleaned from the Blink Sword Manual. Thus, upon observing the dwarf's apprehensive demeanor, Han Li exhibited an air of assuredness, leisurely toying with the newly acquired treasure. In his hand, the gray light shimmered with a captivating fluidity, its chilling radiance rendering its true shape elusive. Han Li glanced up at the pallid-faced gnome, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Enveloping his hands with magical energy, he gently rubbed the gray light between his palms, causing its brilliance to dissipate and reveal its true form. To his surprise, it was a talisman, a peculiar one adorned with the image of a small gray sword. The small sword depicted on the talisman was intricately carved, almost lifelike, and even without the aid of magical energy, it emitted a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of an extraordinary weapon, exuding a chilling aura. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evidently not a flying sword or any kind of magical treasure. Although it possessed an oddity, it was still merely a piece of talisman paper. However, recalling the talisman's formidable prowess when unleashed, he felt a flicker of consolation, for he had witnessed its power firsthand, and it would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. He discreetly tucked the talisman into his robe, wary of using it ostentatiously in front of its original owner, uncertain of any potential tricks that might have been employed upon it. Moreover, his manipulation skills had yet to be honed through practical experience. And even if he were to use the talisman at that moment, he doubted it would inflict any harm on the gnome. The golden-clad figure stared in disbelief as Han Li pocketed his treasure, rage boiling within him, yet he lacked the courage to confront him. After all, the ease with which Han Li had dispelled the talisman's spiritual energy indicated that his magical prowess was at least several times more profound. leaving the gnome with no inclination to engage in battle. Observing the gnome's timid demeanor, Han Li realized he had thoroughly intimidated him. And the gnome remained oblivious to his true capabilities, emboldening Han Li's resolve. He decided to wield his newfound influence, employing the wind control technique. He flickered forward and stood before the gnome. The golden-clad figure, startled by Han Li's elusive presence, felt a surge of fear and instinctively stepped back, timidly muttering, "What do you intend to do? I have not encroached upon the local resources, nor have I plucked any spiritual herbs. I have merely gathered some mundane gold, and I have not violated the interests of your family. You have no reason to slay me." Han Li, upon hearing this, secretly rejoiced, realizing that the gnome had mistakenly perceived him as a member of a certain cultivation family. His confidence swelled further. With a feigned casual smile, he asked in a mysterious tone, "May I inquire as to who you are? Why do you involve yourself in the affairs of mortals, disrupting the local secular order? This poses quite a challenge for our family." Upon hearing the gentleness in Han Li's tone, the gnome's spirits lifted, and after a few quick glances, he hastily retreated, saying, "I am a disciple of the Yi family from Qin Yi Ridge, merely passing through. I assisted the leader of the Wild Wolf gang out of a sense of old friendship, and I never intended to offend your family. I hope you can forgive me. May I ask the name of your esteemed family? I shall certainly come to express my apologies in the future." Chapter 93. Flames of fury against the foe. When the diminutive figure proclaimed his affiliation with the Yi family, he instinctively puffed out his chest, as if suddenly buoyed by newfound confidence. His voice gained a certain gravitas, indicating that he held considerable faith in the renown of the Qin Yi family. Observing the dwarf's audacity, Han Li discerned that the Qin Yi family must indeed be a prestigious sect of cultivators. However, given that this individual possessed such a formidable lineage yet appeared so flustered at the outset, it suggested that he was either lying or a mere insignificant pawn within his own family, whose fate was of little concern to others. In a matter of moments, Han Li reached a judgment, concluding that eliminating this opponent would not yield significant repercussions. This deduction dispelled the last remnants of his hesitation, and his murderous intent intensified. After all, a cultivator whose magical prowess paled in comparison to his own, and whose demeanor was rather foolish, was a rare find. Even without this deadly confrontation, Han Li would not let such a prime quarry escape his grasp. Furthermore, the dwarf's mannerisms indicated he was not of benevolent character, leaving Han Li with no cause for hesitation. The illustrious Yi family, was it? Han Li feigned astonishment, as if struggling to comprehend. Since the dwarf dared to invoke such a name as a shield, it was likely that his reputation among cultivators was substantial, Han Li mused. Indeed, it is that very Yi family. Since you are aware of its name, I trust you shall not deliberately make things difficult for me. The dwarf, noticing the effectiveness of his bravado, raised his voice considerably. The Yi family? Han Li pretended to deliberate, scratching his head and feigning uncertainty. Seeing this, the dwarf felt a surge of glee and immediately began to plead and threaten, creating a cacophony with his drum, fearful that the tide might turn against him. "How about this? I shall take you to meet the elders of my clan, and they will decide how to handle you." Han Li appeared somewhat troubled as he spoke. "There is no need for such formality. This is merely a trivial matter. If you require the elders to intervene for such a minor issue, it may leave a poor impression, potentially hindering your future prospects." The dwarf, startled by this suggestion, quickly feigned concern and urged caution. At this moment, the Golden Light Master regarded Han Li as a naive youth, believing him to be a sheltered disciple who had only recently ventured into the secular world after years of rigorous training in his family. This also explained why such a young individual possessed such profound magical abilities. "Thank you for your considerate warning." Han Li seemed genuinely touched. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand and retrieved a talisman depicting a small sword from his robe. "As we meet for the first time, your concern for me is most appreciated. Thus, I shall return this precious item to you in its original form." Han Li spoke earnestly, with a hint of reluctance in his expression. The dwarf was overjoyed, not anticipating that the youthful figure before him was so naive as to return the treasure he had just acquired. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing that the other might reconsider, he swiftly formed a seal with his hands and waved them, causing the golden aura enveloping him to shatter and vanish completely. He then extended his hand eagerly to seize the talisman, brazenly proclaiming, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be polite." Just as the dwarf's hand was about to grasp the talisman, Han Li's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he gazed in astonishment behind the dwarf, exclaiming, "Clan leader, what brings you here in person?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf trembled, momentarily forgetting about the treasure, and hurriedly turned to look behind him. He found himself in a state of shock. The area was eerily silent and devoid of any presence. Alarmed, the dwarf, despite his ignorance, realized he had been deceived. Before he could fully turn back, he felt a surge of heat in his chest, followed by a blaze of crimson in his vision, and in an instant, he was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. At that moment, Han Li let out a long sigh of relief, retracting the hand that had just unleashed the small fireball. The seemingly simple act of vanquishing his adversary with a mere fire spell had, in truth, demanded considerable thought and exerted significant pressure on him. Now, having successfully executed the ambush, he felt a wave of quiet satisfaction wash over him, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu, who had witnessed the unfolding events in stark clarity, remained utterly bewildered by the situation. Despite their close proximity, the hushed conversation between Han Li and the dwarf had been inaudible to them, as both parties had taken care to lower their voices, and the onlookers were too far away to discern their words. All they knew was that the dwarf appeared to be somewhat intimidated upon encountering Han Li, and after a brief exchange, he earnestly pleaded with the young man. Ultimately, they observed Han Li seizing the opportunity while the dwarf turned his back, conjuring a small fireball that effortlessly incinerated the formidable ally of the wolf gang, the Golden Light Master, into a mere wisp of white ash. Jia Tianlong's heart was heavy with bitterness, a sensation that penetrated deep into his very core. What had transpired? The previously favorable situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse with the unexpected appearance of this unassuming disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect, spiraling out of control. Even the illustrious Golden Light Master had succumbed to the flames, extinguished beyond recovery. Conversely, Wang Juechu's emotions were in stark contrast to those of his rival. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed Han Li, who was squatting on the ground in an unrefined manner, rummaging through the remnants of the dwarf, his face alight with fervor. In that moment, Han Li too was exhilarated, though not from the thrill of victory. Rather, he was delighted to uncover a few items from the ashes left by the dwarf. There were but a few possessions: a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman, previously wielded by the dwarf, had the ability to emit golden light and form a protective aura. Although he was yet unaware of the incantations required to activate it, Han Li was filled with elation, for what he desperately needed most at present was a means of self-defense. The token is a pitch-black triangular plaque, one side adorned with the ancient golden characters for ascend to immortality, while the other bears a silver character for order. The entire plaque does not resemble metal, yet it possesses a weightiness that suggests significance. Its purpose remains a mystery. As for the book, Han Li initially presumed that since it survived the fireball technique, it must be of no ordinary nature. However, upon turning a few pages, he was surprised to discover that it was a genealogy, specifically, the lineage of the Qin clan. It was unclear what connection it had to the revered Jin Guangshang run, yet it was carried closely. This dwarf claimed to be of the Yi family, yet he possessed a Qin family genealogy. Could he possibly be an illegitimate child of someone from the Yi family? Disappointment washed over Han Li, prompting a somewhat malicious speculation. Chapter 94. Complete victory. Although the 3 items acquired were not immediately usable, Han Li unceremoniously gathered them all. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his attire and, wearing a smile that barely concealed his amusement, cast a glance at Jia Tianlong and the other members of the wolf pack. "Are you planning to sever your own meridians, or shall I assist you on your way?" Han Li's tone was polite, yet the implication left no room for negotiation for the wolf pack members. Upon hearing these words, Jia Tianlong felt an icy chill envelop him, rendering his face rigid with fear. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm, believing there must be a way to handle this individual. Yet, he could not help but wipe his face, revealing a sheen of cold sweat upon his brow. With a bitter smile, he realized he needn't look in a mirror. His complexion was surely ghastly. Straining to turn his neck, he surveyed the surrounding crowd, noting that others, too, wore pale expressions, all reflecting terror and chaos, devoid of any fighting spirit. In his despair, Jia Tianlong glanced toward the Qishuan sect. There stood his nemesis, Wang Juechu, regarding him with a gaze that suggested he was watching a condemned man, while others bore expressions of vindictive satisfaction. Jia Tianlong felt lost. His gaze unconsciously drifted outside the arena, landing upon those loyal subordinates he once trusted. Their expressions varied widely. Some appeared anxious, others indifferent, but a significant number wore smiles of glee, whispering among themselves with evident schadenfreude. No, he could not perish here. He must survive and continue his ambitions of domination. A sudden flicker of madness ignited in Jia Tianlong's eyes, spurred by the sight of a certain individual's expression. Come forth. Iron Guard, prepare the crossbows. Others, assist Qingzi. Jia Tianlong bellowed, channeling his inner strength with fervor. As the leader of the gang, his powerful cry infused the arena with a renewed sense of purpose, awakening those who had been paralyzed by confusion. Whether they were members of the wolf pack or skilled fighters from other smaller factions, they all found their resolve, rolling up their sleeves and assuming a stance of determination for a decisive battle. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, let out a soft hum, and then, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached Jia Tianlong. It seemed that more effort was required. Han Li mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Fire. As soon as Jia Tianlong saw his opponent step within the range of the crossbow, he licked his parched lips and issued the command without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds of steel bolts, shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, shot towards Han Li, saturating the space before him with an impenetrable barrage. An astonishing scene unfolded, Jia Tianlong observed, his heart racing, as the young man faced the onslaught of bolts without a trace of fear, instead offering a peculiar smile. In the next moment, his form began to blur, and the incoming bolts passed through him as if he were made of ethereal substance, flying into the distance. In an instant, he seemed to vanish completely from sight under the bright sun. Jia Tianlong's face turned ashen, just as he intended to caution his subordinates. Han Li reappeared mere steps away from them. This time, before Jia Tianlong could give any orders, the Iron Guards unleashed another volley of crossbow bolts, mixed with darts and other hidden weapons, all aimed at Han Li. To their astonishment, the young man again disappeared from view amidst the chaos. Just as Jia Tianlong was gripped by fear, two piercing screams echoed from behind him, startling him as he turned to look. There, not far away, two Iron Guards, standing side by side, suddenly erupted into flames, and the vanished youth had just withdrawn his hands from their scorched forms. In the instant his palms departed, the two guards disintegrated into ashes. From the youth's palms, Jia Tianlong caught a glimpse of a flickering red light, an indication of some formidable magical technique. What he witnessed was a flawless demonstration of Han Li's seamless integration of martial prowess and sorcery. The radiant red light in his hand was a manifestation of the fireball technique. Han Li's internal energy flowed steadily, restoring the fireball to its original size, and once again, he vanished from sight, only to reappear at the other end of the crowd, incinerating another victim. Thus, Han Li flickered in and out among the throngs, each emergence heralding a new casualty. Regardless of where his hand made contact, the individual would immediately ignite and vanish from existence. Jia Tianlong stood frozen, his eyes devoid of any spark, his complexion turning ashen like that of a corpse. In this brief moment, more than half of his subordinates had perished, and the remaining few began to flee in terror. Yet, in the face of Han Li's ghostly agility, they too were swiftly reduced to ashes. As the last of his men succumbed to the flames, Jia Tianlong felt a profound numbness wash over him. He understood that his continued survival was a deliberate act of mercy from his foe, but now he stood alone, acutely aware that the infernal fire was soon to descend upon him as well. Han Li did not allow the leader of the gang, Jia Tianlong, to wait any longer. After dispatching his last subordinate, Han Li wasted no time and swiftly appeared behind him, employing a complete version of the fireball technique as a courtesy to send the esteemed gang leader on his way. Following Jia Tianlong's demise, Han Li clapped his hands and murmured to himself, "It seems that taking a few lives is not as daunting a task as I once thought. If only you had chosen to end it yourself sooner, it would have spared you the pain. Now, having to take matters into my own hands. The sensation of fire is far from pleasant." Chapter 95. The name of evil resounds. Han Li lifted his gaze toward the outside of the arena, observing the faces of those from the Seven Shin sect, the Wolf Gang, and various other factions, all of whom appeared as pale as death. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded him. It was evident that whether it was retrieving flying swords, slaying the Golden Light Master, or reducing dozens of masters, including Jia Tianlong, to ashes in mere moments, These actions signified that Han Li was not only a celestial being akin to the gnome, but also possessed a ruthless demeanor, far from being a merciful or benevolent figure. Consequently, wherever his gaze fell, everyone averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. At that moment, Han Li truly embodied the essence of fear. Why are you still lingering? Do you wish to remain on the mountain, so that I might escort you as well? Han Li suddenly addressed the direction of the wolf gang, his voice cold and commanding. Although his tone was not particularly loud, it resonated like thunder among the thousands present, instilling immediate panic. Run, someone shouted. If we don't leave, he may start burning again. This cry ignited chaos among the ranks of the wolf gang and other smaller factions. As they scrambled to flee down the mountain, the crowd surged, creating a crush on the narrow path, trampling countless individuals in their haste. Moments later, the sunset peak became desolate, with only disciples of the Seven Xian sect remaining, devoid of any other factions. Wang Juechu was both astonished and elated, unable to believe that the crisis facing his sect had been resolved in such a manner, and that Jia Tianlong had been so thoroughly eradicated. However, his joy was tempered by a hint of unease. He realized that if Han Li could effortlessly assist the Seven Xian sect in overcoming this calamity, then with his supernatural abilities, he could just as easily suppress them, potentially placing the Seven Xian sect in a worse predicament than that of the wolf gang. As these thoughts crossed Wang Juechu's mind, the relief he had initially felt resurfaced, causing him to glance toward the center of the arena. "Where is Han the physician?" he exclaimed, surprised to find the figure he revered as a powerful yet unpredictable variable was no longer in sight. "Has anyone seen Dr. Han?" Wang Juechu quickly inquired of those nearby. "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention." Nearly everyone shook their heads in ignorance. It was no wonder. They were all so awed by Han Li's fiery display against the living that no one dared to keep a close watch on this harbinger of doom. Moreover, with his elusive agility, slipping away unnoticed was a trivial feat for him. "Stop searching. I just saw him blend into the crowd descending the mountain. He has already left Sunset Peak." At this moment, the man in gray, whose complexion had notably improved, suddenly spoke. Where would he go after descending the mountain? The expression on the Master Wang's face became complex, and he let out a bitter smile while murmuring to himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon an individual. Wang Juechu's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue, and a subtle smile curved his lips, revealing a shrewd expression. At that moment, Li Feiyu, who was unusually excited due to his friend's transformation into a reclusive master, was engaged in conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on him. Thus, the members of the wolf pack and other factions hastily withdrew from Caixia Mountain and swiftly exited the territory of the Seven Mysteries Gate overnight. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Seven Mysteries Gate, led by Wang Juechu, refrained from pursuing the retreating foes due to their own significant losses in strength. For a considerable period thereafter, both the wolf pack and the Seven Mysteries Gate remained dormant, recuperating from their recent conflict. The tumultuous battle between the Seven Mysteries Gate and the wolf pack soon became a widely circulated tale across thousands of miles, evolving into a local legend infused with elements of the mystical and the demonic. It was recounted by both the righteous and the wicked, capturing the attention of ordinary folk who relished the story, ensuring its enduring popularity. In the narrative, the battle commenced with a peerless swordsman wielding a dazzling sword aura dueling against a sword immortal adept at commanding flying swords. Ultimately, the sword immortal's ethereal blades proved to be superior, leading to the swordsman's defeat. At this juncture, the antagonist, the fire demon, made a sudden appearance. Seizing the moment when both sides were gravely weakened, he dispatched the sword immortal who sought to vanquish evil and unleashed a devastating inferno, claiming the lives of nearly 1,000 members of various factions, including the unfortunate leader of the wolf pack. In the end, the fire demon, burdened by his heinous deeds, attracted divine retribution and was struck down by celestial lightning, leaving no trace behind. When Han Li, residing at the Valley of Divine Hands, heard this tale of his complete demonic transformation from Li Feiyu, he stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was doubled over in laughter, unable to straighten up for quite some time. It was now the 5th day since the brutal conflict had concluded. That night, amidst the chaos, Han Li had quietly descended from the setting sun peak, blending with the crowd, and found Chu Han, with whom he returned to the valley. Upon his return, Han Li promptly hung a sign at the valley entrance indicating that he was closed to visitors, unwilling to meet anyone, thereby turning away several high-ranking members of the Seven Mysteries Gate who had hurried to pay their respects. Given Han Li's current reputation, these individuals did not dare express any dissatisfaction nor attempt to enter the valley uninvited. They could only leave in disgrace after waiting for a while. In the subsequent days, Han Li utilized a talisman inscribed with a small sword to commence his practice of the object manipulation technique. Aware that his time was limited, he rose daily before dawn, transforming the talisman into a flickering gray light that danced incessantly within the valley until his magical energy was entirely expended. He would then quietly close his eyes to meditate, allowing his energy to gradually replenish. Once his magical energy returned to its normal levels, Han Li would once again activate the talisman, continuing his practice. Thus, Han Li incessantly repeated his practice. This monotonous and tedious training continued for 3 days, until he believed he had grasped the fundamental principles of the practical application of the object manipulation technique, at which point he formally concluded his training.